Blue Star, West Red City, Beijing North University. The players in the Ghost Bride's ancient house side quest have all died. With the Dragon Kingdom player collapsing in terror under the Ghost Bride scissors, the last live broadcast in the game dungeon turned to a black screen. This was already the third wave of players wiped out in the Ghost Bride's ancient house dungeon. The mission was to survive for 7 days, but players often get wiped out on the third day, barely making it halfway. You can imagine how impossible the difficulty of the dungeon is. As expected of Chinese-style horror, the difficulty is absurd. I'm crying that Ghost Bride is a red cloth level vengeful spirit. 3 waves, 3 entire waves of players gone. Even though Chinese-style horror is our Dragon Kingdom's culture, it's not fun at all. The internet is about to roast us alive, saying that the Ghost Bride is our doing. Then how do we explain our players dying? Who would be so stupid to bring out such a powerful ghost? Besides, this creepy game doesn't even care about us. The intense discussions woke Lin Ye, who was sleeping, and he lifted his head in confusion. Creepy game? Dungeon? Ghost Bride? Red clothes? Vengeful spirit? What is all this? Besides, wasn't he in the dormitory? How did he suddenly end up in the classroom? While he was confused, the mechanical voice he heard earlier echoed in his mind again. The Ghost Bride's ancient house dungeon is restarting, and new players are being selected. Help, no way. This dungeon again. Is the world treating us like animals? Damn it, if you dare to drag me into the dungeon, I'm a Taoist disciple. I'll fight the Ghost Bride with a peachwood sword. In the midst of his classmates' excited discussions, many unfamiliar memories suddenly surged into Lin Ye's mind. Am I time traveling? This was the parallel world of Earth, Blue Star, and his original self was also named Lin Ye. His parents died in a strange event that hit the city, and from then on, he became an orphan, relying on scavenging to pay for his university tuition. Why did this strange event happen? Because in this world, there were strange games. And these strange games love to create terrifying dungeon games based on horror stories from various countries' folklores. Every once in a while, the strange games select players from all over the world to enter the game for survival challenges. If they succeed, they gain points, which can be exchanged for national luck and various survival resources, including land and lifespan. If they fail, they die, and not only is national luck robbed, but the terrifying ghost domains in the dungeon will randomly descend upon a city. So far, the strange games have been around for 5 years, and humanity still has no idea what exactly they are. Player selection complete. Generating player list. List confirmed. Congratulations, Dragon Kingdom player Lin Ye has been selected, teleporting. Before Lin Ye had time to react, a flash of white light appeared in front of him, and he found himself in a pure white space. At the same time, his youthful face appeared on the live broadcast screen, with his profile floating beside it. As the Dragon Kingdom audience saw the introduction, they collectively broke down. Great, a naive, stupid college student. We're doomed. Everyone knows that a college student's intelligence level has dropped below that of a primary school student. We're doomed. Are you kidding me? The last round at least had a police officer who could last this long. Why pick a college student this time? I'm sure, our Dragon Kingdom has been set up. In the Dragon Kingdom's high-level meeting room. All the core members looked at the big screen with deep concern. Lin Ye is still a child, about 20 years old, and he was selected just like this? There's nothing we can do, the strange game selects players completely at random, and we can't intervene. Now we can only pray that this child is clever and survives longer. Sigh, let's prepare for the worst. Other countries naturally saw the Dragon Kingdom's list, but they didn't even have the mood to mock them. Again, this dungeon. Baka, is it only by clearing the dungeon that we can escape it? Aishiba, this annoying dungeon, it's Dragon Country's fault for creating such a strong and weird one, now we're all going to die together. I suggest Dragon Country compensates our country for the losses caused by the game, they are fully responsible for this dungeon. We, the United States, fully agree, and accept Dragon Country's compensation. Pa! Always talking about compensation, how come you don't go beg for food directly with such a big face? The Dragon Country viewers are not to be outdone, they fight back fiercely. The two groups are arguing fiercely in the live broadcast room. Inside the dungeon. Team formation from each country is complete, synchronizing players for teleportation. Lin Ye's vision flashes white again, and this time he appears in front of an ancient, fragrant courtyard. Along with him are players from 6 other countries, Foot Basin Country, Kimchi Country, Mallow Country, Asen Country, Turkey Country, and the United States. Congratulations to all players for entering the game dungeon. Dungeon name, the Ghost Wedding Mansion. Due to an accident, you have entered an ancient mansion sealed for 100 years. The red candles are brightly lit, everything here remains the same as it was during the wedding banquet. But the guests are no longer alive, and under the bride's veil, no one has ever seen her face. Clearing condition: survive for 7 days and help the host complete the 7th day's wedding ceremony. Please select an item to enter the ancient mansion. As the system's mechanical voice finishes, a row of floating boxes appears in front of the 7 players. Most of the items inside are festive items like red candles, hairpins, jade bracelets, wooden combs, baby shoes, and so on. But none of the players dare to underestimate these things. These items attract all kinds of ghosts and monsters to come and claim lives on the first night. Many players died in the first 3 rounds because of these items. As for how to avoid it, they had already learned it in the first 3 rounds. So, except for Lin Ye, the other 6 players almost rushed to grab the items as soon as they appeared. The players from Foot Basin Country and Kimchi Country even fought over the wooden comb. Baka. I got this first, it should be mine. Aishiba, whoever sees it first owns it, let go. The audiences from both countries argued fiercely in the live comments. Only the viewers from Dragon Country felt disappointed. Why are you still hesitating? Are you scared silly by this already? No way, bro, letting others pick the good stuff and just waiting to die? Is this the great virtue of modesty? This is a creepy world. I might as well enjoy a good meal last and go home to wait for death. So why don't you pick me? I'm a true descendant of Taoism. The one above me, I'm a true descendant of Buddhism. And I didn't pick me either. Lin Ye, watching the 2 fighting fiercely, rolled his eyes in silence. Then he walked up to the hairpin without a word. From his perspective, he could see a small line of text next to the hairpin as a reminder. Special item, the bride's hairpin. It was a coming-of-age gift from her mother, carrying her final good wishes and hopes. If you are willing to return the hairpin to her and promise to accompany her for the rest of her life, perhaps she will let go of her deep hatred and killing spree? Hint, if you successfully tame the ghost bride, you will get a red-clad evil ghost bodyguard, can be upgraded. Lin Ye tried to reach out and take the hairpin from the box, and suddenly, a sharp intake of breath echoed around him. The players from Dragon Country had gone crazy? The first player who grabbed the hairpin was gutted by the ghost bride on the first night. His death was tragic. You must know, the ghost bride is the most terrifying presence in this ancient mansion. No one wants to face her on the first night. It's the same as seeking death. Not only them, but the viewers from Dragon Country watching the live broadcast also thought Lin Ye had gone mad. This guy is a god who never watches live broadcasts. It's over, it's over. Are we going to be the first country to be eliminated this time? The Dragon Country is in danger. Chapter 002, Golden Finger, the Vengeful Ghost Bodyguard. Lin Ye raised his eyebrows. From the reactions of the other people, he was sure that only he could see the small hint in the text. A welfare for Traverser's Golden Fingers? No wonder the strange game chose him to be a player, it was all waiting for him here. Since that's the case, there's nothing to be done. No matter what, he had to join. Without hesitation, Lin Ye picked up the hairpin. After all, it was a red-dressed vengeful ghost bodyguard. Super cool, right? Who could refuse it? Anyway, he couldn't refuse. The wooden carved hairpin felt cold to the touch, but it had the smooth warmth of jade. After making his choice, the player from the Foot Basin Country, relying on his muscular body, successfully grabbed the wooden comb. The player from the Kimchi Country stomped his foot with a look of frustration. You wait, when this dungeon is over, my fans will get justice for me. He was one of the recently debuted male idols in the Kimchi Country boy group. His skin was pale and tender, and he was used to being pampered by people. This was the first time someone completely ignored him. The Foot Basin Country player flexed his muscles and sneered, "We'll see if you can survive to get out, you useless sissy." The Kimchi Country player screamed, "Who are you talking about?" "Talking about you." He was so angry he wanted to charge over and hit him, but he feared the muscular figure. In the end, he could only hold back his anger and walk towards the unattended baby shoes. His previously frustrated mood disappeared as soon as he noticed that Lin Ye had chosen the hairpin. Looks like the real fool is here. He picked up the baby shoes and glanced at Lin Ye with pride. If someone's going to die, it'll be you first. Cursed baby's shoes. A baby whose soul was severed before it could reach the moon, filled with endless resentment. If you cannot dissipate its resentment, you will become its new toy. Tip: if you are willing to offer others as sacrifices to the vengeful spirit, perhaps it will consider letting you live a few more days. Seeing this line of small text, Lin Ye's eyes flashed, but he didn't pay attention to the look in his eyes. It said that ghost brides are fierce, but this ghost baby's resentment is just as terrible. At least a ghost bride can communicate, but it's hard to say about a child with undeveloped intelligence. Then he looked at the wooden comb in the Foot Basin Country player's hand. Steward's wooden comb. He personally sent his beloved person off to marriage, pushing her into the fire pit. He regretted his life. If he could do it over again, he would definitely choose to take her away without hesitation. Tip: when facing the steward, don't hesitate. He deeply despises indecisive people. He then continued to check the other items the players had selected one by one. Almost every item triggered a deadly mechanism. Some were even hard to defend against. If it weren't for his golden finger, tonight might have been fatal for him. No wonder this dungeon had wiped out 3 waves of players. The difficulty right at the start was so overwhelming, and the next 7 days would only get worse. Lin Ye withdrew his gaze and turned his attention to the ancient house's front gate. The ancient, fragrant courtyard. 2 faded red lanterns swayed in the wind, casting a blood-red glow. The wedding character on the gate had long faded to black. But it exuded an indescribable, eerie feeling. This is the charm of Chinese horror, just standing there was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Once the items were chosen, it meant the game had officially begun. They had no time to waste and had to enter the ancient house within the time of a single incense stick. The American player Harris, with his golden hair, spoke up, "Is there anyone here trying to get themselves killed by arguing right after entering the game?" Hearing this, the players from the Kimchi and Foot Basin countries both changed their expressions. But they couldn't argue back. After all, who didn't know that America was their boss? They were already trying to please him, who would be stupid enough to argue with him? The two of them put on flattering smiles, nodding and agreeing in a way that was utterly sycophantic. Players from other countries also showed a tendency to flatter America, but none were as obvious as these two. Harris thoroughly enjoyed this starry-eyed treatment. Subconsciously, he looked at the Dragon Kingdom's player. He had wanted to show off subtly, but unexpectedly, that kid had already run to the front door of the ancient mansion, raising his hand to knock. Harris held his breath, no longer thinking about anything else, taking 2 or 3 steps forward to stand behind Lin Ye in a safer position. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound was particularly harsh in the dead silence, the door hinge letting out a dying moan, slowly opening a crack. A pale face appeared from the darkness. When Lin Ye saw clearly, his eyes instantly widened. It was actually a paper person. Its head was a size larger than usual, the face made of some translucent oiled paper, with mildew spots appearing as the expression changed from the moisture of the paper. What was most terrifying were its eyes. The left eye was a poorly painted inkblot, while the right eye had a muddy real eyeball, with bloodshot whites bizarrely twitching. Distinguished guest. When the paper butler spoke, the corners of its mouth tore to the ears, revealing an oral structure made of bamboo strips inside. The tip of its tongue was a red triangular piece of paper, hitting the roof of its mouth with a papa sound as it spoke. This scene was not just eerie and frightening. Everyone silently took half a step back, clearly scared by the paper butler. In the 3rd round, it was still just a simple paper figure, but unexpectedly in the 4th round, it had grown an eyeball. Players could feel that the eerie nature of the ancient mansion was deepening. If they were wiped out again this time, what kind of purgatory scene awaited the players in the 5th round? Please enter. The paper butler moved aside, and the door gap widened enough for one person to pass. Even though they knew there was no danger behind the door, that abyss-like pitch-black doorway still made everyone feel a sense of fear in their hearts. The viewers in the livestream were also greatly frightened. I can't even imagine how strong the ghost bride must be now. What will Lin Ye do with just a hairpin? One paper person has already drained my mental points, and the ghost bride is above the red-clothed vengeful spirits. Will Lin Ye be instantly killed on the first night? Forget it, I'll just pray that the ghost domain doesn't descend on my city. Living one more day is one more day. Lin Ye took a deep breath, stepped forward, and entered the ancient mansion first. Tip: never hesitate when facing the butler. What's more, he was a man with a golden finger, so why be afraid? The paper butler's smile grew wider, and it bowed again to the remaining players. Please. The murky eyeball kept rolling with its movement. The players slowly sidestepped and entered, and the door gap slowly closed. Only one eerie eyeball remained, staring through the gap at the livestream. It felt as if the paper butler had already discovered their presence, and the next second it would break through the screen. Scared, the viewers began to break their defenses, frantically spamming the bullet comments for protection. Until the scene switched to the player's perspective, the viewers finally stopped, still shaken. The corridor was still filled with red lanterns. On the lanterns, frame value Muan Song Sao Shuan Lua, only a few incomplete strokes remained, like gnawed skeletons. Compared to the outside, the interior of the ancient mansion seemed even more desolate. The resting rooms prepared for them were deep in the back courtyard of the mansion. The 7 players followed the paper butler, not daring to fall behind, and after passing through the long corridor, they finally arrived. Distinguished guests, you have traveled far, it is getting late, please rest for the night. After completing the formalities, the paper butler turned and left, seemingly not caring whether they would obediently enter the rooms. Players who had watched the first 3 rounds of the livestream knew the consequences of not entering the room, so after the butler left, no one hesitated. They quickly chose their rooms and entered. Lin Ye hesitated for a few seconds. After confirming that there was no prompt, he chose the 3rd room and entered. As soon as he opened the door to the room, he was stunned. Chapter 003, My wife, I will comb your hair for you. His eyes were filled with glaring red. Red curtains, red candles, red bed. The bride in a red wedding dress sat quietly at the edge of the bed, her whole body radiating suffocating resentment and deadly silence, her toes slightly drooping, and among the spread-out skirt, a pair of blood-stained embroidered shoes could be seen. Under the heavy blood-red veil was an unfathomable darkness, the ghostly bride's withered hand resting on her knee, and the cotton quilt, which should have been festive, had become moldy and black, exuding a cold, fishy-sweet odor. Lin Ye's heart jumped violently, he could feel the silent gaze under the red veil. The ghostly bride was watching him. This realization made the hairs on his back stand up. Ghost bride hidden attribute, love-struck passive. She once joyfully wore the bridal gown, waiting to marry, only to be dragged into the mourning hall on the wedding night and married to a dead man. Afterwards, she was cruelly nailed into a coffin and died tragically. After a century of decay, her resentment turned the bridal chamber into a haunted pit. She swore to become the fiercest vengeful ghost, ruthlessly killing anyone who entered the bridal room. Hint, if you are willing to shed a sincere tear for her tragic fate, offering her the most loyal trust and protection, and regard her as the most cherished existence no matter what happens, perhaps she will also regard you as an equal. Warning, once this effect is triggered, any display of fear, betrayal, or attempts to abandon her will immediately trigger a 100-fold increase in the ghost bride's resentment and madness. Lin Ye suppressed the fear in his heart and looked down at the hairpin in his hand. Combining these two hints, he deduced that the key to controlling the ghost bride lay in her hidden attribute. In other words, he must show her 100% sincerity to have the ghost bride accept him and willingly become his bodyguard. Otherwise, like previous players, he would most likely be mercilessly torn apart by her on the first night. Husband. A soft murmur came from under the red veil. Lin Ye watched as the ghost bride lifted her embroidered shoes, and in a few blurry moments, her figure was already in front of him, accompanied by a strong, blood-scented gust of wind. Damn! Lin Ye was almost sick from the overpowering stench. How many people did the ghost bride kill? Husband. Another soft murmur. The ghost bride's bony hand rose, and in her arm was a blood-stained wedding dress. The chest of the wedding dress had a large hole, and with just one glance, he could imagine how the previous grooms had been cruelly disemboweled by the ghost bride. The auspicious time is coming. The ghost bride said, pushing the wedding dress towards him. Behind her, the thick blood had already closed in, pooling into a human-shaped blood puddle on the ground, as if a hunter was eagerly awaiting to execute its prey. That was the figures of those who had died here before. As expected of the ghost bride, truly vicious to the extreme. Lin Ye forced himself to calm down, naturally closing the door behind him. Wife, I am here, he responded gently, taking a step forward to close the final distance between him and the ghost bride. Lin Ye's response made the viewers in the livestream hold their breath. Even through the screen, I can smell the bloodstains on the ghost bride. This guy actually dared to respond, my scalp is tingling. It looks like the ghost bride's back is full of the dead players from before. Oh my god, so scary. I remember now, I remember it all. It's this wedding dress, the last player from Asan Nation was wearing this when the ghost bride carved his heart out. I can't watch, I'm so scared she might randomly kill someone next second. Lin Ye, good luck, at least don't be the first to be eliminated, every bit of national luck counts. Is this for me? I really like it. Lin Ye took the wedding dress, his hand accidentally brushing against the ghost bride's clothes, the cold making him instinctively retract his arm. Cold, a bone-chilling cold that sent shivers down his spine. He didn't show it on his face. With extreme speed he put on the wedding robe, then took out that hairpin. Wife, I also have a gift to give you. The ghost bride's body stiffened, the hem of her dress swayed slightly, the bony fingers lifted and unconsciously rubbed that hairpin. Do you like it? The ghost bride did not answer, but it seemed she should like it. Her reaction made Lin Ye's courage grow. He had a golden finger, what was he afraid of? Just follow the hints and it would be done. So he hardened his heart, directly reached out and held the ghost bride's hand. The bone-piercing cold rushed in again, he almost could not stop his teeth from chattering. Let me pin your hair, is it okay? Saying this, he gently pulled the ghost bride in front of the dressing mirror, guiding her to sit down. The ghost bride did not struggle, her voice was no longer filled with resentment like before. Thank you, husband. Lin Ye was encouraged, not daring to lift the front, he only slowly lifted the veil behind her. The black and shining hair appeared in front of his eyes, Lin Ye could not hold back and touched it, the feeling was like the finest mutton fat jade. Wife's hair is really so beautiful, he exclaimed from his heart. The ghost bride did not respond, but the stiff back oddly loosened a little. Lin Ye picked up the jade comb beside him and combed straight down without any effort. Plop, something fell on the ground. He instinctively lowered his head and saw several wriggling maggots and human rotten organs lying silently on the ground. Where did they come from? He raised his head in confusion, but above the ceiling there was nothing. He did not know, but the audience in the live broadcast room saw clearly. I didn't see wrong, right? These things were combed out from the ghost bride's hair? The one upstairs didn't see wrong, because I saw it too. This scene is really so weird. Who knows how many horrible things are hidden in the ghost bride's seemingly beautiful hair. He really won't give the ghost bride a hairpin, right? Is it useful? Step by step, at least he's still alive now. The foreign audience seeing this were even more excited than them. Why did he take the hairpin, put on the wedding robe and still not die? This is a cover-up, a cover-up. I knew the Dragon Nation player hid the secret to passing. This is murder, naked murder. Hateful Dragon Nation, before a strange game, humans should watch over each other, a backstab, this is a backstab to all humanity. I strongly demand they compensate our loss, they must compensate. On all the national live broadcast platforms, Lin Ye's live room already took the top. Everyone did not understand how a newcomer could survive until now in the hands of the scariest ghost bride, they just wanted to see when exactly he would die. Only the Dragon Nation's live broadcast viewers silently prayed he could escape this disaster. Husband, what is wrong? The ghost bride saw he did not move for a long time and could not help asking. Lin Ye came back to himself and shook his head lightly, nothing. After speaking, he instinctively combed down a second stroke. Sticky blood and flesh dropped, some even splashing onto his warm skin. This time he finally saw clearly, those things all fell out from the ghost bride's hair. The hand holding the hair tightened, if not for reason desperately restraining, he would already have thrown the hair away. Chapter 004 Teasing the Ghost Bride? Kid, you really are crazy. She was only a girl with a pitiful life. She also did not want to become like this, she too was persecuted by others. She was only a pitiful victim. Hypnotizing himself in his heart, Lin Ye still combed the ghost bride's hair unhurriedly. Very soon his lower body was soaked through with blood, within it all kinds of flesh, bones and maggots. The viewers in the live broadcast room were so stimulated by this scene that more than half vomited, the looks in their eyes towards him all revealed sympathy. But Lin Ye acted as if unaware, until nothing strange could be combed out from the ghost bride's hair, only then did he stop his hand's movement. Husband, are you tired? The ghost bride did not turn around, but her hand twisted 180 degrees and gently squeezed his fingers. The touch was uncomfortable. Besides the cold, there was only the feeling of skin rubbing like sand. The sensation was indescribably strange, easily raising goosebumps all over his body. It is my happiness to comb my wife's hair, I would willingly comb my wife's hair for a lifetime. His tone was gentle, his expression serious, looking as if he was not lying or forcing himself. The ghost bride withdrew her hand, and with it disappeared the blood that covered him, as though the terrifying scene just now was nothing but a hallucination. Lin Ye entered the scene, gazing affectionately at the bride in her wedding dress. Wife, don't move, I'll pin your hair. The ghost bride's voice carried a hint of shyness. Lin Ye was greatly encouraged, immersing himself completely into the role of the husband. His hand gently touched her beautiful hair, chatting with a smile in his eyes. To pin my wife's hair, I spent a lot of money to hire someone to teach me. In reality, he had learned how to pin hair from watching short videos, and back then, even though he had no partner, he impulsively learned it. Looking back, he was thankful he had learned it, otherwise, it would be so awkward now if he didn't know how. The ancestors were right, having many skills never hurts. At a critical moment, it could even save your life. Husband, you are so thoughtful. The ghost bride's voice became even softer. Soon, a beautiful hairstyle appeared in Lin Ye's hands, and he gently inserted the hairpin into the ghost bride's hair. Then, with his face pressed against her neck, he looked into the mirror at the intimate couple. Is my wife satisfied? I am very happy. The ghost bride said, and her withered hand slowly began to grow new flesh. Her fingers were long and delicate, with well-defined joints, the tips round and full, nails like finely polished shell pieces, and the back of her hand curved gently and elegantly. Her skin was delicate and smooth like the finest porcelain, glowing with a healthy rosy shine. Lin Ye was not particularly fond of hands, but seeing this pair still made him swallow his saliva unconsciously. They were truly beautiful. No one has ever seen the true face under the bride's veil. He remembered the description from the prompt and couldn't help but glance at her red veil. With hands so beautiful, how stunning must her true face be under the veil? At this moment, Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat, and for the first time, it wasn't because of fear. The ghost bride felt the heat of his gaze, and awkwardly stood up and backed away. I will guard outside the room tonight. Husband, you rest peacefully. Wait. Seeing the ghost bride about to leave, Lin Ye instinctively grabbed her pale little hand, and the touch was indeed as warm and smooth as he imagined. But he didn't dare to be too bold, he simply held her hand without any other actions. Just as the ghost bride was about to leave, thinking tonight's crisis would be solved, Lin Ye suddenly pulled her back, and this unexpected move made the live stream explode with holy cow. Is this kid crazy? Does he really not want to live anymore? Damn. Why do I feel like this kid suddenly got interested in her looks? No way. How could he have such heavy tastes? I admit the ghost bride's hands are indeed beautiful, but is it really okay to get horny at this time? Doesn't he smell all the blood in the air? 666, a man even braver than Ning Kaichen has appeared. The Dragon Country audience was full of mixed feelings. It was good that he didn't die, but their contestant seemed to be acting strange. He was shameless. He even had thoughts about the ghost bride. He must be hungry, he could eat anything. Wife. Lin Ye's expression was serious, volunteering, as a man, how can I let you guard the night? You go back to sleep, I'll keep watch. Saying this, he let go of her hand first and walked towards the door. His movements were so natural that he seemed to have completely taken on the role of the husband. Husband. The ghost bride was completely moved. Shyly, she pulled him to the bedside. I will help my husband take off his clothes. Lin Ye was about to speak, wondering if it was too fast, but before he could, the ghost bride's hand had already undone a button on his wedding robe. Those hands were truly beautiful. He silently swallowed his words of refusal. But, why didn't she continue undressing after removing the wedding robe? The ghost bride's slender fingers brushed over the wedding robe, and in an instant, the torn robe became brand new, even the bloodstains disappearing without a trace. She placed the wedding robe at the head of the bed. On the 6th day, it will be our wedding. I hope my husband can be patient. After the ghost bride shyly finished speaking, her figure vanished from the room. As the ghost bride left, the originally festive wedding room returned to its normal appearance. Aside from a bed and a table, there was nothing else. Only the blood-red wedding robe at the bed's head signified the presence of the ghost bride. Had he passed the test? Not just him, but all the viewers in Longwa's live broadcast room breathed a sigh of relief. Just staying alive, that's all that matters. Lin Ye climbed onto the bed, and according to the ghost bride, she would be guarding outside the room tonight, so no other danger should arise. He could sleep well and gather all his energy to deal with whatever happens tomorrow. With that thought, Lin Ye quickly fell into a deep sleep. He slept soundly, but the viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't sleep the entire night. He's just going to sleep like that? What if the ghost bride pulls a trick and kills him? This kid is so fearless, how can he sleep in a place like this? Other players are either dead or lying awake, but none of them sleep as soundly as Lin Ye. I suddenly think being a college student is pretty good. At least he's really brave. Wait, who died? This is the 4th time, and someone died in the beginning? It was a player from Maoxiong country. He confidently took the red candle and now he's being used as a candle himself. Oh my god, those tokens are more dangerous than the last. Longhua high-level conference room. The first crisis was solved with little harm. I didn't expect this kid, Lin Ye, to be so clever. I have a feeling that Lin Ye has gained the ghost bride's approval, and in the next 7 days, he will surely receive her protection. That would be wonderful. Maybe this instance can end in Lin Ye's hands. Let's hope so. I just hope this kid was acting and tricking the ghost bride, not truly thinking those kinds of thoughts. They imagined the scene of Lin Ye and the ghost bride together. It was truly too creepy. P.S. If you think it's good, don't forget to add it to your bookshelf. New book, new author, it's not easy. Please follow, urge updates, tip, comment, send gifts, the author will be more motivated to write. Sliding on knees to thank you. Chapter 005, The Crying Old Woman. A peaceful night's sleep. The moment he opened his eyes, Lin Ye immediately looked at the wedding robe at the head of the bed. It was still there. He let out a sigh of relief and put the wedding robe into the player's storage space, a benefit given by the Eerie game. If the wedding robe were a cursed item, he could still bring it back to the real world after the game ended. After putting on his shoes and opening the door, the paper butler was already waiting outside, nodding slightly when he saw Lin Ye appear first. Guest, did you sleep well last night? Lin Ye's mind moved, and he didn't miss the opportunity to flatter. Very well, last night was the most comfortable sleep I've ever had in my life. You flatter me, guest. Clearly, the paper butler appreciated the praise, its large human-like eyes spinning rapidly. As they spoke, other players began to come out of their rooms one by one. Thanks to the experience from the first 3 times, the number of players who died on the first night was very few, but they all looked disheveled with serious dark circles under their eyes, clearly showing they didn't sleep well. The first reaction of each person upon seeing Lin Ye was shock. You didn't die? Only after most of the others had gathered did Lin Ye comfortably stretch and yawn, a peaceful night's sleep. I slept so comfortably. All 6 of them widened their eyes. What the hell? They survived after seeing a ghost bride? Do Dragon Country players really have some kind of guide in their hands? Did you guys not sleep well? He asked slowly, with a calm expression that successfully earned a few eye rolls. But everyone only complained in their hearts, no one dared to truly mock him. In a dungeon like this, Dragon Country players were clearly more experienced, and offending Lin Ye was not a wise choice. It was more important to find a way to survive the 7 days. Please, esteemed guests. After everyone had arrived, the paper butler led them to the dining hall for a meal. White porridge, steamed buns, fried dough cakes, a simple Chinese breakfast. The paper butler didn't make things difficult for them during the meal. Compared to other bloody dungeons, the food here was almost heavenly. After breakfast, the paper butler handed them an item list and carefully reminded them. These are the items needed for the wedding. I hope you, esteemed guests, can go to the neighborhoods in exchange for them before the wedding. Here it comes, here it comes. The task with the highest death rate in the Ghost Bride Mansion dungeon. The group smiled bitterly as they stepped forward to take the list, and the paper butler smiled slightly before vanishing. Harris spoke seriously. There are a total of 14 items to be prepared. In the previous rounds of the game, it took 3 days to successfully exchange only 7 items. To save time, I suggest each of us be responsible for finding 1 item. That way, we'll also have extra time to search for more clues about the old mansion. His suggestion was almost unanimously accepted. After all, the game's initial hint was clear: they had to help the master complete the wedding ceremony on the 7th day. The task could never be as simple as just exchanging gifts. They all knew the sinister nature of such games, and the difficulty on the 7th day would undoubtedly be the highest. Only by gathering more clues would they have a chance to survive on the 7th day. Your name is Lin Ye, right? I'm Harris, from the United States. When he took the initiative to greet him, Lin Ye didn't want to keep a cold face, so he responded, I know, I've watched your livestream of clearing the game. He was a smart person, but he liked to strike from behind. If he had taken interest in becoming a teammate, it was probably not because of admiration for your intelligence, but because he saw you as a potential pawn to sacrifice at any time. Harris awkwardly chuckled twice. It was as if the words "I know you like to backstab" were written all over his face. He had no choice but to give up on chatting with Lin Ye and turn to chat enthusiastically with the player from the kimchi country. Lin Ye just showed a look of enjoying the show. Then, he stopped paying attention to the two and looked at the item list. Fruits, 4 colors sugar, 3 meats. All of these were items needed for the master to handle the wedding. This meant that the old mansion belonged to the groom's family. So where was the ghost bride? Was she waiting to marry in some corner of the village, or was she waiting to marry in some corner of the mansion? To understand the secret of the mansion, maybe starting from this angle could help. Also, the hint mentioned that the ghost bride was tricked into marrying a dead man and was eventually nailed alive in a coffin to be buried with him. The task required them to help the master complete the wedding on the 7th day. Did it mean they would trick the ghost bride again and nail her into the coffin? Wouldn't the ghost bride tear them apart for doing that? After all, she was the boss here. Even if forced into following the plot, it wouldn't mean they would really die, right? They still needed to find out the story behind it. The group discussed for a while, and finally, Lin Ye's task was to exchange for 4 jing fruits. The 4 jing fruits were dried longan, dried lychee, dried walnuts, and peanuts still in their shells. These all symbolized blessings for prosperous offspring, completeness, and eternal luck. Leaving the old mansion, Lin Ye's first reaction was to go to the bakery to take a look. But after walking around, he didn't even see a shadow of the bakery. The large street only had closed gates, one after another. Even during the day, the desolation and bleakness could easily be seen. Could it be that they were supposed to rely on luck and randomly knock on doors to get these items? He remembered that in the previous instances, there were always clues, hidden by the gates of each house. This time, why were there none? Even if the difficulty was meant to be increased, this was too much. If this quest restarted a few more times, the difficulty would jump straight to hell, and players would die faster and faster. Without game hints, players naturally wouldn't dare to take the risk of knocking on doors, but Lin Ye was different. He had his golden finger. After carefully sifting through the hints for a long time, he finally stopped in front of a house and knocked on the door. At that very moment, the Dragon Country audience in the live broadcast room held their breath. He just knocked on the door directly? Oh my god, that's too reckless. Players from other countries are still desperately searching for clues, and this guy just knocks on the door? Don't panic upstairs, look at Lin Ye's expression. He seems confident, he must have found some clue. We need to trust him. But no one has ever knocked on this door before, how do we know what's inside? I also think it's too reckless. At least search around first before acting. What's the difference between this and walking into death? Unless he's cheating, I don't know how he plans to escape this time. This is a horror game. If cheats were possible, they would have been used already. Whoa. The moment he knocked on the door, a crying sound suddenly came from inside the house. The crying started very low, like the gasping breaths of a dying person, hoarse and thick with blood, intermittent, as if it were thick bubbles of sludge in a swamp. Suddenly, the pitch rose sharply. Every cry sounded like a curse full of resentment, filled with deep malice. Lin Ye shivered but still persisted in knocking on the door. Chapter 006, Searching for the Missing Daughter. It wasn't until the third knock that the door was pushed open from the inside. An elderly woman, hunched over with tear stains all over her face, appeared in front of him. Her eyes were swollen and bloodshot, so much so that one might wonder if she'd cry her eyes out if she kept going. The old woman wiped her tears and, seeing the stranger, pulled the door open wider, revealing half of her body hidden behind the door. Lin Ye then noticed that the lower half of the woman's body was empty. Through the torn, coarse clothes, he could see a frail skeleton. Even more terrifying, there were black hands gripping her throat from behind. Her nails were already embedded in her flesh, and blood slowly dripped down, soaking her chest with crimson stains. Trigger side quest: The Crying Elderly Woman. Her family was taken away, her flesh devoured, and the loss of her voice left her speechless. Every night, apart from her hoarse cries, she couldn't utter a full sentence. She cried her eyes blind, shouted until her throat was hoarse, yet still waited for justice to arrive. Under the dim light of the oil lamp, her heart and body slowly withered. Hint: fulfill the elderly woman's wish to exchange for the items you need. Young man, what do you need? The old woman's voice was deep and hoarse, barely audible as her throat was squeezed by the black hands. The comforting thing was that the old woman didn't look at him with malice, as if it were just the most ordinary greeting. Lin Ye carefully chose his words and spoke, "Grandmother, I'm just a traveler here to buy some things. I happened to pass by and heard crying from inside. I thought you might be in trouble, so I came to help." His words perfectly crafted the image of a kind-hearted young man who was eager to help. This was the first time in all these years of crying that someone knocked on her door and showed concern. Tears of sorrow fell again. "Thank you, young man." Lin Ye hurriedly comforted her, "Grandma, don't cry. If you have any trouble, tell me. I will definitely help you." "Really, can you help me?" "Of course." The old woman's murky eyes instantly lit up. She was about to speak, but the black hand around her neck suddenly tightened, and another large spray of blood splashed out. Lin Ye was startled. Instinctively, he reached out to cover her wound, but the old woman calmly raised her hand to stop him. "It's nothing. It's an old problem that's been with me for years. Lin Ye. I want to see my daughter again. That day, she argued with me and never came back. The neighbors say my daughter ran off with some wild man, but how could that be? My daughter has always been the best, she was the best. When we were poor, everyone else had meat to eat for the new year, but we couldn't afford it. I, a widow, with a child, couldn't buy food. My daughter was craving it, but she never complained in front of me. But I knew, as parents, who doesn't want to give the best to their child? That day, I happily took the money I had saved up for a long time and bought her a chicken leg, but she insisted that I take the first bite. She said if I didn't eat, she wouldn't eat. My heart melted in an instant. My daughter was the best. She wouldn't run off with a wild man. She wouldn't. She must be waiting for me somewhere, waiting for me to take her home. She must be." As the old woman spoke, her tears silently slid down again. She had been looking for her daughter, and her wish was to one day bring her daughter back home. After hearing this, the live chat fell into a long silence. "Maybe I'm too sexy, I actually got teary-eyed. I miss my mom too. I'm quitting my job and going back to my hometown. Who knows how long we have left? In the last days, I just want to be with my parents. This is the first time such a tragic NPC has appeared. I have a bad feeling. Could the ghost bride be this old woman's daughter?" In the previous 3 rounds of the copy, some players got clues that the ghost bride willingly and happily married. It has nothing to do with the elopement the old woman talked about. Oh no, I can't stop thinking of conspiracy theories. If what I think is true, that would be so tragic. So what is it? Can the riddle master just leave Blue Star? Not only the live chat viewers, but Lin Ye also felt a pang in his nose as he immediately promised. "Grandma, don't worry, I will definitely help you find your daughter." The old woman excitedly broke off a finger and handed it to him. "If my daughter is within 5 meters, this broken finger will guide you to her." Lin Ye was stunned as he took the broken finger. He didn't expect the old woman to be so hardcore. The scene. For a normal person like him, the impact was quite strong. The old woman looked kindly at the shredded meat on the broken finger, then raised her hand to wipe the blood from her neck and smeared it on the whole broken finger. "They say blood is thicker than water. My daughter, where are you? Come back soon." The old woman's tears could no longer be stopped and fell down again. A low sob spilled from her throat, and her figure disappeared behind the door. Until the door was completely closed, Lin Ye awkwardly looked at the bloody broken finger in his hand. After thinking for a moment, he didn't put the broken finger into his storage space. Instead, he carefully stuffed it into his pocket. Now that he had a direction to act in, Lin Ye began to wander around the old house. Fortunately, the area where players could move was limited to 3 adjacent streets, and they couldn't leave the city. An entire morning was enough for him to explore the area thoroughly. During this time, he also encountered a player from the A3 country. He was staring at a pork shop, seemingly fascinated by something. His saliva was about to drop onto the ground. Lin Ye curiously walked over and discovered that inside, besides the pork, there was only a butcher holding a large cleaver, chopping bones. The butcher was tall, with fat on his belly shaking wildly with every move, his face covered in stubble, staring at the two people on the street with a terrifying expression. His cleaver slammed down on the chopping board again and again, sending pieces of meat and blood splattering everywhere. A strange smile appeared on his lips, as if he had already decided that the two were his lunch for the day. Butcher. He was skilled in all kinds of pig-killing techniques, the best pig killer in the entire region. He greatly enjoyed the feeling of a fresh life slipping away in his hands, and he loved the sensation of warm blood splashing on his face. Nothing in this world brought him more joy than killing. Tip: the best way to deal with a demon who kills without blinking is to leave as quickly as possible. Lin Ye felt a chill from the butcher's murderous stare, and instinctively took a step away. Wait a minute, the player from Asian country suddenly grabbed him. Do you want to team up? If we can get some of the pork from the butcher, I'll share half with you. Lin Ye. They're already in a weird game, and this guy's still thinking about food? Do they really have to be so greedy? Chapter 007, Butcher, Ghost Baby. Bang, bang, bang. Inside the butcher shop, the butcher's movements grew even more frantic, as if he couldn't wait to rush out and chop the two of them into pieces. No need, I don't like pork. Lin Ye didn't dare to waste any more time. He broke free from the player's grasp and ran in the other direction. TCH, coward. He ignored the Asan players mocking and ran even faster. Just as he turned the corner, the sounds behind him stopped. He instinctively turned around and saw the Asan player walking towards the butcher shop with a satisfied expression. Due to the angle, he could only barely see a bloodstained knife slowly approaching the Asan player's neck. The Dragon Country viewers, unable to hold back, rushed to the Asan player's livestream to see what had happened. When they entered the stream, they were shocked by the blood splattering all over the screen. He was being pinned down on the chopping board, the butcher slitting his throat and letting the blood pour out. The greedy butcher even extended his blood-red tongue, licking the player's wound and drinking the blood in large gulps. Gulps, gulps. As the butcher swallowed, the blood that couldn't make it into his mouth splattered everywhere. The scene became so bloody that it left people speechless. A living person was reduced to eerie food. The most terrifying thing was that the player wasn't even fully dead yet, his eyes wide open as he clearly felt his blood draining away. He couldn't die in peace. Ah! This is too scary. The butcher is actually drinking blood from a living person, a living person. I'm so scared, really. Is it just me, or did anyone else notice that the Asan player seemed weird earlier? It was like he was hypnotized by something and voluntarily walked into the butcher shop. I can confirm, that's exactly what happened. Thankfully Lin Ye ran fast, otherwise I can't even imagine what would have happened. The people living on these streets are terrifying. If it were me, I'd be nothing more than a side dish for the eerie creatures. As the Dragon Country viewers' comments grew, Asan Country's viewers couldn't hold back either and started countering. Damn it, that guy from Dragon Country must have known the butcher was dangerous, but he didn't warn our player. What a cold-blooded, immoral guy. Dragon Country is such a big country, yet their players are so irresponsible. I'm going to severely criticize them. If it weren't for Dragon Country, there wouldn't be such a terrifying dungeon. Now their players still ignore our suffering and don't help. Compensation, they must compensate for our losses. The two countries argued fiercely, and in the end, it all came back to the topic of compensation. Unfortunately for Asan Country's viewers, when it came to arguing, Dragon Country netizens hadn't lost yet and were almost drowning Asan Country's netizens in insults. From the ancestors to the unborn children, they were all insulted. Inside the dungeon. Otherwise, without any creepy creatures around him, his fate would have most likely been a tragic death as well. After the incident with the player from the third world, whenever he encountered other players, he basically just walked around them, no longer curious to investigate further. When lunchtime arrived, he still had nothing and had no choice but to return to the old house. The player from Kimchi Nation was the first to return to the old house. He sat at the dining table, his face tense, his fingers unconsciously twisting together, constantly glancing toward the door. When he saw Lin Ye return, he was first shocked and stood up from his chair, but then he realized what was happening and forced himself to relax and sit back down. He looked like he had done something guilty. Lin Ye asked, confused, "What are you nervous about? Is there?" He symbolically ran his hand through his hair to cover up his panic. "You must be mistaken, I'm not nervous." Lin Ye. Was he blind? But he didn't ask further, instead sitting down at a position farther from him. As the two were talking, other players gradually took their seats. Strange, why does my chest feel so tight and painful? The player from Foot Basin Country covered his chest and walked into the dining hall with a pained expression. In an instant, all the players widened their eyes. There, lying on the chest of the player from Foot Basin Country, was a ghostly baby. The ghost baby still looked like a newborn, completely naked, its skin a mix of blue and purple, some parts even ulcerated and oozing pus. Its neck was limp, hanging on its chest as if it had no strength to hold itself up. Its tiny, blue and purple hands were deep inside the player's chest, as if grasping something and playing with it. That was the location of the human heart. What was even more eerie was that its back was torn open, revealing a bright red eyeball, blinking and staring unblinkingly at the group, giving a silent warning. Looking down, they saw that the tall player from Foot Basin Country was wearing a pair of extremely ill-fitting baby shoes. It seemed as though he didn't notice his own oddity and limped over to the dining table to sit down. They all remembered those shoes. It was the pair the player from Kimchi Nation had picked out before entering the old house. Now, there was no doubt left. Immediately, all the players turned their gaze to the player from Kimchi Nation, their eyes cold, subtly moving farther away from him. The player from Kimchi Nation lowered his head in silence, unconcerned by the others' exclusion. He just wanted to survive. What did he do wrong? It was that big fool who offended him first, and he deserved it. If he hadn't competed for that wooden comb, nothing would have happened, right? It was all the player from Foot Basin Country's fault. He was forced into doing this. The player from Foot Basin Country wasn't a fool either. He quickly sensed that the atmosphere was wrong. It seemed like they were targeting him. He warily looked at the other players. What happened? Why does everyone look so strange? The player from Turkey Country, feeling a bit sorry, wanted to remind him. At that moment, the ghost baby's head, which had been drooping on the chest, suddenly rotated 180 degrees. Its white eyes filled with resentment stared at the player from Turkey Country. Then, its lips slowly split, stretching to the back of its ears, revealing a strange smile. As if saying, "You're next." The player from Turkey Country shivered. That tiny bit of sympathy he had was instantly wiped away, and he casually shifted his gaze. The others didn't dare to breathe too loudly, afraid they would be targeted next by the ghost baby. The ghost baby scanned the room for a while, then seemed satisfied and turned its head back. Only then did they breathe out, feeling like they had just survived. This abnormal behavior made the player from Foot Basin Country furrow his brows even deeper. "Baka, what did you all see?" Everyone awkwardly laughed. "What did we see?" "I didn't see anything." "Me neither, just wondering what's for lunch today?" The player's evasive attitude made the player from Foot Basin Country feel frustrated. He stood up and scanned the room, but really saw nothing. He had no choice but to return to his seat with a half-belief. At this moment, the butler entered the dining hall, bringing several plates of light vegetarian dishes. And a large bowl of bone soup, giving off a strong meaty aroma. The sound of swallowing saliva rose and fell, the fragrance, it really smelled so good. "Dear guests, thank you for your hard work, please enjoy your meal." As soon as the butler's words fell, several people immediately began to move their chopsticks, eagerly drinking soup and gnawing on meat. Only Lin Ye did not move his chopsticks, turning his head to ask, "What kind of meat is this?" "The pig butcher shop just slaughtered a pig today, the meat is very fresh, this guest should try it quickly." Pig butcher shop. The place where the Asen Kingdom player died. Could this meat be? Chapter 008, The Ghost Baby is Growing. Damn it, I knew the creepy game couldn't be that kind-hearted, I can never look at pork again, boo-hoo. I can only say they are really bold, knowing it's in a dungeon and still daring to eat meat with an unknown origin. Ugh, this creepy game really messes with your mind. I almost died from fright, really. Damn, I can't be seeing things. The ghost baby is growing. The Foot Basin Country player's condition is very strange, the ghost baby seems to be a tumor parasitic on him, constantly absorbing the nutrition it needs to grow. Damn, stop analyzing it, my skin is crawling. When the ghost baby grows up, none of the players in the dungeon will escape. The self-righteous Kimchi Country players who wanted to harm others might be getting what they deserve now. What about Lin Ye? He can't just die like this, it's all because of those harmful Kimchi Country players. I have something to do, I'm going to the next live stream room. Wait for me, I'm going too. And so, the indignant Dragon Country and Foot Basin Country netizens together attacked the Kimchi Country's live stream room, with the screen flooded with curses. But the Kimchi Country players' fans weren't pushovers either. My brother was just trying to survive, what's wrong with that? Why are you cursing my brother? Being able to block disaster for my brother is his good fortune, okay? Their shamelessness really opened up new levels of the world's perspective. Thus, an even fiercer keyboard battle began. Inside the dungeon. Lin Ye waved his hand, "No need, my mom doesn't let me eat pork, I'll just eat vegetables, vegetables are fine. Dear guest, feel free." The paper butler did not insist, only the true eyeball flickered and the smile became even more meaningful. The other players stopped moving their chopsticks when they saw Lin Ye refusing to eat, finally realizing something. The Morrow Country player uncertainly spoke, "Is there something wrong with this meat?" Lin Ye glanced at the butler who didn't stop their conversation and reminded, "Didn't you all notice one person is missing?" His words made the others freeze, quickly looking around. Indeed, one person was missing. A dungeon only has 7 players, how could they miss such an obvious number situation? The Morrow Country player chewed a piece of meat in his mouth, but now didn't dare to swallow it, continuing to ask, "The Asin Country player, where is he?" "He's dead," Lin Ye said calmly, his gaze falling on the pot of fragrant bone soup. "He died at the hands of the butcher in the pig butcher shop." The atmosphere froze for a second. Then, ugh, poo. The sound of vomiting rose one after another. Those who hadn't eaten yet dropped their chopsticks, and those who had already eaten stuck their fingers down their throats. The others stared at the plate of meat, as if they had seen something dirty, desperately avoiding it, moving far away. Only one person was different. "So fragrant, so good, not enough, more. After eating, my heart doesn't hurt or feel stuffy anymore, really good meat, give me more. The Foot Basin Country player was eating with his mouth full, finally unable to resist, hugging the bowl and shoving it into his mouth. After finishing, he went to snatch the meat from other people's bowls, even licking the vomit off the floor clean. Everyone watched him with complicated looks, and those with weaker stomachs couldn't hold it and wanted to throw up again. A full bowl of meat and soup, clearly exceeding the normal human appetite, yet the Foot Basin Country player's stomach didn't bulge, but instead, it became even more hollow. Even the large muscles on his body were shrinking at a visible speed, and not long after, a living person was left looking like nothing but a skeleton. Lin Ye's sharp eyes noticed something and spoke again. "Has it gotten bigger?" He didn't name names, but in this situation, the other players all knew who Lin Ye was talking about. The ghost baby. Under the crazed feasting of the Foot Basin Country players, it had grown an entire size. The scarlet eyes on its back had also cracked open, as big as an adult woman's fist. This ghost baby was actually still growing. If it grew up smoothly, what awaited them anyone could guess with their toes. At this moment, the few of them looked at the Pickled Cabbage Country players with eyes full of resentment. "Look at the mess you've made. You released some kind of monster." The Pickled Cabbage Country players were extremely guilty, yet faced with the accusing gazes of everyone, they couldn't help but defend themselves. "I didn't know it would turn out like this, the last person who had it was fine. Moreover, it wasn't intentional, can't you forgive me?" Saying this with confidence, the 4 couldn't help but roll their eyes collectively. The last person who had it indeed caused a disaster, but in their game, no one died in the butcher shop, and the ghost baby never touched human flesh, so it naturally had no chance to grow. But now, the Foot Basin Country players were basically an open bomb that could explode at any time. "More, is there any meat left? More?" The Foot Basin Country player clutched his stomach, stumbling toward the paper butler, looking as if he was about to starve to death. "My dear guest, I'm truly sorry, but today's portion of meat has already been finished." The paper butler maintained a polite demeanor, yet his eyes twinkled as he scanned the others. "If you want to eat meat, you'll have to fight for it on your own." The 5 were startled by his gaze and instinctively retreated to a safe distance. The Foot Basin Country player still wanted to beg, but the paper butler had already vanished on the spot, and no matter how much he shouted, he didn't return. "I want to eat, I want hungry." Unable to bear the hunger any longer, the Foot Basin Country player rolled on the ground, desperately beating his stomach. Just as he was about to be sucked dry, the ghost baby finally stopped, leaving him alive. The Foot Basin Country player gradually recovered and, touching his shriveled body, screamed in horror, "What happened to me? Ah, what happened to me?" His gaze suddenly fixed on the 5 huddled together. "Tell me what happened to me. Tell me. Saying this, he actually charged at everyone with a twisted expression. In a critical moment, Harris rushed forward and kicked the Foot Basin Country player away. "Run." At least he was a trained fighter. Before his voice faded, he had already leaped several meters away. Lin Ye followed closely behind, and the remaining players quickly reacted and rushed out of the dining hall. "Am I going to die, am I?" Who would have thought that even the Foot Basin Country player who had been drained to a husk could still tightly chase after them, making them unable to shake him off? The Turkey Country player couldn't help but glance back, startled by the crazed appearance of the Foot Basin Country player. He gritted his teeth and lifted his foot to kick the nearby Pickled Cabbage Country player. "It's his fault, he's the one who put the vengeful spirit shoes on you. It has nothing to do with us, so stop chasing us." Upon hearing this, the Foot Basin Country player halted, glaring with resentment at the fallen Pickled Cabbage Country player. "It's you really harmed me. It's you. The Pickled Cabbage Country player was so scared that he jumped up, scrambling away in a different direction. Not me, don't chase me. Ah, don't chase me." Chapter 009, Hall of Spirits, Double Coffin. Until the 2 disappeared around the corner of the courtyard, the 4 finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Turkey Country player clutched his wildly beating heart. Are they all going to die? Everyone present, except Harris, was experiencing this bizarre game for the first time, and their practical combat experience was zero. In this sudden situation, besides sacrificing the pickled cabbage country player, they had no better option. Don't worry so much, hurry up and exchange items, or it will be our end. If the item exchange proceeds too slowly, the butler might explode in anger and kill. After saying that, Harris took the lead and walked out of the ancient house, not caring about the lives of the pickle country players. The turkey country and demon country players anxiously followed behind. But Lin Ye turned his steps toward the depths of the ancient house. He had basically searched the 3 streets outside thoroughly, but the severed finger in his pocket still showed no response. He had reasons to suspect that Grandma's daughter was hidden inside the ancient house. Maybe, the ghost bride was the person Grandma was looking for? Hopefully. The 3 rounds of players had fallen in the first 3 days, who knows what changes would happen here in the next 4 days. They better try to exchange all items in the relatively safe first 3 days. While lost in thought, Lin Ye had already reached the backyard. Besides the room they were staying in, there were at least 3 more courtyards to the side. This ancient house was really not ordinary. In ancient times, it would be considered a wealthy family. Lin Ye first wandered around the courtyard where they stayed, and the severed finger showed no reaction. Then he slipped into the neighboring courtyard, and the moment he opened the hall door, he froze in place. Everything was white. This was actually a funeral parlor. In the middle stood a double coffin. He calmed his nerves, walked into the funeral parlor, and looked at the tablets on the offering table. Position of the beloved son Li Shouchuan. This discovery sent the live chat into a frenzy. Li Shouchuan, my goodness, isn't that the groom's name? Oh my, it really appeared in the second round. So the groom is in the coffin? The groom is dead? But the wedding isn't for another 6 days. In marriage ancient house. Of course, it is for ghost marriage. TSK, still a double coffin, just waiting for the bride to come in and be buried, right? Nice plan. I have a bad premonition, it's not going to make players assist in the ghost marriage ceremony, is it? Come on, is it not fast enough for players to die? I admit the ghost bride might be a bit pitiful, but can't we spare the players? They're also the poor bugs pulled into the copy for no reason. Everyone, stop standing up for the ghost bride. What if she's in the coffin right now? Why is Lin Ye not running away? But it seems Lin Ye is really prying open the coffin. In the live feed, Lin Ye turned around the room and finally picked up the copper candelabra, weighing it in his hand. Feeling the weight was right, he returned to the coffin to pry off the coffin lid. The lid of the double coffin was very heavy, but fortunately, it was not nailed shut. With the principle of leverage, he easily pried it open. A musty smell of decay wafted out, and Lin Ye wrinkled his nose, exerting himself to push the coffin lid open halfway. He leaned forward to look inside the coffin. In the spacious coffin, he only saw a pale man's face. He was dressed in festive wedding clothes, his cheeks sunken and brow prominent. It was clear he had died of illness. There was no sign of the ghost bride. Lin Ye breathed a sigh of relief, knowing the ghost bride was not here was good enough. As for the dead man in the coffin, he didn't look longer, quickly restoring the coffin lid to prepare to leave. At that moment, a chilling voice suddenly came from behind him. Dear guest, what are you doing here? It was the paper butler. Lin Ye sighed in frustration. How did he happen to run into him? Me? He feigned ease and turned around, just bored, wandering around. Is that so? The paper butler's gaze slowly fell on the candelabra in his hand, the constantly rotating eyeball seeming to ask, how do you explain this? This almost fell to the ground just now. I thought it looked nice and couldn't help but pick it up to admire it. As Lin Ye spoke, he tugged at his clothing to clean the dust off the candelabra before placing it back in its proper spot. Fortunately, the butler didn't appear when he was prying the coffin. He really couldn't argue any further. Since there's nothing else, I'll leave first. He cautiously sidestepped the paper butler blocking the door, leaving the morning hall. Esteemed guest. The paper butler called him again. Lin Ye inwardly complained about how persistent he was, but quickly turned back. Is there something else? Since the esteemed guest likes this candlestick, I do have something to give you. The paper butler spoke kindly, with no signs of anything wrong. Lin Ye could only play along and ask, what is it? The paper butler tore open his paper body at the chest, feeling around inside for some time before finally pulling out a yellowing white candle. This was handmade by a distant relative of mine last night, and there just happened to be an extra one, so I can give it to you. Lin Ye accepted the candle, looking surprised, and felt it was cool to the touch, unexpectedly raising goosebumps on his arms. He instinctively thanked the butler, leaving the place while still wondering if this was some hidden tool. It seemed the butler was actually quite nice. What he didn't see was the paper butler staring at his back, an increasingly sinister smile creeping onto his face. The viewers in the live stream began to howl. Doesn't anyone think this candle looks familiar? Could it be made from the player from the neighboring bear country? Yesterday, I was in the neighboring livestream, and I can responsibly tell everyone that if this candle was indeed made by the Bear Country player, once lit, it would attract countless wandering souls and wild ghosts. The 7 players from next door have already been wiped out because of this candle. Genius upstairs. If that's true, we're doomed. Damn. They were wiped out in just one day? That's way too scary. It is known that in the Een Marriage Ancient House instance, 7 players selected from 7 countries form a team to challenge it, with only about 30 teams in all of Blue Star. Based on the references from the first 3 rounds, over a dozen teams were wiped out within one night. Everyone had to clearly recognize that the difficulty of the Een Marriage Ancient House instance had risen to an unprecedented level. If the 4th challenge ended in another wipeout, it might mean that the starting point afterward would be an absolute hell level of difficulty. Perhaps humanity no longer had a 5th chance to try. In the Dragon Country conference room, all the high-ranking officials and elites looked troubled. Is there any way to warn Lin Ye not to light that candle? One of the higher-ups spoke reluctantly. All the items we gained have been used up in the first 3 rounds. None left? No. The conference room fell into a long silence. This child is now isolated and helpless. If he really dies in the instance, we will share some of the responsibility. Everyone felt a mix of emotions, particularly heavy. They could only pray that Lin Ye would never light that candle. Chapter 010, Venomous, 7-star Spirit Sealing Formation. Lin Ye hid behind a rockery, waiting until the butler left before stealthily entering the courtyard. This seemed like a lady's residence. Unlike the somber morning hall next door, everywhere was filled with vibrant blooms. In the center stood a blooming peach tree, its fragrance wafting in the air. Lin Ye cautiously approached the peach tree, taking careful steps to avoid stepping on the flowers in the courtyard. Who knows what damage to these flowers could attract? Better safe than sorry. As he got within a meter of the peach tree, the severed finger finally reacted. At first, he just felt that his pants suddenly became sticky, and only when he casually looked down did he see that half of his pant leg was soaked in blood flowing from the severed finger. He took the severed finger out of his pocket and placed it on the ground, and the bloodstains seemed to have a mind of their own. Gradually, in an open space, it gathered into the shape of a person. At first glance, it really looked like a young woman. Lin Ye stared at the bloodstain in silence for a few moments and guessed, it must have been buried underneath this. He turned around and left the courtyard, searching for more than half of the ancient house before finally finding a rusty shovel, and he also tore down the bedsheet from Asan's player room. Without hesitation, he took the shovel and began to dig at the spot where the bloodstain had gathered. Unsure whether it was the interference of the game rules or the effect of the severed fingers, he quickly dug up a skeleton. What puzzled him was that there were 7 special wooden nails inserted into the skeleton's body. They were placed at the points of the forehead, throat, heart, shoulders, and knees. What is this? Lin Ye squatted down to observe the 7 wooden nails, and because he was uncertain of their purpose, he did not act rashly. He didn't recognize this thing, but some viewers in the livestream did. 7-star nail soul array. Wow, I can't believe I can see this here. What is the 7-star nail soul array? This array uses special wooden nails and the blood from the spellcaster's fingertip nailed to the corpse according to the positions of the Big Dipper to bind the soul and prevent it from wandering or seeking revenge. It's an extremely sinister technique. Legend has it that the trapped souls will suffer great pain, unable to reincarnate forever, accumulating endless resentment that can give rise to powerful vengeful spirits. Moreover, the place where the array is located will quickly become a dead zone, no grass will grow, and snakes, insects, rats, and ants will flee far away. Living beings that approach will suffer nightmares or worse, their life energy will be drained, losing their sanity. That's so eerie. But this garden full of fresh flowers doesn't look like what the upstairs said. +1, it even looks really pleasing to the eye. You all better open your eyes and take a good look at what those flowers really are. At the moment this barrage passed by, the scene in the livestream changed dramatically. In the center of the flowers, pairs of blood-red eyes opened, staring intently in Lin Ye's direction, watching the intruder's every move. The roots had become exposed veins connecting to the rotting flesh underground, still pulsating rhythmically. In the center stood a huge peach tree, clearly made up of countless gray-white limbs twisted and intertwined, the fingertips spasming in the air. Those blooming peach blossoms were composed of countless faces in agony and lament. A rotting, writhing garden, with a stinking mud swamp underneath, surrounded by terrifying plants filled with human faces, eyes, and veins. The air was filled with the groans of the dead and the sound of dripping blood, a living hellish scene. And Lin Ye was squatting right in the center of this bloody flesh garden, oblivious to everything around him, still confusedly observing the corpse in the pit. Run! Run away! Stop looking, please hurry up and run! Oh my god, Lin Ye, hurry up, your half-foot is already sinking into the rotten flesh. Is this the power of the 7-star nail soul array? It's so terrifying. So terrifying. Even if a god came to this instance, they wouldn't get through. Can you please stop torturing us humans? If it really comes to that, just give us a quick end. Viewers from other countries also flooded into Lin Ye's live stream room. At first, they mocked him a little, but when they saw those horrifying scenes, they all collectively broke down. Evil techniques. This is the evil technique of Dragon Country. I suggest we kick out Dragon Country's culture from this bizarre game. How can we even play like this? If a small courtyard can have such a terrifying scene, if this instance descends on a city, no one would survive. Absolutely no one. Dragon Country must compensate us, must. Inside the instance, Lin Ye still didn't know what kind of danger he was in. He stared for a long time but could not recall what this thing was. He knew very little about folklore, which left him in a state of confusion. I don't see any danger warnings, let's hurry and take the body away to avoid being caught by the butler. With this thought, his subordinates quickened their movements, and soon they had dug out the female corpse's skeleton and wrapped it in a bedsheet. After refilling the pit, he shoved the severed finger back into his pocket and shouldered the skeleton, stepping toward the exit. Put! A faint sound came from beneath his feet, like something being pulled out of the mud. Lin Ye looked down at his clean shoe surface in confusion. Could it be he heard wrong? He shook his head and continued walking out. Each step made the sound beneath his feet clearer. Though confused, he didn't dare to slow down and kept quickening his pace. From the viewer's perspective in the livestream, his entire lower leg had sunk into rotten flesh, and with every step, he left a blood-colored deep pit. Fortunately, he was not completely oblivious. In his increasing speed, he finally got out of that horrifying yard before being fully submerged in the rotten flesh. Everyone in the livestream let out a sigh of relief, and the more timid viewers reacted with loud cries, fearing he might actually die in that yard. Thankfully, the skeleton he carried was just that, a skeleton, without any terrifying transformations, otherwise, they would truly be scared into a panic. Safely exiting the ancient house, Lin Ye still found it strange, muttering, "Why didn't I encounter the butler this time? Could it be the game rules limitations?" Only the viewers who heard his complaints could smile awkwardly. Could it be that the thing on your back is too terrifying? The paper butler probably never thought anyone could enter that yard and come out alive. It must be said that Lin Ye truly had incredible luck, and what good luck it was. As he approached the old woman's door, other players also noticed Lin Ye, but upon seeing the skeleton on his back with its head slightly turning, they dared not approach. They even chose to walk around him. Who knows, perhaps Lin Ye had been taken over by something strange and was fishing for law enforcement. They certainly did not want to foolishly rush over and become victims. Lin Ye didn't mind being ignored by others, as he had no intentions of cooperating with them. Quickly reaching the old woman's door, he couldn't wait to knock on that tightly shut door. Woo 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 woo. The familiar low sobbing sound came through, and before Lin Ye could speak, he suddenly felt the skeleton on his back move slightly. He instinctively looked down and saw that pair of bony hands slowly reaching toward his neck. There was a powerful intention to strangle him alive. Lin Ye's heart filled with frustration, thinking, "I'm kindly bringing you home, and you actually want to choke me?" But he could not really toss the skeleton off his back at that moment. He could only speak urgently. "Grandma, are you there? Grandma! I brought your daughter back, please open the door." Creak, the door was quickly pushed open, and that tear-streaked face reappeared before him. "Daughter? Is my daughter back? My daughter!" In just a single day, the old woman's eyes had cried blind, everything before her was a blur, but she could feel her daughter's presence, her daughter had truly returned. While the old woman was overwhelmed with excitement, the pair of black hands behind her constricted in dissatisfaction, blood spilling out once more, and her voice became nearly inaudible. Lin Ye had no time to feel sympathy for the old woman's plight, his gaze was fixated on the approaching bony hand. Fortunately, the old woman opened the door just in time, and at the moment she heard her voice, the bony hand froze. He could clearly feel the skeleton behind him stiffen at the sight of the old woman. A massive aura of sadness enveloped her. Lin Ye took the opportunity to place the woman's skeletal remains in front of the old lady, retreating to a safe distance of 3 meters while holding a bedsheet. Clearly, the woman's body was just a skeleton, yet he could still catch the ultimate sorrow from that empty face. Her trembling fingers touched her mother's murky eyes, and then she let out a scream that echoed with pure anguish to the heavens. The entire world of the scenario shook with that cry of sorrow. In the ancient house, in the chapel, inside the coffin. A pair of pale eyes suddenly opened wide, looking in fear at the crack in the coffin lid. The paper butler was leaning over the coffin, his bloodshot true eyeball stretching through the gap into the coffin. "Young master, you are awake. What was that sound just now? Someone broke into the neighbor's yard and dug out that skeleton. How is that possible? How can that be? She cannot wake up, that's impossible. Miss John's resentment is also coming, I fear. Kill him. Kill them all. Nyenner is mine. She is mine. No one can take her away, no one. Yes, young master." The crack in the coffin lid slowly closed, but the pair of pale eyes inside the coffin burst with intense hatred, refusing to close. Lin Ye rubbed his ears, showing a pained expression. He almost went deaf from that sound earlier. Fortunately, she only screamed once. If there were a few more, he really would suspect he'd go deaf. Daughter, my daughter. The old lady suddenly rushed forward to embrace her daughter's remaining skeleton, tears streaming down her face in pain. It's all my fault, it's all my fault, I shouldn't have argued with you that day. If I hadn't argued with you, you wouldn't have gone missing. It's all my fault. My poor daughter, you have suffered greatly. The woman's corpse opened her mouth but couldn't say a word of comfort. She looked in anguish at the dark hand behind her mother, anger flooding her heart as she reached out to tear it apart violently. But even so, the wound on her mother's neck couldn't be stopped. For so many years, her mother had waited for her with so much pain, suffocating with bitterness and unable to taste anything else. The mother and daughter held each other, burying their heads in tears. Lin Ye stood aside, unsure whether to stay or go. He could only patiently wait for their overwhelming emotions to gradually calm down. The woman's corpse turned to face Lin Ye, then raised her hand to point at the 7 soul-fixing nails on her body. At first, Lin Ye didn't understand what she meant until another hint appeared. Hidden reward, 7 soul-fixing nails. Wooden nails eroded by resentment for 100 years, even facing fierce ghosts, they can cause damage and slow their movement. They will become your strongest weapon in this world teeming with ghosts, and you have 7 of them. Hint, players, please self-retrieve. Self-retrieve? Coupled with the woman's movements, could it be asking him to pull them out himself? Lin Ye hesitated and placed his hand on the soul-fixing nail on the woman's left shoulder, glancing at her. The woman nodded, indicating for him to continue. Encouraged, Lin Ye gripped it with his other hand, using all his strength to pull it straight out. The audience in the livestream was scared to the point of sharp screams. Stop. Quick, stop, Lin Ye. If you pull out the nail, she will tear you apart in the next second. This is a vengeful soul cultivated for hundreds of years, its strength must be equal to a fierce ghost. You can't look for death like this. And the soul-fixing nails nurtured by 100 years of resentment, forcibly pulling them out will cause backlash. That corpse is deliberately setting you up, how can you trust her? This is pure evil. Is it really that serious? Lin Ye helped the old lady find her daughter, they shouldn't repay kindness with harm, right? Come on, that's Eerie. Who talks about morality? Not killing you is already a great blessing. It's coming out. It's coming out. I can't watch. I'm leaving, everyone. I'll come back later to see the results. What are you afraid of upstairs? Just watch. Coincidentally, I have something to do right now, so I'll go with you. When pulling out the first wooden nail, the female corpse had no reaction, only continuing to point at her left knee. Lin Ye understood and quickly stuffed the wooden nail into his storage space, then held the wooden nail on the female corpse's left knee, gathering strength and effort. Right shoulder, right knee, throat, and the space between the eyebrows. Lin Ye successfully pulled out 6 wooden nails and stuffed them into the storage space, following the sequence given by the female corpse. Rubbing his reddened palms, he gathered his strength to grip the last soul-fixing nail at the female corpse's heart, spreading his feet apart and lowering his center of gravity, leaning his body back to exert all his strength. This action frightened the people in the live broadcast room to their knees. Brother! Is it okay if I call you brother? Really, please don't pull it out, I beg you. You've already pulled out 6, that's enough, leave the last one for her. The one at her heart is extremely fierce, stop it, buddy. Even the female corpse tilted her head slightly, looking at the man in front of her with a hint of confusion. But she made no move to stop him. Greedy people always have to pay a price, don't they? Damn, Lin Ye gritted his teeth, his body constantly exerting force. Why is this one so hard to pull out? But he knew he couldn't stop, not just for the reward, but to save the female corpse in front of him. He thought of the ghost bride nailed alive in her coffin and suddenly felt a surge of great strength all over his body. Unfortunately, the wooden nail at her heart remained completely unmoved. He was anxious and helpless, his palms rubbed raw and bleeding, mixed with strands of sharp pain, but he still didn't let go. Lin Ye told himself he could pull out the last wooden nail for sure. Just as he was stuck in a stalemate with the wooden nail, a familiar soft voice suddenly rang in his ears, "Husband." Then a pair of weak, boneless little hands lightly rested on the back of his hand. Lin Ye's heart jumped with joy, his wife had come. Chapter 12, Key Information, The Ghost Bride's Home. Behind Lin Ye, a blood-red figure flickered in and out, vaguely recognizable as a bride dressed in wedding attire with a veil. Powerful ghostly energy surrounded her, and even just a phantom was enough to mesmerize the heart. The hand extending from the wedding attire slowly grasped Lin Ye's fingertips, gently pulling back, effortlessly removing the previously immovable wooden nail. A powerful grudge surged from the female corpse's chest, like a beast with an enormous gaping mouth eager to devour everything in front of it, but just as it was about to reach Lin Ye, it was dispersed by a faint red light. Lin Ye turned in surprise and indeed saw the ghost bride in wedding attire. Is this the power of the red-clothed ghost bodyguard? Awesome! Once he successfully tamed the ghost bride, he could stroll through future quests with his head held high. Lin Ye was lost in beautiful fantasies and didn't notice the female corpse behind him crying out in pain, as new flesh began to grow from her bones under the nurture of resentment, slowly forming a classical, gentle, beautiful face. Her deep eyes fixed on the soul-fixing nail in Lin Ye's hand, wrapped in resentment. She should have immediately rushed to kill this daring human who dared to pull out the nail from her heart. But under the pressure of the red-clothed gaze, she could think of nothing but submission. Her knees bent uncontrollably, her forehead heavily struck the ground, pleading for the red-clothed figure before her to spare her and her daughter. The ghost bride did not harm them, but instead took Lin Ye's hand, gently caressing the wounds on his palm, and under the soothing power, the injury quickly healed. Lin Ye scratched his head in embarrassment. "Wife, why did you come?" "Husband," the ghost bride gently advised, "it's getting late, let's go home early." "Okay." Lin Ye nodded heavily, and only then did the ghost bride feel at ease, leaving with one last warning glance at the female corpse on the ground. Just one glance made the female corpse's scalp tingle, feeling an overwhelming intimidation. I couldn't stop shaking all over. This scene left the live stream room in a daze for a long time. I can't believe it, it's the first time the ghost bride appeared and she wasn't that scary, instead she felt so safe. Isn't the 7-star soul-fixing formation supposed to be powerful? Why did she kneel to the ghost bride? This involves some expert commentary. Ghosts rank from low to high: ghost shadow, spirit, vengeful spirit, fierce ghost, ghost general, ghost king, and ghost god. If it was just an ordinary fierce ghost, this old lady's daughter might have been able to deal with someone stronger. But the ghost bride just happens to be in red. That is just one step away from a ghost general, the strongest beneath the ghost general. Lin Ye is really lucky. That strong resentment backlash from the ghost bride was blocked just by raising her hand, otherwise, he would already be a dry corpse. So does that mean the ghost bride has accepted Lin Ye? Then aren't we going to sail smoothly through this instance? Don't celebrate too early upstairs. Is it really a good thing to be favored by the ghost bride? What if he gets captured and has to marry her in the underworld? He could still die. +1, and Lin Ye is too reckless, a small mistake could lead him to a dead end. Don't be too pessimistic, okay? At least Lin Ye successfully obtained the 7 soul-fixing nails. In the high-level conference room of the Dragon Country, a young elite couldn't help but cheer. Yes. The ghost bride really acted. This proves that our previous guess was right. The other high-level officials also wore relieved smiles on their faces. With the ghost bride's protection, Lin Ye should find the next task much easier. To be honest, I thought this lad was going to die when he was digging up corpses just now. I didn't expect. The young are truly formidable. The young are truly formidable. Finally, the atmosphere in the conference room was not so tense, because Lin Ye's outstanding performance gave everyone a glimpse of hope for success. Perhaps the underworld marriage ancient house instance really can be concluded in Lin Ye's hands. Inside the instance, Lin Ye turned around and saw the trembling female corpse kneeling on the ground. "Why are you kneeling? Get up." Lin Ye wanted to help her, but the closer he got, the more she shook. Reluctantly, he had to give up that idea. "Thank you, benefactor, for helping me," the female corpse said without any intention of standing up, her body still shaking uncontrollably. "How about you get up and then we talk? The benefactor has given me a rebirth grace, I dare not offend." This wasn't about daring to offend, she was clearly terrified of the ghost bride. Lin Ye looked at the confused old woman beside him and abandoned the idea of talking to the female corpse. "Grandma, I have brought your daughter back. May I ask for some celebratory items?" The old woman finally came to her senses, nodding as she muttered, "Yes, yes, please wait a moment, honored guest." The old woman's hunched figure returned inside, quickly bringing out a basket of well-packaged foraging fruit. Lin Ye was delighted and thanked her repeatedly. Then he changed the subject. "Grandma, why did you just call me honored guest?" It seemed he had never taken the initiative to mention his identity before, right? Every once in a while, strangers come asking for celebratory items, we are used to it. The old woman wasn't hiding anything, losing the black hand's control made her speak especially smoothly. "You live in the ancient mansion in front, right? You know? That is the mansion of the richest man in town, Mr. Li. His son is a worthless bully who drowned his nanny when he was young and grew up to be even more villainous. There isn't a single neighbor who doesn't hate him, they fear he didn't die soon enough. And the bride? The bride is the most beautiful girl within 10 miles, I have never seen such a beautiful girl, like a celestial being. That girl has 2 brothers who were also pampered since childhood. It's a pity that she was eyed by this bully, who pestered her for 2 to 3 years, spending who knows how many silver coins just to get her family to agree, but unfortunately. Unfortunately what? Who talks only halfway through? He was dying of anxiety. It's a pity, no matter how rich the Li family is, what's the use? Their son is just a waste, right? I heard he was wandering around the brothel a few days ago, and he's riddled with diseases, he's bound to die sick sooner or later. Isn't marrying such a bride equivalent to being a widow in life? Maybe the bride was just tricked into coming to bring him good luck. Deep in Lin Ye's heart, a wave of indescribable pain surged. A season of blooming flowers, a girl who was once full of joy to marry, had been dragged into a mourning hall to marry a corpse on her big day, only to be nailed alive into a coffin, dying in despair. Old lady, can you tell me where the bride's family is? I remember. The old woman's murky eyes struggled to discern the direction, and after hesitating for a long time, she pointed to the right. Just walk straight from here, keep walking until you see a family that has an old locust tree in front. Thank you, elder. Lin Ye sincerely bowed and then walked in the direction she pointed. Only after he had walked quite a distance did the female corpse let out a gentle breath, getting up from the ground, her hands still trembling uncontrollably. The old woman held her hand, said nothing, and kindly led her inside after closing the door. Once the door was tightly shut, faint affectionate whispers could be heard from within. Mother, you've suffered. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. The entire courtyard slowly blossomed under the mother-daughter's whispers, like a withered flower coming back to life, and even the door's color changed to a festive red. This signified that the task behind this door had been accomplished. Chapter 013, Hidden Side Quest. Her lifetime. Ding. Congratulations on unlocking the hidden side quest, the bride's family. Tip, please explore on your own. Quest reward, Ghost Bride's favor. Lin Ye stood before the edge of the fog, his hesitant steps became determined with the appearance of the quest prompt. This reward was extremely important for him to successfully control the ghost bride. There was simply no reason to refuse. Forget it, let's go. His eyes flashed with resolve as he took out a soul-fixing nail and tightly grasped it in his hand, stepping into the mist. The little light available was swallowed up, everything around him seemed to be shrouded in a thin veil, making it impossible to see clearly. To prevent himself from getting lost in the fog, Lin Ye kept silently reciting the old lady's words, keep walking, until you see a family with an old locust tree. Lin Ye. Lin Ye. A pale face suddenly burst from the mist, pressing close to his face. Lin Ye jumped in fright but dared not move his feet. The old lady's hint told him to keep moving forward, stepping back or turning would mean getting lost, making it hard to return to the right track. He couldn't afford to take that gamble, doing so meant watching the pale face stop just 0.001 meters away from him. An indescribable putrid smell mixed with a scent of blood rushed at him. Why didn't you save me? Why didn't you save me? Why? Lin Ye leaned back slightly, finally realizing that the person in front of him was actually a player from Ausan Kingdom who died at the hands of the butcher. He had been assimilated into something eerie so quickly? Seeing that Lin Ye wasn't responding, the player from Ausan Kingdom grew even angrier, his eyes bulging like eggs, ready to explode. You clearly knew it was dangerous. Why didn't you save me? Why? Each cry was like a heart-wrenching lament. Why wouldn't you help me? I'll be damned if I help you. Lin Ye shouted angrily, raising the soul-fixing nail to stab at his chest. However, it was useless, it was as if he had stabbed the air, his hand, and the wooden nail passed straight through the player from Ausan Kingdom's chest. Lin Ye's first reaction was, useless? The next second, he automatically rejected that thought. The prompt had mentioned that even facing fierce ghosts, the nail would still be effective, so it didn't make sense for the little ghost in front of him not to react. Could it be fake? To test this hypothesis, Lin Ye directly ignored the still roaring player from Ausan Kingdom. Take a big step forward. Sure enough, he passed right through its body. The fog really creates illusions to confuse my direction. Lin Ye completely calmed his heart and ignored anything that appeared, focusing solely on moving forward. What he saw behind included, but was not limited to, the horrifying scene of his parents dying at the hands of a mysterious figure, and the moments of their departure in the car accident. Lin Ye passed these all by without any response. He had already moved on from that pain and could clearly distinguish between reality and illusion. Annoyed by the fog, he simply closed his eyes and started to run, his thoughts deepening. Run. Keep running, forward. Don't look back. No looking back. Boom. A loud crash, accompanied by intense pain. Lin Ye felt he hit something, and when he opened his eyes, he really saw a thick old locust tree. Feeling something warm flowing from his nostrils, he raised his hand to touch it, and indeed found it covered in fresh blood. The livestream nearly died from his laughter. Don't blame us for not reminding you, you didn't see the bullet comments yourself. The heaviest injury in the instance appeared, reason, eyes closed, ran into a tree. Why is he smart one moment and reckless the next? He's killing me with laughter. Everyone don't laugh yet, it seems he really found the ghost bride's home. Wow, this kid Lin Ye's luck is really unbelievable. Lin Ye covered his nose and turned to look around after the bleeding stopped. He saw a lonely courtyard standing amidst the fog, apart from the barely visible entrance, everything else was blurry. This should be the ghost bride's home. He approached the entrance, and his body passed through the door effortlessly. The yard was small with only 3 rooms, showing it wasn't a wealthy family. The entrance of the main room was crowded with people, their faces were unclear, but from their pacing, it was evident they were anxious. Lin Ye leaned closer, but these people ignored his presence. He instinctively reached to touch the crotches of 2 men, they still did not dodge or avoid, truly unable to see him. Lin Ye then felt relieved. Just as he was about to enter the main room to take a look, he heard a loud wailing. "She's here. It's a girl. Great, she finally gave birth. It's a little sister, really a little sister." The master was right after all. "Since it's a girl, let's call her Nyener." Soon, the midwife brought out a wrinkled baby. In Lin Ye's view, everyone was blurry, but the baby's face was exceptionally delicate. "Nyener. Is she the ghost bride?" I must say, she looked quite cute as a child. Curiously, Lin Ye leaned closer to the crowd around the ghost bride, watching her slowly transform from a wrinkled infant into a beautifully chiseled little girl. The blurry faces around gradually grew clearer. First to become clear was the mouth. He gradually could see the shapes of the words they spoke, listening to them how they praised and doted on this hard-earned little girl day after day. Next came the nose, ears, and eyebrows, except for the eyes which remained unclear. The faces around looked like beloved elders. Grandparents, parents, brothers, all doted on the only little sister in the family. In contrast, her features became more and more blurry, as if covered with layers of white paper, making it impossible to see clearly no matter how hard one tried. The shift occurred on the day she came of age. As she blossomed into a graceful beauty, her reputation for beauty spread far and wide, and suitors even broke down the door of her home that day. "Is it done?" "It's done. Young Master Li has taken a liking to her." "Really? Then how much bride price will he give?" "This amount." "Wow, that's a lot. What about we? Why are you in such a hurry?" "Young Master Li's reputation is so poor, we can't agree so easily, only then can we get more money." Father is still thoughtful. Lin Ye's expression changed suddenly, listening gloomily to their discussion. The next day, her second brother took her out, pretending to buy her jewelry, but in reality, he was just trying to show off in front of Li Shouchuan. That night, they received the first batch of silver money bribes from Li Shouchuan. "Money, so much money. Quick, count how much there is, hurry up. We're rich, we're rich. This is just the beginning, there will be more in the future. After supporting her for so long, it's finally time for her to repay us. I've never seen so much silver before. Ha ha ha. Don't forget to leave a share for the master." Got it, got it." Amid laughter, their expressions were still so kind, even the corners of their lips seemed to express their love for her. Yet the greed and brilliance in their eyes could no longer be hidden, fully exposed in the air, revealing their ugly nature. Chapter 014, Lost. A rage that cannot be extinguished. Lin Ye looked at this ironic scene, her eyes filled with anger. Did she know the truth in the end? The people in the live broadcast room were also furious, grabbing their keyboards to curse. Beasts! I thought they really loved their daughter. When the ghost bride was born, I had no doubt about that master. It seems he is also a despicable person. Before, the mother-in-law said Li Shouchuan poured 2 or 3 years of silver to make the ghost bride's family relent. I thought they were genuinely touched. I didn't expect it was just for more greed for silver. No more words, brothers, hit the screen with the words beasts. Beasts, 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 beasts. Time jumped quickly to 3 years later. At this time, the Jiang family already did not know how much money they had squeezed from the Li family, yet they still clung to Li Shouchuan, greedily leeching off the Li family under the protection of the master. But on this day, a sudden change occurred. Not good, not good, that young man from the Li family is dead. What happened? Why did he suddenly die? Who will give us money after he dies? He died from illness, going to places like that every day, being weak and sickly was just a matter of time. So what now? The news hasn't spread yet, keep it from the little sister. Mom, you keep comforting her and let her marry. How can she marry when the man is dead? Just now, Mr. Li sent someone to say that the little sister needs to give Mr. Li a ghost marriage. If it's successful, we get this amount. So much? This dead girl is actually worth this much. Didn't the Taoist said before that she is the family's money tree? As long as she is well fed and well cared for, we can be carefree for the rest of our lives. Indeed, I'll go continue to whisper sweet things in her ear. Also, don't forget to feed this to her, lest she resist and ruin Mr. Li's good plan. I'll pick a few beautiful clothes for her, so she can leave in style for a better next life. We have done everything we can for her. The people in the live broadcast room went crazy when they saw this. Damn, are they even human? I really overestimated them. I thought they didn't know about ghost marriages, but it turns out they personally sent the ghost bride to the guillotine. I wondered why they still wanted a daughter with 2 sons. It turns out they were waiting for this. F***ck, I really want to curse. Support the Ghost Bride massacre, no one can tolerate this. Can we not kill the players? The Ghost Bride has such heavy resentment, no wonder the players keep getting wiped out, they are terrified. This is just the first day, what will happen in the next 6 days? Don't panic, Lin Ye's exploration volume in 1 day is more than the combined total of the previous 3 explorations, there is hope. Within the instance, the scenes kept changing. In a blink, it was the day of the Ghost Bride's wedding, and a woman was combing her hair, her eyes red. When you marry over, you'll be living a life of comfort, you must listen to your husband, as long as he treats you well, we will be content. Mother. Her voice was delicate. As always, she nestled in her mother's arms, acting spoiled. You said that, daughter, and I remember it. Although I've married, I will still come back to see you often. Silly girl, once you're married, you must take good care of your husband and quickly have children for your family. How can you still run around like before? Mother, her voice grew even shyer. Alright, mother won't say anymore. Then mother, please put this hairpin on me. This is the coming-of-age gift you gave me. When I wear it, it feels like you're always by my side. Okay, mother will put it on for you. The mother and daughter exchanged some heartfelt words, and soon the room was filled with only the nervous bride sitting alone in front of the bronze mirror, arranging her hair accessories and clothing. Lin Ye stepped forward, trying to talk to her or gain her attention, but ultimately failed. He was like a phantom, unable to even touch any object. Lin Ye's heart grew more anxious, he saw the wedding procession about to arrive at the door. He had to do something. But, what could he do? Amidst his tangled thoughts, he caught a glimpse of bright red. The wedding dress, yes. The wedding dress might be useful. Lin Ye quickly took the wedding dress out of his storage, but before he could put it on, the scene changed abruptly, and his vision was engulfed in temporary darkness. Boom! Thunder roared in the sky, and lightning instantly illuminated the surroundings. He recognized this place as the Li family's mourning hall. There was no other reason, the coffin in the center of the room had an overwhelming presence, and his gaze was almost immediately locked onto it. Is anyone there? Help me, help me? It hurts so much, really hurts. I'm scared. Let me out. I beg you. I beg you. I don't want to be with the dead. I don't want to. Mother. I'm scared, it's so dark here, so black. Low cries came from within the coffin, and the large mourning hall was empty, leaving only the happily engaged bride desperately scratching at the coffin. Lin Ye stood at the door, the wedding dress in his hands gradually stained with blood, becoming tattered, while a surge of anger rose in his heart. Boom! Another thunderclap rang out. In an instant, torrential rain poured outside, and the young girl's desperate cries were gradually drowned out by the sound of rain, falling into silence. The falling raindrops were blown in by the wild wind, quickly soaking Lin Ye's back, leaving him feeling cold all over, but could not extinguish the flames of anger in his heart. He rushed forward, his body passing through the coffin time and again, yet he did not give up, wanting to pry open the coffin, wanting to save her, wanting to take her away. In the live broadcast room, viewers from the Dragon Country were sweating for him. It's over. Lin Ye seems to be going insane. Be more confident and drop the seams, it's definite. He won't die here, right? I knew he shouldn't have entered that fog, he could have safely passed the first day, and now it's completely hopeless. I'm not so sure. He's faced so many crises today, hasn't he been fine every time? There will definitely be a twist. I bet a pack of spicy strips that the Ghost Bride will definitely appear. I follow that with 2 packs. Forget it, Lin Ye's body is almost transparent. Viewers from other countries had initially worried that once Lin Ye found the Ghost Bride's home, he would swiftly leave them behind. Now, seeing him lose his wits in the instance and about to die in the quest, they felt relieved while not forgetting to make sarcastic remarks. Did you really think that with the Ghost Bride's protection, you could walk unhindered in the quest? There's an old saying in China that fits perfectly: capsize in a ditch. It's just luck that he happened to guess the use of the hairpin, isn't it? Now he's going to die in the quest on the first day. Does he really think he's the chosen one? Yoshi, if it weren't for the Dragon Country, where would such a difficult quest come from? This is called self-inflicted. We might as well look forward to our American player Harris's performance, he has already successfully exchanged for 3 items. So what if it's 3? They are all items he exchanged for before, who knows what he's boasting about. Fuck. Which country are you from? Dare to say it. Facing the mockery from various countries, the audience from Dragon Country ignored it, silently praying in their hearts for Lin Ye to regain his sanity and escape this place. Some netizens who understood the situation began to use their skills to pray for Lin Ye, wishing him success in surviving. Chapter 15, Battle. Severely injured ghost baby. Husband. A warm and gentle voice rang in his ears, and Lin Ye froze in place, his eyes, filled with rage, gradually regained clarity. The day is getting late, return home early. Out of nowhere, this reminder suddenly appeared in Lin Ye's mind, jolting him awake completely. He looked at his half-transparent body and broke into a cold sweat. Had he just been affected mentally by the instance? That was close, he almost died here. Lin Ye looked down at the wedding dress in his hand. Fortunately, it had returned to normal, and he safely put it back in the storage space. Before stepping out of the spirit hall, he solemnly promised in front of the coffin, "I will definitely take you out of this man-eating ancient house." As soon as Lin Ye finished speaking, 3 knocks sounded from the coffin, not too loud yet clear enough for him to hear. "I wait for you." He didn't know if this counted as the ghost bride's response, but he still said seriously, "Wait for me." Lin Ye turned and stepped into the pouring rain, but did not see the gradually showing red figure in front of the coffin in the spirit hall. Congratulations, player, for completing the hidden side quest. You have received a hidden reward, Ghost Bride's Affection. Ghost Bride's Affection. The higher the affection level, the greater the success rate of controlling the Ghost Bride. When the player successfully controls the Ghost Bride, they will receive a red-clothed ghostly bodyguard, upgradable, but... At this moment, Lin Ye stood under the old locust tree, looking at the task completion prompt, feeling not much joy. He turned and followed the same path back, unsure if it was because the task was completed, but he left smoothly. In less than 5 minutes, he walked out of the fog. Just as he emerged from the mist, he nearly collided with someone. Upon closer inspection, wasn't this a player from Kimchi Country? At that moment, the Kimchi Country player looked particularly disheveled, with messy hair and clothes torn into ragged strips hanging from his body, tears streaked across his face. He stumbled through the streets, glancing back in fear, as if terrified of something horrible chasing him. After falling to the ground, his first instinct was to crawl over and hug Lin Ye's leg, which startled Lin Ye, who jumped back like a monkey. "Don't come over, we are not close enough for that. Help me! Help me!" The Kimchi Country player cried, instinctively crawling towards him again. Lin Ye frowned, trying to communicate while stepping back. What happened? He didn't answer, continuously repeating the words "help me" over and over again. Lin Ye's frown deepened. At the street intersection, he happened to meet 3 other players who were breathless. At the moment their eyes met, Harris only managed to utter, "Run." Before his brain completely registered, his body had already dashed a few meters away. He followed closely beside the 3, curiously looking back, and his eyes widened in shock. He saw the player from Basin Country now completely turned into a dried-up corpse, skin stretched tightly over bones, mismatched baby shoes making his walk oddly unsteady. The ghost baby hanging on his chest had grown into a child of 6 or 7, with a limp neck hanging over his chest, his entire back occupied by a huge crimson eyeball. From a distance, it looked as though a massive red eyeball had grown inexplicably from the player's chest. Suddenly, that eyeball blinked strangely, and Lin Ye saw that its eyelids were crawling with blood-sucking insects. Hungry, so hungry, starving. Lin Ye's scalp suddenly tingled, and he summoned all his strength to burst ahead of the 3 into the ancient house. Harris and the other 3 were unyielding, following closely behind him. The outbreak of life and death speed immediately followed into the ancient house. "Close the door, quickly close the door." The 4 of them hurriedly locked the big door, barely catching their breath. Bang! The door was banged loudly. The 4 of them jumped aside in tacit agreement, standing a few meters away at a safe distance, looking nervously at the door that was swaying precariously. "Give me meat, give me meat. I want meat." Outside the door was the hysterical voice of a player from the Foot Basin Country, and the 4 inside didn't even dare to breathe. Even scarier, through the crack of the door, they could vaguely see a blood-red eyeball desperately trying to squeeze in. Crack, crack. The silent air was filled with the sound of bones breaking, making those who heard it instinctively weak in the knees. What to do? The player from the Bro Country desperately pulled at his own hair. "The ghost baby is coming in. We will all die, we will all die." "Calm down," Lin Ye said, hoping he could regain his sanity. "What on earth is going on?" Harris, looking pale, explained, "We're not sure either. At that time, the 3 of us were busy with a task, and the player from the Pickle Country suddenly rushed out asking us to save him. Before we could even ask clearly, we ran into the ghost baby who was chasing us toward the ancient house. The ghost baby has never grown like this. Never." The player from Turkey Country clutched his chest, panic-stricken. "What should we do now? We're definitely going to die, right? Getting wiped out on the first day." Lin Ye looked up at the dim sky. There was still a little time before sunset. They had to break free from the ghost baby's entanglement before dark. Otherwise, after night falls, the ancient house would completely become the ghost baby's hunting ground. He had the ghost bride protecting him, so he would be fine, but for the others, it was hard to say. 7 people, if only he survived by the next day, it would be of no benefit to him. Thinking of this, Lin Ye no longer hesitated, took out the soul-fixing nail, held it high, and fiercely stabbed it into the ghost baby's eyeball. A sharp baby's cry came from the chest of the foot basin country player, as if it could penetrate their eardrums and strike their brains. The stabbed eyeball struggled violently, its eyelids constantly opening and closing, shedding a bunch of blood-sucking worms. Lin Ye was afraid of being touched by these worms and being disgusted, so he quickly retreated to a safe distance of a few meters. Outside the door, the ghost baby, heavily injured, controlled the foot basin country player and suddenly vanished from sight. Just when the few thought they were finally safe, the detached worms quickly approached them, opening their mouthparts full of suction cups, lunging towards the closest Harris. Harris dodged at high speed, his face pale as he cursed, "Fuck the fuck." Lin Ye grabbed a nearby stone and smashed it toward the fastest worm, instantly splattering blood. When he removed the stone, the worm was crushed, its skin torn and body ruined, dead beyond remedy. Seeing that this tactic worked, the three of Harris also picked up handy weapons and joined the battlefield cleanup. Soon, there was a pile of bloody worm corpses on the ground. The viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned by this scene. Doesn't anyone care about the feelings of those with intensive phobia? This makes my scalp tingle, I just want to die. The strange game is simply challenging the limits of human tolerance in every way. Enough, Lin Ye, I feel sorry for you. Lin Ye, I will never doubt you again. If there's a problem, you really go all in. It's a pity we lost a soul-fixing nail. That's a rare offensive strange tool, perfect for self-defense. It's okay, there are still 6 left. It should count as having passed the first day smoothly, right? Chapter 016, Big Brother, will you play with us? The 4 of them stood in a pile of worm corpses, all panting, looking at each other in silence. The player from the bro country looked down at the stone in his hand, somewhat dazed. Can strange creatures in the instance be killed with such normal things? This was something he had never even dared to imagine before. After a long time, he finally broke the silence. Shall we go? Should. He left. Bang! Harris was interrupted halfway through his sentence by a sound coming from the entrance. The 4 of them immediately tensed up and looked towards the door. Through the crack in the door, they saw a bloody hand banging violently against one side of the door, accompanied by a faint moan. Help me! Help me! Help me! The banging was so loud that they could not hear what the person outside was saying. The 4 exchanged glances, and in the end, Lin Ye stepped forward with a soul-fixing nail in hand. Just as he was about to pierce that hand with the soul-fixing nail, a normal-sized eye suddenly pressed against the crack of the door, staring intently at him. Open the door, help me! Lin Ye stared for a few seconds before lowering the wooden nail, turning to ask, is that a player from Pickled Cabbage Country? Should we open the door? Harris and the other 2 shook their heads in unison. What a joke, who knows whether the player from Pickled Cabbage Country outside is still human or a ghost? For the sake of their own lives, it's better not to meddle in other people's business. Seeing this, Lin Ye also nodded in agreement, and the few of them pretended not to hear the player from Pickled Cabbage Country, turning to walk towards the backyard. However, they hadn't taken more than a few steps when suddenly they heard the sound of the door being pushed open behind them. The 4 of them secretly cried out in alarm and almost simultaneously turned around. There stood the paper butler at the entrance, still slightly bowing. Dear guests, please come in. The 4 of them. This butler didn't come early or late but chose this moment to open the door, clearly trying to trip them up. The player from Pickled Cabbage Country, clutching a wound on his stomach, desperately squeezed inside. His eye sockets were bloodshot as he glared at the 4, furiously questioning, why didn't you open the door for me? Why? He rushed towards them with increasing speed, dragging a long trail of blood behind him. The terrifying amount of blood had long exceeded that in a normal person's body. The player from Pickled Cabbage Country might have already been mysteriously parasitized. Lin Ye pulled out the soul-fixing nail and held it in front of him, coldly scolding, stay right there. Feeling the intense resentment emanating from the soul-fixing nail, the player instinctively stopped from fear. The other 3 immediately hid behind Lin Ye, pretending to be fierce. That's right, don't come any closer, or we won't go easy on you. You released the ghost baby, and we haven't settled the score with you yet. So why should we open the door? No way. If you die outside, we won't care. Who says we have to open the door for you? The player from Pickled Cabbage Country was left speechless, his arms twitching involuntarily, barely able to suppress the urge to lunge and bite the 4. We are teammates, and you are letting us die without helping. Especially you 2, the American Harris and the Dragon Country Lin Ye. You have no demeanor as a big country. Lin Ye dug at his ear, not really caring, and said, oh. Harris simply ignored him and rolled his eyes. You. What about you? Lin Ye raised his arm, spinning the wooden nail in his palm, stay away from us, or I guarantee this wooden nail will stab through your heart. The player from Pickled Cabbage Country froze in place, not daring to say anything more. This scene utterly enraged his fans, who flooded the Dragon Country livestream chat. Ah, seriously. How dare you treat our brother like this? Believe it or not, my brother will kill you all tonight. Cold-blooded and heartless bastards, can't you see my brother is so badly injured? Why don't you help him stop the bleeding? Not opening the door for my brother, huh? I curse you all to die tonight. Go die, and hopefully, the next moment, except for my brother, may everyone die. The audience from Dragon Country were praising Lin Ye's impressive moves, yet in the blink of an eye, the chat was filled with death curses. What's this? A little pickled cabbage country thinking they can boss around Lin Ye? Do they think their viewers are pushovers? Your brother wants to kill? Pathetic, scared to death by a ghost baby. Laughing to death a person. Did you see the wooden nail in Brother Ye's hand? The next second it will stab into you and your brother's head. Not that slow. If you feel pain for your brother, then open the door yourself, just right to die together so your dream of chasing a star can be complete. All the curses against Lin Ye rebound back onto themselves, the spell is already done. Well done, let them see the mysterious power of the East. Family members are still too gentle, watch me, I fuck asterisk 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 ancestor asterisk 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 idiot asterisk 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 your mom asterisk 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 asterisk. Cursing and cursing, the Dragon Country netizens still did not calm down, they directly ran to the official account of Kimchi Country, cursed until the official closed comments, only then they felt relief. Inside the dungeon. The sky had already turned completely dark, inside the old house a faint red light lit up. The paperman butler did not care about the conflicts between players, only said in an official tone, "Honored guests, please follow me together to have the dinner." Lin Ye and several people followed behind the paperman butler, walking toward the familiar dining hall. Because of his warning, the Kimchi Country players did not dare to be too close to them, only dared to follow far behind. The blood under his body flowed more happily, his vision gradually blurred, the hand covering the wound powerlessly fell, exposing the hideous wound. One could see on the Kimchi Country player's stomach a terrifying blood hole appeared, vaguely visible were the squeezed-together organs. As he walked, with every tremble and shake, the intestines just flowed out like that. The Kimchi Country player's steps grew heavier, his vision blurred so much he could not even see the pillar ahead, he opened his mouth, could only let out scattered whimpers, mixed with pleas for help. Help me, help me. Sadly, the few people ahead did not turn their heads, their figures quickly vanished around the corner, only he was left lonely and forgotten in the corridor, still moving forward by the instinct to survive. He he he. The wicked sound of children's laughter echoed in his ears, the Kimchi Country player's memory instantly pulled back to last night. Inside the room everywhere were ghost children, on the floor, on the beams, on the table, on the bed. All of them. Actually all of them. He, will you play with me? The ghost children clung to him, making him play with them. He curled up in the corner, desperately covering his ears, not daring to respond. Because he knew, the result of responding would definitely be death. The only way to break it was to think of a way to put the baby shoes on someone else, making him become the death substitute. He thought of the face of the Foot Basin Country player, without hesitation chose him to be his death substitute. But he never thought the ghost baby would actually become stronger. This was a situation that had never appeared in previous rounds of the game, why? Why did it become like this? His dull brain could not understand what was happening. He only knew he was about to die, his eyelids heavier and heavier, perhaps once they closed completely he would never wake again. He, big brother, will you play with us? Come play with us, we will let you live. We will also help you kill those who bullied you, he. So big brother, do you want to play with us? His intestines had already flowed down to his legs, other organs also on the verge of falling, anyone could see he looked like he could not live. He knew he had no other choice, trembling lips finally said that word. Okay. Chapter 017 Death. Human-shaped cultivation vessel. Dinner was still simple noodles and steamed buns. The four who had been busy all day did not care anymore, as long as there was no meat, they could eat with great appetite. But while eating, they always felt something was missing. Could it be the Kimchi Country player already dead? So long and still not coming, most likely already dead in the hands of the strange. The atmosphere at the table was somewhat heavy, no one answered the Turkey Country player's question. The situation was very clear, most likely so. But this was only the first day, and already nearly half of them had died, their hearts inevitably grew heavy. The danger in the following days would only grow higher and higher, could they really live until the seventh day? The players' deaths in the dungeon correspond to death in the real world, but that is not the most terrifying part. Those who die in the dungeon are likely to be assimilated into new monstrosities, trapped in the dungeon world for eternity, never to escape. That is the true source of their fear. Lin Ye caressed the wooden nail in his hand, feeling more calm than others. With his golden finger, he had more assurance than the others. By the end of the day, he had obtained 7 soul-tying nails and gained the Ghost Bride's favor through a hidden quest. As long as he could successfully control the Ghost Bride before the dungeon ended, he could then act freely in other dungeons. With the red-clad ghost bodyguard by his side, he wouldn't be afraid of ordinary monstrosities. At that point, why not ride on top of a strange game and do whatever he wanted? Ah! A player from the country of Maho screamed, interrupting the thoughts of a few people. Lin Ye followed his gaze and turned his head toward the door of the dining hall. He saw a player from Pickled Cabbage Country lowering his head, moving his feet slowly, as if a rope was dangling from his waist, swaying slightly with his movements. Given his pace, it was no wonder he had arrived so late. The four of them put down their chopsticks in unison, patiently waiting for the player from Pickled Cabbage Country to come closer. Once they saw him clearly, they all gasped in horror. The player from Pickled Cabbage Country had a purple-blue complexion, a cold expression, and a large hole in his stomach, his insides completely hollowed out, with tiny handprints all over his chest cavity. The thing dangling from his waist was not a rope, it was clearly intestines flowing out of the hole in his stomach. Even more terrifying was that the wrinkled surface of the intestines was filled with small children's eyeballs, which were wriggling and constantly changing positions. Seeing the four of them, he slowly broke into a cruel, bloodthirsty smile. As if to say, "You all are going to die." The live broadcast room was filled with shock and exclamations. Even though I knew he would definitely die, I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. This way of dying is terrifying, do you know? It's as if his body became a breeding ground for ghost babies, and the only purpose is to serve as nourishment to produce more ghost babies. He has to walk like a zombie until completely drained of value. Don't say that, I already have goosebumps all over. I just want to know, why aren't they running? In a minute, that ghost will get in. Where can we run at night? I can't even imagine how many ghosts are outside that courtyard. Every day I'm scared to death, it's no wonder so many rounds of players are wiped out in such a difficult dungeon. He's almost at the door. What do we do? I can't bear to look. Not long ago, the screen went black in the Pickled Cabbage Country live broadcast room, indicating that the player had died. Heartbroken fans rushed to the Dragon Kingdom's live room. Seeing their brother turned into such a ghastly sight, they almost cried out in the bathroom. Appa! You died so tragically. It's all because of those who let you down. I won't let their families have it easy. You must give my brother a proper burial. You must. Let's crowdfund together for revenge for our brother. That's right, Appa. Finish them all off and get your revenge. These foolish remarks undoubtedly attracted a round of friendly curses from Dragon Kingdom netizens. Such a verbal battle instead eased the oppressive and worried atmosphere in the live broadcast room. And the scene that worried the audience in the dungeon did not happen. Because the player from Pickled Cabbage Country was blocked by the threshold. His steps were too small, he couldn't even lift his feet, so naturally, he couldn't cross the high threshold. The player from Maho Country patted his wildly beating heart, almost forgetting that in Dragon Kingdom's ancient culture, there are door thresholds. If it were in their country, the ghost baby would have smoothly entered the room long ago. Harris furrowed his brows. Looking up at the Lin Ye opposite, he asked, "He's blocking our way here, how do we get out?" Lin Ye did not answer, he was thinking about something. How many ghost babies are there in total? The ghost baby attached to the player from the Foot Basin country loves to eat human flesh, turning the host into a dry corpse to strengthen itself. It seems the bigger it grows, the stronger its abilities become. And the ghost baby on the player from the Pickle country seems to focus on reproduction, or perhaps this is a form of growth that humans cannot understand. One grows by devouring, the other by copying. Could there be a third ghost baby? He was shocked by his own thoughts. After calming down, he felt he was overreacting. In the instance, the strange beings do not kill indiscriminately, they must follow some kind of rules. As long as he does not provoke the baby Shu, the chance of being possessed is extremely low. Lin Ye? Lin Ye. Harris's voice pulled him back to reality, and he glanced at the wooden nail in his hand, choosing not to use it. The loss of the last soul-fixing nail almost broke his heart, he had just received it and hadn't even warmed it in his hand yet. This is just the first day, he didn't want to keep breaking soul-fixing nails on ghost babies. He couldn't nail one every time a ghost appeared, could he? If so, how many soul-fixing nails would he need? He needed to think of another way. After thinking for a moment, he picked up a nearby stool and went to the door, using it to push against the player from the Pickle country. Lin Ye specially waited for a while, and did not get attacked. It seemed that this method of contact would not trigger the ghost baby's killing rules. He exerted force and fiercely pushed the player from the Pickle country a few meters away. Then half a foot stepped out of the doorway, his eyes fixed on every move of the ghost baby, ready to retreat back into the room at any moment. Once the ghost baby saw him voluntarily step out of the room, it obviously became excited, the child's handprints on its chest eagerly pressing forward, stretching the skin into a large round shape. The three behind him understood what he was doing, yet couldn't help but feel anxious for him. Isn't this too brave? What if he miscalculated and got torn apart by the ghost baby the moment he stepped out of the room? Fortunately, the bad situation he envisioned did not occur. The feet of the player from the pickle country still moved slightly, even when close to Lin Ye, there were no signs of acceleration, and he was easily pushed back into the room. His idea was right, the movement speed of this ghost baby was fixed. Lin Ye turned to Harris, "Let's get out just like this." Harris nodded in confusion, okay. Lin Ye repeated the process, pushing the ghost baby at the door again, his figure flashing and disappearing from the doorway. The three quickly followed, like waking from a dream. Wait for us. In less than half a minute, the four of them rushed into their respective rooms. Meanwhile, the ghost baby still stood at the entrance of the dining hall, its body slightly moving toward the side room. Its venomous eyes fixed through the darkness on their figures. The few of them breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing onto their beds after entering the rooms, recalling everything that happened today, silently praying for tomorrow to go smoothly. At least they had to stay alive. Chapter 018, Twin Blood Babies. Triggering side mission again. Lin Ye paced back and forth in the room, with no thoughts of sleeping. He was waiting for the ghost bride, he didn't dare to sleep until she arrived. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait too long, that red figure appeared in the room. Husband. He didn't know if it was because she had gained affection, but this time husband sounded more tender than ever, making Lin Ye feel all warm inside. Why aren't you resting yet? Lin Ye's ears turned red, and he scratched his head awkwardly. I was waiting for you. You were waiting for me? Her voice was sweet, mixed with a hint of confusion, the rising intonation gently scratched at Lin Ye's heart. I'm worried about you getting hurt, I can't sleep. Worried about her? The ghost bride stood still, not speaking again, but Lin Ye felt her eyes hidden beneath the veil were watching him. Just like how I saw him last night. The difference is, last night his eyes were full of killing intent, but tonight. It is an indescribable charm. Lin Ye felt a little overwhelmed, his gaze drifting to the side. He was indeed worried about her. Can it be considered a lie? The ghost bride suddenly stepped forward, her hand extending from the wedding dress, her slender finger gliding across his nose. At first, he didn't understand what the ghost bride was doing, until a warmth spread across his nose, and he remembered that today he had bumped into the old honey locust tree in the fog, causing his nose to bleed. She won't be healing him, will she? His ear, which had been slightly red, turned completely crimson. The atmosphere in the room fell silent, but it didn't feel uncomfortable or awkward. However, the viewers in the live stream started to question. Does anyone feel like there are pink bubbles rising in the air? Can you stop being lovesick? This is a spooky instance, people can die. Hold on, don't scold just yet, the atmosphere is indeed a bit strange. Is Lin Ye's ear red? Wait a second, I'm processing this info. Are you saying that in this deadly situation, Lin Ye has developed feelings for the ghost bride? Damn. Lin Ye, calm down, are you crazy? No matter how beautiful the ghost bride is, it shouldn't, at least not. I actually think the ghost bride has feelings for Lin Ye. She was eager to kill him last night, but tonight, look at her, where is the ferocity? It's over, I actually find this analysis somewhat reasonable, I must be the crazy one. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic knocking sound came from outside the door. As if something was knocking, on the threshold. Lin Ye was about to go check, but the ghost bride was faster than him. Husband, rest early, I will guard outside. Before Lin Ye could say anything, that red figure swayed and disappeared from the room. Lin Ye bit his lip, obediently got into bed, and soon fell asleep. Outside the door. The ghost bride was filled with resentment, a strong bloody smell and cold winds howled around her. The ghost baby, seeing the ghost bride shaken by this killing intent, dared not knock on the door again, curling up tremblingly as it knelt. Lord, spare my life. The ghost baby was feeling extremely bitter, he had followed the rules to kill, not doing anything excessive, so why did he provoke this terrifying deity? He could never have guessed, the deity had taken a liking to the human inside. As a child turned into a vengeful ghost before a month old, he understood nothing at all. The ghost bride didn't speak, her red veil drooping, 5 fingers coming together over the head of the pickle country player, making the ghost baby tremble even more. Those tiny hands full of eyes on the intestines were forcibly pulled from the pickle country player's body by a special force. In just a few seconds, the pickle country player's body became a hollow shell, sagging lifelessly to the ground. And in the ghost bride's hand appeared a baby with purple skin, its eyes barely open. Strangely, half of the ghost baby's body was bloody and messy, as if something had brutally cut it open. The ghost baby shrank in fear in the ghost bride's hand, its small body shaking uncontrollably, worried that it might be crushed by this terrible deity any second. It waited anxiously for a long time, but the expected death did not come. The ghost bride simply observed it quietly through the veil for a long time, then bent down and placed it next to the corpse of the pickle country player. Then she straightened up, standing like a gatekeeper at the door of Lin Ye's room, showing no intention to kill. Only then did the ghost baby realize that her murderous aura was meant to scare away whatever was outside the courtyard, not aimed at it. But it still dared not act up, obediently staying still, not daring to move. In the middle of the night, strange beings that did not know whether they were alive or dead flew over the ancient house, only to be resolved by a wave of the ghost bride's hand. The ghost baby squinted, sharply noticing that the ghost bride always used the same hand each time she struck. At first, he thought it was because the ghost bride was so powerful that she didn't bother to use her full strength, but later he discovered that her other hand, hidden in the sleeve of her wedding gown, was trembling slightly. "My lord, you're injured." The ghost bride didn't respond, she merely waved her hand, indicating that it was nothing serious. The backlash from the 7 stars nail soul formation was certainly powerful, but it remained within her capacity to endure. It was merely a matter of resting for a while. "Not a problem." "Oh." The ghost baby then lay back down, burying his head in the belly of the player from the pickled cabbage nation, gnawing on the nearby ribs without daring to speak again. If even this fearsome spirit didn't care, why should he meddle? Before dawn, the ghost bride suddenly lowered her head, and the red veil fluttered slightly with her movement. The ghost baby paused in his gnawing, instantly sitting up straight and obediently looking at her as her gaze swept over. "My lord." The ghost bride pointed toward the door of the room behind her, silently asking. If it had been before, the ghost baby surely wouldn't have understood her meaning, but after witnessing her protect the human inside all night, he had no confusion left. He immediately promised, "My lord, rest assured, I will never harbor ill intentions." The ghost bride then felt assured, her figure flashing away and disappearing from the spot. The sun shone brightly. Lin Ye was in deep sleep, suddenly awakened by a series of piercing screams. "Ah, Lin Ye! Lin Ye! Are you still alive, Lin Ye? Say something, Lin Ye! You aren't dead, right?" Hearing these words so early in the morning, Lin Ye opened his door feeling disgruntled. "You're the one who's dead. Who are you cursing?" Seeing that he was still alive, Harris and the others finally relaxed. If one more person died, would they still be able to complete the task today? Then he saw Lin Ye's impatient face and the complex expression as he pointed to the left side of his door. Instinctively, Lin Ye looked over and let out a similar scream. What the hell? At that moment, the player from the pickled cabbage nation had been eaten to a pulp. And as the culprit, the ghost baby was still lying on his chest, savoring a rib covered in shredded meat and blood vessels. Seeing this scene early in the morning, if it weren't for Lin Ye's reasonable mental fortitude, he would have already vomited a river. The only good news might be that the ghost baby showed no intent to attack the 3 of them and was focused solely on devouring the now normal body of the player from the pickled cabbage nation. Trigger side quest, the Blood Twins. They were born as conjoined twins, viewed by their father as an ominous sign, and despite their mother's desperate attempts to protect them, they could not escape the fate of being killed by their own father. Their blurred vision finally froze on the slaughtering knife that ended their brief lives. Quest: find out the truth behind the twins' deaths and receive a heartfelt confession from a loved one. Tip: completing the side quest will allow you to delve deeper into the truth of the story, but you must confront the brutal butcher. Perhaps you can bring the blood twins along, as they might help you in critical moments. Another side quest. Lin Ye's eyes flashed as he stepped towards the ghost baby. Steeling himself, he reached out his hand. "Do you want to come with me?" The surroundings filled with a series of gasps. Harris and the others shrank back in shock. Was he insane? That was a ghost baby. The very ghost baby that had killed 2 of their players on the first day. "Everything will only harm you. What are they making noise about upstairs? Yigu must know something to act like this, right? Anyway, I unconditionally trust Yigu." Exactly, after the thrilling day we had yesterday, I deeply understood a truth. Someone who dares to flirt with a ghost bride is not strange in doing anything. Just wait and see EGE's next bold move. The ghost baby tilted its head, thinking for a while, then suddenly opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the corpse of the pickled country player right in front of him. Then it slowly crawled into Lin Ye's palm, belly up, stretching its body in satisfaction. Seeing that the ghost baby had no intention of attacking, Lin Ye breathed a long sigh of relief, lifted the ghost baby with one hand, and looked at the 3 stunned people with a calm expression. "Let's go, it's time to eat." Those who guessed correctly in the comments couldn't help but feel smug. They said Yigu must know something, everything is under control. Because it was the next day, the paper butler was not waiting for them in the guest room, but had already arrived early in the dining hall. He seemed very busy. After serving the dishes, he simply greeted the players and then disappeared. The other 3 sat a little farther away from Lin Ye, watching the ghost baby in his hands with apprehension. This meal was tasteless for the 3 of them, mainly because they were scared by the ghost baby. Lin Ye, on the other hand, had no issues, still eating and sleeping well, occasionally glancing down at his palm. In the time it took to eat breakfast, the ghost baby had already digested the corpse of the pickled country player, and its belly had deflated. It changed its position, lying in Lin Ye's hand, with its 2 shadowy little hands climbing up his arm. Before Lin Ye could react, the ghost baby quickly climbed up to his shoulder and lay there lazily, facing outward, not moving. Lin Ye's mouth twitched, thinking this little guy really knows how to enjoy itself. Before setting off, he didn't forget to ask the others how they were progressing. The answer he got was that apart from Harris, who had swapped for 3 items that appeared in the previous rounds, the other 2 had no progress at all. Lin Ye was not surprised at this. He had the gold finger, which allowed him to change 1 item a day, so he could imagine the difficulty of this task. In the next few days, they must speed up. Having made up his mind, Lin Ye spoke. I switched for 4 jingwa, and today I'm planning to go to the pork shop to exchange for pork. This task originally fell on the player from Asan country, and now that he was dead, Lin Ye was willing to take it on. They naturally wouldn't oppose and nodded repeatedly. After discussing, the 4 of them left the side courtyard and walked towards the front gate of the ancient house. When they reached the front yard, the ghost baby, who had been unresponsive, suddenly lifted its head and stared at the empty courtyard, bursting into laughter. So lively, he he he. The 4 of them heard the ghost baby's words clearly, and their once steady pace faltered. Lively. They looked around, and in the vast ancient house, there were no other living people besides them. Even the paper butler was nowhere to be seen. Where was all this liveliness coming from? But the ghost baby became more and more excited, even clapping its little hands together, making a clap-clap sound. He he he, so lively, let's play together. The 4 of them shivered in unison, recalling the game prompt when they entered the dungeon. You accidentally stumbled into an ancient house sealed for 100 years. Red candles flicker, wedding symbols still bright, everything here remains as it was during the wedding banquet. But the guests are no longer alive, and beneath the bride's veil, no one has ever seen her true face. Guests are no longer alive. That means the ancient house has always been very lively, they just couldn't see it. If it weren't for the ghost baby's prompt, they might have never thought of this layer. Then, at the wedding ceremony on the 7th day, they would be surrounded by invisible guests. Hiss. The player from Maluo country was the first to rub his cold arms. At this moment, they could no longer look at the ancient house with normal eyes, just thinking of the ghostly shadows here made their scalps tingle. Harris feigned calmness and said, let's complete the task first. It's only the 2nd day, there must be a way to survive the 7th day. By now, there was no choice but to comfort each other like this. Lin Ye nodded and left with the ghost baby on his shoulder. As he stepped out of the ancient house, he looked up at the sky. What had been slightly bright yesterday now only showed layers of piled-up dark clouds, and the longer he looked, the more he felt the ominous clouds above slowly sinking down, heavy and suffocating his chest. The ghost baby on his shoulder was still clapping and shouting that it was fun. It wasn't until they entered the street that the baby stopped applauding and changed to a forward-facing position, cautiously staring at the surroundings. Lin Ye knew that the ghost baby was wary of the things behind these gates, but fortunately, there were game rules in place. As long as players did not actively knock on the doors, they could not proactively harm the players. Do you know where the other ghost baby is? He tried to talk to the ghost baby. Wanting to complete this side quest, just bringing a ghost baby might not be enough. What if they couldn't defeat the butcher? Since they were conjoined babies, the combined strength should be able to contend with the butcher. The ghost baby pointed in a direction, towards the end of the street in the middle. He remembered there was only one house at the end of the street. Inside lived not a person, but a life-sized puppet. In the 2nd round of the game, a player knocked on that door, and the instant he entered, the live feed went black. No one knew what had happened to him inside or how he died at the hands of something eerie. Since then, no player was willing to approach there. Lin Ye looked at the ordinary wooden door in front of him, with a prompt that was only a short sentence. Puppet show. Hint, only those with a firm heart will not become part of the play. Reward, only those who have completely watched a puppet show can earn its favor and learn its secrets. Lin Ye took the hint to heart, preparing to knock on the door when the ghost baby on his shoulder suddenly screamed, clinging to his neck and desperately trying to burrow into his clothes. He quickly stepped back a few paces, the ghost baby then stopped screaming, its little hands frantically patting his shoulder, signaling him not to seek death. This reaction from the ghost baby. Lin Ye couldn't help but frown. It seemed the one inside was not easy to deal with, but he wondered how that compared to the ghost bride. Didn't you say the other ghost baby is inside? That's your own brother. Are you sure you won't save him? The live chat was in a flurry. The ghost baby doesn't want to save him? No, it doesn't dare to save him. At first, I was curious about the hint on the door about the puppet show, but when I saw the player go in and didn't even hear a sound, I knew I had crossed a line. This is not something I should be curious about. Brother Ye isn't really thinking of challenging that one, right? That's pretty brave. As expected of Brother Ye, never playing low-end games, but isn't this a bit too high-end? Agreed, after all, the unknown is often the most terrifying. Chapter 020, Puppet Show. The ghost baby furrowed its little face in distress. To save, but even more afraid. It didn't want to deal with the puppet inside, nor did it want to become its puppet. That was a being even adults didn't wish to easily provoke. After realizing this, it struggled to climb down. But Lin Ye was quick-witted and pressed it down, then knocked on the door with lightning speed. The ghost baby was stunned on the spot, not expecting the person in front of it to knock on the door without hesitation. The moment the door was knocked, it automatically opened a crack. Lin Ye and the ghost baby paused in their struggle, then twisted their way through the door. His livestream went black at the same time. The entire screen was suddenly filled with question marks. Another door death? Are you kidding? Didn't I say this door shouldn't be knocked? If you must knock, you've done it now and it's directly fatal. Don't panic yet, if the contestant really dies, the livestream will be forcibly shut down. The fact that we can still send bullet comments proves that Lin Ye is still alive. Something's off. Yi Ji's posture when he entered was very strange. He doesn't seem like a person at all, but like a controlled puppet. Unbelievable, Yi Gu just knocked on a door and has been turned into a puppet. How can we continue? This thing is even more excessive than the Ghost Bride. The previous player was in the same situation. Within 10 minutes the livestream was forcibly closed. This time Yi Gu might also be in serious trouble. In the conference room of the Dragon Kingdom's senior officials, everyone wore troubled expressions. It's the same situation as the previous round. Some force within the dungeon has cut off the screen, but the game system is still running. The reputation of puppet shows is notorious. Now, we can't see anything and can only patiently wait for results. This child has performed excellently before. This time, he will surely overcome this crisis. Everyone needs to have enough faith in him. To have held on until now is already very good. Whether he lives or dies. This line was not completed, but everyone understood. As long as he wasn't the first player to be eliminated, Lin Ye's persistence here had already exceeded their expectations. It's great if he can survive. If by chance he really dies, their losses would be minimized. Regardless, he has already fulfilled his mission. From now on, every contestant who falls is a game for them. They sincerely hope Lin Ye can survive to the end and clear the Ghost Bride's ancient house dungeon. Inside the dungeon. As Lin Ye stepped into the room, what came into view was a stage. The moment the door opened, his body no longer belonged to him, only his mind remained clear. The stage seemed hastily built, several broken wooden planks creaking in the dim courtyard. Two pale lanterns swayed in the breeze, casting light across the sparse audience below, faces flickering in and out of view. An audience? There are actually spectators here. Lin Ye's breath caught, and his gaze struggled to sweep a circle, discovering many familiar faces among them. They were all neighbors who had appeared in the player's live stream before. What is reassuring is that the player from the Foot Basin Nation, possessed by the Ghost Baby, was also present, with a soul-fixing nail still stuck in the Ghost Baby's back eye. Unfortunately, the Ghost Baby in his chest seemed almost pierced by puppet strings, lifeless, evidently a puppet under control. His feet uncontrollably sat in the last row. The moment he took his seat, except for his butt which couldn't leave the chair, the rest of his body could still move. The Ghost Baby on his shoulder suddenly cried out, hugging his neck and desperately wronged, "Bad person, wah, bad person. He never agreed to come in, why did he have to bring him in? Bad guy, big bad guy, super invincible bad guy. If I had known, I would have rather been squashed to death by an adult last night." Lin Ye. He awkwardly shifted his gaze away. It wasn't that he wanted to bring the Ghost Baby in, the key was that he was too scared to enter alone. Dong dong chang. A loud sound of gongs and drums suddenly exploded on the stage. The Ghost Baby seemed to be frightened and froze, unable to make another sound. Its body twisted, completely burying itself in Lin Ye's clothes, refusing to lift its head no matter what. Lin Ye couldn't help but bend down due to its action. The Ghost Baby's body was so cold, like a continuously chilling ice block stuffed against his chest. After adjusting for a moment, he finally turned his gaze to the stage. There stood a puppet, appearing out of nowhere, its height surprisingly the same as a human, dressed in a dull crimson attire, resembling congealed blood. Its face, unlike others, was not exaggerated with joy or anger, but intricately carved into a human-like woman's face that was eerily beautiful. With faded rouge on its cheeks, it appeared eerily red. The strangest thing was its eyes. They weren't painted on but were two extremely thin glass beads, seemingly sealed with a faint dark fire within, swirling slowly as if they were alive, gazing down at the audience. When it moved, both its joints and the wooden platform beneath it creaked with a dry, rasping sound, heavy and clumsy, completely unlike the nimbleness of other puppets. Its mouth curved into a fixed arc, smiling, yet not quite. Lin Ye felt his scalp tingle and his hair stand on end. It was a fear that he could not control, coming from his very instincts. This scene was simply too bizarre. The puppet stood there without needing to do anything, and he was already terrified to death by his uncontrollable imagination. This is the charm of Chinese horror. It didn't need to do anything, just standing there was enough. On stage, the puppet's performance began. It had no lyrics, only the excruciating creak sound accompanying the monotonous beat of gongs, its movements stiff, its glassy eyes continually spinning, the dark fire dimly sweeping over each audience below. Lin Ye felt a cold gaze, like tangible spider silk, sticking to him. He tried to look away but found his eyelids heavy as iron, forced to lock eyes with those glass beads. The moment their gazes crossed, his mind buzzed, as if a cold needle had stabbed in. Countless chaotic, gloomy fragments of illusion surged forth, decayed stages, broken limbs, distorted shadows hanging by threads, and countless numb, desperate faces, screaming silently like puppets. Pure negativity flooded him, despair, fear, resentment, pouring into his consciousness like icy water, freezing and squeezing out all his reason in anger. What was even scarier was that he felt his limbs beginning to resonate in a strange way. His fingers trembled slightly, as if invisible threads tangled around him, pulling him to mimic the puppet's stiff, eerie movements on stage. The stronger his intent to resist, the tighter those invisible bindings became, as if his soul was being stuffed into a rapidly hardening cement mold, about to be completely confined. Creak, creak. The sound came not only from the stage but seemed to be emanating from his own joints. His mouth uncontrollably twitched slightly, trying to mimic the puppet's eternal, eerie smile. Chapter 021, Fear, Face Death Directly. This stage, this audience, and the helplessness of being manipulated all felt like a huge play. The puppet was the star, and he was merely the new performer it was trying to sculpt, to drag onto the stage. The ghost baby trembled in his arms, and the chilling energy seemed ready to be assimilated and swallowed by the even more terrifying atmosphere. A firm heart will not become part of the play. Lin Ye thought of this line of advice, but the problem was in such a situation, what did a firm heart mean? Stay awake or resist with all his might? Clearly, resistance was futile. As for staying awake, he could even clearly feel his soul being torn from his body. How could he stay awake at all? Crack! Until Lin Ye heard a clear sound of a broken string, his vision changed instantly. He saw himself in the audience, expressionless, with an eerie smile frozen on his face, and save for his body not yet pierced by the puppet strings, he appeared no different from a puppet. From this perspective, was he now inside the puppet? Lin Ye's gaze shifted, spotting the puppet sitting upright in the first row. It seemed to be eagerly anticipating a splendid performance. It seemed he was not inside the puppet at all. He had merely become the performer, while the puppet had become the audience. The so-called puppet show the main character turned out to be the audience that had entered. Lin Ye didn't know what state he was in now. He could no longer sense the existence of his body. But the consciousness was still clear, and the thoughts were functioning normally. He couldn't help but think, this must be what the books refer to as the state of the soul leaving the body, right? He just didn't know what kind of play this really was. Creak. The puppet below slowly moved its stiff finger joints, tilting its head slightly, its glassy eyes clearly showing a look of confusion. In his perspective, there were actually two Lin Ye on stage. One on the left and one on the right, both maintaining the same posture and expression, the only difference being that the one on the left was holding a trembling ghost baby, while the one on the right was holding nothing. What is going on here? The confusion in the puppet's eyes deepened, as it had never encountered a situation of two souls in one body, leaving it at a loss for what to do. But the show wouldn't wait for anyone. Before it could figure out a solution, the right Lin Ye moved first. He stepped into the center of the stage, walking on the creaking wooden boards, performing the saddest memory in his heart amidst the sound of drums and gongs. And Lin Ye clearly saw another self. Unlike the puppet's confusion, he recognized who it was after thinking for a few seconds: the original host. The Lin Ye from the parallel world Blue Star. He was still in this world. Since it was a crossover, the original host from Blue Star should have gone to Earth. Why was he still lingering here? If the original host was here, then who was in his body on Earth now? Unknowingly, Lin Ye's thoughts fell into deeper fear. The original host on stage was still acting out the scene of his parents' death before his eyes, and he clearly remembered this part, yet he couldn't truly empathize with the original host. Until a tear of extreme sadness fell from the original host's eye, and he curled up on the ground like a whimpering little beast, sobbing uncontrollably. Lin Ye's heart trembled gently. Everything was reminding him that they were two different people. With different experiences, different memories, different relationships, and different parents. Perhaps the him on Earth had already died, causing the original host's soul to be trapped in this world. Death. He dared to rush wildly in this strange world not only because he, as a traveler, had a golden finger, but also because, fundamentally, he felt no sense of belonging to this world. He treated this as a remarkably real holographic game, striving to clear it with his golden finger. He never thought about what to do if he died. In his subconscious, he believed he wouldn't die. He wasn't a person of this world. Worst case scenario, he could just return to his own world. There were no secondary worlds or strange games. People lived in peace, never facing these terrifying matters. But now, the appearance of the original host made it impossible for him to remain so calm. Death. He had never felt that death was something so close to him. He could die, or perhaps his body had already died. He was merely a wisp of a wandering soul from another world, drifting in this realm. The ghost baby lay in Lin Ye's arms, feeling his heartbeat growing weaker, panicking and helpless. If he died, wouldn't the adults skin him alive? After hesitating for a long time, he turned to look at the puppet on stage, who was immersed in its performance, and taking advantage of its focus on charming Lin Ye, quickly crawled towards the chest of the Foot Basin Kingdom player. If it weren't for the soul-fixing nail behind him, his brother wouldn't be trapped here as a puppet. He tried to reach out to touch it, but was suddenly bounced back. Ugh, a low sound of painful groaning came out. At this level of harm, the ghost baby couldn't feel pain, so who made that sound? He turned to look back at the rear Lin Ye, and sure enough, saw him in pain, his lips trembling as he let out a painful groan. This human won't be able to hold on much longer. This realization caused the ghost baby to burst up, and he tightly grasped the soul-fixing nail once again. He exerted great effort to avoid being thrown away, but how difficult it was to pull out the soul-fixing nail that was stuck in his body. For the first time in such a long time of being strange, he felt powerless. The frequency of Lin Ye's painful cries gradually deepened behind him. If he didn't do something, he would really die. But he just couldn't pull it out. Pulling left, pulling right, pulling up, pulling down, pulling from all sides, no use, just no use. He and his brother essentially belonged to the same strange being. Having the soul-fixing nail stuck in his brother was no different from being stuck in him. He had said not to come in, this time he was really going to fall here. To be a puppet in the hands of a wooden doll for all eternity. His life was so bitter. Just as the ghost baby thought helplessly like this, a circle of red light suddenly wrapped around his wrist, and the soul-fixing nail was easily pulled out. Master. The ghost baby stared blankly at the circle of red light on his wrist. When did the master leave this on him? Never mind, saving people was the priority. He casually tossed the soul-fixing nail at his feet, holding his brother, who was pierced by the puppet thread. Their bloody and mutilated halves gradually fused together, like a deformed child carelessly glued back together after being forcefully split apart. The left half resembled a 6 or 7-year-old child with skin turning purple and rotten, its soft, sagging head tilted to one side, and a purple hand still tightly gripping the rotten heart in the chest. The right half was even smaller, a blurred infant, its eyelids vibrated violently without opening. The most horrifying part was in the center of their fused body, a gigantic, blood-red eye split from the front of the chest to the back, spinning wildly and glaring, as if enduring extreme pain and resentment at all times. Immediately, a piercing baby wail shattered the entire courtyard. Not only could the players in the instance hear it, but even the audience in the live broadcast felt their eardrums thrum and their hearts tremble. That's the ghost baby's voice. It sounds so painful. It's been 10 minutes already. Well, even the ghost baby. I can't see anything. This is driving me crazy. What on earth is happening? Lin Ye, you must not get into trouble. Don't panic, trust Lin Ye, everyone stay calm. Countless people from Dragon Country in the live broadcast room were all anxious and worried for Lin Ye. They burnt incense, prayed to Buddha, sought peace charms, lit lanterns, they used every means available. Chapter 022, Reward. Successfully cleared the puppet show. The puppets on stage were only captivated for a second, then nonchalantly turned their gaze away, remaining focused on the humans before them. Compared to these ugly monsters, they still adored the human form. The merged blood baby violently broke free from the puppet thread piercing its body and climbed up to Lin Ye's knee during the puppet's moment of indifference. That little hand gripping the rotten heart seemed to pierce directly through Lin Ye's left chest, grasping his red, beating heart, trying to wrest control from the puppet threads entwining around him. The intense pain in his heart caused Lin Ye's vacant eyes to momentarily regain focus. He looked at the puppets on stage, still continuing their performance, and was surprised to find that behind him, puppet threads had appeared, wrapping around his body and trying to penetrate his flesh. There was no such thing as a soul leaving the body, and there was no original master. All of this was because he had entered the play. Only by having a firm will could one avoid becoming a character in the play. He never expected that despite all his precautions, he still couldn't avoid it. This puppet was indeed sinister, even his secret of being a time traveler could not escape its eyes. Almost at the moment of realization, the puppet threads trying to penetrate his body all came to a halt, unable to harm him any further. He felt a slight tingling pain all over his body, still within tolerable limits, but the dull ache in his heart was something he could hardly bear, with cold sweat uncontrollably dripping from his forehead. Lin Ye lowered his head and saw the twin blood infant already merged in his arms. At first glance, he was not scared by its appearance, but he was startled by the hand that had reached into his chest. No wonder it hurt so much, it was gripping his heart. How could it not hurt? And the ghost infant's clear first reaction was to laugh. So good. Now the adult wouldn't skin it alive. Good, my foot. Lin Ye gritted his teeth and said. Let go of my heart from your hand. It almost killed him with pain. The blood infant shrank its neck at the shout and released his heart. This person is so fierce. Lin Ye's pained heart could finally exhale smoothly again. He slumped on the chair, his chest heaving violently. This time, the distance to death was really only 0.01 millimeters. He couldn't help but be grateful that he had brought the ghost infant in, or else he would have died long ago. The puppet still stood on stage, but its eternal smile seemed to have become even colder and more resentful. It clearly wouldn't let things end like this. The sound of drums and gongs became more and more intense, and the performance on stage continued. Lin Ye's gaze didn't shift, he still stared unblinkingly at the performance on stage. But his hands didn't stop. After regaining some strength, he began to tear at the puppet strings on his body. Since he could wake up in the play, it proved that this trick was already useless against him. Next, he only needed to quietly enjoy a complete performance and then receive his reward. The puppet obviously realized this, and the sound of drums and creaking on stage sounded somewhat hollow and anxious for the first time. After pulling off all the puppet strings, the performance on stage seemed to be nearing its end. The friction of the puppet joints became sharper and more piercing, finally reaching a peak after a loud clang of the gongs. The lights on the stage went out suddenly, and everything fell silent as if it had dropped off a cliff. When the lanterns lit up again, the stage was empty. And that delicately carved beautiful face was now less than 20 centimeters away from Lin Ye. Behind it, threads were flying wildly, its stiff arms raised, a sole nail piercing through its abdomen, unable to move. Those glassy eyes finally showed a hint of incredulous suspicion, freezing on the face of the young man before it, who had his eyes closed and a slight mocking smile on his lips. Want to ambush? Go dream on. Lin Ye opened his eyes, smugly pushed the puppet away, and let its stiff body hit the ground with a soft thud. Ding! Congratulations on successfully clearing the puppet show. Reward has been issued, please explore on your own. Seeing this prompt, Lin Ye finally let out a long sigh of relief. Just now, the storage space couldn't be opened, and his heart nearly jumped to his throat. At the critical moment, fortunately, the blood infant picked up the wooden nail from the ground, otherwise, he would have truly fallen for this puppet. He turned his head to look at the blood infant beside him, it was making faces at the fallen puppet in indignation. Don't say it was actually a bit cute. But when his gaze shifted back to the huge blood-red eyeball on its chest, he instantly tossed the thought aside. Weirdness like this really didn't need to look pleasing, okay? He silently criticized himself in his heart, and after his strength recovered enough, he knelt before the puppet. I've watched the whole play, according to the rules, I've cleared it, right? The puppet's face showed no change, but Lin Ye still keenly sensed its unwillingness and anger. He flashed a big grin, bluntly saying, even if you are weird, you have to follow the subcopy rules and can't kill randomly. You still want to break the rules? The flames in the puppet's eyes burned even more fiercely, wishing to turn him into a puppet in the cruelest way possible. I'll help you pull out the nails from your body, you give me the reward that belongs to me and let us go. How about that? Lin Ye was pondering, not expecting it to answer, as he took out the wooden nail from its abdomen. This action scared the blood infant, who screamed and scrambled back into his arms. Lin Ye looked at the blood infant, who had no time to stop from burrowing back into his clothes. Such a coward. Creak. The puppet regained its freedom, slowly moving its stiff body, giving a cold glance at him and the blood infant, but did not make a move. Even it did not dare openly violate the rules of the scenario. The human in front of it had successfully watched a complete performance, and it had to give a reward. Though very unwilling, it still walked stiffly to the back of the stage, took out its treasured old wine, and handed it to him. Lin Ye smiled and accepted it, thank you. That smile was undoubtedly provocative in the puppet's eyes, and it moved its stiff fingers, nearly unable to hold back from making a move. It simply could not understand, how did he react so quickly to escape the illusion just because he was disturbed for a moment? In its view, even if the blood infant crushed his heart, he could not possibly wake up. Unless he knew the key to breaking the game, but how could that be possible? Nobody could know. Therefore, it blamed everything on the ghost bride. This human had the ghost bride's aura, and the ghost bride chose to help him. What bad luck! If it had known he was the prey chosen by the ghost bride, it would have saved its effort and just kept him out. The more the puppet thought, the angrier it became. In the end, it still suppressed its anger, and that mouth carved and painted in bright red slightly opened, spitting out a line with a clearly theatrical tone. There are people in the butcher's house. After saying that, it gave Lin Ye no chance to ask questions, flicked its hand, and threw both him and the ghost out. Bang! The wooden door was slammed shut before him, and then it visibly turned a festive red. Lin Ye touched his nose that was almost hit, he could clearly feel the puppet was angry. Seeing the door turn red also meant this door would no longer be open to players in this round of the scenario. Even if he wanted to ask a few more questions, he could no longer see the puppet. Fortunately, the reward came in without a hitch, so it wasn't a wasted trip. In a good mood, Lin Ye pulled the blood infant from his clothes and placed it on his shoulder. Let's go, take you to find Dad. Chapter 23, Blackheart Liver, Debt Collector. The live stream room displayed the scene again, and the anxious hearts of the Dragon Country viewers finally relaxed. Alive. Still alive. Brother Yi is awesome, he actually passed the puppet show. Who says this university student is no good? This university student is really amazing. For that hour when we couldn't see the screen, I was simply anxious and worried something would happen to Brother Yi. Thankfully, thank goodness for our ancestors' blessings. I suddenly have enormous confidence in Brother Yi passing this scenario. With this skill, no one would dare call anyone else first. I agree, Brother Yi will definitely survive to the 7th day and successfully clear it. Last night several teams got wiped. Seeing that Lin Ye is still alive is very reassuring. Finally, we can hold our heads high in front of players from other countries. But what's in Brother Ye's clothes? Oh my gosh. The ghost infant actually merged. Does this mean the players from the Foot Basin country are also inside? Exciting, really exciting. I'm suddenly very curious about what exactly happened inside. I'm curious too, we can just ask Brother Yi when he comes out of the scenario. I'm Lin Ye's classmate, I know his surfing handle, who wants to follow? Count me in. Me too. 1111. In the high-level meeting room of the Dragon Country. Everyone rarely showed appreciative smiles together. This kid performed really well. Let's keep watching, perhaps he will bring us even more surprises. After this incident, everyone internally began to eagerly anticipate Lin Ye could become the first to clear the marriage ancient mansion scenario. Inside the scenario, Lin Ye returned to the dried meat area again. The butcher still held a bloody pig-killing knife, tirelessly chopping the pieces of meat on the cutting board. When he saw him for the first time, the butcher first revealed a vicious and greedy smile, unhesitatingly making him the next target. Then, a cold gaze met the blood baby on his shoulder, and he froze in shock, as if he had seen something that should never appear here. The pig-killing knife in his hand slipped from his grip and fell to the ground with a heavy clanging sound. Lin Ye played with the soul-sealing nail in his hand and walked calmly to the pork jerky in front of him. Excuse me, did you lose a child? What? The butcher initially did not react to what he was saying, only trembling his lips in a subconscious reply. Lin Ye patiently repeated, excuse me, did you lose a child? The butcher finally reacted, the flesh on his face uncontrollably twitching. What lost? I didn't lose. It wasn't me who lost it. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes, clearly not believing. Really, is it not you who lost it? No. To cover up his guilt, the butcher suddenly shouted. I said it wasn't me, so it isn't. At this moment, the blood baby on Lin Ye's shoulder also cried out in perfect harmony. Daddy! Daddy! Daddy, why did you chop us into pieces? And sell us with this pork? So painful. Daddy! The knife is so cold. I hurt so much, Daddy. I'm in so much pain, help me, help me. I'm so hungry, Daddy, so hungry, so cold. Daddy, help me, help me. The hollow, prolonged cries of the baby echoed in the small butcher shop, constantly stimulating the butcher's tense expression, trying to stir his buried memories. Not me. The flesh on the butcher's face twitched violently, and his eyes, usually flashing with cruelty and greed, now widened in horror, almost popping out. His massive body staggered back a step, crashing into the meat rack filled with iron hooks, making a dull thud and the sound of tinkling hooks. Get away! I said it wasn't me. Get away! He roared, trying to cover up the indelible guilt in his heart. Lin Ye stood still with the blood baby, unmoved. Why would you cruelly kill your own child? He, why, Daddy? We also want to know why, he. The blood baby laughed eerily, its ghostly aura and resentment could not be hidden, continuously leaking out. Lin Ye couldn't help but quietly give a thumbs up to the blood baby in his heart. It was simply an atmosphere creator and his absolute support. So powerful. Not me. Get away. Get away. The butcher's eyes darted around, finally finding his focus again upon seeing the pig-killing knife on the ground. He picked up the pig-killing knife, the bits of flesh and blood on the blade forming a silent threat. If you don't get away, you better beware, I won't hold back. The blood baby covered its mouth and giggled, the blood-colored eyeball that penetrated from its front chest to its back rolled around. Daddy, can you cut open my heart? You always say my heart is black, I want to see if my heart is really black. I want to. Daddy can't be biased. I also want to see if Daddy's heart is black. The blood baby jumped down from Lin Ye's shoulder, its small body swaying as it walked towards the butcher. They were clearly so small, one was a 5 or 6-year-old child and the other was not yet a month old, but in the butcher's eyes, those tiny bodies were a million times more terrifying than demons. He waved the pig-killing knife in his hand, his lips pale as he made one last stand. I said don't come over. Otherwise, I will kill you. Daddy, you cut open my heart and take a look. Daddy, show us, please. The blood baby continued to approach the butcher slowly and steadily. The butcher's breathing became heavy and rapid, his chest rising and falling fiercely. It felt like an invisible hand was gripping his throat. He watched helplessly as the blood baby crawled up his body to his chest. That pair of purple-blue little hands carefully took out a rotten heart from his chest and held it in front of him. With expectation, it asked, Daddy, look, is my heart black or not? Sweat beads instantly formed on the butcher's forehead, his lips trembling. No, it's not. Not? The blood baby's innocent eyes filled with rage in an instant. Why not? Why not? You always said we had black hearts and came to collect debts, so why isn't our heart black? Why? I. The butcher's fat quivered violently from fear. Let's take Daddy's heart out and see what color it is. He. Another pair of purple-blue little hands slowly reached into the butcher's left chest, steadily grasping his beating heart under his terrified gaze. He found it. A pure smile spread across the blood baby's face as it tore open the butcher's chest without hesitation, yanking out the bright red, beating heart. Red. It's actually red. This scene made the live stream viewers feel physically uncomfortable. Can someone turn off the pain-sharing mode? My heart feels a bit uncomfortable. This strange game really doesn't treat us as outsiders, and they don't even blur it out. I can't take it anymore. Every time there's a scene like this, my stomach suffers, ugh. On the first day the butcher killed players from the Asan country, I thought he was pretty impressive, but now he's scared stiff by the ghost baby, tisk. Doesn't anyone think the ghost baby is pitiful? Born to be scolded as a debt collector by its father and then chopped up for meat, the butcher truly is not a good man, not even sparing his own child. Now that you mention it, I also feel they are quite pitiful. Pitiful? Really? Did you forget how the ghost baby killed us players? Sympathy for the strange is not as good as sympathy for us. Exactly. Players not only face slaughter in the scenarios, but when the game fails, we also suffer from strange killings. We are the real victims, who will pity us. Pity for the strange? Then go in and be their food yourself, squeeze. Indeed. From our standpoint, we have no right to sympathize with the strange. Chapter 024, Scared to Death. Still dare to lie? Ah, the butcher let out a pig-like scream, the intense pain twisted his features together. My heart. My heart. My heart. Lin Ye frowned slightly and looked away, still unaccustomed to such bloody scenes. The blood baby ignored the butcher's screams and played with the heart it held, mumbling about why its heart was red. Lin Ye waited for a while, seeing the butcher's voice grow fainter, his huge body slowly leaning against the wall, breathing heavily. However, he wasn't dead yet, which was good. Here, except for the players, everyone else was an NPC. NPCs in the scenario wouldn't die from having their hearts ripped out. The blood baby hadn't even attacked him, and he was scared to this extent. TSK, so pathetic. He had also been grabbed by the heart before, yet he didn't crumble like that. I ask you, how did those two die? The butcher looked up, his dazed pupils clearly reflecting Lin Ye's figure. How dare a mere human speak to him like this? Just as he was about to explode, his heart was fiercely gripped by the blood baby, a silent threat. He was so enraged he almost spat blood. A traitor was actually standing on the human side. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, snatched the butcher's knife from his hand, and slapped it on his face without hesitation. Looks like you're not satisfied with me. He shook the soul-stabilizing nail in his hand. They too might not actually kill you, but I'm different. If I drive this nail in, do you think your heart can keep beating? He seemed indifferent, yet in reality, he threateningly waved a wooden nail above his heart, as if contemplating the best way to begin. The blood baby also cooperatively raised the heart in his hands for him to measure. The butcher's eyelids twitched violently at this scene. The ominous energy on the wooden nail made him feel like throwing up. How could something like this appear in a human's hands? It shouldn't be. It's impossible. In that woman's territory, whoever intrudes dies. How did he get this? Finally, Lin Ye chose what he thought was the perfect angle, revealing 8 big teeth and a brilliant smile. So, have you figured out what to say? The butcher moved his lips, merely spitting out a pale sentence. They are conjoined twins. It's an ominous sign. They shouldn't have lived. The more he spoke, the more confident he became, until he shouted, I did nothing wrong. I did this for their own good. Even if I don't kill them, they wouldn't survive. They wouldn't survive. In such an era, conjoined twins meant monsters. They would be hated, abandoned, and cursed by everyone. Even if they grew up, they would be treated as monsters and burned to death. He only wanted to help them be free from suffering. Should a family lose their dignity in the town just because of one baby? Should they be made to live in shame and blame forever because of so-called paternal love? Why? He refused. Lin Ye's eyes turned cold, and without hesitation, he plunged the wooden nail through his heart. Liar. This was a pain 1,000 times worse than having his heart dug out. The butcher's body twitched. Once he recovered, he glared at him defiantly. What gives you the right to say I'm lying? Of course, it was because he had an advantage. But he wouldn't say that. He merely raised a knowing smile. Intuition. The butcher's eyes widened in shock. You're unreasonable. Next, Lin Ye's actions left him even more stunned. He took out 6 more wooden nails from who knows where, and with the one on the heart, it made 7. He tilted his head, smiling warmly. Do you recognize this? What do you think would happen if I inserted these 7 into your body according to the positions of the third eye, throat, heart, shoulders, and knees? The 7-star soul-fixing array. The butcher's eyes widened in terror, enduring immense torment forever. The butcher mumbled, no longer caring about the blood baby's threat, using his hands and feet to crawl deeper into the pork shop, his expression beginning to look a bit insane. Don't come over, don't come over. A 7-star nail soul array? Confusion flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. Was it a formation made with these 7 wooden nails? He didn't understand, he only said it casually to scare the butcher, not expecting him to be terrified. This was good, saving him the trouble of wasting words to intimidate the butcher. Lin Ye picked up the butcher's knife and cut once on each of his limbs, then stabbed the knife into his abdomen, pinning him to the ground. Only after he completely lost the ability to move did he raise the wooden nail fiercely. Think carefully, will you tell me the truth, or will you suffer endlessly? The butcher finally couldn't bear the immense pressure from the 7 soul-fixing nails and cried out softly, I'm sorry. I didn't want to, but I couldn't help it. I really had no choice. Lin Ye did not believe him, a murdering maniac could not easily confess sincerely. No one knew how much of his words were true or false, but fortunately, he had hints. If the task was never completed, it proved he had been lying all along, but it was okay, he had an entire day to slowly wear him down. How could such a terrifying conjoined twin be my child? I don't believe it. I couldn't sleep all night in anxiety until I met a master. The master said that as long as I cut the 2 children apart with a knife and bury them, I would be able to break the terrible curse, and the next child would be a normal child. Lin Ye coldly exposed him, but you chopped them up and sold them as pork. I had no choice. The butcher raised his neck and shouted painfully, as if this could lessen his guilt. The price of pork is getting worse and worse. If I don't do this, how can I support my whole family? I am also forced, I just want to live better. A whole family? This sentence reminded Lin Ye, the hint he got from the puppet was that there was someone in the butcher's family. Who could that person be? The butcher's parents or his wife? Could it be closely related to the death of the blood baby? To understand this matter, Lin Ye looked toward the deepest part of the pork shop, who was inside. What? This question nearly made the butcher's expression collapse. How did he know someone was inside? Impossible, no one should know. There's no one inside. You just said you want to support your whole family, and now you say there's no one inside? The corners of Lin Ye's eyes were filled with mocking curves, as if everything was under his control, which frightened the butcher. He opened his mouth, realizing that he had no way to refute. Seeing Lin Ye about to lift the curtain and go inside, he urgently twisted on the ground, you can't go in, you can't go in. It will kill us. We will all be killed by you. Lin Ye ignored his words, just because you say I can't, I won't go? He was determined to go in today. The blood baby climbed onto the butcher, playfully tugging at his intestines, and in the end, the butcher could only watch helplessly as Lin Ye's figure disappeared behind the curtain. Really, we will die. The dim room was filled with various pig bones and entire hides, with the air thick with a decaying stench. Lin Ye's gaze shifted, drawn to the prominent figure on the bed, and when he recognized it, his eyes widened in disbelief. It was actually Chapter 025 Master? Half believing. A man who did not breathe. He was dressed in a brand new Taoist robe, contrasting sharply with the surrounding bloodstains, maintaining a nearly meditative sitting posture, with his limbs and head tightly bound by blood-soaked iron chains, fixed to the bed and unable to move. What was even more startling was that on each bent knee lay the remains of an infant, the tiny, fragile skeletons arranged with extreme precision, as if they were some sort of sinister offering. A man? In a Taoist robe? Holding 2 children? Lin Ye felt like his brain cells were insufficient. What does this mean? His expression drew gasps in the livestream. Is this what shock looks like for a straight man? Ah, that's really despair. Is it funny? I only see a hopeless straight man. No, haha, I'm sorry I thought wrong, I'll go reflect. Don't laugh yet, everyone still remember that the ghost bride's family and the butcher just mentioned a master, could it be this person in front of us? Hiss. The upper floor makes a point, this master is so greedy, at a glance he's not a good person. But why is the master trapped in the pork shop? This butcher is not honest. However, from the butcher's performance just now, he seems to be very afraid of the master. I am getting more and more curious about what the truth behind this is. Lin Ye observed the corpse in front of him. From the exposed wrist, he could see that the surface of the corpse was engraved with runes. He couldn't understand and didn't know the purpose of these runes. He tentatively spoke, hell, oh? There was no response. Just when Lin Ye thought it was just an ordinary corpse, the man's eyelids suddenly lifted, revealing a pair of extremely dark pupils, bottomless and deep. He slowly rotated his eyes, his gaze sweeping past Lin Ye, as if penetrating him, looking toward the void behind him. Outsider. The man's voice was deep and hoarse, yet strangely calm, the guest of the ghost bride. Lin Ye turned back, following his gaze, finding no one behind him, only the cold wind swirling around. You also know about the ghost bride? Everyone here knows her. The man replied lightly, a fleeting emotion crossing his eyes, hard to catch, like compassion, yet also exhaustion. The souls in this town all died from her rage in a single night. Their grievances linger, turning this place into a cursed town, isolated from the world. Lin Ye did not blindly trust his words. You must be wrong. The man asked calmly, why do you say that? The death of the ghost baby and the old woman's daughter is clearly man-made, unrelated to the ghost bride. He shook the soul-binding nail in his hand. Just now, the butcher said this is a nail for setting up a formation, something called, oh, right, 7 stars nail soul formation. Surely it's from the hands of a master? The man's gaze fell on the soul-binding nail, his pupils almost imperceptibly narrowing. A crack appeared on his calm face, not of fear, but of deep surprise, as if he saw an impossible change. How could this thing appear on an outsider? Seeing him silent, Lin Ye kindly reminded, as a master, don't you have anything to explain? He paused for a moment before speaking, his voice still steady. When Li Yuanwei found me, that woman was already dead. Yet her grievances were immense, risking disaster. Thus, I had no choice but to take this lower path, merely to imprison, not to take life. Lin Ye laughed lightly. If you're being paid for your work, just say so. Why make it sound so grand? Upon hearing this, the man was not angry but fell silent again. His deep-set eyes gazed back at Lin Ye, impenetrable. What about the ghost bride? You deceived her parents to use her for money, leading to her tragic death in the ghost marriage. The ghost bride was originally a lucky star. I hoped her parents would treat her well, but human hearts are greedy and cynical, beyond my foresight. As for the ghost marriage, I was unaware. He lowered his eyelids, the compassion in his voice now felt both incredibly real and incredibly distant. All the sins in this world arise from fate, not something a single word can cover. Lin Ye continued to ask, and the ghost baby? You did not spare such a small child? Twins connected, evil energy clashing. If not resolved, the butcher's entire family would perish. This is not a choice, but a destined calamity. The man's words held no emotion, he merely did what he believed was right. By your reasoning, the people in this town, including you, deserve to die here? It's all retribution? Lin Ye pressed. If one harms others, they must prepare for revenge. The man slowly raised his gaze, his pitch-black pupils staring directly at Lin Ye, questioning, then why have you entered here? Is it, also to repay your sins? Only those with heavy sins would fall into this hell. We outsiders are different from you. Lin Ye was not entangled by his words but shifted his gaze to the iron chains on him. Why are you locked here? That's the rule. The rule? Just as you must seek a way out here, this is my rule. His body could not move, only his deep gaze hinted at a greater, more irresistible power controlling him. Lin Ye pondered, casting his eyes once more on the 2 baby skeletons. Before he could ask, the man spoke lightly, the butcher seeks, hoping to transcend their past lives and find a good fate. His words were sincere, had it not been for the lack of a task completion prompt, Lin Ye might have truly believed him. Everyone is so stubborn, the hint from the puppet must be useful, yet Lin Ye could not currently obtain any helpful information, falling into silence as he stared at the man before him. After a long time, the man turned his head slightly, advising, in 5 days, at the hour of the rat, the ghost bride will awaken completely, her grievances flooding miles, and all life will perish. Guests, it would be better for you to leave quickly. 5 days later. On the 7th day of survival in the dungeon. This means they have to survive for 24 hours under the pursuit of the ghost bride until the game ends? What kind of hellish joke is this? If the condition to pass is really like this, then no one can succeed. Lin Ye's mind raced. Master, is there a way to stop the ghost bride from fully resurrecting? The man shook his head, unwilling to say more. Leave quickly, at least you can preserve your life. Master, we can't escape, this is also the rule. The man stood still, and after a long while, he sighed helplessly. Fate is sealed, debts will be repaid, why, waste time? Lin Ye stroked his chin, constantly speculating on the meaning of his words. He suddenly stepped forward, almost touching the bloody chains. Our task is to find a way to survive. If the outcome is doomed to be destruction, where will this path to survival come from? The strange game dungeons are always bloody and brutal, but they don't leave players with no way out. There must be a way to succeed. Lin Ye's eyes surveyed the man, who was like a statue, or do you yourself represent a part of that path to survival? Chapter 026, Still not speaking? Torture awaits. The man still kept his eyes closed, like an unchanging ancient stone. But Lin Ye clearly saw that the man's wrist, covered in runes, slightly trembled under the iron chains. This subtle reaction confirmed his guess. He then asked more questions, but they were all ignored one by one. The man had resolutely decided not to respond to Lin Ye, leaving only his dark pupils gazing quietly, even with a hint of pity towards him. As if he had already glimpsed Lin Ye's doomed fate. The live chat filled with eye-rolling comments. Playing dead, and the debts will be repaid. What does it have to do with Lin Ye? Whoever's debt it is, let them repay it. Lin Ye won't take the blame. Exactly. Rambling on, so that the deaths of 3 people have nothing to do with you, huh? Lin Ye doesn't know how cruel the 7-star nail soul formation is. We've been educated, and we're only trapped, not endangering our lives. Laughable, right? Am I the only one especially scared that the ghost bride will open a killing spree on the 7th day? It's really terrifying, you know. Why panic? This is only the 2nd day, and Brother Yi has already gathered so much information, he will definitely find a path to survive. Other countries' spies lurking in Lin Ye's livestream immediately reported the information they received. Some countries still held on to reminder scrolls from the dungeon, just to use them at critical moments. Upon seeing that players from Long Country had obtained such important information, some countries could not hold back and used their reminder scrolls right on the spot, while others waited and observed, hoping their reminder scrolls would serve a more crucial purpose later. Inside the dungeon, Lin Ye had wasted enough time on the master, but what puzzled him was why the hint from this golden finger had not appeared yet. Could it be that it's not time yet, or the activation conditions for the task are insufficient? Just like the task of the twin blood babies, it was only activated when the ghost baby detached from the body of the pickled vegetable player. Apparently, tasks are not issued casually, they require him to meet certain conditions first. Lin Ye did not delve into this question for now, but he was already satisfied to have obtained so many clues from the master. After all, there would still be time ahead. He could ask more detailed questions once he obtained more important items, perhaps then he would get more thorough answers. After coming to this conclusion, Lin Ye left this place. Outside the pork shop, the butcher was tied up with his own intestines, while the blood baby held his heart, talking to him and crawling all over him. It looked as if it was having a lot of fun, utterly engrossed. The calls of daddy were enough to make the butcher dizzy. He couldn't take it anymore. It really resembled a child who refuses to sleep during the day and insists on making a fuss. But the butcher was not impatient. Instead, a strange smile appeared on his fleshy face. He seemed to really enjoy the feeling of children playing around him. Unfortunately, that smile vanished completely once he saw that Lin Ye walked out of the inner room unharmed, even in shock to the point of nearly popping his eyes out. What did you see inside? His expression did not seem to be acting, he really seemed to not know what was in there. Lin Ye did not answer directly but continued with the previous question, how did they die? If you lie again, don't blame me for being rude. He no longer stopped at mere verbal threats but drove 2 wooden nails into his knees. The scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig rang out once more, and even the blood baby was so frightened by the scene that it lost the desire to play. This man was indeed terrifying. At this moment, the butcher finally realized that the man before him was not simply threatening him, but would really seal him in the 7 stars nail soul array. Are you not ready to talk? Lin Ye sneered, do you know where I found these 7 wooden nails? Before the butcher could speak, he asked and answered himself, in the backyard of an old house, there's a beautiful garden and a fragrant peach tree, how about I take you there to bury you? You will surely love it. As he described it, a horrific scene gradually emerged in the butcher's mind. Entwined, twisted bodies, the moans of the dead, an unshakable smell of blood, a scene comparable to hell on earth. As soon as one enters, they will deeply sink into the mire of flesh and be torn apart, becoming part of the courtyard. No, he screamed in terror, I don't want to go there. I'll tell everything. At first, I loved my wife very much and loved the child in her belly. As parents, who doesn't love their child? But for some reason, ever since my wife got pregnant, my pork shop business has gotten worse every day. I was about to run out of money for meals, so I had to seek help from a master. The master told me that my wife's belly contained conjoined twins, and their conflicting energies were causing my business to plummet, so I... Lin Ye narrowed his eyes and whispered threateningly, what did you do? I knew this child couldn't be born successfully, otherwise, my pork jerky would be finished. So I forced my wife to have an abortion. After the abortion, I originally wanted to bury them as the master instructed, but I couldn't bear to see my pork jerky business close down, so I chopped up the unborn fetus and sold the meat. The viewers from the Dragon Kingdom's livestream were nearly driven mad by such shameless words. Didn't he just say that as a parent, there's no love for their child? What about face? I ask you, where is your face? Lin Ye had no reaction to this, looking down at the blood baby's right half, not yet a month old, and smiled coldly. Still not being honest at this point. I reckon you really want to die. Having said that, Lin Ye drove 2 more wooden nails into his shoulders and let the blood baby help drag him towards the outside of the pork jerky shop. The butcher screamed in agony, a howl like a ghost, yet had no ability to resist at all. He stared at Lin Ye's back, as if seeing the most terrifying demon in the world, unable to understand why Lin Ye did not trust him. Why? As Lin Ye was about to stab the 6th wooden nail into his third eye, his psychological defenses finally collapsed completely, and he cried out the truth from that year. It turned out that back then, he did have a loving wife, and they made a living from the pork shop, getting by quite well. When he learned that his wife was pregnant, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep for 3 days, thinking their life was about to get better. Who knew that just a month before his wife's delivery, the pork shop business got worse and worse? The family was so poor that they could barely afford to eat, and he wore a face full of worry, not knowing how to go on with life. After an old traditional Chinese doctor checked his pulse, he unexpectedly learned that his wife was pregnant with twins, which made him half worried and half happy. As his pork shop was on the brink of closing, he even thought about going back to his old ways. Back then, as a poor young man, he could open this pork shop only by killing for meat, but the risk was too great. Now that he was married, what would he do if the authorities caught him? Just when he was at a loss, he met a master. The master told him that he was looking for conjoined twins, and that if this child were born, it would bring great disaster to the family. Upon hearing this, the butcher immediately thought of his wife. Could it be that she was carrying the conjoined twins and that was why his pork shop's business was getting worse? For so many years, the pork shop had been running steadily. It made no sense for the business to suddenly be on the verge of bankruptcy because his wife was pregnant. The more he thought about it, the more sense it made. He hurried home to discuss the matter of aborting the fetus with his wife. However, his wife disagreed and cried, insisting on keeping the baby. He was softened by her tears and could not force her to abort, so he had to give up his thoughts. The turning point happened that morning when he accidentally overheard. Chapter 027, Xiaoping, Xiaowen. He overheard a conversation between the master and the son of the Li family. Haven't found them yet? No, I haven't heard of any pregnant wives who are carrying twins. That's bad, the time for childbirth is getting closer. Will this child really bring disaster to our town when born? Yes, it would be a very terrible disaster. Then I will offer a bounty. Whoever finds the conjoined twins will receive 500 taels. 500 taels. At that moment, those 3 words were all that filled the butcher's mind. He dazedly returned home, thinking of the grievances he had endured over the past month due to money, filled with anger and resentment. It was all because of the damn child in his wife's belly. It was all their fault. The butcher could no longer tolerate the anger in his heart and began to curse at his wife's belly, calling it a heartless demon, a debt collector, and a harbinger of doom. As the resentment kept growing, suddenly, in an instant, he had a thought: what if those 500 taels were mine? 500 taels. Those 3 words drilled into his mind like a spell. Finally, one night, he picked up the butcher's knife and, using the method he once used to kill pigs, cut open his wife's belly, extracting the already formed conjoined twins. But the moment he saw the babies, he collapsed. His wife lay on the ground, her belly slit open, surrounded by an overwhelming smell of blood. The babies in his hands were not conjoined at all, but a perfectly normal pair of twins. The butcher looked at his wife's eyes, filled with despair and tears, and he felt lost. What had he done? Until the cries of the babies snapped him back to reality, he suddenly realized, no. He must have either the son or the 500 taels. In his ears were his wife's hoarse pleas and his son's sharp cries, but he heard nothing. He had only one thought. He could not lose them all. So the butcher found the embroidery needle and thread that his wife used, and then he cut away the flesh on one side of both babies to forcefully sew them together. The strong cries of the babies disappeared completely at the moment he finished sewing them together. He happily picked up the sewn-together conjoined baby, wanting to show it to his wife. But at this moment, his wife had already died, holding onto his leg in despair and resentment. The butcher was stunned. He loved his wife so much, but he still stumbled out, carrying the conjoined baby. As long as he found the master, he could get the 500 taels. As long as he found the master. Pulling himself away from the painful memories, the butcher sobbed, I really loved her. But I had no choice. Don't do this, or my pork jerky business will go under. I have no choice. I really have no choice. Lin Ye tightly pressed his lips together, and from his trembling hands, one could see how hard it was for him to suppress his anger at this moment. Ha! A sneer, no longer containable, spilled from his lips, and the wooden nail in his hand fiercely pierced the butcher's forehead. The wretched roar echoed, yet the live broadcast viewers felt utterly delighted. Awesome! From now on, I will be your fan for life, Brother Ye. Who understands the feeling of slapping someone through the screen, dear family? This drives me crazy. This scum. Scum. Now I not only sympathize with the ghost infant but also with his mother. How tragic for this mother and son to encounter such a scummy dad. It infuriates me. If it really doesn't work, just jam in the last wooden nail too. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't feel relieved and will die of anger. The blood infant shrank back, not understanding why the human in front of him was suddenly so angry. With great effort, the 2 little heads turned, then held the heart in their hands out to him. Here, play. Lin Ye. His fists had completely hardened. Butcher, you really deserve to die. Lin Ye exhaled a deep breath and softly asked, do you 2 have names? Names? Both little heads looked even more puzzled. What is that? Lin Ye reached out and patted their heads. If they didn't understand, then so be it. At least they wouldn't be in so much pain. Brother Xiaoping. Brother Xiaowen. A weak voice from the butcher came from the ground. They have names. Pingyan, that was the name their mother left for them. The 5 or 6-year-old ghost infant was the first to happily speak up. I have a name now. I am Xiaoping. The little ghost head not yet a month old would not be outdone. I have a name too. I am Xiaowen. Lin Ye looked at the two naive little ghost heads and called their names, Xiaoping, Xiaowen. Now they had names, no longer lonely souls, but children whom their mother worried about. The two little ghost heads laughed joyfully, hee hee hee. If you ignore their terrifying appearance, this scene at first glance actually seemed a little warm. The butcher's moist eyes finally shed a drop of blood tear after this moment. I'm sorry. It was my fault. I'm really sorry. Congratulations on completing the side mission, Twin Blood Infants. Reward, Blood Infants Dependency. You are the first person to make it feel warmth. It likes to stay by your side and will no longer show any aggression toward you. Tip, your exploration depth of the instance has reached 60%, the truth may be just a step away from you. Upon seeing the task completion notification, Lin Ye was also relieved to confirm that the butcher was truly speaking from the heart this time. Looking at that drop of sincere repentant blood tear in his eyes, he felt nothing but irony. What use is a heartfelt repentance from such a brutal villain? Those wounds and pains truly struck the victims, becoming scars and shadows they could never shake off for the rest of their lives. Harm is harm. Can a simple I'm sorry really lead to forgiveness? Lin Ye crouched down, his face cold, and pulled out the wooden nails one by one, shoving them back into his storage space. With each pull, the butcher felt spasms of pain throughout his body. It was as if he was being slow tortured, with waves of pain peaking higher and higher. Xiaoping and Xiaowen watched him like this and imitated him, stuffing the butcher's intestines back in piece by piece. In the end, Xiaoping reluctantly looked at the heart in his hand but still returned it, then turned to his brother and said, "It's red." Xiaowen used his small hands to fussily look at the rotten heart in his brother's chest. "It's also red, but it's rotten." Listening to their exchanges, Lin Ye felt a mix of emotions and ultimately chose not to interrupt them. When the butcher's body had mostly recovered, Lin Ye said fiercely, "Swap the 3 sacrificial offerings in your hands with me." The butcher was startled by a shout, scrambling into the pork shop, quickly handing over the 2 pairs of chickens and 5 pounds of pork he needed. After collecting the offerings, Lin Ye spoke again, "Where can I trade for fish?" This was a task assigned to the kimchi pot players, and it naturally fell on him now. As for the other 3, Lin Ye had no hope. Living was already good enough. This time, the butcher pointed to the end of the street on the far left. "Old Lin is best at fishing, but..." Seeing the butcher had something to say, Lin Ye directly followed up, "But what?" The butcher hesitated, and in the end, under his oppressive presence, spat out 3 words, "Scapegoat." Trigger side quest, Scapegoat. He is a son-in-law without dignity, but fortunately, in this family, his wife cares for him and loves him. He feels very happy. But one day, his wife turned into someone else's appearance, and no one around noticed anything wrong. His constant explanations only led to everyone thinking he was crazy. Tip, fulfill his wish to exchange for the items you need. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, a 3rd side quest. Today was really lucky, actually triggering 3 side quests in a row. Chapter 028 New Task. Seeking wife for the scapegoat. After exchanging for 2 items, Lin Ye was in a good mood, walking back to the old residence for lunch with a spring in his step. However, the other 3 looked quite unhappy, their brows furrowed in distress. In the highly mutated 4th round of the dungeon, they did not dare to take risks, fearing that a slip could trigger the death rules. This led to their task stagnating, and they still hadn't exchanged for anything useful. Seeing Lin Ye walk into the dining hall, they intended to strike up a conversation, but upon glancing at the blood infant on his shoulder, they jumped up and retreated in shock. You, there is, on your neck, there is. Lin Ye waved his hand, the 2 ghost infants fused into a blood infant. "It's not aggressive, so don't panic." The 3. "It looks so fierce, and you say it's not aggressive?" The 3 didn't believe him and still kept their distance, warily watching him and the blood infant. Until the paper servant brought out a pot of bone soup, just like yesterday, overflowing with meaty aroma, their expressions changed completely to terror. Whose meat is this again? Could it be Lin Ye's? No wonder he showed no reaction with a blood infant on his shoulder. It turns out he was already dead. Lin Ye's first reaction upon seeing the dish of meat was also one of rejection. Recalling what had happened yesterday at noon made his stomach churn. He twitched the corner of his mouth and asked, "This is?" The paper servant remained polite as he answered softly, "This is fresh pork sent by the butcher from the pork shop, meant to specially thank all the guests." After speaking, that blood-colored eyeball shook slightly, looking expectantly at the few of them. The turkey country player was the first to express doubt. "Is this really pork?" No one answered his question, but the paper servant's gaze inevitably became meaningful. Lin Ye shook his head, still saying, "My mom doesn't let me eat pork." The other 3 quickly echoed him. "I remembered, my mom doesn't let me either." "What a coincidence, my mom too." "I'm different, my parents both don't allow." The paper servant didn't press them but simply said, "Please feel free." Only then did all four breathe a sigh of relief and gathered around the dining table to enjoy eating their buns with dishes. The blood infant on Lin Ye's shoulder patted him, hungry. It wanted to eat that dish of meat, it smelled so good. Lin Ye looked at the three across from him for their opinion, and they quickly nodded. Eat, it's all yours. What a joke, they were not the kind of people who would dare to fight with a blood infant for meat. Lin Ye then placed the dish of meat in front of himself, and the blood infant jumped onto the table, eating happily, almost burying its little heads directly into the bowl. After finishing the meal, Lin Ye left with the blood infant, having no desire to chat. 3 people left behind looked enviously at his back. To survive the ghost bride and now have help from the blood baby, how did he manage it? I saw him knock on the door at the end of the street today, where a notoriously fierce puppet lives, and he still walked out alive. Did you not hear the screams from the pork shop before you came back? I went to take a look. The butcher was being pinned to the ground, begging for mercy. The 3 exchanged glances, and after a moment of silence, one of them said, he's simply a Superman. At this moment, Lin Ye was swiftly standing in front of the old Lin family's door. He knocked on the big door, and soon it was opened a crack, revealing the weary face of a young man. The young man was extremely thin, with a body shape resembling a bamboo pole, and his eye sockets were sunken. At first glance, Lin Ye thought he had encountered a starved ghost. What is it? The man spoke, his voice harsh and grating like nails scratching a blackboard. Lin Ye explained his purpose, and the young man merely looked him up and down before casually pointing in a direction. My father is fishing by the river. If you want fish, go exchange with him. If I say, I can help you find your true wife? The young man paused in his action of closing the door, straightened his hunched back, and stared at him with wide eyes. Is what you say true? Lin Ye patted his chest in assurance. Of course. Logically, the young man shouldn't easily trust this seemingly unreliable youth, but he couldn't help it. He had searched for his wife for hundreds of years. What if he really could do it? The young man eagerly opened the door wider to invite him into the yard. A rare smile appeared on his thin, haggard face. Please come in, honored guest. Lin Ye followed him inside but was caught off guard as he turned around and met a dozen pairs of eyes on his back. On his back, there were actually dozens of twisted, pained human faces, of all ages and genders. The livestream room was also startled by this sudden scene. Brother Ye's mental quality is so strong, and he doesn't even scream. Unlike me, I'm going to change the sheets again. I really admire this dungeon. Throughout so many years of dungeon history, I've never seen such a dense concentration of horror elements. Is this to practice witchcraft? 14 items correspond to 14 oddities. So far, 11 have appeared without repetition. Who understands this significance? Friends who enjoy horror movies are blessed. Everything that the country won't allow to film is here, and it's all in high definition. Upstairs, would you like this blessing? No way. The young man noticed his hesitation and turned back in confusion. What's wrong? Instinct told Lin Ye that now was not the time to speak too much. Just as he was about to say it was nothing, the young man reached back to touch the faces on his back. Are you curious about who these people are? Actually, I'm not curious. The young man seemed not to hear him and continued speaking to himself. They all say they are my wives. Even the people around me believe this, but I know they are not. How could I not recognize my own wife? My wife is neither an old woman nor a man, and she certainly isn't a child. She is the kindest woman in the world. She always holds my hand and says it's hard when I'm tired from working, cooking for me all year round, and sewing my clothes. The young man displayed an intoxicated, happy expression, speaking at length about what his wife had done for him. So I know they are not my wife. Everyone is trying to deceive me. It's everyone. But it's okay. His expression gradually became sickly. I will peel off their skin, and then they cannot impersonate my wife anymore. For everyone that comes, I will peel one. For every 2, I will peel a pair. One day, no one will dare to impersonate my wife and deceive me. His sickly gaze fell on Lin Ye's face. Do you think I'm right? Lin Ye. Is this where it starts to get difficult? You are absolutely right. This is how it should be. Anyone pretending to be your wife should not be forgiven. As he spoke, Lin Ye couldn't help but pull the blood infant off his shoulder. If you don't believe me, ask it again. Once again used as a shield, the blood infant. The young man's gaze moved downward, slowly landing on the blood infant. Who are you? The blood infant's already dull mind got completely stuck. Who is it? It is Xiao Ping in Shaoan, right? Who else could it be? The blood infant pouted in disdain at its kind. It's so stupid. It simply turned around on Lin Ye's shoulder, showing its butt to him. However, the young man did not give up, stretching his neck like rubber to reach behind Lin Ye. Who are you? His relentless questioning made Lin Ye a little worried. As fellow strange beings, these two wouldn't end up fighting, would they? Just as he was pondering a countermeasure, a hesitant and confused voice suddenly came from behind. Daddy? Lin Ye? Chapter 29, a large-scale recognition scene. The man clearly froze when he heard this title. You call me Daddy? Lin Ye didn't know what the blood infant was thinking, but hearing this, it powerfully called out again, "Daddy." Under the man's gaze, the blood infant spread its arms wide and smiled, "Hug." The man's sickly gaze softened in the sound of the blood infant's cheerful voice. After pondering for a while, he suddenly laughed, "So, my wife left me such a cute child." He stretched his neck affectionately and said, "Come to daddy." The blood infant did not hesitate at all, crawling from Lin Ye's shoulder to the man's neck. When the man's neck returned to its normal length, it climbed onto his head. "Daddy." The man's smile became even gentler, "Good child." Only Lin Ye stood there with a face full of question marks. The live stream was also laughing uncontrollably. "Wait, did you just find yourself a dad like this?" Lin Ye is online confused. "I'm such a big blood infant and I just became someone else's son?" "Lin Ye, please don't go. How can I live without you?" "Don't say, I also feel this development is so magical. When did strange things start to recognize parents? This guy has also gone crazy looking for his wife, even making up a son. I'm ready with my little stool, let me see who in this story is not human." Lin Ye opened his mouth, trying to interrupt this loving father and son scene, but seeing the blood infant so happy, he could only temporarily shut his mouth. Forget it, the child is happy to recognize whichever dad he wants. When the two had enough fun, the man finally remembered there was a living person beside him. "My name is Zhang Wang, may I ask how to address you, honored guest?" "Lin Ye." Zhang Wang readily called out, "Brother Lin Ye, thank you very much for bringing my son back today. From now on, we are sworn brothers, and in this town, I will protect you. If you can help me find my wife, then from now on, you will be my reborn parents." Lin Ye didn't know what to say. He could only nod in agreement, "Okay. Now it's good." Not only did he recognize a son, but he also immediately recognized a brother. After all this, it turns out he brought the blood infant to the doorstep to recognize relatives? Lin Ye could only laugh and cry at the same time. Seeing him agree, Zhang Wang was very satisfied with this brother. He pulled him into the house, pointed to the place where his wife liked to stay, and said, "This is where my wife and I usually live. There are some of her common items, I wonder if they will help you find her." Lin Ye took a rough look around. Aside from a bed and a table, the furniture in the room was pitifully scarce. In the corner, various tools for fishing and chopping wood were piled up, making the whole room feel like it had no traces of a female owner living there. "Can I take a closer look?" Zhang Wang readily agreed. There was nothing valuable in the room, so he had no fear of theft. With his permission, Lin Ye approached, his gaze sweeping over the old wooden bed, then landing on the only table. On the table were only some sewing materials and a wooden comb. The dust in the room was astonishingly thick, and he seemed to have a guess as he turned back. "How long has your wife been missing?" "Almost 200 years. I've been waiting here for my wife to come back. This room hasn't had anyone in it since she disappeared." 200 years. No wonder the dust has piled up so high. Lin Ye bent down, carefully walked around the room, and continued to ask, "Do you remember where your wife was last seen?" "The riverside." Zhang Wang answered quickly. The day's scene had been etched in his mind, never to be forgotten. "I was chopping firewood that morning, and my wife went to the riverside with her father to fish. When she returned at noon, she was a different person, no longer my wife, but everyone around seemed not to notice anything wrong. They all said I was crazy, but only I knew I wasn't. That was my wife, I couldn't have mistaken her. I'll take a walk by the riverside first." Lin Ye decided to visit the original site, maybe there would be some clues. The task required him to fulfill Zhang Wang's wish, and that meant even after 200 years, there were still clues left for him, guiding him to find Zhang Wang's wife and complete the task. "Can you leave this place?" Zhang Wang shook his head, glancing around before picking up a fishing spear and handing it to him for protection. "There are dirty things in the river, be careful." Lin Ye accepted the spear, glancing subtly at the blood infant. The blood infant understood his intention and reluctantly released its neck, which had been tied into a bow, and returned to his shoulder. It didn't forget to explain to Zhang Wang, "I'm going too." Zhang Wang looked at it with gratitude. "Good child, when we find your mother, I'll make you fish to eat, okay?" After a brief exchange, Lin Ye followed the direction given by Zhang Wang and set off with the blood infant. What was once a foggy area gradually revealed a road leading outside the city as he approached. After stepping onto that road, the fog returned to its previous dense state, swallowing his figure. It seemed the road he saw before was nothing but an illusion. Lin Ye tightened his grip on the spear, not knowing how long he had walked. He finally heard the sound of flowing water. He couldn't help but quicken his pace, finally seeing a river about 7 or 8 meters wide. Through the misty water vapor, it seemed he spotted someone fishing by the riverbank. "Old Lin," he attempted to call out. When the figure turned back, a kind and gentle old face appeared in the mist. Lin Ye and the audience from Long Country both breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally not a terrifying face appearing. Seeing this face was simply a redemption. "Do you know me?" The old man spoke, his voice carrying the gentle kindness unique to an elder. Lin Ye tightened his grip on the spear, not daring to underestimate the old man before him, and stopped at a safe distance. Our host is holding a wedding banquet and needs fish and meat. I heard you have some, so I wanted to trade for a couple, is that okay? Young man, you have good eyes. The old man laughed heartily. I am indeed the best fisherman in the whole town, but unfortunately, I've just given all my fish to someone else. Lin Ye seized the opportunity to flatter, I can wait, with your skills, you surely can catch more quickly. The old man smiled without saying another word and turned back to focus on fishing. Lin Ye didn't dare to get too close, he crouched a few meters away, casting his gaze toward the water's surface. Are there really fish in this water? The old man stroked his graying beard, if you believe, then there will be, if not, then there won't. Lin Ye. It feels like he's just playing around. The blood baby beside him climbed onto old Lin's lap without any hesitation, Grandpa. Old Lin initially did not want to provoke this little guy, but upon hearing his title, he suddenly reacted strongly. What did you say? Where did you come from? I came from Daddy's place, looking for Mommy. Old Lin's breath began to quicken, and his gaze frantically looked at Lin Ye. Where did this child come from? Lin Ye wanted to test things and started to lie. Brother Zhang said this is a child born to his wife, don't you think they look very alike? To his surprise, old Lin was so angry that he almost jumped up, and 2 patches of redness appeared on his face. Ridiculous. Chapter 030, The Mystery. Each with their own words. Old Lin, Old Lin. Lin Ye quickly pretended to console, calm down, they are a couple having a child, shouldn't you be happy to be a grandpa? Having what child? Old Lin was so furious he puffed his cheeks and stared, my daughter has been missing for over 10 years, where did this child of that age come from? This little brat must have had a hysterical episode and stole a child from someone else's home. He just wants to trick you outsiders who know nothing. This is truly sinful. Hearing this, it was clear that Zhang Wang had done this kind of thing many times, making the old man furious. He quickly explained for Zhang Wang, this is the butcher's child, I'll take him back shortly. Butcher? Old Lin searched his memories for a long time before calming down, his wife indeed was pregnant with a child, I didn't expect it to be so big now. He seemed to not notice the blood baby's bizarre aspect and happily began to tease the child in his arms. Lin Ye waited for a moment and tried to pry for more information again, what did you mean by saying your daughter went missing for over 10 years? Old Lin halted his teasing and readjusted his fishing rod, that was a long time ago, my daughter drowned when she slipped into the river at the age of 10. Lin Ye was even more puzzled, she died so early? Old Lin sighed and took the initiative to speak, Zhang Wang and my daughter grew up together, childhood sweethearts, they were deeply in love. After my daughter died, he became a bit crazy, and when he grew up, he came to the door to say he wanted to take care of me in my old age. I initially refused, a dead person cannot come back to life, and I didn't want to waste Zhang Wang's life. But this kid was stubborn, after coming to my door for 6 months, I finally agreed. But I had no idea that his hysteria would get worse and worse until one day he completely changed, violently yelling and cursing at those around him and even harboring murderous thoughts, that's when I realized the severity of the problem and forbid him from going out. As he spoke, old Lin couldn't help but shed a tear and sighed deeply, it's all a sin. After hearing old Lin's story, the viewers in the livestream began to speculate about the truth. I bet only half of what he says can be trusted, I've seen stories about this door before, called the substitute ghost, and this has nothing to do with that. Be bold and don't believe a word, who knows this family might be doing some cult ritual to resurrect their daughter. Don't be ridiculous, this is Chinese horror, not a cult. I think Zhang Wang's wife became a water ghost and couldn't reincarnate, and to save his wife, he willingly became a substitute ghost, but old Lin wouldn't allow him to die and has been guarding here. There's some reasoning in that, since ancient times, when talking about a substitute ghost, one thinks first of water ghosts looking for substitutes, so it does make sense. Are you putting on a big reunion comedy from a distance? Have you forgotten what happened to the old lady's daughter and the blood baby? The master didn't say that those who can stay here are either extremely fierce or extremely evil atoning for their sins, I see none of them are good people, and Zhang Wang's wife was killed by them working together. That seems a bit extreme, though. Lin Ye was also lost in thought, according to old Lin, Zhang Wang was mad. When a madman wants to find his wife, is it really the person he recalls in his memory or a figment of his imagination? This is directly related to the success or failure of the task, and he did not make a hasty decision, but comforted a few words before wandering by the river. If Zhang Wang's wife really died in the river, she should have become a water ghost by now. If we could find this water ghost and bring her before Zhang Wang for a reunion, would the task be considered complete? Lin Ye played with the harpoon in his hand and suddenly had a bold idea. Soon he turned his thoughts to the blood infant, Xiaoping, Xiaowen, do you want to go into the water? The blood infant didn't know what bad idea he was concocting and immediately shook his head. Old Lin didn't say anything and just focused on his fishing hook. Lin Ye took 2 steps forward, crouched, and lifted his leg, here we go. The blood infant, despite being a powerful anomaly, was kicked into the river by him. Xiao Ping, Xiaoan. Sir, if this doesn't work, please just skin us alive? The human you fancy really can't serve you. You are simply a scoundrel. What are you standing there for? Lin Ye urged when he saw it floating motionless on the water. Quick, see if there's a water ghost inside. The blood infant saw him holding the harpoon, ready for action, and after 2 seconds of confusion, dove underwater. Old Lin seemed unfazed by his actions, still watching the fishing line for a bite. Young man, are you trying to spear the water ghost onto the shore? Lin Ye scratched his head and replied frankly, that is indeed my intention. Old Lin shook his head and sighed at his naivety. This water ghost is ferocious. Once it locks onto you, it won't stop until it drags you to the bottom. Young man, you'd better leave quickly to avoid trouble. Want to drive him away? Lin Ye pretended to be foolish and pretended not to understand. But you are still here, old Lin, having fished by the river for so many years without issue. I believe you won't just sit by and watch me die. Old Lin snorted but didn't say anything particularly unpleasant. Before long, his fishing rod dipped, clearly indicating a catch, and he busily began to reel in the line. Lin Ye remained focused, staring at the water's surface, waiting for the blood infant to resurface. Bubbles started to rise in the water, and Lin Ye tightened his grip on the harpoon, holding his breath and lowering his center of gravity with legs apart, his arm raised high, ready to strike. The blood infant poked its head out of the water and shouted, "No. No one." It had searched for a long time underwater. Not only was there no corpse or its kind, but it hadn't even seen many fish. No one. Isn't it said that someone died in this river? How could it possibly leave nothing behind? As Lin Ye pondered this, he suddenly sensed something quietly approaching from behind. He reflexively jabbed the harpoon backward under his arm but met no resistance. This meant he had struck nothing. Lin Ye's pupils contracted, and just as he was about to find a way to remedy the situation, a strong arm suddenly rested on his shoulder. He could even clearly feel the exaggerated weight of the muscles on that arm. He nearly stumbled to the ground when it came to rest. What was behind him? He instinctively looked at the blood infant, only to see the two brothers baring their teeth, their eyes full of resentful warnings. As if to say, if you dare to move, we will tear you apart. Their attitude made him secretly relax. Fortunately, the blood infants were there to ward off whatever was behind him, or else he truly could not guarantee that his head would not explode on the spot. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, old Lin finally spoke. "Lin Ye, why aren't you letting go of the person?" The thing behind him, called Lin Ye, seemed quite unconvinced and gruffly said, "This person disturbs my sister's peace. I must teach him a good lesson today." Lin Ye's heart sank. Sister? Old Lin's family actually had a fourth person. Don't be rude, old Lin scolded. This is a distinguished guest from the Li family. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye reluctantly released the arm resting on him. Lin Ye was freed, and the blood infant immediately hopped onto the shore to protect him. Bad person. The eyeballs of the blood infant spun violently in front of its chest, already on the edge of brutality. Hurting Lin Ye, what difference is there from indirectly plotting against it? If the adults find out, it won't live one bit longer. What are you looking at? Lin Ye glared back defiantly, the tension in the air suddenly reaching a breaking point. Lin Ye rubbed his shoulders, patted the top of the blood infant's head to show reassurance, and then turned back. Chapter 031, The Strange Family of Four. He saw a giant over 2 meters tall, covered in muscles, standing behind him. Its arms were broader than his shoulders. No wonder when it landed on his shoulder, it nearly smashed him into the ground. Lin Ye slightly opened his mouth, not quite believing his eyes. In this bizarre world, he felt nothing strange about what he saw, but he couldn't help but marvel at such a supermodel physique. How does a person grow up like this? Wow! A human tank, we've really seen it today, family. What must the body fat percentage be? Goodness! One punch from him would turn a person into meat paste, right? What folktale is this bizarre game based on? I'm really curious. It feels like it's not just about the bride ghost. It seems like the whole town has some unspeakable secrets, and there's a huge puppet master behind it. I feel the same. Isn't the plot just about the bad guys scheming to harm the good guys, only to end up burning themselves? Seeing everyone discuss this so energetically makes me feel relieved to slack off. Old Lin pulled his second son and forced a smile. He's just a stubborn guy, also worried about the little sister being disturbed from her sweet dreams, so he acted recklessly. Please don't take offense, little brother. Lin Ye stepped forward to naturally place the blood infant behind him, and then said politely, "We were the ones who offended first. I apologize to both of you here." With just a few words, the previously tense atmosphere was eased. Lin Ye and old Lin grinned widely, almost praising each other to the sky. In the end, the two hit it off and immediately decided to have dinner at old Lin's house tonight, as they had just cooked the fish caught earlier. Old Lin tidied up his tools and led Lin Ye ahead, while Lin Ye followed behind at a distance with the blood infant. Are you sure there's nothing underwater? Lin Ye lowered his voice to ask, a volume only the two could hear. The blood infant lay on his shoulder, leaning close to his ear. There's nothing at all, it's not like they said, that anyone died there. I didn't sense any ghostly energy. And it hesitated, glancing at the fish basket in Lin Ye's hands. And what? Why does this child always leave things half said? There are no fish in the water. Huh? Lin Ye's gaze unintentionally fell on the fish basket. No fish? Then what is in the fish basket now? It's too dim underwater, I couldn't see clearly. It could only vaguely sense a mass of blackness. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye knew something was wrong. He had only focused on the surface of the water and had no idea what old Lin had caught. He boldly guessed, could it be the corpse of Zhang Wang's wife? Definitely not. The blood infant immediately denied his guess. Our noses are very sensitive, we can smell if someone has died. It was very certain that no one had died in the water. Lin Ye nodded thoughtfully. It seems the scapegoat had nothing to do with a water ghost. In other words, old Lin lied. Zhang Wang's wife didn't drown at age 10. Yet, Zhang Wang also said his wife went missing while fishing by the river with old Lin. That day, Zhang Wang's wife may not have gone to the river, she was missing somewhere else. Could it be the same situation as the mother-in-law's daughter buried bones now resting in the ancient house? Based on Li Shouchuan's bully's persona, he probably didn't spare any effort in forcibly taking innocent women. After the mother-in-law's daughter was harmed by him and buried in the backyard, could Zhang Wang's wife also be there? The more Lin Ye thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The entire town story should revolve around the ancient house, no matter if it was the mother-in-law's family, the ghost baby's family, or the ghost bride's family. The master and Li Shouchuan had been involved almost every time. This time should be no exception. The scapegoat. Perhaps Li Shouchuan framed Zhang Wang to escape the law's punishment? Such speculation was not unfounded. Occurrences like this were common in that era. Everything would become clear tonight when he returned to the ancient house to investigate. Back at home, old Lin first shouted Zhang Wan's name and then energetically led Lin Ye into the kitchen. From the window, one could see the two busy figures, but what exactly they were doing remained unknown. Zhang Wang did not reply to old Lin. His attitude towards the two was neither warm nor cold, and even seemed somewhat resistant. It seemed he really disliked their return home. Lin Ye pulled Zhang Wang aside to whisper and repeated what old Lin had told him. After listening, Zhang Wang's expression was particularly calm, but his tightly clenched fists revealed his true feelings. Nonsense. It's all nonsense. We didn't even know each other when we were kids. I was picked up by my wife after I nearly starved to death as an adult because my family went bankrupt. They just want to trick me into accepting someone else so I would give up searching for my wife. I won't be fooled. Never. I will definitely find her. I will. This, completely different stories. In fact, Lin Ye's heart leaned more towards Zhang Wang's words. After all, he was his target. And it was very possible that the scapegoat mentioned referred to him. Because only his transformation was the most severe, while the other two could still maintain basic human forms. But what role did Zhang Wang's wife play in this incident back then? As the core figure of the entire event, the key to breaking the deadlock should be with her. Don't worry, I said I would help you, and I will definitely find your wife. Zhang Wang calmed down. The person who had grown so thin that he hardly resembled himself squatted on the ground, crying inconsolably. I miss her so much. I really miss her. His life had always been tough. He finally met his salvation, believing he had finally received a gift from fate. But he never expected. Why take my wife away? Why? I just want her. I don't want anyone else, just her. Lin Ye's eyes showed pity, but he didn't know how to comfort him. He reached out to pat his shoulder, but was deterred by the extremely distorted faces on his back that seemed to be enduring great pain. Lin Ye. Forget it, his sympathy was unnecessary. The blood baby stood in front of Zhang Wang like a little adult, trying hard to reach out and pat his forehead. Don't cry, don't cry. Be good, baby. These were the words their mother used to comfort them when they were crying in her womb. The memory was not very clear, but it was enough to comfort the foolish companion in front of them. Zhang Wang stretched his neck and lowered his head to allow them to pat his head. Hearing these words, the tears fell even more fiercely, and he directly hugged them. Daddy will definitely find your mother, definitely. Little Lin waved his little fists, repeating his words, definitely. Lin Ye found it hard to describe his feelings about this scene. In short, very complicated. At this moment, old Lin shouted, dinner is ready. Lin Ye sat down with the blood baby and Zhang Wang, carefully observing the dishes on the table. Everything seemed normal, just ordinary fish. Lin Ye sat directly opposite him, still giving him a bad look, slamming his bowl and chopsticks loudly. What was the difference between fishing for bodies in the water and digging little sister's grave? It would be strange if he was happy about it. Fortunately, Lin Ye's psychological quality was strong. He simply ignored him and focused on chatting with the others. Originally, the atmosphere at the dinner table was fairly harmonious, but No one knows who started it, but once the conversation turned to Zhang Wang's wife, it instantly unraveled like a wild horse, galloping in an uncontrollable direction. Finally, Zhang Wang could no longer endure it, stood up, and flipped the table. Enough! Chapter 032, Shadow? When did I get caught? My sister is not dead. She just went missing. She's been hidden away. I will definitely find her. Zhang Wang's chest rose and fell violently, his expression obsessive and sickly. Behind him, people's faces rushed forward wanting to escape from their own flesh, each mouth wide open in silent screams. Look at you now, what a state you're in. Old Lin threw down his chopsticks, stood up, and pointed at his nose, scolding, Do you still think the people you've harmed aren't enough? I'm not wrong. Zhang Wang's sunken eyes shot out fierce light. They must pay the price for impersonating my wife. Must. You old Lin was so angry he covered his chest, trembling and unable to speak for a long time, finally turned away in disappointment. Truly mad. Lin Ye glanced at the frenzied Zhang Wang, said nothing, and silently squatted down to clean up the mess. Such indifference was like a slow torture for Zhang Wang. He screamed madly, causing various destruction in the yard, smashing everything he could find, trying to attract their attention in this way. I'm not crazy. What I said is all true. All true. Only Lin Ye stood there in a corner, holding a blood baby, weak and helpless, watching this farce, occasionally dodging the flying firewood to avoid getting hurt. It felt like watching a family drama. He thought awkwardly. Only when Zhang Wang ceased his hysterical behavior did Lin Ye dare to step forward. I will help you find your wife tonight, but do you have any way for me to recognize her? Recognize my wife? He muttered the question back, seemingly not understanding what Lin Ye meant. I mean, is there a token from your wife or a way to know her appearance? Token? He looked blankly at his body. He had many things left by his wives, but a token he didn't have any. Lin Ye noticed his embarrassment, so he shifted focus to appearance. Then what does your wife look like? Appearance. These two words seemed to plunge him into some beautiful memories, the corners of his lips involuntarily curving into a happy arc. She is very gentle and kind, the kindest and most gentle person in the world. Lin Ye. Is that all? Zhang Wang looked at him, with a confused gaze that seemed to ask, what else? Lin Ye finally understood a bit why he couldn't find his wife. Asking all these questions, it's strange if he could find her. Seeing that it was getting late, Lin Ye didn't waste any more time. I'll go back to help you look for her, and I will notify you tomorrow if there's news. Zhang Wang stood at the door watching him leave, his heart filled with uncontainable hope to meet his wife tomorrow. After not seeing her for who knows how many years, would his wife still recognize him? She should be able to, right? After all, his wife loved him so much. The sun had set. Lin Ye walked alone on the street, always feeling a cold chill behind him. The blood baby lay on his shoulder, still burying its head and unwilling to look at the surrounding houses, as if each of them housed a terrifying existence it couldn't face. He was thinking about Zhang Wang's wife's matter, and the road went smoothly. When he approached the old house, he could see 3 people guarding the door from a distance. At first, they thought Lin Ye had died outside, each one anxious, unable to eat or drink. Now seeing him return alive, a huge stone in their hearts finally settled. If Lin Ye had really died, with their abilities it would just be a matter of time before they got wiped out. The players from Turkey were preparing to greet him when suddenly, like seeing something terrifying, their voices choked in their throats. They trembled and pulled at the clothes of the other 3. Pointing at the back of Lin Ye, scared and speechless. At first, the other 2 couldn't understand his meaning, until Lin Ye walked up the steps, his figure appearing in the dim glow of the red lanterns. The shadow behind him stretched extremely long. From the shadow, it could be seen that on his shoulder, besides the 2 heads of the blood baby, there was also a third unknown head. The 3 of them hurriedly retreated into the ancient house, and Harris instinctively wanted to close the door. Wait a minute. Lin Ye hurriedly stopped his action, skillfully squeezing in through the gap. You still want to close the door when you see me? The 3 of them. It's because we see you that we want to close the door. The 3 huddled together in the corner, cautiously staring at him. Even if Lin Ye was slow, he should have sensed something was wrong at this point. He tilted his head to glance at the blood baby and directly asked, What did you see? Harris gathered his courage and answered, Your shadow. Shadow? Lin Ye stepped back into the light and turned to look behind him. He didn't realize until he looked that it made him jump. He actually had 4 heads on his shoulders. One was his, the other 2 were Xiaoping's and Xiaoan's, and that one whose was it? Lin Ye's body became stiff, instinctively afraid to turn his neck. Could it be that he accidentally provoked something on the way back? It shouldn't be. The things in the house won't attack players unless they knock on the door. He returned a little late, but still within the rules. Reasonably speaking, he shouldn't be attacked. After thinking it through, there was only one explanation. This thing was brought out from Lao Lin's house. Could it be that thing old Lin hooked out of the water? Lin Ye patted Xiaoping's head, signaling him to look back. In just a moment, the 4 heads had already turned into 5 heads. Xiaoping stood up and shook his body, discovering that the extra two heads were one on Lin Ye's shoulder and the other actually grew on his shoulder.
What is this thing? Is it a kind? Not even it is spared?
The blood baby was confused. It had never encountered such a situation and didn't know how to respond for a moment.
The Mao country player, seeing his reaction, cautiously asked, "Are you still a living person?" Lin Ye, nonsense. Of course I am.
Then his gaze subtly fell on the shadow behind Lin Ye.
If I don't die tomorrow, then I'm a living person.
Leaving this sentence, Lin Ye took big strides toward the room. He currently had no good way to deal with it and didn't even know where this thing came from.
When did it appear on him? The audience in the Dragon Country livestream couldn't help but worry for him.
I just wanted to say this mission was a bit roundabout but still very safe, but I didn't expect it to be waiting for our wild brother here. I'm really a bit scared now. Did anyone notice that the head seems to be slowly growing larger? I don't know what it is, I can only watch the heads gradually increase and grow larger. This feeling is really terrifying. Strange things related to shadows are indeed rare. It only appeared once in the previous quest. It could attach to a person's shadow and silently ambush from behind. Clearly, the substitute is not the most terrifying strange thing, but this mission gives me the creeps the most.
Brother Yi, please hold on.
It's already the second day, we're about to break the record for survival.
Please don't let anything go wrong.
This time, the players are generally quite good. There are still 3 surviving teams with a total number of 8 people.
We must safely get through tomorrow, we must. Compared to the audience's tension, the people in the high-level conference room in the Dragon Country were clearly more relaxed.
Because they knew that the Ghost Bride would not ignore Lin Ye's life safety. This is the benefit of choosing the right token from the start, it's exhilarating.
Chapter 033, Shadow-Eating Ghost. Ghost Bride's Guidance.
Back in the room, Lin Ye felt somewhat absent-minded. He thought having a golden finger would lead to a smooth path, but unexpectedly, he still faced setbacks.
He didn't even know when he got caught.
In the strange quest filled with danger, he had indeed been too careless. Lin Ye threw himself into the bedding. The decayed moldy smell made him more acutely feel that he was in the Eerie game's copy world. His mind was in chaos, with Zhang Wang, the master, old Lin, and Lin Er's faces continuously switching and arguing in his mind. The known clues were just too chaotic, and the lack of key information made it impossible for him to effectively sort them out. Then there was that extra head appearing in the shadow, not only multiplying but also enlarging, looking as if it was constantly devouring his brain. The blood baby could only guard the door for some unknown reason, and the room was quiet except for his own breathing.
Will I die?
He buried his head deeper. At that moment, a pair of cool hands gently rested on his forehead, skillfully pressing his temples.
Husband.
Lin Ye's tense muscles relaxed with her tender call. He didn't hurry to get up, but instead held her hand and rubbed it against his face, his voice muffled, "I'm fine." The Ghost Bride didn't withdraw her hand, allowing him to hold it. Hearing his words, she smiled brightly. "Is my husband worried about this?"
Huh?
Lin Ye finally raised his head from the bedding, only to see her, dressed in wedding attire and draped with a red veil, gracefully sitting at the edge of the bed. Behind her stood a pitch-black humanoid creature, obediently standing there, afraid to move.
You.
Lin Ye was momentarily at a loss for words, 1,000 phrases ultimately condensed into, "Thank you." The Ghost Bride playfully scratched his palm with her finger. Husband and wife are one, why speak of thanks? Lin Ye shyly lowered his head, feeling a deep heat rise to his face. This pure and warm scene left the live chat room stunned.
Before the Dragon Kingdom viewers could say anything, the foreign audience began to angrily criticize. Excuse me, what is happening here?
Baka, I said the Ghost Bride's attitude towards him was really off. What kind of potion did this guy feed her? Why hasn't she torn him apart yet? Dragon Kingdom really is something, clearly having cracked the Ghost Bride's control method but keeping it to themselves.
How can they live with themselves after letting so many people die? Exactly. Watching so many teams get wiped out one after another, don't they have nightmares at night?
Here it comes again, the daily moral burden of the strong being guilty. The Dragon Kingdom viewers first rolled their eyes, then took a sip of water to clear their throats, picked up their keyboards, and firmly locked their eyes on the barrage, directly joining the battle.
Inside the quest, Lin Ye curiously asked, "What is this?"
This is part of the Requiem Ghost's body, called a shadow-eating ghost. The Ghost Bride gently explained, the shadow-eating ghost likes to attach itself to others' shadows, feeding off their lifespan and energy to strengthen itself. The person who gets possessed usually becomes a dried corpse in 1 to 2 days, which is also how the Requiem Ghost got its name. Not sending someone to die but making others die for itself. This description sent a chill down Lin Ye's spine. If it weren't for her intervention, he definitely wouldn't have survived past the 4th day of the quest. When exactly did I get caught, he wondered, puzzled. The shadow-eating ghost only needs body contact to parasitize.
Body contact.
Okay, he had body contact with everyone in the Lin family.
Husband, please do not worry.
The ghost bride lightly raised her delicate wrist, and the shadow-eating ghost curled up in her palm, obedient and well-behaved. Now it is parasitized in my shadow, afraid to act recklessly. Lin Ye looked at the curled-up dark shadow. Swallowed hard, no wonder he was the strongest force in the game. His gaze involuntarily landed on the previous task hint, captivated by 3 words. Hint: if you successfully tame the ghost bride, you will receive a red-clad evil spirit bodyguard, upgradable. Upgradable. That means the already amazing ghost bride can become even more powerful. If he tames her, then helps her become a ghost general, a ghost king, or even a ghost god. Wouldn't this gain be a breeze for him? Lin Ye imagined that scene, and for a moment, his confidence surged. Let's do it! If he gets the chance, he must give a slap to the game's higher-ups and see who designed these inhumane scenarios. Dear, do you know who put the shadow demon on me? The sky was still early, and he didn't want to sleep just yet. He wanted to chat with the ghost bride. He didn't know if asking directly like this would violate the game rules. The ghost bride shook her head. I have some kind of connection with him, but it's very vague. There is a more powerful force imprisoning my memories. I can't answer that for you right now. Her voice held a rare hint of guilt, but she quickly promised, however, with me here, no one can hurt you. Listen to that, how is this different from the most beautiful love words? Lin Ye could barely hold back his smile, feeling as sweet as if his heart was soaking in honey. It's really nice to have you, my dear. By the way, dear, what have you been doing these days? A glint of coldness flashed in the ghost bride's eyes. I've been cleaning up some pests. As the boss of the game, her most troubling matter every day was that there were always some blind creatures trying to invade her territory. Lin Ye nodded and changed the topic. Do you know a person in a robe? The ghost bride was silent for a moment before slowly uttering 2 words, heaven. Master? It should be him. I found him in the butcher's pork shop. He was trapped there by chains. A hint of surprise flashed in the ghost bride's eyes. My husband actually found the Heaven Master? So that's where he was hiding. Finally found him. Because of the veil, Lin Ye couldn't see the ghost bride's expression, asking to himself, is the Heaven Master a very bad person, the kind who does all kinds of evil? Her voice was long as she answered, he is worse than that. Lin Ye's mind lit up. Indeed, the Heaven Master's words could not be trusted completely, just listening was enough. Thinking this way, he didn't notice he had unknowingly given the ghost bride absolute trust. Is there anything else my husband wants to ask? The ghost bride gently shook his arm, indicating he could continue. Lin Ye smiled helplessly. Really, nothing can be hidden from you, dear. Zhang Wang, the son-in-law of the Lao Lin family, entrusted me to help him find a wife. I was wondering if his wife would also be in this mansion? She isn't. Her words were profound. Husband, you should ponder this, the substitute. In a flash, Lin Ye suddenly understood, clearing his thoughts. He was so happy he almost jumped up. I understand now. I'll go look for Zhang Wang again tomorrow. The ghost bride was also happy that he understood, just reminding him, husband, please be careful while moving in this realm, don't be misled by those with ulterior motives. As soon as these words came out, Lin Ye hurriedly held her hand, showing his sincerity. With you here, I fear nothing, and I only believe your words. He always remembered that to tame the ghost bride, he needed to give her absolute loyalty and protection. This declaration successfully made the ghost bride shyly pull her hand away and slightly bow before leaving the room. Lin Ye rubbed his fingers, savoring that wonderful sensation, and then slowly fell into a sweet dream. The audience in the Dragon Country's live broadcast room had just finished a battle when they turned their heads and a big bowl of dog food was shoved into their mouths. Okay. I take back what I just said. Lin Ye has definitely fallen for the ghost bride. The strong only speak softly to you, and I would like it too, but the problem is the ghost bride is strange. Isn't this development a bit off? I now begin to suspect that Lin Ye chose the hairpin aiming for the ghost bride from the start. How do you think he found out that he wouldn't be killed by the ghost bride? I know, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Help! The one upstairs is going to make me laugh to death, ha ha ha. Is everyone so accepting of this? Don't forget the master said that on the 7th day the ghost bride would have a bloody rampage. You saw how worthless Lin Ye looked just now. He probably doesn't believe a single word of the master's statement now. Is the love between humans and ghosts gone? This is kind of interesting. Chapter 034, Coffin, An Unexpected Twist. The next day, Lin Ye knocked early on the door of the old Lin family. The one who opened the door was still Zhang Wang. He seemed even thinner, his skin was tightly pressed against his bones, and his body was even more sunken. This further confirmed his thoughts. Is old Lin and Lin Air here? They aren't here, they went to the river early in the morning. Zhang Wang saw him in a hurry, with words stuck in his throat, wanting to say something but hesitating. Don't worry, I will find your wife soon. Lin Ye looked around the yard and picked up the sickle for chopping wood. I need to go to the mountain, can you point me the way? Zhang Wang pointed in one direction and then heard him say, I am going to the mountain you went to on the day your wife went missing.
He couldn't understand but still pointed to another direction. Lin Ye sensed something was off and quickly asked, "The mountain you often go to should be this one. Why did you want to go to that mountain that day?" "That day my father-in-law told me to go, saying that the mushrooms on that mountain were thriving, and to collect some while chopping wood to make stir-fried dishes." Lin Ye tightened his grip on the sickle, becoming increasingly certain of his suspicions. Without saying anything more, he turned and set off on the path to the mountain with the blood infant. The cold wind howled through the forest, like the cries of ghosts and wolves. As soon as he stepped in, Lin Ye almost froze to death from the chill here. This is definitely the place, someone must have died here. He patted the blood infant on the shoulder, looked for any place where a body might be buried. The blood infant was woken up and reluctantly climbed down from his shoulder, wobbling into the forest filled with stronger ghostly energy. Lin Ye patiently waited on the outskirts, and soon the blood infant reappeared, pulling his hand and walking deeper, this way. They quickly arrived at a bamboo forest. Before they got close, they could already feel the thick presence of ghosts, blocking out the sky and sun. "Wait a moment." Lin Ye stopped the blood infant who was still moving forward. "Won't it be dangerous to just walk in like this?" He pointed to his own fragile body. The blood infant turned to look at him. After thinking for 2 seconds, it concluded that he was right, so its body quickly expanded, and the red eye on its chest opened a crack, swallowing him inside. Lin Ye. This method was actually not necessary. The blood infant's method was truly terrifying. If it weren't for the livestream still going on, the viewers from Dragon Country would suspect whether it had eaten Lin Ye. Now it's okay. The blood infant patted Lin Ye on the chest with satisfaction, stepping heavily as it swayed into the bamboo forest. The moment they stepped into the bamboo forest, all the surrounding light was swallowed up, as if they had entered midnight. Whether it was because of being in the blood infant's belly or not, the ghostly figures around did not make Lin Ye feel too uncomfortable. Soon, the blood infant brought him to a clearing, where all the bamboo surrounded the area, leaving that square piece of ground completely bare. The blood infant pointed to the center. "The body is buried below. Dig it out." With just one command from Lin Ye, Xiaoping and Xiaoan spent half a day digging until they finally uncovered the coffin containing the body. The live stream erupted in excitement. There really is a coffin. Could it be the grave of his wife? Zhang Wang might never think that his wife died that day not far from him in the bamboo forest. Old Lin's words were indeed deceitful. They are conspiring together to deceive Zhang Wang. I guessed right, Zhang Wang's wife was indeed killed by them together. How could they lay hands on their own flesh and blood? Even a fierce tiger wouldn't eat its own young. Old Lin is sitting at the same table as the butcher. Why do I feel something is off? The feng shui here is getting stranger and stranger. Lin Ye saw the coffin and let out a sigh of relief. As long as he could bring the body back and hand it over to Zhang Wang, the task would be complete. When the ghost bride warned him yesterday, he figured out the sacrifice was actually Lin Ye. After all, how could an ordinary person have that kind of build, all muscles and over 2 meters tall? He definitely had devoured quite a few people. Yesterday he was also by the river, taking advantage of a moment when his arm was on his shoulder to let the shadow ghost parasitize his own shadow. What Zhang Wang said should all be true. His wife didn't drown at 10, but suddenly vanished one day after they got married. Rather than disappearing, it would be more accurate to say she was sacrificed. After all, this sort of thing usually counts as black magic, and there is a common trait in crafting black magic, the flesh and blood of close relatives. He speculated that maybe this was why Zhang Wang's wife met with a tragic fate. Moreover, he could faintly sense that the feng shui of this land was ominous, a very direct and chilling discomfort. But the specifics could only be confirmed after opening the coffin. Open the coffin. The blood infant obediently approached the coffin when an unknown force suddenly struck, sending it flying backward. The blood infant lay on the ground, having returned to its normal size, next to Lin Ye, who was disoriented from the fall. Unconvinced, it got up to approach the coffin again but was once more sent flying without a doubt. The blood infant sat on the ground, looking aggrieved at Lin Ye. There is a restriction. A restriction specifically targeting ghosts. It couldn't get close, bullying ghosts. Lin Ye shook his head, stood up, and helped it up. Does it work on me? It should be ineffective for living people. I'll give it a try. Lin Ye used the sickle in his hand to cut a bamboo stick and tentatively approached the coffin. When nothing happened, he mustered his courage to place his hand on it. Still, nothing happened. He observed the coffin before him and discovered numerous runes painted with blood on the lid, with 4 yellow talismans posted around it. Lin Ye first tore down the 4 yellow talismans and then used the bamboo and sickle to destroy the runes above. After making it look decent, he let the blood infant lift the coffin lid. When he saw the face inside, his pupils slightly constricted. How could it be him? The live stream room erupted in noise again. My eyes aren't broken. Am I actually seeing Zhang Wang? Is Zhang Wang's corpse in the coffin? Then what about the one at the foot of the mountain? A ghost? I'm confused. The corpse isn't his wife, it's him. I get it, this couple was set up. In fact, both of them are dead, and neither survived.
No wonder I always thought he was a bit crazy. It turns out it's the obsession before death.
So, the question is, where is Zhang Wang's wife right now? I found it, finally found it. This is a formation used for stealing life. No wonder Zhang Wang is almost as skinny as a human skeleton while Lin Ye has turned into a muscle monster. I think it's more than that. This burial ground gathers yin and scatters yang, making it very easy to raise zombies. According to logic, after so long, Zhang Wang's corpse shouldn't still look like this. He was probably used as an energy converter, endlessly providing vitality for that person. Hiss. Sounds just as wicked as that 7-star spirit nail formation. As expected, professional matters should be left to professionals for analysis. Can we hire a Taoist for these kinds of dungeons next time? I'd love to go, but right now, the key is whether Lin Ye can run first. The beneficiary of the formation must have noticed by now. They might already be on their way. Lin Ye won't see the bullet screen anyway, so don't panic. Isn't there still a ghost infant? If it really doesn't work out, the ghost bride will definitely save the day. In these 3 days, they figured it out. It wasn't just Lin Ye being lustful, but the two of them had found mutual attraction. The ghost bride would surely not sit by and watch them die. Chapter 35, The Truth. The so-called scam. Got it wrong? Lin Ye's mind was completely in a mess. Not in the water, not in the ancient house, and not on the mountain. So where is Zhang Wang's wife? The clue had suddenly broken off here, like a breath stuck in the throat, making him feel terribly suffocated. Damn. Lin Ye felt like he had been played. The blood baby crawled into the coffin, lying in the embrace of Zhang Wang's corpse, enjoying the surrounding dancing energy that made it comfortably squint its eyes. He likes it. Lin Ye. He blinked in confusion, looking at the body in the coffin, completely at a loss. By the way, if he carried Zhang Wang's body back, would Zhang Wang be happy to reward him for the task? What on earth is going on? Rustle. Just as Lin Ye was still tangled about what to do, a rustling sound came from behind in the bamboo forest. He cautiously turned around and saw the old Lin bringing along the tall Lin Ye. Little brother, why do you insist on meddling in others' business? The kind smile of the old Lin had vanished, and his cold, piercing gaze stared at Lin Ye as if he were looking at a dead person. Lin Ye took out the soul-fixing nail and didn't forget to carry the blood baby out of the coffin. Don't enjoy it just yet, we're going to fight. Upon hearing this, the blood baby opened its 4 pale eyes wide, staring at the 2 people in front of it, its large eyeball trembling with excitement on its chest. In the instant their eyes met, the blood baby unexpectedly transformed into a blood-red shadow and pounced at him. Lin Ye couldn't keep up with the speed of the blood baby and was caught off guard, his giant fists pounding at the blood baby's body, but his skin uncontrollably opened up numerous rotting eyes. Every time one was dug out, more would grow back. Even more horrifying, countless tiny handprints began to bulge beneath his skin, as if countless infants were scratching frantically underneath the skin. His abdomen suddenly bulged into a 5-finger shape, a piece of flesh was ripped open from the inside out, revealing a pale little hand covered in mucus, trying to completely tear his body apart. The strange battle turned violent, with blood and flesh splattering, creating a scene that was too bloody to behold. Lin Ye turned his gaze away, unwilling to look any longer, feeling that the more he stared, the more his mind plunged into despair, and a sense of bloodthirsty cruelty surged from deep within. With one hand on the scythe and the other on the soul-fixing nail, he warily watched the indifferent expression on old Lin's face. As the saying goes, the first to strike is the strong one. He no longer hesitated, swinging the scythe forward to subdue old Lin. Old Lin didn't dodge or evade, the corners of his mouth twisted into a cold smile, and his hunched body swelled like a balloon, his muscles even more terrifying than Lin Ye. Lin Ye's steps came to a sudden halt. My God! Without a second of hesitation, he turned and ran, while still complaining in his heart. Who said that saying? Never say it again next time. Old Lin took a step and chased after him. Lin Ye could even feel the ground trembling beneath his feet because of the movement. He flipped into the coffin, quickly checking Zhang Wang's body for any talismans, and without saying a word, he carried the corpse and ran down the mountain. Xiaoping, Xiaoan, stop fighting, come with me quickly. While running, Lin Ye shouted, in a life-or-death moment, exploding with unprecedented potential, swiftly leaving the 3 strange beings far behind. Hearing his voice, the blood baby immediately abandoned the half-beaten Lin Ye, leaping a few times to catch up to Lin Ye, firmly sitting on his shoulder, baring its teeth as a low warning to the chasing Lin family father and son. Every time they were about to catch up to Lin Ye, the blood baby would timely intervene to push back the two, allowing Lin Ye to safely carry the body back to the yard. Zhang Wang? Zhang Wang, come out and save me. He placed the corpse in the center of the yard, not seeing Zhang Wang, who was shouting in panic. Zhang Wang slowly walked out of the door, with a sickly smile, scanning the wilderness of the yard and the ground, that own corpse of his. Calmness exploded the instant he saw the body. You found my corpse? You actually found my corpse? Yes, I found it, just in the bamboo forest on that mountain. I will explain in detail later, but can you stop the two people behind us first? Old Lin and Lin Ye had already entered a rage state, running like two tanks from afar. You bastard, I will kill you. Mind your own business, today is your day to die. Zheng Wang pressed his lips together and said nothing, moving forward to shield him from behind. As the Lin father and son approached, his body suddenly opened its eyes and jumped up. The skin was blue and purple, looking no different from a zombie. Years of pent-up resentment surged forth, blowing Lin Ye's eyes almost shut. Amid the blood-curdling cries, Zheng Wang rushed forward, carrying the face of the dead and his own zombie body. Lin Ye turned his head, not daring to look. The bizarre brutality of the fight was pushing the human body's limits, so to protect his sanity, he decided to suppress his trivial curiosity. Instead, the blood baby clung to his back, watching with great interest, even trying to help several times without being able to resist. Another fight? I really can't take it anymore. I need to go to the bathroom, vomit. Such a restricted scene can be watched twice a day, just tell me if it's thrilling. Who dares to watch on sight? I feel like the minced meat would fly on my face. Yi Ji's life is truly exciting, while the others next door are either hesitant and stagnating or scared silly. It's normal to be afraid, we are all human, but I truly admire Yi Gu, he is really brave. Is anyone else worried about how this will end? What if Shen Wang goes berserk and starts killing everywhere? Pooh, don't jinx it. After about 10 minutes, the sounds of tearing flesh stopped. Lin Ye turned around to see the Lin father and son's skeletal bodies lying on the ground, with chunks of blood and flesh scattered around the yard. Zheng Wang's presence grew increasingly terrifying, with dozens of pale faces continuously pulling at his human skin, forming a nightmarish scene behind him. His corpse still maintained a stiff posture, with long nails and sharp fangs even stained with minced meat. Cold sweat broke out on Lin Ye's forehead. This aura was even more terrifying than the puppets. A combination of a fierce ghost and a zombie? This was definitely an exceeding the norm monster, right? He huddled in the corner with the blood baby, breathing a lot lighter, afraid of being mistakenly killed by Zhang Wang as an enemy. Father-in-law, I will ask you one more time, where is my wife? Zheng Wang squeezed the only remaining heads of the two in his hands. With just a slight exertion, their heads would burst like watermelons. His sickly face was filled with obsession because the only reason he existed in this world was to find his wife. She drowned when she was 10. Seeing old Lin on the verge of death still refusing to yield, Lin Ye couldn't help but interrupt him harshly. He is lying. There was nothing down there. Ha! Zheng Wang let out a low laugh, and the next second, Lin Ye's head shattered in his hands. Lin Ye's head shattered, the skeleton, covered in the remaining pieces of flesh, desperately fell to the ground, twisting as if trying to escape. I love my wife, I am willing to give everything for her, even my life. Do you understand, father-in-law? The faces behind Zheng Wang pressed against old Lin. Like being stared at by a dozen venomous snakes, a chill ran down his spine. Even more terrifying was that they spoke at the same time. So don't lie to me anymore, where is she, huh? Old Lin was already a dead man, so he was not afraid of dying again. What he feared was the endless inhumane torment from Zheng Wang. If he and his son could never leave this place, they would have to live under Zhang Wang's shadow every single moment, unable to end their lives peacefully. He shed tears of regret. I don't have a daughter at all. I was lying to you, everything was a lie. When his wife gave birth to their first child, the baby passed away due to a weak constitution, and his wife fell into deep sorrow over this loss. If she hadn't later become pregnant with Lin Ye, she would likely have spent her days in tears, burdened by lifelong sadness. But fate was cruel, and it played tricks on them. When Lin Ye was born, he was exceptionally frail. They worked extremely hard to raise him to the age of 10, but he had always been sickly, and the doctors predicted he wouldn't survive beyond his youth. Hearing this news, old Lin was heartbroken every day. He couldn't bear the thought of his cherished child Lin Ye meeting any misfortune. So he sought help everywhere for treatment, but every doctor's words were the same: Lin Ye wouldn't survive beyond his youth. Just when he was in despair, he encountered a master who told him that to change Lin Ye's fate, he must steal the life of another. He did not hesitate. As long as it meant Lin Ye could live, he was willing to do anything. With the master's help, they targeted a boy from a good family. That boy was Zheng Wang. He first set fire to Zhang Wang's home, killing all the adults, leaving him alone as a helpless orphan, begging to survive. Then he incited the town's children to bully and insult him until he became a madman, turning into a fool with unpredictable moods. At this moment, he approached Zhang Wang and asked if he would be willing to marry his daughter, to which Zhang Wang agreed, and he took him back to the Lin family to raise him. Due to his condition, Zhang Wang often couldn't tell reality from fantasy. After hearing their constant chatter, he came to believe that he truly had a devoted wife who cared for him, and he laboriously worked for them. Once he was raised to young adulthood, they deceived him with the master's help to go to the bamboo forest behind the mountain, where they brutally killed him. After death, his body was sealed in a formation, continuously providing life force to Lin Ye, and under this nourishment, Lin Ye's health indeed improved, and he became stronger. Chapter 036 Crisis. The Seventh Day of Slaughter.
666, I thought the butcher was already a beast, I didn't expect you to be even worse. It feels like they kill so easily, it's simply lawless. Poor Zhang Wang's family, what did they do wrong? Good people deserve to be schemed against like this? Severe punishment is necessary. Zhang Wang's situation is truly tragic, an innocent family suffering from sheer misfortune. I said that Master looks like a villain, I bet this town's tragedies are mostly caused by him. I support Brother Yi in nailing the Master into the 7-star soul fixation formation, let him experience this feeling. Sigh, the strange happenings in this town are all about the poor, even after death, they are bound by bizarre games, turned into puppets for killing. Woo woo woo, we who are forced to participate in the bizarre games are also pitiful. When Lin Ye learned this truth, he was also shocked into silence. He had searched for 2 days, only to find that such a person didn't exist. No wonder he couldn't find him anywhere. No wonder there were no signs of a female presence in Zhang Wang's room, not even a single strand of long hair. No wonder he was mad, unable to recall if he had children or not. No wonder. All the previous clues finally connected together. Puff. Old Lin's head was soon crushed. Zhang Wang showed no emotions in response to his words, only coldly retorting, "Don't lie to me, I know my wife has been waiting for me all this time." Old Lin. Crazy. You're simply insane. He cursed loudly, curled up on the ground, "It's precisely because you are a paranoid madman that we have not told you the truth all these years. It's you who refuse to believe, you refuse to believe she has never existed. I never had a daughter, never." Zhang Wang turned his gaze aside, too lazy to hear those words he had heard countless times before. He looked at his own corpse, as the face behind him pressed itself against the back of the corpse, tightly connecting the two. After doing all this, he slowly walked in front of Lin Ye. "Have you found my wife?" Lin Ye. Oh no, it's his turn now. Lin Ye subconsciously touched his head, feeling a bit anxious and afraid it would also be crushed. Seeing him say nothing, Zhang Wang slowly made a sound of doubt. Lin Ye struggled internally, and in the end, still against his conscience, brought the blood infant before him. "I haven't found her, but I have heard some news about her whereabouts." "Have you heard of the bond between mother and child? Xiaoping and Xiaoan are your sons, wherever your wife has been, they can sense it." Xiaoping, Xiaoan, eh? They had no idea they had this ability? Right? Xiaoping, Xiaoan? Lin Ye barely maintained his expression, secretly poking the two in the back. Xiaoping, Xiaoan, yes. In Zhang Wang's grayish-white eyes, a glimmer of hope finally sparked. Thank you for finding news about my wife. Thank you for finding my sons." His sincere thanks made Lin Ye feel ashamed. For some reason, his conscience hurt a little. Ding. Congratulations on completing side mission, replacement victim. Hidden reward, Zhang Wang's trust. In his bleak life, his wife was his only light. When this light was about to be extinguished by cruel reality, your arrival gave him hope. Perhaps such hope is too faint, but it is enough to support his only rationality from collapsing. Reminder, he will have 100% trust in you, please do not shatter his beautiful fantasy. You would not want to face a madman. Seeing the task completion prompt, Lin Ye's heart sank to the bottom. This meant that everything old Lin said just now was true. A person who has suffered immensely can only rely on non-existent fantasies to endure the long rest of their life. He cannot wake up, nor does he wish to. Zhang Wang, should be thriving, right? Why is his life filled with suffering? This is fish and other seafood, you should need this. Zhang Wang handed him a basket of goods from the house. This was equivalent to solving 2 problems at once. Lin Ye took it in surprise and then looked at the blood infant on his shoulder. "Thank you, but can you let Xiaoping and Xiaoan accompany you to find your wife in a few days?" "Sure." Zhang Wang readily agreed, then looked up at the dark sky. "In 4 days, everything will be settled. I can leave here with Xiaoping and Xiaoan." Seeing him say this, Lin Ye intentionally asked, "Do you know what will happen in 4 days?" "The ghost bride will fully awaken." He spoke calmly, "This world has restarted 4 times, if someone can survive until the 7th day, then the ghost bride will awaken completely." "You actually know. Is it strange?" Zhang Wang interrupted his words. "That powerful and mysterious force can only confine us here, but it cannot erase our memories. I clearly remember I have been here for 200 years. Enduring the pain of being a vessel for a full 200 years, if it were not for the thought of his wife sustaining him, he would have likely chosen to perish long ago. What will the ghost bride do when she fully awakens? What does it mean for everything to settle down and then leave this place? She will shed blood across the entire town, breaking the shackles of this world and giving us our freedom." Zhang Wang had almost no secrets from him. The ghost bride was recognized as the most powerful entity in the town, and after 200 years of silence, she would surely succeed. Is it true that the ghost bride, as the celestial master said, will unleash a massacre? Lin Ye was shocked. "Will you die then?" "I don't know, maybe yes, maybe no." He spoke candidly, lightly placing the power of life and death in the ghost bride's hands.
Then will I die? Same. What if I don't want to die?
Zhang Wang looked at him seriously for a long time before silently shaking his head.
So, whether they lived or died depended entirely on the ghost bride's whim?
No, Lin Ye felt it couldn't be that simple.
If it were that simple, then the players who first found the hairpin just needed to please the ghost bride to survive, right?
The potential dangers surely included more than just the ghost bride, those unseen guests and the celestial master. They weren't benign. He didn't believe that a celestial master who had done so many bad things could remain uninvolved. He must be hiding some dark secret. Most of the sins in this small town were likely stirred up by him. What could his purpose be? It seemed necessary to visit the pork jerky shop again. Lin Ye bid farewell to Zhang Wang, promising to return the blood infant in 4 days, and headed once more towards the pork jerky shop.
Zhang Wang kept his promise, not stopping the two of them. A ghost and a corpse silently stood under the eaves, watching their departing figures.
Behind him, loneliness opened a silent, vast net, enveloping him once more.
On the road, Xiaoan's tiny hands, not yet fully grown, patted his cheek. Did you find a new daddy for me and my brother?
Lin Ye felt a bit guilty as he touched his nose. He had panicked in that moment, and who knew he had accidentally stumbled onto the right answer?
It left him feeling somewhat trapped. You don't like it? If you don't like it, I will. I like it.
Xiaoan interrupted him, clapping her hands joyfully. Daddy has so much energy. I love staying by Daddy's side.
Me too. I also like it. Lin Ye.
No wonder you two called him Daddy right away. It turns out you had it all planned.
Then he felt guilty for what?
He just felt a little regretful. The blood infant's combat power was quite strong and could help him in critical moments. As they spoke, they arrived once more at the pork shop. As soon as the butcher saw him, the sound of chopping bones came to a sudden halt.
Is there something else?
Lin Ye glanced at the butcher's terrified face, not intending to scare him on purpose. I came to see the celestial master. Saying that, he directly brushed past him and walked into the back of the pork shop. The butcher. I nearly died of fright.
Chapter 037, The Paper Craftsman.
Inside, the celestial master remained seated, as if he had already merged with the darkness. Lin Ye let out a cold snort. How do you explain what happened with Zhang Wang this time? The celestial master's eyes lowered, silent and still, as if he had cut off all external disturbances.
Lin Ye was not in a hurry. He simply crossed his arms and stood, fixing his intense gaze upon him, determined not to back down.
After a long while, the celestial master's lips barely moved, his voice ethereal as if it came from another dimension. It is the will of heaven, and the hearts of men are like wells. This is not my wish.
Celestial master.
Lin Ye stroked his chin and looked at him. I find you quite interesting. You are always helpless.
Is there someone forcing you to do these things?
The celestial master's ink-black pupils stared fixedly at him. Deep within those eyes was a vortex that could draw on one's spirit. The flames of karma consume me, burning both self and fate.
Right and wrong, all lies within here.
He moved slightly, and the chains on him made a heavy, suffocating noise.
Yet suddenly, Lin Ye burst into a big laugh, laughing until he couldn't straighten up.
He only stopped when tears of laughter filled the corners of his eyes. The celestial master silently watched him laugh wildly, his head slightly tilted, and in his eyes actually flowed a hint of pure confusion. Zhang Wang told me that during the 7th hour of the night, the ghost bride will unleash a massacre. Lin Ye stopped laughing and stared at him with a look that seemed to see through him.
I asked him how to survive, but he didn't know. I have seen many hypocritical people like you, but I just want to live.
I don't care about your grudges or disputes, I only want to know how to survive. So, tell me how to survive on the 7th day. A glimmer of understanding, as natural as humanity itself, flickered in his pitch-black pupils. Human nature is selfish, they just want to live. What's wrong with that? Within 1 incense stick's time before the 2nd hour, wake the groom, help him complete the wedding ceremony, and you can seal the ghost bride again.
How to wake him? Lin Ye pressed on relentlessly.
What the obsession clings to is merely the old shadow, thus the familiar object can summon back the lingering memories.
Where can I find the familiar object? That craftsman who manipulates the void and binds souls may know its whereabouts.
This description made Lin Ye's mind conjure up a household at the end of the street on the right, the paper craftsman.
Thank you. Lin Ye received the key information and turned to leave. Just as he was about to step out of the inner room, the celestial master's low and distant voice came from behind him. If there's no certainty, unchain yourself, I can lend a hand.
Lin Ye rolled his eyes in a way he couldn't see and left without responding. What he just said was merely a way to extract information. He wouldn't actually go and seal the ghost bride. If the ghost bride was sealed, where would he find another red-dressed ghost bodyguard? There must be other ways to clear the level. At least, the celestial master's words could not be fully trusted.
In contrast, the live broadcast room was buzzing with excitement upon hearing this news. 4 times, a whole 4 times. Finally, we got the clue to clear the level. This is just too hard.
It's true, but the paper craftsman is alongside the puppet show as a task, and the difficulty level is not just high. You cannot avoid it. Let's not forget that another task is to help the host family complete the wedding. Without the groom, the wedding cannot be held. Isn't there a corpse of the groom in the funeral parlor? Anyway, it's a ghost marriage. I understand, summoning back the groom's soul is for two reasons: to complete the wedding and to ensure the ghost bride can take revenge, then let go of hatred so she won't hunt the players down. The person upstairs is simply a genius. Soon, this comment received over 10,000 likes, and spies from various countries lurking in the live broadcast room also noticed it. Officials from various countries received the news and couldn't help but feel jealous of Lin Ye. A young kid, why does he have such good luck? Getting the ghost bride's hairpin at the start, and by sheer chance not dying, he managed to survive until the third day with the ghost bride's protection, and single-handedly gained so many clues and items. The other two surviving teams were entirely relying on analyzing Lin Ye's way to clear the level, then using reminder scrolls to transmit information in. But even if they were jealous, they wouldn't curse Lin Ye to death, for they deeply understood that if Lin Ye died, their players would definitely not survive to the 7th day. As long as they could successfully clear this dungeon, once they reached a familiar dungeon, they would surely wash away this disgrace. They attributed this failure deeply to the massive cultural depth of the dragon country. They just lost due to information disparity. Nothing more than this. In the dungeon, Lin Ye arrived at the end of the street on the right, and found players from the Maluo country were also there. When he saw Lin Ye, the Maluo player's eyes brightened directly. Dragon country contestant, what are you here for? I'm here to do the paper craftsman's task. At this, the Maluo player's eyes shone even brighter, but he still symbolically refused a bit. This seems to be a task assigned to me. So you want to do it? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, stopping in place without advancing. Please, go ahead. The Malu Kingdom player. No, you do it. I'll go help Harris with other tasks. Before the words even left his mouth, he had already run 10 meters away. In the past 3 days, he had thought of all kinds of methods but still hadn't completed this task. He was truly terrified, and now that Lin Ye was willing to take it on, he was more than happy to let him do it. How could he possibly refuse? Lin Ye. How cowardly. He shook his head and looked at the task prompt. Triggered side quest, The Lost Paperman. He is the best paper craftsman. Every paperman crafted by him is vivid and lifelike. But he never gives his papermen life, which is a major taboo and a rule that has restrained him for many years. However, not long ago, he lost his most perfect paperman, and since then, he has not made another paperman. Task reward, items you need and the groom's token can be exchanged. Hint, the paper craftsman has been trying to replicate his most perfect paperman. Watch out for your skin. Lin Ye looked at the last few words and couldn't shake the feeling that his feet were getting cold. It seems this paper craftsman is different from the previous ones. He is a ruthless character who will directly skin you alive. The blood infant twisted uneasily on his shoulder, trying to distance itself from this place. Put me down. It wasn't that it was cowardly, it just didn't want to come into contact with something so powerful and strange. The mild consequence could be losing its life, and the worst would be worse than death. One by one, they were all fierce. Except for the adult was still very gentle. Smack! Lin Ye slapped the blood infant's bottom, waiting for it to quiet down before he said, "Stop making a fuss. There's nothing to be afraid of, it's just like that puppet show, just pretend to be dead." No. The blood infant insisted on getting down. This was not just a matter of fear. It simply didn't want to see the paper craftsman inside. Hey. The blood infant kept squirming, and Lin Ye almost let it escape several times. In the end, with no other choice, he had to apply the same trick again, taking big strides to knock on the door. At the moment the door was knocked, the blood infant felt like it wanted to die. Holding its breath, it directly collapsed in Lin Ye's arms, playing dead. Lin Ye. Chapter 38, The Celestial Master's Calculated Moves. The door slowly opened a crack, and a thick, cold wind rushed in, almost making him unable to open his eyes. Lin Ye tightened his clothing to wrap himself up tightly, exposing no skin except for his face. He even rubbed his face against the door to smear it with paint. The blood infant no longer pretended to be dead, it tumbled into his clothes. With the blood infant, Lin Ye carefully pushed open the door before stepping quietly into the courtyard. The courtyard was filled with dense paper men, almost leaving no place for him to step. These paper men had various expressions and postures. If their hollow eye sockets hadn't been left unpainted, from a distance, they really looked like a group of real people. Not seeing the paper craftsman's figure, Lin Ye tried to step inside. Just as he took a step into the courtyard, all the paper men suddenly turned their heads at the same time, their hollow gazes fixed on him. Lin Ye, he didn't dare to move, not at all. Being stared at by humanoid creatures was already terrifying, and paper men were the most prominent of them all. Just being watched like that made his back sweat uncontrollably. You win, traditional Chinese horror, really. I finally understand why puppet shows need to go dark, it turns out it's all for our own good. Tonight's nightmare theme has been updated, it's good being with Brother Lin. In folklore, paper men are believed to contain souls, but I feel like these paper men are all inhabited by evil spirits. Don't joke around upstairs, it's easy to scare someone to death. If that's the case, would the paper craftsman's strength be above that of fierce ghosts? Impossible. The resentful spirits that descend into the human world can't be dealt with, strength above fierce ghosts, let the blue star directly hand over to the weird game, shall we? Humans might as well drift through space. Lin Ye stood at the door, frozen in place for half an hour. Under the immense psychological pressure, he was covered in a thin layer of sweat. Was the paper maker refusing to see him, or had he missed something? Right. The paper maker had been trying to replicate the perfect paper figure, so he must be lacking materials that satisfied him. The door behind him had not yet closed. Lin Ye took a step back and ran towards the back mountain. Arriving at Zhang Wang's burial site, he chose 2 of the best bamboo stalks nurtured by the dark energy with the help of the blood infant and took them away. This time, when he entered the door holding the bamboo, he clearly sensed that the gaze of the paper figures on him had decreased significantly. Bang! The door behind him was slammed shut with great force, which meant that the paper maker recognized him this time. Sure enough, not long after, an old man with gray hair and a hunched back emerged from the inner room. Looking frail and worn, he stood with his hands behind his back, but his eyes were surprisingly bright and piercing. What disturbs you? Lin Ye lowered the bamboo from his back, stood straight, and explained his intentions while mentioning the celestial master. The paper maker snorted coldly, so it was that guy who sent you. After all these years, he still hasn't died. Where has he been hiding? Lin Ye honestly replied, hiding in the pork jerky. Hearing these 3 words, the paper maker showed great disdain, a beast who kills his wife and children, no wonder they are 2 of a kind, colluding together. Lin Ye silently gave the paper maker a thumbs up, what a great insult. Then the paper maker's probing gaze fell on him once more. You say it was the celestial master who led you here, but why does the smell of the ghost bride on you seem so strong? Lin Ye instinctively raised his arm to smell it. Was it that strong? He couldn't smell anything at all. However, the paper maker was clearly not someone to be easily fooled. He weighed his words, I am a guest invited by the ancient house. No wonder. The paper maker stroked his graying beard, squinting slightly at the increasingly dark clouds overhead. But I advise you not to take unnecessary actions, the wedding is an established fact, and no one can change the outcome on the 7th day. Lin Ye was confused, he came to exchange for the bridegroom's token to successfully complete the wedding, right? Why did the paper maker say he shouldn't take unnecessary actions to change the ghost marriage on the 7th day? You are correct in your teachings, I'm not that bold, I only seek to safely get through the 7th day. I don't think so. The paper maker's eyes sharpened, as if he was about to write you fool on his face. Do you know what the groom's token is used for? Lin Ye shook his head honestly, he was a staunch atheist and had a lack of understanding of these things before crossing over. The paper maker's eyes showed a disdain that said I knew it, ignorant child. Lin Ye was incredibly excited, he had encountered a true master. There was no shame on his face from being scolded, only a thirst for knowledge. Please teach me, old sir. Seeing him so humble, the paper maker's goodwill surged, and seeing that the bamboo was flourishing with dark energy, he was quite pleased. There was no harm in saying a few more words. The token, when in my hands, has the power to lure souls. Once it falls into the celestial master's hands, he can use it to seize Li Shouchuan's body and then proceed to marry the ghost bride. From then on, the 2 will share fortune and calamity, their lives intertwined. In this world, no one will be his match. Lin Ye, wow, really? Is he going to openly steal his wife? That's all I have to say. Do you still insist on taking that token? Lin Ye did not hesitate, his gaze firm, I want it. Since he knew the celestial master's plan, he would never let him succeed. As for the groom's token, he had his own clever uses for it. Oh? The paper maker slightly raised his brows and looked at him, seeing that he was serious and not joking, he didn't bother to dissuade him again. Follow me. The paper maker turned and entered the house, and Lin Ye, having good awareness, carefully picked up the bamboo from the ground and followed him into the house while avoiding the paper figures in the yard. The room remained as dark as night, though the window was open, no light seeped in, and only a few nearly burned out candles barely provided illumination. Under the paper craftsman's instruction, Lin Ye placed the bamboo in a specific spot, then suddenly remembered the candle the paper butler had given him. As soon as the viewers from Long Kingdom saw this candle, chaos erupted in the live chat. What are you doing, Ye Ge? I advise you to put down that candle, don't do anything dangerous. I completely forgot about this candle, how come you still remember it, Ye Ge? Sometimes, it's better not to be too kind-hearted, if you knew this candle was actually made by the players from Bear Country. Don't light it. Please don't light it. We've made it this far, don't light it.
Unfortunately, Lin Ye couldn't see the warnings in the chat. From the start, he suspected this candle was a hidden item gifted to him by the paper butler, and it was just the right moment to use it. If it could help please the paper craftsman, why not do it? Just as the candle's wick was about to touch the flame, a faint voice came from behind him. The moment you light it, you will be devoured by countless wandering souls and wild ghosts. Chapter 039, I Need a Heart. Lin Ye's hand shook, nearly dropping the candle on the floor. The paper craftsman didn't stop, still explaining, human wax candles are made from living people, the scent they produce is loved by wandering souls, often attracting various restless spirits to feast upon them. Clatter. The candle fell from Lin Ye's hand, and he took a few steps back, no longer brave enough to look at the candle on the ground. Such a deadly thing had been alone with him for 2 days. Lin Ye wasn't sure if he should feel lucky that he'd had no thoughts of lighting the candle in those 2 days. Ha ha. The paper craftsman let out a mocking laugh. With such a timid heart, you still dare to come alone to my paper crafting shop? This wasn't the same thing at all. Lin Ye felt a lingering fear and backed away to stand beside the paper craftsman, pursing his lips in silence. The paper craftsman sat in his usual spot, casually picking up a sheet of white paper. Do you know what materials I need to make another perfect paper person? Lin Ye's mind flashed with the task prompt, his hands instinctively covering his face. He couldn't surely not be considering his skin, right? His actions earned him a disdainful glance from the paper craftsman. Who cares about such ugly skin? I make paper people, not real humans. Why are you so nervous? Lin Ye didn't dare to answer, silently crouching on the ground holding the blood infant, obediently replying to the previous question. Do you need good bamboo and paper? He'd never made paper people and had no idea what materials were needed, so he could only guess blindly. The paper craftsman pursed his lips, too lazy to say anything more about Lin Ye's cowardly appearance. After all, he had seen such eyes around him since he became the paper craftsman. I need a living heart. Lin Ye. It was even worse than asking for skin. I once created the most perfect paper person. It had emotions like a human, could cry, make noise, and laugh, accompanying me through many seasons. What brought those differences was that it had a human heart, a bright red, beating, warm heart. Maybe I'm getting old, or perhaps it grew tired of being with me. A few months ago, it painted eyes on itself and then left the paper shop. You must be curious where that heart came from, right? Lin Ye quickly shook his head. No, he wasn't curious at all. The paper craftsman's smile deepened. I knew you would be curious. Lin Ye? That heart belonged to the heavenly master. He had done many bad deeds and was nearing death, kneeling outside the paper shop for 3 days and nights begging for help. He said he didn't want to die, he wanted to live forever, even if the price was losing his humanity. At first, I didn't want to pay him any mind. But he sent a secret method from the paper craftsman, content I had never seen before. I was momentarily tempted and agreed to him, studying for months to create the paper figure recorded in the secret method, transplanting his heart, tricking the heavenly way to preserve his life. The paper craftsman looked at Lin Ye with his bright, piercing eyes. Do you think it was right or wrong for me to save him? Lin Ye. Cold sweat streamed down his back. Did he really have to answer this life and death question? The invisible pressure exuding from the paper craftsman made Lin Ye's heart race wildly, and finally, before the craftsman ran out of patience, Lin Ye hastily said, Fate is such, right and wrong all lie herein. This nonsense was learned from the celestial master, but his expression was extremely serious, as if this were the only truth he accepted. The paper craftsman was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and scolded, smooth talker. Lin Ye smiled in response, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. This old man may not seem very murderous on the surface, but he must also be someone who disregards human life. If he wasn't happy even slightly, blood would surely spill on the spot. So you only lack a heart now to create a second perfect paper figure? Of course. The paper craftsman put down the white paper in his hands, picking up a piece of bamboo to examine closely. This excellent material will surely be double the result with half the effort. Lin Ye looked down and exchanged a glance with the blood infant in his arms. They both thought of one person at the same time, the butcher. His heart was so vibrant and strong. If I can help you find a satisfactory heart, will you give me the token? The paper craftsman glanced at him sideways, clearly not believing he had such ability, but he did not show it, of course. Wait a moment, I'll be right back. Lin Ye stood up, and before leaving, did not forget to pick up the candle on the ground, putting it back into his storage space. When he returned to the butcher's shop, the butcher was still thumping away, chopping bones. Seeing Lin Ye's figure, he instinctively thought something was wrong, so the butcher dropped his bone-chopping knife and ran away. Lin Ye saw this and directly took out the blood infant in his arms, taking big strides to gather strength. His arm swung hard, and the blood infant accurately smashed into the butcher's back. He. Daddy. The blood infant stretched out 2 little hands, tightly hugging the butcher's neck, and with a magical sound, he stumbled and fell hard to the ground. Lin Ye caught up and squatted down in front of him with a smile. Why are you running? You little rascal looked like you were up to no good from a distance. How could I not run? Of course, the butcher dared not say this out loud. He raised a fawning smile and stood up from the ground. Why did you come to find me? For what? It's nothing serious. Lin Ye's tone was casual, as if discussing whether the weather was nice today. I just want to borrow your heart. Good, huh? Ha! The butcher's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? He couldn't have heard wrong, this kid actually wanted his heart? Lin Ye didn't waste words, he just gave a look to the blood infant, and in the next second, the butcher's chest felt empty, and that beating, bright red heart appeared once again in the blood infant's hands. Let's go. The blood infant cradled the heart and returned to Lin Ye's shoulder, and the two turned around and left without a care, leaving the butcher standing in place, ruffled by the wind. From the moment of meeting to losing his heart, it only took a minute. His heart was just gone? That was his heart. He never said he would give it. Never said. The butcher rolled his eyes and fainted in place from anger at such shameless behavior. Seeing the heart in Lin Ye's hand, the paper craftsman's eyes flashed, but he did not say much more. For him, as long as it was a beating heart, it didn't matter if it was human or ghost, that was not within his consideration. He happily took the heart, pointing to the door. You wait in the yard, in less than 3 sticks of incense, I will complete the paper figure. Lin Ye nodded, holding the blood infant and walked to the yard. Waiting time was boring. He stared at the paper figures in the courtyard, suddenly recalling a forbidden movie he had seen before. In that movie, the paper figures usually served as substitutes. He wondered if he could ask the paper craftsman for a few. At the same time, he felt lucky enough. If it hadn't been for the previous tasks leading up to this, the paper craftsman's task would not have been so easy. He wondered how other players' task progress was going. Were there any faster than him? If the players in the livestream could hear his thoughts, they would surely shout, "No one! Brother Yi, you are the fastest man in the entire instance." Chapter 040, Substitute Paper Figures. The waiting time quickly passed, and the paper craftsman opened the door with a beaming smile. Thank you, I have finally fulfilled a wish. He carried in his hands the 2 other items Lin Ye needed along with a jade ring. Lin Ye took the items and carefully examined the ring in his hand. How can this be used to capture souls? Just wear it on the corpse of the groom, the paper craftsman replied cheerfully, stroking his beard, seemingly casual as he asked, Are you really planning to help the priest? Lin Ye laughed foolishly and shook his head. I'm not that stupid. The paper craftsman glanced at him suspiciously but ultimately said nothing more. Lin Ye boldly spoke up, I have an unreasonable request. I wonder if you could grant it, old sir? Let's hear it. I would like to ask you to make 4 life-sized paper figures for me and my companions. The paper craftsman didn't ask what it was for, only showing a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Seeing that it was still early, he replied, You can call the people. Lin Ye repeatedly bowed to thank him and patted the blood baby's head, instructing it to find people. He didn't know how the blood baby found them, but the 3 squeezed into the gap of its eyeball, crying loudly. They couldn't die, couldn't run away, it was a double torture of body and mind. When they opened the door, they saw that the courtyard was filled with paper figures, their empty eye sockets staring directly at them. If they hadn't spotted Lin Ye, they might have fainted from fear. The blood baby spat the 3 out beside Lin Ye, its clumsy body shrinking back to the size of a baby, then it crawled back onto his shoulder and burrowed into his clothes again. The 3, having narrowly escaped death, breathed heavily, huddling together in fear. Over there, the paper craftsman was leisurely crafting paper figures, while Lin Ye stood in front of him, motionless as a model. Seeing the 3, Lin Ye asked seriously, My paper figure is almost done. Who's next? Next? The 3 looked at each other in even more confusion. They were doing fine with their tasks when suddenly the blood baby grabbed them here, almost scaring them to death. Now, hearing Lin Ye's seemingly nonsensical question, they instinctively understood it as, Who's next to die? The 3 of them let out a loud cry, hugging each other and sobbing. I thought I could survive past the 3rd day, how come I suddenly have to die? Whoa, I don't want to die. I didn't break any rules of death, why should I be killed? Is there any justice left? Whoa. Don't kill us. Please don't kill us, our meat isn't tasty at all. The paper craftsman paused his actions, his face showing displeasure. All the paper figures in the courtyard sensed his mood and surrounded them with malicious intent. Startled, Lin Ye took 2 steps forward, slapping one of them, Stop crying. He is finally willing to make us paper figures, and you've ruined it. Whoever doesn't have a paper figure will just have to endure. Only then did the 3 stop, still shaken, trying to assess the situation before them. Lin Ye leaned in closer, lowering his voice to the 3, This is the best paper craftsman in town. The paper figures he makes are so lifelike, they are comparable to substitutes. If you want them, keep your mouths shut. Substitute effect? Such a good thing? Seeing the 3 quiet down, Lin Ye quickly returned to his position, feeling pleased. Soon, a lifelike paper figure was born in the hands of the paper craftsman, with facial features, body shape, and especially the spirit that looked remarkably similar to Lin Ye.
If it weren't made of paper, it would be indistinguishable from Lin Ye himself. Lin Ye opened his mouth and started to shower praises like a rainbow. The paper craftsman was thrilled by the compliments but pretended to be serious, smooth talker. Lin Ye thick-skinnedly chuckled. Just dot your finger-dip blood on the paper figure's lips, and it will be complete. All right. Lin Ye bit hard into his index finger, instantly causing tears to well up in his eyes. The TV always portrayed it this way, how come no one told him it would hurt so much? The paper craftsman watched him amusingly. Does it hurt? No. It doesn't hurt. Lin Ye retorted stubbornly, stepping forward to dot his fingertips blood on the paper figure's lips. That touch of red, under the eerie look of the paper figure, became even more enchanting, like a demon that had just drunk human blood. Ha! The blood baby on Lin Ye's shoulder let out a confused cry. Exactly the same? To the living, the paper figure with fingertip blood seemed unchanged, but in the mysterious eyes, it had become indistinguishable. Realizing this, Lin Ye stuffed the paper figure into the storage space, followed by heartfelt thanks and endless praises flying like rainbows. The paper craftsman gave him a glance, but his eyes held a smile. Next one, come over. Lin Ye made a gesture to the three, and although frightened, Harris was the first to step forward. Fortunately, nothing happened during the whole process, as he trembled but truly encountered no danger. When he got the paper figure, the blood baby exclaimed again, another exact same person. This made Harris's tense expression relax, and he couldn't help but show a hint of gratitude towards Lin Ye. The players from Maro country and Turkey country, seeing this, also let go of their resistance and looked forward to their own paper figures. By the time they bid farewell to the paper craftsman, the sky had gradually darkened. The four walked down the street back, sincerely thanking Lin Ye, as this substitute paper figure was nothing less than a one-time magical item for survival. They could obtain this for free, all thanks to Lin Ye. Lin Ye wore a smug expression and briefly told the three what he had learned. The seventh day might very well be an unavoidable massacre. Surviving the next 24 hours will be difficult. This paper figure is like a life-saving tool gifted to us by the craftsman. Let's try to survive until the end. The three were so touched they were almost in tears. Fortunately, when they first entered the game they wisely did not offend the players from Dragon Country, and being alive until now was truly a blessing amidst misfortune. The feeling of being carried along couldn't be better. When they returned to the backyard, the paper butler had been waiting like a long-lost friend. Dear guests, how did the item exchange go? Harris and the others were the first to take out 7 items from the storage space, all gathered from the lives of the players exploring the first 3 rounds. Although they didn't dare tackle other tasks, at the very least they had been busy, safely obtaining these 7 items in the end. There was no surprise in the eyes of the paper butler. He simply shifted his gaze to Lin Ye, silently asking, what about you? Lin Ye waved his hand, and the items in his storage space appeared on the ground, exactly 7 items, not more, not less. As the 3 instinctively counted, their faces were filled with unbelievable shock. He managed to exchange 7 items that had never appeared before in just 3 days. After a moment of shock, the smile in his eyes became even more meaningful. Congratulations, esteemed guests. Chapter 041, Midnight Knock on the Door, Panic Arises. I admit that when Brother Yi took out 7 items, it felt amazing. It's that feeling of showing off. Brother Yi is indeed so authoritative, Long Country is so authoritative. Jealous, all you haters from other countries? Our Long Country is filled with talents, just can't help making you jealous, ha ha ha. Since the strange game appeared, we've been far ahead. Now with talents like Lin Ye emerging, we are simply outstanding. What can we do? This time, our nation's fortune will surely leave us far ahead again. Those countries wishing to continue suppressing and attacking us, keep your eyes open, don't let it backfire on you. The success of Long Country players made the haters from other countries furious. They wanted to start a fight but found themselves overwhelmed, driving them nearly to madness. They couldn't understand why Long Country always has saviors appear at critical moments. Why are they so lucky? Could it be because they have more people? But the 3 nations have more people than Long Country, so why not like this? It's all because of their damn culture. With an unbroken chain of 5,000 years, how can they compete? Inside the dungeon. The paper butler slightly bowed. Dear guests, rest early. The wedding will be held in 3 days, and there are still many things to prepare. As before, as soon as the words fell, the paper butler's figure vanished from the spot. This plain reaction left the 4 feeling a great deal of unease. Before entering their rooms, they couldn't help but gather together to discuss. The players from Malu country felt the most uncertain. No one has survived the 4th day since the 4 rounds of games. Will something happen tonight? With his multiple dungeon experiences, Harris confidently said, as long as we don't leave the room, except for the item owner's signal, nothing can freely enter our rooms and kill players. Remember, no matter what, do not step out of the room. As the dungeon reached the later stages, the more players that survived, the more advantageous it was for their camp. So Harris's words were heartfelt advice. Lin Ye patted the blood baby on the shoulder, and in its curious gaze, asked, will something scary happen next? Scary? It tilted its 2 soft little heads, trying to understand Lin Ye's words. Awaken. It spat out the two words after careful consideration. Whether it's scary or not is unknown, it only knows that all the undead are awakening, including the most powerful ghost bride. When the adult's power reaches its peak, she will tear open the confinement of this world and be completely free. In the eyes of all the strange beings, this is a good thing. They had long been tired of hundreds of years of unchanging imprisonment and did not enjoy acting with humans under the interference of mysterious powers. They only liked to swarm and devour human flesh and blood. For them, that was the ultimate pleasure. It seems the upcoming transformation of the ancient house will intensify. Lin Ye deduced from the blood baby's words. Tonight will be hard to endure, we must stay rational and absolutely not leave the room. Long country players are right. Harris nodded in agreement, entering his room first. Just before the door closed, he seriously repeated, "Do not step out of your room." With that said, Lin Ye placed the blood baby at the door and entered the room second. Soon, two closing sounds echoed outside the door, signaling that everyone had entered their rooms, ready to face tonight's death test. Lin Ye sat by the bed as usual, waiting for the ghost bride's arrival. After a day of tiring tasks, having a chat with his wife at night is truly delightful. Husband, the red figure came as promised, whispering in his ear like a fragrant breeze, "Were you waiting for me?" The tips of Lin Ye's ears quietly turned red. Looking at her red veil, he suddenly felt a strong desire to lift it and see her face. His hand involuntarily reached for the corner of the red veil that hung down, his nervous throat bobbing, palms sweating. "Is it okay?" The ghost bride gently shook her head. "Only after the wedding can my veil be lifted." Lin Ye's tense feelings slowly eased, and he shyly replied, then that's fine. A bride can only lift the red veil on the wedding night, this is a customary rule, a normal thing. Seeing his reaction, the ghost bride nervously fidgeted with her sleeves. "Will my husband be angry with me?" No, how could that be?" Lin Ye hurriedly waved his hands in a flustered manner to explain. "It should be my wife who is angry, my behavior is quite reckless, I hope my wife won't mind. I really want to see my wife in her wedding dress, she must look beautiful." These heartfelt and cheesy words made the ghost bride blush again, refusing to hold his hand, sitting far away, shy and timid. Adorable Lin Ye almost had a nosebleed. But it broke the viewers' defenses in the live chat. "I haven't used this kind of talking to chase girls in 800 years, and the ghost bride actually listened, it's ridiculous. The ghost bride is so easy to coax? If it were me, I'd win her over in no time. Dude upstairs, the little solution is the same. I remember it's neither Valentine's Day nor Chishi Festival, what bizarre game is this for me to watch? Doesn't anyone think the atmosphere between these two is very pure? What should I do if I'm really shipping them this time? Don't ship it, humans and the bazaar have no good ending. Who would fall in love with their food? I could love fried chicken for a lifetime. Now that's pretty delicious." Inside the copy. The hazy atmosphere finally calmed down. The ghost bride was also getting up to leave. "Tonight I need to handle some matters, no matter what happens outside, husband, you must remember not to leave the room." "Okay." Lin Ye nodded heavily, worry evident in his dark eyes. "You must also be careful." I will remember." The ghost bride shyly replied, her red figure flashed and vanished. Lin Ye suddenly felt the room was empty, he buried himself in the quilt, the slight reluctance in his heart not yet fully formed before he was choked by the musty smell, coughing. Lin Ye. Forget it, might as well just go to sleep. The viewers in the live chat found Lin Ye's actions amusing, and seeing him sleep soundly, they began to type goodnight messages. They thought it would be a night just like any other until a sudden banging sound echoed through the livestream. Those who were staying up late for the stream were startled by the noise, and the chat filled with scattered comments. Lin Ye was in deep sleep. The banging continued for half an hour before he finally sat up groggily in bed. He glanced at the game time and found it was only 1 in the morning. So soon, and they couldn't resist causing trouble? Lin Ye ignored the banging outside the door, lay down and turned over, preparing to continue sleeping. The thing outside seemed unconvinced, disturbing his dreams every 5 minutes. It was more irritating than summer flies. Chapter 042, The Difficult Night. The viewers in the live chat were restless, unable to sleep due to the noise. Lin Ye in the copy, however, was unbothered, sleeping soundly, and even faintly snoring. Finally, the thing outside realized this tactic wasn't working and quieted down for half an hour. Just when the viewers thought the torment had ended, a voice rang out from outside. This time it was the blood infant's voice. "Lin Ye? Lin Ye, are you there? Help us. There is a powerful bizarre thing that broke in, it wants to eat us. Save me. Woo woo woo, we are scared. Save us. Lin Ye, woo woo woo. Lin Ye." Lin Ye covered himself with the quilt, but that voice still had a strong penetrating quality. It seemed like a whisper in his ear. The content was so absurd that it left no room for complaints. The blood child, although still with the intellect of a child, knew to run when it couldn't fight back, rather than keep knocking on a door that wouldn't open, letting a powerless human come to its rescue. Lin Ye is a celestial master. The celestial master has escaped. I'm telling the truth. The lady went to the meat shop tonight to try and eliminate the celestial master in one go, but she was tricked and now she's missing. The celestial master has also unexpectedly broken free from the shackles, currently going on a killing spree in the ancient house. You believe me, Lin Ye, what I said is true, please save me. Aha, save me. Lin Ye, annoyed, threw off the blanket and sat up sharply. How do you want me to save you? You can't even handle the celestial master, how do you expect me, a mere human, to defeat him? The blood child hurriedly replied in a panic, you have what he wants, just give it to him, and he will let me go. Lin Ye snorted coldly, the groom's jade ring? You want this? Are you sent by the celestial master? What are you talking about, Lin Ye? We are Xiaoping and Xiaoan. We are definitely on the same side as you. Are you sure you're on the same side as me? Of course. Then go bother someone else, don't disturb my sleep. How stubborn can this person be? The thing outside was also quite restless, but it ultimately chose to keep knocking on the door. Aren't you worried about the lady? She's trapped in the meat shop, and if time drags on, her soul could scatter. What a waste that the lady has been so good to you, yet you're indifferent when she's in danger. If it weren't for the lady, I wouldn't be here guarding you. Fine, if you won't save me, I will. Even if the celestial master kills me today, I will definitely save the lady. Mentioning the ghost bride, Lin Ye's heart had a rare moment of stirring. She did say before leaving that she was going to handle some trivial matters, so those trivial matters meant the celestial master? The celestial master shouldn't be stronger than the ghost bride, right? Lin Ye thought this and turned over, sinking back into deep sleep. He was determined not to open the door tonight. No ghost would change his mind. The thing outside seemed to realize this too, and at last, cursed a few words in frustration and left angrily. He thought he could finally sleep well, but half asleep and half awake, Lin Ye suddenly smelled a burning scent. He opened his eyes wide and discovered that, without knowing when, the room had caught fire wildly. Outside, that thing laughed provocatively, ha ha, you thought I couldn't do anything if you didn't come out? Go die. I'll burn you alive so you can feel the pain of your parents dying. Listen, that wonderful sound amidst the flames, they are expressing their longing for you. Go down and accompany them, go down and accompany them. Together in death, ha ha ha. The flames spread quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it had devoured the bed, the fire snake shamelessly licking at his skin, bringing a wave of searing pain. Boring. Lin Ye coldly spat out 2 words, lying down to continue sleeping. The livestream even showed that his legs were burnt to the bone, yet he still lay there, unperturbed. He could hardly be bothered to move a muscle. No wonder it's Brother Yi, such mental fortitude. Why isn't Brother Yi running? Isn't it painful to be burned like this? The person upstairs, can you please go home? This fire is obviously fake, running away is falling into the trap. Are you sure it's fake? It looks exactly like the real thing. If it were real, no one could endure burning without screaming, unless they were mute. Brother Ye's current reaction is enough to prove this. Oh my god, this is too realistic. If it were me, I would have panicked and fled the room already. Don't worry, if it were you, you would have been eliminated by now, not living to this point. Politeness, your mother. The fire is surely fake, but the pain is real. The thing outside, in order to make Lin Ye believe that the fire is real. He didn't know what had been done, but it made him feel a sharp pain. Fortunately, the pain wasn't strong, as he kept telling himself it was fake, the pain basically disappeared without a trace. He was someone who had escaped the puppet illusion, how could he be fooled by such a clumsy situation? Outside the door, something was furious, ready to show him who was in charge, when a mysterious force of rule struck, forcing it to recoil, and it had to stop its hunt for Lin Ye, turning its attention to others instead. This detestable human, he would eventually make him pay for this humiliation. In Harris's room, water had already flooded most of the area. He struggled to rise to the surface, the harder he tried, the faster he sank. He could even clearly sense that he had already sunk more than 10 meters deep. Everything around him became blurry, even breathing was becoming exceptionally difficult. He suddenly thought of the time he nearly drowned as a child. No matter how he struggled or called out, on the shore there was only the harsh sound of laughter, and not a single person chose to help him. It was clearly their prank that pushed him into the pool, so why didn't they save him? Why were they still laughing recklessly? He couldn't understand and could only slowly lose consciousness amid the increasing fear of asphyxiation. Since then, he was afraid of any place related to water, he hated swimming and feared experiencing that near-death choke again. Was he going to die? Just like when he was a child, alone, dying in an abandoned pool no one knew about. No. He didn't want to die. He couldn't die. After struggling to live up to now, why should he die?
He didn't want to die.
A strong will to survive erupted in Harris's mind, but this time he chose not to struggle anymore. Instead, he spread his whole body out, like he was asleep, quietly floating in the water. It is very difficult for a person to overcome things they fear. Even though Chris kept telling himself that everything around was fake, that strong feeling of suffocation still followed him like a shadow. But no matter what, he absolutely would not entertain the idea of opening the door and walking out. He would live until the fourth day when the sun rises. Chapter 043, You clearly have already died. Unlike Lin Ye and Harris, who were in deep trouble, the player from Mailer Kingdom had snakes and insects all around his room. These were the things he feared the most, especially snakes. The moment the cold, slippery touch of a snake made contact with him, he was so frightened that he lost his mind, screaming as he jumped up from the bed. More and more insects and snakes crawled toward him, in numbers enough to drown him. Just when he was in a daze and didn't know what to do, there was a sudden knock on the door, and he heard Harris's voice from outside. "Is your room all right? Our room is full of snakes, and Lin Ye didn't escape, now he's just a skeleton." The player from Mailer Kingdom's voice suddenly rose. "Who are you saying is dead?" Harris outside the door was silent for a moment, his voice tinged with obvious sadness. "Lin Ye, I didn't expect such a strong person to die. At that time, I kept persuading him, but he refused to leave the room, so..." The player's mind went completely blank. Lin Ye, how could Lin Ye be dead? He actually died just like that? How could this be? How could this happen? He was unwilling to believe it and loudly rebutted, "Are you lying to me? You are not Harris at all, you were trying to trick me into coming out." Outside, Harris didn't say anything again. This time it was the voice of the Turkey Kingdom player, urgent and a bit impatient. "We both saw it with our own eyes, how could it be fake? If it weren't for Harris, I would also die in the belly of the snake. If you don't want to come out, just like Lin Ye, you'll die in your room. Let's go, don't worry about him." "Okay." The voice outside the door gradually faded away, and the player from Moraland felt his nerves reach their peak. He couldn't control himself and wanted to open the door, wanting them to take him along. But reason kept telling him, "It's all fake, you must not be fooled." Until he was pushed into the corner of the room, snakes, insects, rats, and ants swarmed over his legs, gnawing at him, the sharp pain making his scalp tingle as he struggled and screamed. It hurt so much, really, it hurt so much. This isn't fake, it's definitely not fake. If it were fake, why would it hurt so much? It shouldn't hurt like this. It shouldn't. He could no longer deceive himself. The balance in his heart collapsed suddenly. Struggling to rise from the snake swarm, he rushed towards the door. "Don't go. Wait for me, wait for me. I don't want to die, I really don't want to die." Creak. As the door was pushed open forcefully, the cold night wind in the courtyard gave him a shiver, leaving him stunned in place. Turning back mechanically, there was nothing in the room, no snakes, insects, rats, or ants, clearly there was nothing. Those pains vanished from his mind like an illusion. He had been deceived. Fooled out of the room by a ridiculous illusion, about to face even more terrifying unknown dangers. Swish. In the surrounding darkness, something seemed to awaken. He sensed countless gazes heavily falling on him. Turning stiffly, he controlled his already limp legs, trying to hurry back to the room, but his vision bizarrely retreated at high speed. In the live broadcast, the figure of the Moraland player was thus pulled into the darkness by an unknown entity. He didn't even have time to let out a scream before the live broadcast screen suddenly went black. In contrast, the player from Turkey was also suffering extreme pain and torment at that moment. As his hand could not help but touch the door, the painfully cringing sound of the door opening pulled back his last shred of sanity. Looking at the door right in front of him, he stepped back in terror, involuntarily thinking, "Who went out just now?" In such panic, he couldn't accurately recall the direction of the door opening sound. What was he like now? Was he still alive? A huge panic enveloped him. He fearfully crawled under the bed, constantly praying in his heart, hoping the night would pass faster, even faster. The next morning, Lin Ye opened the door with a pair of panda eyes, yawning repeatedly. The second person to open the door was Harris. His expression was clearly not good. Obviously, he hadn't slept well last night. The two exchanged glances, nodded at each other as a greeting, and then stood silently in the courtyard, waiting for the other two. They waited and waited, for almost half an hour without seeing the other two's figures. Lin Ye and Harris exchanged glances, an ominous suspicion flashing in their eyes. Something happened. They hurried to the door of the Turkey player's room, and Harris kicked the door open forcefully. Hearing the noise at the door, a scream came from under the bed. Lin Ye walked over and lifted the bedsheet, and indeed saw the Turkey player trembling under the bed. "It's okay, come out." Who knew the Turkey player was even more terrified, hugging himself, "Go away, go away. You're fake, you're fake. I don't want to go out, go away." They had no idea what he experienced last night to be this scared. With no other choice, Lin Ye and Harris had to crawl under the bed and drag him out forcibly. But he struggled fiercely, even scratching Harris's face. Harris, unable to bear it any longer, slapped him across the face.
When he stopped struggling and looked over blankly, Harris coldly spoke, "Are you awake?"
Lin Ye lifted his chin, pointing to the bloody infant at the door. "If you're not awake, let Xiaoping and Xiuan help you wake up." The bloody infant showed a chilling expression, its pale four eyes shimmering with eerie light.
Amid the split lips, a scarlet tongue flickered in and out. Just a single expression filled with resentment instantly calmed him, bringing back his rationality. "No. No need." "Fine then." Lin Ye's tone carried a hint of regret. "Shall we go see what's happening with the Malagua player?"
The three arrived at the Malagua player's door, and Harris kicked it open similar to before, using the sunlight to see the Malagua player curled tightly in a corner of the room. Listening closely, one could hear him mumbling with his lips, not knowing what he was saying.
"Go away. Go away. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. Get away. Help me. Can anyone help me?"
The three stepped forward, but he didn't react, lost in his own whispered thoughts, clearly in a much worse state than the Turkey country player. Harris moved his wrist and looked to the other two for opinions. "How about
I slap him?"
The two nodded in unison, as there seemed to be no better solution at this point.
Slap.
With two slaps, the Malagua player's blank gaze finally focused, seeing the friendly three before him, and he burst into tears.
"Great. I'm still alive. I can't believe I'm still alive. So great, woo woo woo." After he finished crying, Lin Ye squatted in front of him and asked, "What happened here last night?"
"I saw snakes all over the room, they were gnawing on my body, it hurt.
Really hurt, and I."
At this point, he suddenly seemed to remember something and widened his eyes in shock, his gaze fixing on Lin Ye's face.
Lin Ye, confused, urged, "What happened? Keep talking." "A ghost." The Malagua player pushed Lin Ye away, scrambling on all fours behind Harris. "How are you here? Weren't you burned to death?" Lin Ye tilted his head, pointing to himself, feeling a strange sense of absurd humor. "Are you talking about me?" "Yes, you. You clearly burned to death. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw it." His words made Harris and the Turkey country player step back in surprise, both shocked. "Lin Ye was burned to death last night? How could that be?" Chapter 044, There Are Dead Among You. "You're flipping things around." The thief shouts to catch the thief. "It was you who died, not our Yigu."
I just saw the Malagua player completely dumbfounded, and even took a peek at his livestream. It was definitely closed. The person in front of us is definitely a ghost pretending. Yigu, don't let yourself be fooled.
Whether Yigu will be fooled or not, the other two are not so certain.
Last night the Turkey country player almost fell for it. I wonder if he can hold out tonight.
Are you sure the rooms are still safe as we go further in? What does the upstairs mean, oh my? Inside the instance. The three clearly formed a stalemate situation.
Harris and the Turkey country player huddled together, moving away from Lin Ye and the Malagua player.
Lin Ye stood up from the ground, patting his pants, and said helplessly, "You say I'm dead, I say you're dead. I saw it with my own eyes."
"I saw it with my own eyes," the Malagua player screamed in terror.
Lin Ye crossed his arms and changed the subject. "How did you see it with your own eyes? Did you leave the room last night?"
This reminded Harris and the Turkey country player that if he really left the room, then the person in front of them could very likely be
pretending to be a ghost.
The Malagua player also reacted to this point and hurriedly explained, "Last night I was tricked out by a ghost pretending to be Harris. He said Lin Ye was burned to death and I needed to go out quickly. After going out, I realized I was fooled. There was no one outside. Just as I was about to go back, I heard screams from Lin Ye's room, along with the smell of burning. Through the crack in the door, I saw with my own eyes Lin Ye dying in the fire."
Oh, Lin Ye elongated his tone. "You mean you were tricked out of the room by a ghost, not only saw me die through the crack in the door, but also managed to return to your own room and live until now?"
This mocking tone, as long as one is not a fool, can be heard clearly. The player from Malu country has a problem, and what he says is not credible.
"What I said is all true."
He rolled up his sleeve to reveal the terrible scratches on his arm. "If it weren't for that paper substitute, I would have almost died last night." His words were reasonable and backed by evidence, but unfortunately, he picked the wrong person to mess with. Lin Ye stepped forward, grabbed his collar, and tossed him out of the house, raising his chin towards the blood infant who was still watching the show. "It's yours now."
The player from Malu country backed away in fear. "What are you doing? Are you going to kill me openly to silence me? Don't forget my back is the entire Malu country. I represent the whole country."
Lin Ye dug in his ears, too lazy to listen to his threats, irritably waving his hand at the blood infant. "Hurry up and make a move, I'm already annoyed early in the morning." The blood infant looked at the person in front of it, wrinkling its brows in disgust. It didn't like eating such smelly humans. This human was covered in the scent of its kind, his organs had been completely emptied. How could it possibly eat this? Xiaoan quietly raised his eyes, trying to see a joke on Lin Ye's face. After all, they had spent so long together, didn't they have feelings?
How could it give him something like that to eat?
Xiaoan wanted to shake his head in refusal, but Xiaoping had already climbed all over the player from Malu country, saliva dripping everywhere.
Xiaoan. Brother, you big glutton.
The player from Malu country, terrified, tried to push the ghost infant off of him but found he couldn't touch it at all.
His pleading gaze turned towards Harris and the others. Help me, help me. You can't just watch Lin Ye kill me like this. I'm your companion. We are all players. All players. Harris. The problem was he didn't dare to speak loudly to Lin Ye.
The Turkey country player. Malu country, even if they were to settle accounts, would go after Long country. They had no business with Turkey country, so he pretended not to see it.
Thus, the two of them tacitly averted their gaze, looking up at the sky, down at the ground, and at the air, just not at him. Lin Ye looked at him with a disdainful sneer. Why did you choose to falsely accuse me? Don't you remember how those two died at the hands of the blood infant?
The blood infant's hand had already reached into the chest of the player from Malu country, yet he was still struggling to argue desperately. I didn't lie.
What I saw is all true.
A wave of intense pain surged, and his chest was torn open by the blood infant, his scream making one's scalp tingle. Xiaoping eagerly leaned down to gnaw at the ribcage still stained with blood, while only Xiaoan turned a complete 180 degrees, looking at Lin Ye with a grievance.
Empty, dead for a long time, so smelly. Lin Ye raised his eyebrows in no surprise. How could a newbie who could be tricked out of the room possibly survive? Even if he had a paper substitute, the outcome would just be that they would be torn apart simultaneously.
Lin Ye turned to the two who dared not make eye contact. Stop shaking, his organs have already been emptied. Hearing his words, Harris and the other finally dared to look at the already eviscerated body of the player from Malu country. Indeed, his body was hollow, nothing inside. It seemed he should have died last night.
The two let out a sigh of relief.
Fortunately, you were here, otherwise, we would have never been able to tell he was already dead.
Oh, I didn't notice either.
Lin Ye casually brushed his hair. If he hadn't gone against me, he could have lived longer. The player from Malu country, seeing the situation exposed, no longer pretended, his features suddenly twisted and ugly.
Did you think I was the only one who died last night? Ha 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 ha. He blended in among you, you all will be killed by him. You all will. Ha ha ha.
Put. His head was bitten open by Xiaoping like a watermelon, brain matter mixed with liquid bursting out. That scene was truly unpleasing. The three of them felt a bit nauseated and let out a sound of ugh.
Unspoken words stuck in the throat, a headless body lay limply on the ground. Alright, Xiaoping, stop eating.
One of his kind was being eerily devoured right before his eyes, and the scene looked so strange. Xiaoping's movements didn't stop, and the sound of his chewing grew louder.
Xiaoan, fearing Lin Ye would get angry, anxiously patted Xiaoping's head. Stop eating, you big greedy pig. Xiaoping ignored him, chewing even faster, and in just a few seconds, he had finished off the body of an adult man.
After satisfying his hunger, he patted his belly with his little hand, innocently blinking his eyes at Lin Ye. I'm done eating.
Lin Ye. Xiaoping, still wanting more, licked his lips, pointed at the two people behind him, and asked in a naive voice, Can I eat these too?
Harris and the others were so frightened that they waved their hands repeatedly.
No, of course you can't eat them. Kids who eat too much can get a stomachache, better not.
Xiaoping blinked his eyes, still looking eagerly at Lin Ye. He only listened to Lin Ye, what others said didn't matter. Lin Ye stroked his chin thoughtfully as he looked at the two. Just now, the player from Maluo country said he wasn't the only one who died.
Last night, could these two also have left their room?
That serious thinking expression made Harris and the others break out in cold sweat.
Fuck, he isn't really contemplating using them to feed the ghost baby, right? Is he crazy? Or has he already been controlled by the weirdness?
No matter which situation it is, it's deadly for them.
Sometimes teaming up with a big boss isn't always good, like right now. Question, if the big boss wants to kill you, how can you survive? Answer, survive my ass. Just think about how to say your last words. Lin Ye pondered for a moment and asked, Did you guys leave your room last night?
No. Harris was the first to thump his chest and promise, I slept in the water all night, never thought about opening the door.
Me neither. The player from Turkey quickly followed. All right.
Lin Ye nodded lightly, picked up the blood baby, and walked toward the dining hall. The two behind him sighed in relief at the same time, thankful he wasn't crazy enough to start a massacre.
The Turkish player worriedly asked, What if Lin Ye is also fake? Do you think that reaction from the blood baby could be fake? Harris shot him a glare. Even if he is fake, what can you do about it?
Just take care of yourself and be careful not to cause your own death.
That's what he said, but Harris felt no confidence inside. What if Lin Ye really was fake? What to do then?
A tiny thought took root in their hearts just like that. Fear began to sprout and grow, eating away at their remaining sanity. Chapter 045, Zombie? Zombie. I thought he just wanted to frame Brother Ye, but unexpectedly, it was to sow discord. This move is too insidious. Could it be that with only 3 players left, we have to be on guard against each other? Clear judgment and decisive choices. Brother Ye's side isn't bad, but the 2 groups next door are really a disaster area, not only doubting each other but they haven't even figured out who the real traitor is. Can't the country intervene? Why not send information in? You think the weird game is stupid? The information sent relies on luck. How much can players see? You don't know if the country isn't intervening or if the weird game is interfering. The expressions of the American and Turkish players suggest they are shaken. Don't let them drag Brother Ye down in the end, damn it. If those damn teammates dare to ruin Brother Ye's plans, I'll slaughter their official website. Still worried about what tricks the weird instance has in store for the players on the 4th day. Inside the instance. The 3 silently finished breakfast, and the paper butler appeared on time. However, it seemed it wasn't in good shape. Lin Ye noticed that its only true eyeball was shriveled, stuck against its eye socket, as if someone had crushed it. Injured? Lin Ye secretly planted a question in his heart. Dear guests, please follow me. Today's task is to decorate the wedding room. Wedding room? Lin Ye was the first to stand up and follow the paper butler outside. The other 2 didn't understand why he suddenly became so excited and followed him out with a puzzled look. After several twists and turns, they finally arrived at a large courtyard and almost got dizzy from the maze-like paths, truly not understanding how the culture of Longwa could have such labyrinthine houses. Please finish decorating the wedding room within a day. Once the paper butler finished speaking, he vanished again like a careless shopkeeper. The courtyard was filled with all kinds of cleaning supplies, and there was a pile of decorative items that looked dazzling. More importantly, there were 2 living maids dressed as servants, looking exactly the same, twins, but their bodies and facial muscles were stiff, giving off a strong sense of being artificial. One was sweeping the ground, and the other was sprinkling water. The 3 exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Although Lin Ye was from Longwa, he was also at a loss in front of the complicated decorations, with many items he couldn't even name. Such a big courtyard. The player from Turkey raised his head to look around and worriedly said, "Can we really clean it all up in one day? Even if we can't finish, we have to." Harris said seriously, they had no room to refuse the task given by an important NPC. Let's explore first and see if we can find any clues. After saying that, Lin Ye stepped into the house, and the dust in the air almost choked him. He truly couldn't understand what twisted sense of humor this strange game had for continuously throwing these irritating things at him. He covered his mouth and nose with his sleeve and started to observe the structure of the wedding room, astonishingly discovering that the space inside was large enough for 4 players' rooms. Not to mention there was an even bigger courtyard outside, along with a cluster of artificial hills. For just the 3 of them to clean it all up in one day was simply daydreaming. Lin Ye glanced at the blood infant lazily resting on his shoulder. Its expression indicated that there was no threatening bizarre existence around, allowing him to explore with ease. So he bent down and began rummaging through boxes, quickly discovering a shiny gold ingot in a jewelry box. The existence of the gold ingot was too dazzling. Surrounded by old dusty items, it shone as if it had just been placed there. Lin Ye instinctively felt it must be useful. Just as he took a bite, he heard Harris's voice calling from outside. "Come quickly, I've found something." Lin Ye hurriedly walked out and saw Harris and the player from Turkey standing behind the 2 maids, where there was a long opening like a piggy bank on their backs. Does this mean we need to bribe them? Lin Ye pondered, taking out the gold ingot and finding that it was just the right size to fit inside. He stuffed the gold ingot into the back of the maid who was sweeping, and she seemed to be activated, her sweeping speed increasing rapidly, finishing the entire courtyard in just a few minutes. The 3? It really is a paid sweeping robot. It seems our task today is to find enough gold ingots. Once the objective was clear, the 3 sprang into action, not daring to waste a moment. Lin Ye returned to the wedding room, this time finding another gold ingot under the bed, but he couldn't find a third one. Realizing there were no other gold ingots here, he left the wedding room and casually stuffed the second gold ingot into the back of the maid who was sprinkling water, then headed to the central area of the artificial hill in the courtyard. There was a sizable pond here. The water's surface was dark, and it only had a few scattered lotus leaves, but he couldn't hear a single sound of flowing water. It's stagnant water. Lin Ye crouched by the pool. The overwhelming stench made him roll his eyes. Helplessly, he had to toss the bloody infant into it. Xiaoping and Xiaoan, oh? No way, it's too smelly. I'll go a little further away. You guys look for those kinds of gold coins under the water. Xiaoping and Xiaoan. Why is it that again? Is it a person? Is it a person? Even though he was unwilling in his heart, it still obediently sank into the water. Not long after, it emerged, walking towards the shore, as if holding something in its hand. The more Lin Ye looked, the more wrong it seemed. What the bloody infant held appeared to be a person. Only when it got close to the shore did Lin Ye see clearly what the bloody infant was holding, and it really was a corpse. The moment he saw the corpse, Lin Ye took 3 steps back with 2 steps. Official robes, green skin, long armor, fangs. It looked just like the zombies from the TV series, oh my. Xiaoping! What are you doing? He shouted and climbed up a nearby tree. Throw it back, quickly throw it back. Xiaoan hesitated and pointed his finger. He had just advised Xiaoping the same way, but he did not listen, and he couldn't do anything. After all, the younger brother can never win against the older brother. Xiaoping paused for a moment, then sat by the shore, opening his mouth to bite the corpse's hand. Lin Ye! You glutton! Daring to eat a zombie! Clang, when he bit down, it felt like biting into a stone. It was so hard that he couldn't bite down at all. Ha! Xiaoping confusedly shrank his neck, hesitated for 2 seconds, then continued to bite the corpse's arm. Lin Ye's forehead throbbed, forced to wait in preparation on the tree for a long time. The corpse on the ground still showed no reaction. He hesitantly climbed down from the tree and observed the corpse from a few meters away. The more he looked, the more he was sure this was indeed a zombie. It's a disaster. How could such a thing exist at the bottom of stagnant water? No wonder this quest is so difficult. The strange game simply stuffed in all the elements of Chinese horror. Can it not be hard? Xiaoping, do you even know what this thing is that you are eating? Lin Ye stomped his foot in frustration. Xiaoping raised his little head confusedly. Why can't he eat it? If it's a human corpse, it can be eaten. Lin Ye was truly speechless. Ding! Congratulations on successfully unlocking hidden side quest, Mysterious Corpse. Hint, players, please explore on your own. Perhaps there are unimaginable existences underwater. Quest reward, something feared by Taoist priests. Surprisingly triggered a hidden quest. The reward is something feared by Taoist priests. Isn't this just sending him props? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow in surprise, his attitude doing a complete 180. Xiaoping, you did very well this time. Xiaoping, flattered, smiled widely, his mouth stretching to an exaggerated angle, then lowered his head again to bite the corpse's shoulder. Lin Ye. Forget it, as long as the kid is happy. He shifted his gaze to Xiaoan, who was disgusted by the corpse. Is there anything else underwater besides this corpse? There are many, many corpses. They. Xiaoan struggled to find suitable adjectives from his already limited vocabulary, like this. Xiaoan's hands waved irregularly. Lin Ye looked for a long time without understanding what it was, deciding to go down into the water himself to see. He patted Xiaoping's head, signaling him to stop eating. Take me to where you found the corpse. Only then did Xiaoping reluctantly let go of the corpse on the ground, his body expanding and growing larger, an inky gap opening on the eye in his chest. Lin Ye resigned himself to squeeze into the gap. Considering the safety of Harris and the others, he didn't forget to bring the corpse on the shore into the water. As soon as he plunged into the water, all sorts of foul odors rushed into his nose uncontrollably. It felt like his body had been soaked in it for a long time, various liquids mixing together, with a layer of filthy corpse water floating on top. The stench was simply unimaginable. The visibility was pitifully low. Lin Ye could feel that they were diving deeper. The depth had already exceeded 20 meters. What kind of lake can be dug 20 meters deep? What on earth is underneath here? Chapter 046, this zombie is a bit too over the top. Finally, the blood infant stopped. The surroundings were pitch dark and misty. Lin Ye could see nothing. Can't we get any closer? Xiaoping said nothing, but Xiaoan's small, thin body crawled to the edge of the gap, a pair of purple little hands covering Lin Ye's eyes. Suddenly, his vision pierced through the entire water layer like an X-ray laser, revealing the scene at the lake bottom. A murky lake bottom revealed a strange patterned deep pit, with lines resembling tree branches extending in 5 directions. Densely packed roads were filled with corpses kneeling in the same direction. And at the center of their worship stood the only corpse in a standing position. All the other kneeling corpses had blue-purple skin, while his corpse energy and body presented a deep green, almost merging with the dark water below. Even from a distance, Lin Ye could sense the strong oppressive aura emanating from him, making his breathing involuntarily quicken. After switching perspectives, the live broadcast room was equally astonished. So many zombies, the whole lake bottom seems to have roughly over 100 people, but are they worshipping something? And what do these strange patterns mean? Can someone knowledgeable come out and explain? 5 elements raising corpses formation. It's extremely effective at the bottom of the water where the yang energy is blocked and yin energy is rampant. Fortunately, those around are still unformed zombies, evolving into the lowest level purple zombies. I know this one, the one in the middle is a green zombie. What the heck is a green zombie? Look closely at the floating ones around. There's not just corpse energy, but long hair as well. This is a half-evolved hairy zombie, with copper skin and iron bones, not afraid of fire or sunlight, even able to contest with Ghost Bride. OMG, how can this instance have so many forbidden items? No more talking, let's run. It will be too late once the hairy zombie wakes up.
Congratulations to Brother Ye for casually uncovering a hidden version, let's pack up and run. What purple zombie, green zombie, hairy zombie, Lin Ye only knew that there was such a thing as zombies, but he had little exposure to such detailed classifications. This made him appear like an illiterate in the instance, recklessly charging forward without understanding anything. For instance, right now, he patted Xiaoan's head. Let's go take a look, that zombie in the middle seems off, he looks like he has some water plants behind him. Xiaoping and Xiaoan both widened their eyes in disbelief, tilting their heads. Are you serious? The corpse they had dragged just now was taken secretly from the outer layer. What's the difference between that one and the zombie king in the middle? They didn't dare to provoke it. Was this human really challenging the zombie king? As expected of a human favored by the adults, even the zombie king was not taken seriously. After a brief moment of confusion, Xiaoping and Xiaoan did indeed lead Lin Ye to continue diving, but they only dared to stay in the outer circle, refusing to venture even a little deeper. Lin Ye had no choice but to carefully observe the corpses in the outer circle. To his surprise, he began to see some patterns. The clothing and trinkets on these 100 or so dead bodies included items from the Song dynasty as well as the Ming dynasty, spanning hundreds of years of time. In other words, these corpses at the bottom of the lake were handed down through generations of a single family. What did the Li family want to do? What was the use of raising so many zombies? They couldn't even exchange them for money. Lin Ye was puzzled, and the side quest was about mysterious corpses. Could it be that he needed to figure out their identities? He had no clue about this side quest for now, but he didn't want to easily give up. He needed something that the Celestial Master feared to intimidate the Celestial Master. Otherwise, on the last day of the wedding, it would be hard for him to snatch the groom from the Celestial Master. Just when he was feeling lost, he accidentally locked eyes with a pair of eerie green pupils. Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat. He saw that the zombie at the center of the formation had opened its eyes and was staring motionlessly at him and the blood infant. It seemed to be observing their movements. Clearly, the blood infant noticed the awakened zombie much earlier than he did, and its massive body stood firm like a mountain. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have successfully awakened the Zombie King. Zombie King, currently undergoing the critical moment of evolving from a green zombie to a hairy zombie, greatly dislikes being disturbed and holds grudges. If you accidentally become its target, then congratulations, you've established a relationship of undead and unending conflict with it. Lin Ye. Is this something to be happy about? Congratulations, my foot. Hairy zombie introduction, body covered in hair, tough as bronze and iron, the higher the cultivation, the stronger the body, initially not afraid of fire or the sun. Hint, players can never inflict damage on the Zombie King, perhaps a puppet can help you. Lin Ye. So what should I do now? Inside, Lin Ye was cursing, but on the surface, he still dared not make a move. Time seemed to freeze, with both sides not taking any further actions. The atmosphere fell into a bizarre peace. At this moment, whether Lin Ye was nervous or not was unclear, but the audience in Long Country's live broadcast room had their hearts in their throats, fearing that the hairy zombie would unleash a massacre. As the standoff went on, he could vaguely hear voices calling for Lin Ye from the banks above. Perhaps he had been missing for too long. Harris and the other person were worried he might be in danger and couldn't help but search for him everywhere. It was these voices that stirred the hairy zombie. Its long hair writhed like a water snake, filled with momentum, rushing straight towards Lin Ye's face. Run! Before Lin Ye finished speaking, the blood infant had already darted out like a fish. Clearly, in terms of escaping, they were more experienced than Lin Ye. The Zombie King was indeed powerful, but attempting to catch them was still not quite enough. In just a moment, the blood infant led Lin Ye to break free and swiftly reached the shore. On the rock, Harris and the players from Turkey, who had been anxiously searching, were attracted by the sound of water, and when they saw Lin Ye and the blood infant, they both bared their teeth in surprise. Willing to dive into such dirty water, he truly was someone special. As the two were about to greet him, they heard Lin Ye shouting, "Run! Get away from the pool!" Before they could react, a bigger splash erupted behind Lin Ye, and with a sharp sound slicing through the air, several green, hairy strands surged with overwhelming killing intent toward the group on the shore. This scene needed no further words from Lin Ye. Their bodies already had muscle memory in facing danger, and they turned and bolted without looking back. Fortunately, the range of those long hairs was limited to the edge of the pool. Once they ran out of the rock area, it was basically safe. Realizing this, the three of them somewhat belatedly stopped. The blood infant spitted Lin Ye out, curling its body and burrowing back into his clothes. Zombie King scared. With the crisis averted, Lin Ye chuckled and patted the little flat's head. Scared? You were just gnawing away so eagerly? The little flat shrank back a little further into his arms. Scared? Who would have thought that stealing a bite from a zombie would attract the attention of the Zombie King? So stingy of the Zombie King, what's wrong with eating just one of so many of its kin? If I had known, I wouldn't have been so greedy. Chapter 047, Seeking Help from the Puppet. Brother Yi, how can you still be laughing? You almost scared me to death just now. That hairy thing was just a hair's breadth from piercing the ghost infant's head. Just because your name is Lin Ye doesn't mean you should look for strange places to hunt everywhere. Promise us you won't do this next time, okay? The two groups next door are honestly looking for gold coins, their progress is already more than half. Yigu is actually still obsessed with adventure. Don't you all think exchanging for gold coins is too easy? Especially that one in the butler's hand, he just gives it away with a word? Let's set that aside for now. Can someone explain why the ghost baby is still holding onto that zombie? Inside the instance. Lin Ye's smile froze on his face as he fell into deep thought while looking at the zombie on the ground. Did you not throw him away just now? The blood baby poked its head out from his collar, swallowing hard food. He couldn't give up on food. Lin Ye. Eat, 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 that's all you think about. Lin Ye. Harris spoke, shaken. What was that just now? And this? A player from Turkey pointed at the body on the ground, not daring to get close at all. What is this? Why does it look so strange? Forgive their ignorance, when the ghost bride appeared in the ancient mansion instance, they only quickly brushed up on that knowledge. Zombies, especially hairy zombies, were completely outside of their understanding. This on the ground is an ordinary zombie. While saying this, Lin Ye pointed to the lake. That hairy one in the water is called a hairy zombie. Lin Ye gave the two a brief lesson on the differences between these two types of zombies, roughly the difference between an ordinary person and a powerful cultivator. The two turned pale as soon as they heard this. How can there be such things here? On the fourth day of the instance, we see things like this. What other unimaginable things will appear in the remaining 3 days? Can they really survive the next 7 days? Lin Ye shifted his gaze a little, feeling somewhat guilty. Normally, there wouldn't be zombies, but considering. He chuckled and didn't delay any further. I'll go out for a bit, you guys handle things here. Saying this, he bent down, lifted the body from the ground, and walked out with big strides. Harris and the others didn't say anything. After all, big shots prefer to act alone, and they understood that. They just quietly searched for gold coins, solving the big shot's worries. Lin Ye carried the corpse to the entrance of the puppet show, and the blood baby was feeling desperate. Protesting on his shoulder, it twisted around. Why, again? You wouldn't understand. Lin Ye gave it a mysterious expression, taking the chance while it was lost in thought to knock loudly on the door again. The blood baby's eyes widened. Not this trick again. Are you even a little ashamed for bullying a child? Before it could react, Lin Ye quickly stuffed it back into his clothes. Don't say I'm not loyal, this time you just fake death, I'll handle the puppets. Blood baby. The door quickly opened from the inside, and the blood baby swallowed its complaints, silently hugging its weak and pathetic self. The puppet's woman-like face appeared at the door, its glassy eyes filled with dark flames burning brighter and brighter as they gazed at the corpse on Lin Ye's shoulder. Behind it were disheveled puppet strings, and compared to their last meeting, it seemed the resentment it carried had intensified. This was the first time to see the puppet live in the livestream room, and everyone started spamming with amazement. With this image, if it appeared in the middle of the night, just standing there could scare half the people out of their wits. This was a kind of uniquely Chinese horror that could easily stir up the most terrifying fantasies deep within a person. No wonder this puppet show was one of the most ruthless in the quests. It's you again. Its voice still had a clear singing tone, and the puppet strings behind it danced even more wildly, seemingly ready to pierce through his innards. Don't make a move. Lin Ye threw the corpse in front of it, retreating back to the street with a desire to live. I'm here to deliver something. You're delivering a corpse to me? The puppet glanced down skeptically, and the puppet strings behind it tentatively penetrated the corpse's left chest, revealing a rotten brown heart from within its chest. Lin Ye. Just like that, it easily stabbed through? To think the blood baby couldn't even bite through the skin of a corpse. He silently stepped back a few more steps. Where did you find this? The lake at the bottom of the old house's backyard. Lin Ye spoke quickly. There are hundreds of zombies like this down there, and a hairy zombie. The puppet disdainfully tossed the heart aside, and puppet strings pierced through the limbs of the corpse, controlling it like a marionette as it stood up. Take me to see. Under the puppet's control, the corpse carried it on its back, malicious eyes fixed on Lin Ye. If you dare to deceive me. Absolutely not. I will take you there right now. Lin Ye turned and quickly headed towards the old house, with the corpse carrying the puppet closely behind. The puppet gazed at the thick killing aura above the old house. The reason it was willing to meet Lin Ye was that it felt a summons. Somewhere in the old house, something was calling it. The closer it got to the old house, the stronger this feeling became. It was eager to meet the one who had summoned it. Could it be the person it had been searching for? That person? At the entrance of the old house, a red figure stood silently in place. The powerful resentment radiating from her made the puppet instinctively stop in its tracks. Every strong and eerie presence has its own territory. To recklessly enter another's territory is equivalent to signing a death warrant. Two sides to the death. Through the red veil, their gazes met, an intense killing intent soared in the air.
The blood baby shrank in Lin Ye's arms, trembling. Two powerful beings fighting could really scare them little ones to death. It kept tugging at Lin Ye's clothes, hoping he would quickly leave this place of trouble. Wife. An out-of-place voice rang between the two powerful entities, and Lin Ye smiled widely. How did you end up here? Ah. The frantic blood baby kept patting his chest, thinking he was simply crazy. This level of eerie battle, you dare to get involved? Don't you care about your life? The ghost bride tilted her head slightly, retracting all her killing intent. Husband, come to me. Lin Ye eagerly went forward and held her hand, his voice carrying a hint of longing. I could never see you at this time before. I am dealing with something. She vaguely dropped an explanation. Lin Ye did not press further, bending down to whisper in her ear as the ghost bride's aura gradually softened. The puppet cocked its head, easily sensing the intense shock on its face. How could the ghost bride be so close to a human? Is this development right? Chapter 048, When Gods Fight, Mortals Suffer. The tense atmosphere vanished without a trace due to Lin Ye's interruption. The ghost bride noticed the puppet's gaze fixed on Lin Ye, coldly spitting out a word, roll. The puppet moved its stiff joints, lowering its stance, saying, I only want to go in to confirm one thing, consider it a favor to you. The ghost bride sneered disdainfully, coldly reprimanding, do you think I would believe your lies? Before the words were fully out, the cuff of her sleeve was gently tugged. Wife. Lin Ye interrupted her, I called it here, there are zombies at the bottom of the backyard lake, it has come to help me catch them. The ghost bride fell silent for a moment. Husband really plans to deal with that zombie king? Lin Ye felt a pang of bitterness. It wasn't that he wanted to take on the zombie king, but this was a hidden task. Who knew that it would so happen to achieve an undeath agreement with the zombie king? What luck! At this point, there was no retreat possible. Yes. Lin Ye nodded solemnly, so I need the puppet's help. Only then did the puppet realize that this human was actually pleading for it? The ghost bride was extremely fierce, roamed the town for years, and no one dared to provoke her. How could such a mere human think to plead? The puppet instinctively still regarded Lin Ye as the ghost bride's prey, so upon realizing this, its first reaction was one of self-delusion. It was ready to take action, prepared to save this human in a critical moment. He was still useful, and could not die at the hands of the ghost bride now. I can't force my way into the forbidden ground in the backyard. Husband, be extra careful. The ghost bride no longer objected but took off a jade bracelet from her wrist and placed it on his hand, gently patting the back of his hand at the end. As if saying, husband, go ahead and do what you want, I will handle everything. Lin Ye was deeply moved, thinking to himself that this thigh was well worth holding onto. After the ghost bride left, he lovingly touched the jade bracelet on his hand, then waved to the puppet, let's go. Little did he know, the puppet had long been petrified in place. When did the ghost bride become so easy to talk to? It even suspected that the ghost bride was intentionally luring it in and would suddenly strike. So it stood still, its expression a delightful mess of confusion. Still, Lin Ye impatiently turned his head and shouted at him, why are you dawdling? Come in. Puppet. The more he looked, the more it seemed like a scam. Fine, at worst, it would kill this human before the ghost bride acted. No matter what, it had to take him down as a scapegoat. Thinking this way, the puppet carefully controlled the corpse on its back, stepping onto the ancient house's stairs. Its expression was highly tense, afraid that the ghost bride would leave some backhanded move, but until they delved deep into the backyard of the ancient house, the ghost bride had not acted. Instead, Lin Ye kept urging it impatiently, what are you looking around for? Can you walk a bit faster? The blood baby curled up in his arms, thinking this was the nth time giving him a thumbs up, the human daring to talk to the puppet like that was still the first. Such a high value, no need to say more. Puppet. How could it be? How could the ghost bride truly let it in? It didn't believe it. It remained cautious, noting the surroundings until entering the backyard, where indeed, nothing happened. The puppet's eyes rolled as it glanced at the jade bracelet on Lin Ye's wrist. This could easily influence the ghost bride and even acquire the ghost bride's close possession. This human seemed to be more than just the ghost bride's prey, he was a type of existence that it couldn't understand, something more precious. The puppet felt strange inside, but now wasn't the time to ponder this, after all, Deadwater Lake was ahead. The person is at the bottom of the lake. Lin Ye looked at the calm water surface, not daring to approach, fearing that the long hair would ambush in places he couldn't see. The puppet stood on a high vantage point, controlling the corpse behind it to sink under the water, using the corpse's vision to easily find the strange array at the lake's bottom. The hairy corpse at the bottom had been interrupted by Lin Ye, having not caught the person, it was now furious, its long hair wildly attacking the surrounding corpses in the water. Suddenly, it felt a gaze full of malice, blatantly landing on it. Confused, it looked around, finally locking eyes with the dead body. Eerie, dark fire danced in the dead body's eyes, and through those eyes, it seemed to see the hateful, cursed gaze of the one behind. Such a familiar aura.
In the moment the zombie king was thinking, the puppet clearly recognized him, the murderer who caused its master's entire family to die without a burial place. It desperately wanted to find a way to escape, to get revenge on him, but little did it know he was right under its nose. Enemies meet, and the excitement is intense. The puppet let out a roar, its millennia of resentment bursting forth instantly. The threads behind it went wild, rushing into the water with sharp momentum. Those corpses that hadn't fully evolved into zombies became its puppets, attacking the zombie king relentlessly under its command. Although the zombie king hadn't completely transformed into a hairy corpse, its strength was already on par with hairy corpses, just a step away from full transformation. The two battled fiercely, and it was difficult to tell the victor for a time. The puppet was determined to kill the zombie king. No matter the cost, even if it means being shattered to pieces, the accumulated resentment and hatred of countless years fills its heart, and it can no longer maintain its sanity. When it could no longer inflict any harm on the zombie king, it leaped into the air, but its body sank to the lake's bottom. And that's not all. An unseen puppet string from behind had somehow wrapped around Lin Ye's waist, dragging him down to the lake's bottom too. The blood infant let out a scream, running faster than a rabbit. Looking around, none of the ghost bride, the puppets, or the zombie king were opponents it could provoke. If it didn't run now, when would it? Lin Ye. Wait, what about him? Why didn't it take him along when it fled? The foul stench from the dead water overwhelmed his senses, and in that moment, Lin Ye felt like he wanted to die. Blood infant, you unreliable fellow. In a critical moment, the bracelet on his wrist suddenly emitted a shimmering red light, forming a protective shield to block the rushing lake water. His wife is reliable. Smack! A puppet string struck the bracelet, and the shimmering red light dimmed slightly. Hey! Lin Ye cursed angrily, are you crazy? I'm your ally. You dare to attack me. Are you out of your mind? However, the puppet dealing with the zombie king ignored him, only threateningly saying, Ghost bride, if you don't help me kill the zombie king, I'll take this human down with me before I die. Lin Ye. This was the first time Lin Ye gained such an intuitive understanding of the strange and sinister. This is simply a beast. A beast. Chapter 49, The Ghost Bride Goes on a Killing Spree. Furious, Lin Ye took out the soul-fixing nail from his storage space, ready to stab it forcefully at the puppet string around his waist. The next second, each of his limbs was wrapped with a puppet string, tightening abruptly as if they wanted to tear his legs and feet off. Lin Ye gasped in pain, cursing his mother in his heart. Damn puppets, no sense of martial ethics. You're so shameless. Ah. A heart-wrenching roar echoed above the lake's surface as the ghost bride forcibly broke through her restraints, her immense resentment spilling out, disturbing the still dead water. A blood-red figure descended from the sky, the ghost bride's long hair danced wildly in the resentment, and the wedding dress fluttered from her powerful aura, making a rustling sound. She hovered above the lake's surface, her eyes burning with terrifying blood-red light. Dare to harm my husband, the ghost bride's voice was cold as ice, each word filled with chilling murderous intent, seek death. The blood infant trembled and buried its weak body into the ground. It didn't understand why it was here, witnessing such a scene, it really shouldn't be involved. The ghost bride waved her hand, instantly tearing through the lake's surface with her resentment, exposing the lake's bottom dozens of meters deep. The zombie king was tearing apart the last puppet's corpse, the puppet's thread deeply embedded in him but failing to inflict fatal damage. She pressed down her palm, and a sky full of red silk surged down like a blood dragon, rushing towards the puppet strings entangling Lin Ye. Those incredibly tough strings melted away like ice and snow upon contact with the red silk. Lin Ye instantly felt his limbs loosen, his whole body lifted by a gentle force toward the shore. Wait a moment, my husband. The ghost bride's voice remained cold, but there was a hint of barely perceptible tenderness towards Lin Ye. In the next moment, she turned to face the two enemies at the lake's bottom, her gentleness instantly transforming into overwhelming murderous intent, making the puppet and zombie king shudder even from behind the red veil. The zombie king let out a furious roar first, his long hair bristling like countless steel needles shooting into the sky. At the same time, he spat out a thick, black corpse gas, corroding the lake water to sizzle as it passed. The ghost bride did not dodge or avoid, the red silk interweaving in front of her forming an impenetrable net that easily blocked all attacks. The corpse gas collided with the red silk, rapidly dissipating as if it had encountered a nemesis. The century-old corpse king is no match for a single strike. The ghost bride scoffed, resentment gathering around her, forming a more terrifying blood mist. Within the blood mist, something even more horrifying was roaring, wanting to devour everything in front of it. The zombie king seemed to feel the lethal threat, suddenly crushing the giant stone at the bottom of the lake, his figure swelling threefold, his sharp claws tearing toward the ghost bride with a force that seemed to rip everything apart. As he passed, the lake water rolled back, a horrifying momentum. At that moment, the puppet suddenly surged forward to attack, countless puppet strings striking toward the back of the zombie king's heart from various tricky angles, clearly trying to take advantage of his unpreparedness and launch a sneak attack. Faced with the two bizarre and powerful assaults, the zombie king was utterly unable to resist. Countless strings pierced through his copper wall and iron body, pinning him in midair.
The ghost bride's eyes turned more blood red, and she raised her hand forward to grasp. 5 blood streaks appeared out of thin air, tearing through space like sharp claws, leaving a deep, unexposed wound on the zombie king's chest. The zombie king let out a painful roar, black blood spraying from the wound, but soon it began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ghost bride's assault did not stop, the red silk coiled around his neck like a venomous snake. The zombie king struggled crazily, his sharp claws reaching back, but he could only tear a few strands of red silk, while more red silk wrapped around him, binding him tightly. The puppet strings were not willing to fall behind, piercing through his body even more crazily, trying to cut him into countless tiny pieces. "Since you all want me dead, then accompany me to the grave together." The zombie king howled, his eyes turning pure black, the corpse gas around him surging wildly, finally breaking free from the restraints. The entire lake bottom began to shake violently, countless skeletal remains crawling out of the mud, forming a terrifying army of corpses at the summon of the zombie king. Lin Ye stared blankly at the scene before him. How many people must die? Overconfident. The ghost bride paid no attention to the army of corpses. One hand had already pierced through the dense corpse gas protecting the zombie king, accurately grasping his throat, violently slamming his massive body to the ground. Roar! The zombie king struggled madly. The ghost bride pressed one knee on his chest, raising her other hand high. Endless resentment gathered and compressed in her palm, finally turning into an extremely solid dagger, flickering with ominous bloodlight. Without a trace of hesitation, her arm became a blur, the blood dagger precisely stabbed into the zombie king's third eye. All the zombie king's movements instantly froze, his body convulsing violently, letting out hissing sounds of air escaping from his mouth. The source corpse core within him began to crack under the impact of the cold and keen resentment. The ghost bride emotionlessly twisted the dagger. Boom! A muffled explosion sounded from within the zombie king's body. The violet light in his eyes was completely extinguished, his body rapidly turning gray and shriveled, finally transforming into a pool of murky, viscous black water, without a trace of life. The fearsome zombie king was thus completely obliterated. The ghost bride slowly stood up, her wedding dress still as bright red as blood, not tainted by dust. She didn't even glance at the pool of black water, her gaze sweeping toward the exhausted puppet, and then, her dark hair shot toward the puppet like razor blades. Wherever she passed, the army of corpses was smashed into a pile of bones. Those horrifyingly numerous skeletal remains turned out to be so easily crushed in her hands. The puppet hurriedly controlled all the strings to resist but was terrified to find that her hair could easily sever its strongest strings. Countless strands of hair pierced through the puppet's body, pinning it firmly in place. The ghost bride reached out her hand as if grasping, and the puppet's body began to shatter inch by inch. "I spare your life because you are useful to my husband," she warned coldly. "Dare to harm my husband again, and you will be made to suffer a fate worse than death." The puppet's body stiffened, under the overwhelming pressure of the ghost bride's powerful aura. It couldn't produce even a trace of rebellious thought. The ominous aura emanating from the blood mist behind her made it shiver with fear. Within it seemed to exist a terrifying presence that it could not even imagine. Who would have thought that in just a century, the ghost bride could grow to such a terrifying strength? There probably was no strange thing in this world that could rival her. "I dare not." Seeing it being honest, the ghost bride finally withdrew her hair, the blood-red and icy look in her eyes faded, and she walked straight towards Lin Ye. "I have come late, my husband was scared," she said softly, completely different from her earlier terrifying demeanor. Lin Ye shook his head, looking at her with concern. "I'm fine, what about you? Are you hurt? Let me see." He took 2 steps forward wanting to hold her hand, but the ghost bride retreated to avoid him. Under her sleeves, her hands were trembling slightly, and beneath the red veil that Lin Ye could not see, her face was exceptionally pale. "I am fine, the barrier in the backyard is recovering, I cannot stay for long, my husband, you must be extra careful in your actions." After giving her warning, her figure staggered uncontrollably for a moment, and to avoid making Lin Ye worry, she disappeared on the spot. Lin Ye's heart was filled with mixed emotions, unable to describe how he felt at that moment. More worry inevitably gave birth to a hint of joy? Chapter 050, Asking the Elder to Save My Benefactor. Censor. Aha, censor. Next time, censor such scenes. I finally understand why the ghost baby is so afraid of the ghost bride. In front of her, fighting is just child's play for the ghost baby. I feel like my mind and body have been hit with 10,000 damage points. Who understands this, family? She took down the hairy zombie in an instant. That's a hairy zombie. And it was taken down. Red-dressed fierce ghost above, I bow to my little brother. Brother Ye, don't be smug at this time, okay? The ghost bride is so powerful, you should worry about your own head on the 7th day. He can't really think of the ghost bride as his wife, right? No way? Hard to say. So fierce. Inside the dungeon. As the ghost bride disappeared, the lake water flowed back, burying all the corpses beneath. The surroundings returned to their previous state, as if that battle was just a mirage. Lin Ye was in a daze for a long time, before finally digging out the blood baby from underground.
You're even more cowardly than an ostrich.
Saying this, Lin Ye couldn't help but reach out to poke Little Ping's face, releasing the resentment that had built up from being left behind earlier. Little Ping looked extremely aggrieved, while Little Lin shrank beside him, not daring to speak. It wasn't that they were cowardly. Clearly, if they had been a bit slower in that dangerous scene, they would have been swallowed by the powerful wave of resentment. Little Ping and Little Lin both sighed in unison, turned around, and started to run away. They would no longer follow Lin Ye, it was too scary, too scary.
Carrot?
Lin Ye was quick with his hands and caught the blood baby in his arms. Where do you think you're going?
The blood baby struggled. Let me go, let me go, let me go.
Lin Ye shook the jade bracelet on his wrist. If you don't behave, I'll use this to hit you, do you believe it? The blood baby stopped struggling, climbed onto his shoulder, and started to play dead listlessly. Lin Ye smiled, no longer making things difficult for this little guy, and shifted his gaze to the lake surface. The puppet hadn't come up when the lake water flowed back, and he didn't know if it was dead or alive now. While searching for coins among the rockeries, he kept an eye on the movement on the lake surface.
Before long, the stagnant lake surface finally made a sound of flowing water.
Lin Ye immediately stood up straight and saw the puppet finally surface. It was carrying an intact skeleton on its back. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that the clothes on the skeleton were full of messy stitches, seemingly sewn together with puppet strings. The two exchanged glances, and Lin Ye immediately unleashed a string of curses at it. The puppet's face turned ashen, but it did not dare to retaliate again. Once Lin Ye finished scolding, it silently carried the corpse on its back and walked away. Lin Ye followed it out of the corner of his eye, he saw the blood baby on his shoulder giving him 4 thumbs up. He grinned broadly, embarrassed, unable to repay kindness with kindness. If it weren't for being unable to defeat the puppet, it wouldn't be just a simple curse. Lin Ye followed the puppet to the papermaker's door, and before he could ask anything, the puppet laid the corpse in front of the door and then, with a thud, knelt down.
I beg, Senior, please save my benefactor.
The papermaker was quite skilled, even the puppet sought him out.
Lin Ye watched the puppet bowing repeatedly. Should he also bow?
Without hesitation, he was about to bend his knee, but at a crucial moment, a paper figure appeared out of nowhere and supported his body.
Kid.
The papermaker slowly appeared at the door, stroking his white beard. I can't afford this bow.
Just now, the ghost bride almost turned this place upside down. He really couldn't bear this bow.
Lin Ye sensed the teasing tone in his words and awkwardly scratched his head, standing up straight. The papermaker then turned his gaze toward the puppet. His soul is completely extinguished and cannot be saved. I beg. The puppet paid no attention, its joints creaking, only repeating, Senior, please save my benefactor.
I am willing to offer everything as a reward. Little puppet, your fate has ended, why do you insist?
The papermaker sighed softly, and faced by another peculiar puppet, his attitude was clearly much better. The puppet bent its body low, its head deeply bowing into the dust. Heaven's way is unfair, good and evil are mixed. Someone has disturbed the yin and yang, forcibly seized the 3 souls and 7 spirits, turning my benefactor into an undying, unliving abomination. The puppet cried out in blood-draining accusation, my benefactor's fortunes are profound, he was destined for great wealth and status.
All I ask is that my benefactor's soul returns to the earth, attaining a complete life.
Foolish child. The papermaker shook his head, his body has become a puppet, his soul has long since scattered.
How can you seek a completeness from the void?
I beg the Senior for compassion. The puppet's joints emitted mournful creaks like dry branches. The papermaker's bright, piercing eyes deeply examined the puppet, then he fell silent, a thick silence spreading through the air. Only Lin Ye, confused, didn't know what riddle they were playing, and he almost interrupted them several times.
Can the riddle master please get out of the instance? Enough, enough, enough.
Finally, it was the papermaker who first compromised. Come with me.
Thank you, Senior.
The puppet was overjoyed, immediately shouldering the remains and stepping over the threshold, with Lin Ye closely following behind. What Lin Ye didn't know was that the moment he stepped inside the threshold, the livestream went black again.
Is there something we can't hear? Who are they trying to scare in a horror game? What should be censored isn't, and what shouldn't be blacked out is blacked out. Are they not even going to put on a show? Are they afraid I'll learn the resurrection technique?
In the high-level conference room of Dragon Nation. It has been checked, this time the blackout wasn't due to any internal power of the instance, but the game system itself cutting off. The elites fell silent for a moment.
Someone proposed, could it be that they are about to reveal the key to clearing the instance, so the game system blocked us?
This speculation received unanimous agreement. At this point, they could only think positively. As for Lin Ye's safety issue, after witnessing the ghost bride's strength, they had become completely untroubled.
Inside the instance.
The papermaker led the two to a cellar in the backyard. Inside were various paper figures. The only difference was that these paper figures looked quite familiar.
The puppet quickly recognized, these are all the innocent people from the town who died unexpectedly. Exactly.
The papermaker confirmed its words, then pointed to a corner. Your master is also here. Hearing this, the puppet immediately walked toward a paper figure with a handsome and refined face. Upon sensing a familiar soul wave, a single crystal-clear tear fell from its glassy eyes. Benefactor. There actually was still a trace of soul left. Once, I calculated that this small town was destined for disaster. I was just a lonely outsider, a watcher on the cold wall, meant to close the door and not meddle in the rise and fall of things. But these people, though no kin of mine, treated me with warmth. Especially the young girl from the Jiang family, named Lin Ye, who often brought curious little things to the shop. Sometimes it was half a piece of candy, sometimes dew-kissed wildflowers. She would sit on the threshold, sharing childish words and laughter, breathing a bit of life into my weary days. Later, a trace of compassion grew in me. I defied fate, using paper as a medium, stealing a fragment of their souls and embedding it into paper effigies. I sought no extension of life, only wished to leave a chance for these people, who should not perish, to have a way to survive. Chapter 051, Behind me lies all of humanity. If you wish to save your benefactor, then take this paper figure. After the seventh day, wander this world, vast as it is, and perhaps you will find a glimmer of hope to grant him fulfillment. After speaking, he looked at the countless silent paper shadows standing in the cellar, feeling a small relief at the thought of sending off this old friend. If it weren't for his greed for that secret art back in the day, how could it lead to the current situation? Alas. Thank you, Senior. The puppet bowed deeply once more, for as long as there was even a shred of hope, it would never give up on its benefactor. At this moment, to say thanks is too early. The paper craftsman calmly replied, the seventh day, life and death remain uncertain. The Celestial Master and the Ghost Bride. Ultimately, it was an unpredictable game. After the paper craftsman finished speaking, his gaze unconsciously searched for Lin Ye's figure, only to see him standing in front of a faceless paper figure, lost in thought. Old man, why is this paper figure so unclear? The Ghost Bride is powerful, and the paper figures I made cannot clearly show her features. Lin Ye reached out, lightly brushing the vague face of the paper figure. Is there a fragment of her soul here too? The paper craftsman approached him, gazing at the paper figure, his tone involuntarily softening. This child, Lin Ye, bears the heaviest burden. If she fails on the seventh day, dies at the hands of the Celestial Master, I will have no regrets. Lin Ye? Lin Ye's heart stirred. Jiang Lin Ye. So, her name is Jiang Lin Ye. Jiang Lin Ye. Such a beautiful name. Lin Ye tilted his head, looking at the paper craftsman with earnest eyes. Can you please be more specific? You all keep playing dumb, I really can't understand. Lin Ye thought the other party would still evade the issue, yet unexpectedly this time, the paper craftsman openly revealed. The zombie king killed by the Ghost Bride just now is the reincarnation of the Celestial Master's body. He has been pursuing immortality, using all sorts of cruel methods to persecute the people of this town, helping him cultivate his soul, and his corpse is buried at the bottom of the lake to assist in his body cultivation. The reason he is suppressed in the butcher's shop is for self-preservation, otherwise, his soul would have long been torn to shreds by the countless souls of the dead in this town. Congratulations, player has completed the hidden side quest and received a hidden reward, a box of seemingly ordinary matches. A box of seemingly ordinary matches. Perhaps this box of matches cannot harm anyone, but it is the most feared existence by the Celestial Master. The moment the prompt ended, a box of matches quietly appeared in his storage space. This was the first time he received a reward without having to actively obtain it. Perhaps you outsiders think the Ghost Bride is very brutal? The paper craftsman met his gaze and suddenly asked. Lin Ye snapped back to reality from the task prompt and honestly nodded. She can wipe out over 200 people in one round, isn't that brutal? More than 30 teams have had their deaths at her hands, it's no wonder she has nearly become a nightmare for the entire Blue Star. The paper craftsman looked at him with a smile. Think again, is she really as brutal as you think? Lin Ye furrowed his brow, carefully considering this question, and soon he began to understand the problem. According to the strange game's punishment mechanism, the failed copy will descend into the real world, but the Ghost Marriage Ancient House copy has failed 3 rounds and still hasn't appeared in reality. Why is that? Have you figured it out? The paper craftsman spoke gently as he noticed the change in Lin Ye's expression. If someone can survive until the 7th day, the ghost marriage ceremony will inevitably take place. The reason no one can survive to the 7th day is that the Ghost Bride absolutely does not allow anyone to start the wedding ceremony on the 7th day, and she won't give the Taoist master any chance to turn the tables. In this world, it seems like the Ghost Bride is trapped, but the one truly suppressed is that sinful Taoist master. So it was. Lin Ye understood, and just as he was about to nod, he suddenly reacted. If no one can survive to the 7th day, then what about us? You guys? Ha! The paper craftsman scoffed. I don't know what kind of spell you've cast on that child Lin Ye, she has somehow left you all here until now. Otherwise, with her methods, you would have already restarted in the 5th round. He waved his hand and continued, "Take this paper figure, if you can find a glimmer of hope for her, it will count as fulfilling a wish for me." With his permission, Lin Ye immediately stuffed the paper figure into his storage space. Looking at the two paper figures standing side by side, he felt a strange sense of peace. Old man. Lin Ye's eyes suddenly became resolute. "I know what to do now. The wedding must be completed, it is the main quest of the copy, and it cannot be changed. Since the Taoist master also has designs on the ghost marriage, then he simply won't let him succeed." The paper craftsman saw through his thoughts. "Do you really think you can do what even the ghost bride cannot?" The ghost bride has been trying to strangle the Taoist master all this time. In her prime, she could not succeed. Now that she is weakened from removing the zombie king, she has even less chance against the Taoist master. But Lin Ye raised his brows and smiled, full of confidence. "Perhaps the old man doesn't know, but I have the support of all humans." He didn't finish his sentence. After bidding farewell to the two, he hurriedly left the paper crafting shop. After successfully finding Harris and the players from Turkey, he solemnly faced the void ahead. "Fellow citizens, I need your help." The live stream exploded with his words. "Brother Ye is talking to us. He's really talking to us. Brother Ye, just say the word, we are your strongest support." Lin Ye paused for a moment to let the messages spread before continuing. "I will enter the pork jerky again soon. I want to know the origins of the chains and runes on the Taoist master, as well as how to break his barrier so that others can deal damage to him. Please." He deeply bowed toward the void. Seeing this, Harris and the Turkish players also expressed their support, asking for their country to fully back Long Kingdom. This was not just for their survival, but for the interest of all humanity. "Don't underestimate our Taoist traditions. Actually, since the last time I saw, I have been studying, and even called my master, who has been in seclusion for years, out. Brother Ye, you can count on me for a satisfactory answer. Upstairs, true men. Our Buddhism is also researching the origins of those runes. And we." Scholars from various factions and unconventional people responded in the comments, eager that the state wouldn't miss their messages. In the live stream, Lin Ye had once again entered the pork jerky, and everyone in the meeting room of Long Kingdom held their breath, hoping that these extraordinary people could bring about a breakthrough. Chapter 052, Killing the Taoist Master. That night, the ghost bride didn't appear, and Lin Ye tossed and turned, unable to sleep. That night, Long Kingdom was brilliantly lit up. Both knowledgeable and unknowledgeable individuals were researching materials, wanting to contribute to clearing the copy. As dawn broke, Lin Ye fell into a deep sleep. He was awakened again by the loud pounding on the door. As soon as he opened it, he saw the excited expressions of Harris and the players from Turkey. "This is a reminder scroll sent from my country," Harris exclaimed excitedly, shoving a note into his hand. Lin Ye focused his eyes, and indeed, the note contained a way to break the seal. "The chains are binding soul black iron, the rune is the reverse in rebirth talisman. The core of the barrier is under its butt, and a pure yang object can break it." Perhaps fearing that the strange game would interfere, the note did not clearly state what the pure yang object was. So when Harris and the Turkish players saw the note, they were all confused, hoping Lin Ye would know what it was. Lin Ye certainly knew what this pure yang object was, but it was somewhat difficult to say. He pretended to cough a couple of times to cover his embarrassment. "Today, you all will complete the butler's task, I will go meet the celestial master." "Are you going alone?" To be honest, Harris was shocked. He had exchanged for the 7 hardest items alone in the past 3 days. Now having to face the celestial master alone might be a bit too brave? Lin Ye's expression froze for a moment, his brow instinctively furrowing. "Do you want to go too?" "It's not impossible, but if he died, don't blame him." No, Harris immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. He was grateful just to survive behind the big shot. Lin Ye's expression finally returned to normal, and he went to the dining hall with the blood baby. At breakfast time, he specially drank a few more bowls of porridge, only stopping when he felt a vague urge to urinate. After the paper servant butler announced the task and left, he also got up to head to the meat shop. Seeing him, the butcher instinctively softened his legs and knelt on the ground. I haven't done anything bad these days." He was truly scared of this kid Lin Ye, threatening him with the 7-star nail soul array to take his heart was nothing, but why didn't he mention earlier that he had a close relationship with the ghost bride? Yesterday, the ghost bride killed the zombie king, and the bizarre events in the whole town sensed it. The ghost bride's immense power made all weirdness fear her. If he had known earlier that Lin Ye was protected by the ghost bride, he wouldn't have dared to let out a single fart in front of Lin Ye. Lin Ye cast a light glance at him. "Come in and help me." Okay. Good." The butcher quickly agreed, following him into the inner room of the meat shop. The celestial master was not in a good state, covered in blood, and one eyeball had even been brutally taken out and thrown on the ground beside him. Lin Ye's gaze lingered on the celestial master's miserable appearance for a moment, then shifted to the filthy stone bed underneath him. The core of the barrier was right there. He expressionlessly turned to the trembling butcher, his tone calm yet unquestionable. Go, move him. The butcher's fat face twitched, looking at Lin Ye, then looking at the feeble celestial master on the stone bed, his Adam's apple bobbing in fear. He couldn't provoke either of them. But thinking of the even more terrifying existence behind Lin Ye, he could only harden his scalp and shakily reach out his hand. What does this mean? The celestial master struggled to lift his head, and surprisingly, there was little anger in his remaining eye, instead revealing exhaustion and confusion. The Een energy here is extremely heavy, and I have guarded it for 100 years. Do you know how much disaster this act will bring? It's better to leave now to ensure your safety. His words were sincere, as if he truly cared for Lin Ye. If it weren't for knowing his true face, one might almost be deceived by this pious facade. The butcher's hand hesitated, turning to look at Lin Ye. But Lin Ye just scoffed and ruthlessly exposed him, ensuring safety? It's to ensure you continue to linger on while secretly recovering, then squeeze out the last bit of value from all of us, right? His gaze was sharp as a knife, turning to the butcher. Do it. The butcher felt a jolt. Without hesitation, the obese body used all its strength, barely moving the heavenly master a few inches, revealing the pattern in the center of the formation on the stone bed. The heavenly master lifted his head, and the hypocrisy in his single eye could no longer be maintained, settling into a deep cold resentment. Outsider, acting without leaving room, you may face the backlash of destiny. Lin Ye paid no attention to his curse, waved his hand to send the butcher out of the inner room, and then unbuttoned his pants. The purest and most young thing could only be a boy's urine. The heavenly master could no longer maintain his hypocritical expression, impudence. Such a humiliating act made his face turn a bit red. As the respected heavenly master, who was worshipped by thousands, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? The livestream audience from Dragon Country yawned, but they were laughing like crazy. This is the tacit understanding of Dragon Country people. Once the pure yang thing is mentioned, they instantly understand. Luckily it was Brother Yi who got chosen. If it were me, this would be useless. It's a pity it's censored, or I'd want to see it too. The person above, get lost to the pigsty. Don't fantasize about our Brother Yi here. Inside the instance, Lin Ye released the essence that he had been holding back for the whole morning. The stone bed made a loud noise, dense black smoke suddenly erupted, and within it, countless twisted, pained small faces seemed to emerge. Boom! The runes on the wooden stone bed instantly dimmed and shattered, and the invisible barrier completely collapsed. The temperature in the porkshop plummeted, cold winds began to stir, the heavenly master spat out a mouthful of blood, his body weakened to the point where even speaking became difficult, but his eyes were fixed firmly on Lin Ye. He wanted to kill him, kill him. Lin Ye knew that just breaking the barrier wouldn't kill the heavenly master. To truly kill him, powerful and strange methods were still needed. He took out the human candle wax from his storage space, then opened the matchbox and drew one of the 3 remaining matches. Facing the heavenly master's terrified gaze, Lin Ye revealed a playful smile. Since you have vast knowledge, you must know what this is in my hand. Without hesitation, he lit the human candle wax with the match, and an extremely strange, indescribably sweet and greasy scent suddenly erupted. The heavenly master's pupils suddenly contracted to the extreme, and for the first time, a look of almost collapse and fear appeared on his face. No. Stop. Stop now. You can't. Lin Ye grinned and showed him an extremely provoking smile. Take care, don't stay. Before his words even ended, he had already turned around and rushed out of the inner room of the porkshop as fast as he could, running past the dumbfounded butcher without looking back. Almost at the same time he stepped out of the porkshop. Creak, creak. On both sides of the ancient town streets, all the rotting doors and windows that had been tightly shut were suddenly pushed open by an invisible force from the inside. The sound of crashing echoed continuously, unceasingly. Figures slowly walked out from the pitch-black doors and windows. The old woman, her daughter, the puppet, Zhang Wang, and all the eerie figures that had appeared before were there. Their bodies twisted, their faces blurry, only endless resentment and hatred intertwined and bubbled in the air. All the pain, unwillingness, anger, and hatred accumulated over 100 years exploded under the influence of the strange scent of the human candle wax. They were the townspeople who were killed by the heavenly master, the innocent souls who were wrongfully imprisoned and died 100 years ago. At this moment, their eyes were all fixed on the direction of the porkshop, locking onto the culprit whose breath was rapidly weakening. Aga! No one knew which vengeful soul first let out a blood-curdling scream, instantly igniting all the hatred. The next moment, the entire ancient town seemed to come alive, swallowed by a black, surging flood of resentment. Countless eerie figures, like a broken dam of black tidal waves, surged out from every alley and corner, madly rushing towards the porkshop. They howled and roared, their numbers so great that they almost drowned the streets. The scene was grand and horrifying. In the porkshop, the celestial master struggled to crawl to the door, only to see this despairing scene. Thousands of vengeful souls he had created were rushing towards him, filled with boundless hatred. No. I am the celestial master. I am the chosen one. You cannot. His final scream was instantly drowned out. The black torrent crashed through the weak door of the pork shop, drowning out the faint light within. Countless cold, hollow hands seized him, tearing at his soul, devouring his last strength. The celestial master's scream lasted only a brief moment, as if a stone thrown into a raging tide vanished without a trace. His soul was torn apart by a collective grudge that had accumulated over 100 years. His spirit shattered, never to be reborn. Lin Ye hid behind the ancient house's door, the blood baby tightly grasping his clothes, curiously yet fearfully peeking through the crack to witness the horrific scene of countless ghosts surging. "Daddy!" It exclaimed in shock, concerned for the butcher who hadn't managed to escape the pork shop. Lin Ye exhaled softly and patted the blood baby's head, a silent comfort. The greatest hidden danger was finally eliminated. "It should be over now, right?" he murmured softly. Harris and the players from Turkey gathered around Lin Ye after completing the tasks assigned by the steward. Upon hearing the good news that the Celestial Master had been defeated, they couldn't help but cheer with joy. As long as they completed the wedding on the 7th day, they could leave this instance smoothly. Victory seemed so close at hand. Lin Ye looked at their excited faces, and a faint smile appeared on his brows. However, this lightness and joy did not last long. The first to sense something wrong was Lin Ye. The smile on his face gradually faded, and his brow slightly furrowed as he looked up again toward the sky over the town. There, the dark clouds, which had thinned due to the Celestial Master's demise, had inexplicably regathered, becoming even thicker than before. The black resentment surged like a living thing, continuously rising from every corner of the ancient town, merging into the swelling clouds above. The clouds pressed lower and lower, as if a giant, filthy shroud wanted to completely wrap and bury the entire ancient town. A oppressive, heart-rending sensation replaced the brief calm after revenge. "The situation seems a bit off," Lin Ye spoke solemnly, breaking the newly risen light atmosphere. Harris and the players from Turkey instinctively looked up, their expressions of joy freezing instantly, gradually replaced by unease. Why are they still here?" Harris's voice was a bit dry. But no one could answer this question. Night fell quietly under this extreme oppression. When the last glimmer of light was swallowed, the ancient town was completely enveloped in darkness. HNG. A cry filled with endless pain and resentment instantly echoed through the entire ancient town. It was the ghost bride. As if it were a signal, the countless vengeful souls above the ancient town simultaneously let out a responding howl. At this moment, the room was no longer safe, with the first victims being the other two teams of players. A figure in a wedding dress had silently appeared outside the door at some unknown time, the red veil fluttering without wind, and around it gathered numerous terrifying blood-red shadows. "No, don't." The players retreated in terror, speechless. The red light flashed and vanished. All players' expressions froze, their bodies sliced apart by invisible blades, instantly bursting into a pool of blood and entrails. Instant kill. The barrage in the livestream went completely crazy, fear and confusion flooding the screen. "They're gone." 5 players just vanished at once. Wasn't the Celestial Master defeated? Why is the Ghost Bride still slaughtering players? Could it be that YGE's analysis was wrong, and what the Celestial Master said was actually right? Should they have combined their strength to complete the ghost marriage ritual to seal the Ghost Bride? I knew it, those eerie things kept saying that the Ghost Bride would start a massacre. The greatest threat is not the Celestial Master, but the Ghost Bride. Is the Great Cleansing really going to happen on the 5th night? This instance doesn't leave anyone a way out. Yeah, good, be careful. She's coming for you. Inside the instance. The Ghost Bride easily dealt with the other two teams of players and pushed open Lin Ye's door. Harris and the player from Turkey trembled, curled up behind Lin Ye. This was their first time facing such a terrifying Ghost Bride, and they were already scared out of their wits. What do we do? Why is the Ghost Bride suddenly going wild? Are we going to die? This instance hasn't left us any way to survive, right? We can't live in the hands of the Ghost Bride. Lin Ye looked at the Ghost Bride at the door, his heart felt like it was being squeezed by an icy hand, plunging into despair. A huge confusion and chill swept over him. Why? He had clearly eliminated the Celestial Master. Why was the Ghost Bride still slaughtering players to stop the final wedding? He couldn't help but start to doubt himself. Was his path to survival in this instance wrong from the beginning? Is cooperating with the Celestial Master the right answer? As the Ghost Bride raised her hand and had not yet attacked, the jade bracelet on Lin Ye's wrist emitted a red light, enveloping him in front of her. Her violent murderous aura froze and faltered for a moment. The raised wrist struggled weakly and finally fell. Before Lin Ye could say anything, the Ghost Bride's figure flashed and suddenly rose into the air, hovering under the thickest black cloud above the ancient residence. She didn't leave, nor did she continue to kill, she just silently stood in midair, waiting for the final judgment of fate. For Lin Ye, she gave up the slaughter and chose to start the final day of the ghost marriage ceremony. Time flowed slowly in this intensely eerie and oppressive atmosphere, second by second.
The night of the 5th day felt exceptionally long. Lin Ye looked at the red figure in the air, his heart aching while his confusion reached its peak. What exactly went wrong? Chapter 054, A Twist to the Twist. The next day. The dark clouds melted away, the countless ghosts retreated, and the sky rarely cleared. The entire ancient town was silent, with every household opening their doors, yet no eerie shadows could be seen. The ghost bride had also vanished. Only the ancient residence was bustling with activity. The once empty ancient residence was now filled with expressionless yet nimble maids and servants, hanging red silk and preparing for tonight's wedding banquet at midnight. The festive decorations combined with the residence's eerie atmosphere exuded a spine-chilling eeriness. The three huddled in Lin Ye's room, trembling through the night. Now, in this calmness, instead of feeling relaxed, they felt a deeper chill rising from the bottom of their hearts. The instant still didn't reveal its sinister plans. The blood infant poked its head out from Lin Ye's clothing, joyfully looking at him. The wedding is really coming. How could a human easily change a master's 100-year steadfastness? How did he do it? He still dared to hold the master's hand, and in the blood infant's eyes, Lin Ye's image was instantly elevated to an unshakable status. No wonder the master wanted to specially keep it here. The door opened silently, and several pale, blushing paper maidens floated in, moving stiffly to bow, signaling for the three to follow them. Harris and the player from Turkey recoiled in fear but were stopped by Lin Ye's gaze. They had no choice but to muster up their courage and follow to be groomed in the side room. The process was thorough as if they were true honored guests attending a feast, but the omnipresent silence in the maid's hollow eyes only reminded one of livestock washed clean before slaughter. What do they want to do to us? The Turkish player's voice trembled as he changed into a bright red formal outfit. This made him look more like a sacrifice. The guests are not human. Harris murmured, repeating the initial copy prompt, and when he realized it, his face turned pale. No wonder all the strange things in the old town referred to them as esteemed guests. This means that as guests, we must die at the wedding. So that's why they aren't in a hurry to kill us now. The copy is indeed full of deadly words. Fear wrapped around his heart like a cold vine. Only Lin Ye, when the paper servant tried to change his clothes, his blood baby suddenly bared its teeth, letting out a threatening low growl. The intense resentment caused the paper servant to freeze in place, not daring to approach. Lin Ye silently patted the blood baby's little head, understanding that it was left by the ghost bride to specially protect him. With it around, he could explore the ancient house at will today. As long as he could find a way out before midnight, there was still hope for clearing the level. Don't be dazed, we still have time. At Lin Ye's reminder, the two snapped out of their fear, relying on the blood baby to boldly leave the room surrounded by paper servants. Time passed in depression, the sun began to set. The viewers in the livestream watched the three buzzing around like headless flies, unable to suppress their deep concern for them. Time is running out. As midnight approached, the excitement in the ancient house reached its peak. Countless blurry figures emitting a greedy aura began to gather in the courtyard. Whispers surged forth like a tide, their eyes occasionally sweeping over the room where Lin Ye and the others were, filled with undisguised thirst. Under the cover of this clamor, a strange paper figure quietly slipped away from all gazes and, like a ghost, sneaked into the deep hall of the back room. Inside the hall, candle flames flickered, the atmosphere was eerie. The groom, who had been lying quietly in the coffin, wore a sly smile, as if victory was already guaranteed. The master had perished, the ghost bride was forced to complete the ceremony, he would be the ultimate beneficiary. The paper butler approached the coffin and still bowed slightly, speaking in a calm and even tone. Young master, everything has been arranged. In the coffin, the groom's sly smile widened further, almost reaching his ears, his stiff voice held uncontrollable pride and greed. Very good. Once the ceremony is complete, all those outsiders will die, even the ghost bride will have to submit to me. This 100-year plan, I will finally win. He seemed completely immersed in the ecstasy of his impending rebirth, not noticing the paper butler with its head lowered, a flicker of subtle mockery and greed passing across its paper face. Congratulations, young master, on achieving your wish. The paper butler maintained a humble posture, slowly stepping forward, but its paper hands quietly rose, with glowing light flickering at the fingertips. Suddenly, its originally rough paper hands turned jet black, their edges sharp as real blades. In a flash, it stabbed fiercely at the heart of the groom's corpse in the coffin. Put! With a muffled sound, the black paper hand easily pierced the groom's fine clothes and withered flesh, accurately stabbing into the heart. Countless twisted black runes frantically surged into the groom's body from the paper hand, instantly spreading throughout his limbs and bones, forming a powerful seal that pinned him firmly to the bottom of the coffin. The groom was taken by surprise, unable to make a sound, only his wide-open eyes were filled with extreme shock and unwillingness. Ha! The paper butler let out a low, hoarse laugh. Its voice was no longer a deliberate imitation but was full of the old man's poison and pride. Fool! Used by others in life and still unable to see the truth in death, what a fitting choice for a pawn I made. The groom stared wide-eyed at it, not understanding why the butler would betray him. But he did not believe he would lose.
As long as that jade ring did not appear, he would not lose. The main character of the wedding would still be him. The paper butler's smile grew more mocking, just as he was about to continue his taunts. Clap, clap, clap. The crisp and slow applause abruptly echoed in the silent morning hall, carrying a touch of sarcasm. The paper butler looked up in confusion, gazing at the source of the sound. Lin Ye was seen stepping out slowly from behind the large curtain, clapping his hands, with Harris and the players from Turkey following him. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Lin Ye stopped clapping, his gaze sharp as a knife, piercing through the paper butler. I thought the problem was with the groom, but I didn't expect the hidden yellow bird in the end to be you. The paper butler's body visibly stiffened for a moment, the remaining inky dots of his eyes fixated on Lin Ye, his voice turning dark and dangerous. Aren't you supposed to be in the guest room? How could you? Of course, it was because they had a paper double. But he couldn't be bothered to explain this. He directly interrupted the paper butler and threw out a question. How comfortable is this paperman body you're using? Master Celestial. The last 4 words sounded like thunder, suddenly exploding in the dead silence of the morning hall. The paper butler's drawn features twisted violently, his gaze becoming darker and more vicious. Lin Ye hadn't expected a response from him and continued speaking to himself. I said, why did the papermaker senior tell me that the heart he used to make the paperman was yours? It turns out he was subtly reminding me to be careful of the paperman. I just never thought that the Master Celestial would be so ruthless towards himself. For the sake of that so-called power of immortality, you would tear apart your soul, body, and heart, hiding them in different places. You even used this paperman's shell to sneak into the old house, quietly waiting for the final harvest moment. The paper butler was silent for a moment. So what? I've plotted for 100 years. Even if you uncover this, the ceremony is upon us, the Een energy is at its peak, and I have long since become one with this place. What can you do to me? Lin Ye laughed out loud. Unfortunately, you still lack something to replace the groom's position. The paper butler's expression cracked completely. This human actually knew about this too? What had that old man told him? Lin Ye flipped his wrist, and a jade ring with an ominous, warm luster appeared in his palm. The groom trapped in the coffin and the paper butler both displayed shock. He actually has it. The groom's token, the jade ring. Li Shochuan's body began to tremble violently. Even from a distance, he felt an illusion that his soul was about to be pulled into it. How could this thing appear here? How could it be? No. On the other hand, the paper butler's reaction was somewhat unexpected. After the initial shock, he quickly regained his calm, and the smile at the corners of his mouth widened. Finally, are you willing to take it out? Finally, you fell for it. You're right. I am indeed the final yellow bird. His cryptic words barely fell before Lin Ye could react. The player from Turkey, who had been standing beside Harris, suddenly burst forth with an eerie black glow in his eyes, identical to that of the paper butler. His body first stiffened, then with speed far surpassing that of a living being, he darted toward Lin Ye's jade ring, clearly having long planned this. This turn of events left the livestream viewers astounded. I can't believe it, the paper butler being the Master Celestial has left me dumbfounded, and now there's a twist? This shouldn't be. When was the player from Turkey controlled? I've been focusing on the livestream of the 3, and I haven't seen when the Master Celestial made his move. Is the jade ring about to be stolen? How could that be? Look at Brother Ye's confident demeanor. Don't worry, just keep watching. Brother Ye placed the substitute paper doll in the room, hiding in the morning hall. I still hadn't reacted to what he was doing, but I knew Brother Ye wasn't the kind to foolishly bring out the jade ring. Wait, speaking of the substitute paper doll, I now know when the Turkey country players started acting strange. Inside the instance. Lin Ye was indeed confident, even sensing the Turkey country players' oddness, still standing still like a mountain. Because Harris was already on guard, at the moment the Turkey country player moved, he suddenly executed a standard grappling throw, using his weight advantage to slam the player hard to the ground. Knees firmly pressing into the player's back, he quickly pulled out the soul-fixing nail Lin Ye had given him and plunged it into the player's chest. Ugh! The Turkey country player twisted wildly on the ground, his eyes returning to normal, crying out in pain. Harris! Ah! Harris! Why did you attack me? Why? Smack! Harris mercilessly slapped him. Fuck, you didn't even know you were being controlled and almost messed up our good deed. The Turkey country player, with a swollen face, looked particularly confused. I was controlled? When? No, to be precise, you are already dead. Lin Ye did not turn his head, his voice firm. The Turkey country player's expression turned even more fearful. What nonsense are you talking? When did I die? I'm clearly living just fine. Harris continued, before we hid in the morning hall, the substitute paper doll you placed in the room was wrong. The Turkey country player turned pale, wanting to argue further. Harris pointed to the blood infant on Lin Ye's shoulder. Do you think you can fool it? Fortunately, the blood infant discovered something wrong with the substitute paper doll. Lin Ye secretly gave him a soul-fixing nail. Otherwise, today could have ended badly at the hands of the celestial master. You've been with us these days and never used the substitute paper doll. The one you took out was fake. The reason is simple: you cannot open the game's storage space. Only players who have been confirmed dead or completely contaminated can access the storage space. This was Harris's experience as an old player. The Turkey country player thought he could deceive with a casually made paper doll but didn't know it couldn't fool the blood infant at all. No. The Turkey country player couldn't believe it. He was clearly still alive. How could he be dead? How could that be? He was still conscious, still able to think. It couldn't be that he was dead. Impossible. Harris leaned down, staring intensely into his eyes, asking each word slowly. Are you sure you really didn't open the door and go out on the night of the fourth day? Of course. The Turkey country player's words got stuck in his throat, as memories were suddenly pulled back to that night. He clearly remembered hearing the door open at the last moment, but where did that sound come from? He lived in the first room, while the Turkey player lived in the seventh room. Neither Lin Ye nor Harris heard the door open. Why only did he hear it? And that sound of the door opening was clearly right next to him. As he figured this out, immense confusion and fear emerged in the Turkey country player's eyes. The memories of death that had been forcibly suppressed finally began to surface. He murmured, was I already dead back then? Realizing this, the Turkey country player twisted in pain, his body thoroughly morphing into a puppet, skin turning blue and purple, no longer resembling a human. The live feed that belonged to him abruptly stopped. The viewers in the live room were left speechless. The Turkey country player was really already dead? Then why has his live room been around for so many days? Is it a bug of this bizarre game? We didn't even notice he was dead for so long. If this happens, does it mean they can no longer judge whether a player is dead by the closure of the live room? This bizarre game is utterly shameless. Seeing the Turkey Kingdom player like this, Harris no longer held back, directly using the soul restraining nail to kill him. The paper butler understood that his advantage was gone and was about to escape. Crack! A match was struck, and a cluster of eerie blue flames burst forth like a heartbeat, freezing the paper butler's body in place, unable to move. He could only watch as Lin Ye drew closer to him. Lin Ye's lips curled into a mocking smile, as if telling how ridiculous it was that he had previously been so confident of victory. Maybe we can cooperate. The bride of the ghost should be your biggest enemy. Even if you kill me, she won't spare you. She has long been consumed by resentment. The paper butler still wanted to struggle, but unfortunately, Lin Ye ignored him. He did not believe a word he said. Lin Ye flicked his wrist, and the eerie blue flame accurately landed on the paper butler's chest. The paper man twisted and convulsed wildly in the flames, producing a crackling sound mixed with the curses and wails of the exorcist, making one's skin crawl. In just a few breaths, the twisted paper man was completely reduced to a small pile of gray ashes, drifting gently to the ground. The exorcist, this time, welcomed a truly, utterly, soul annihilation. The mortuary once again fell into dead silence. Harris let out a long breath, his legs went weak, almost collapsing to the ground, his face filled with fear and relief. Lin Ye lifted his chin and looked at the coffin. Don't relax too soon, there's still one inside. The groom, who witnessed the entire death of the exorcist. You all better not come over. Chapter 056, Wedding, Successfully Taming the Ghost Bride. Lin Ye peeked into the coffin and rudely slapped the groom's face, forcing the living to marry the dead. The groom. Why can't he use the money he bought this with? What is this human going crazy about here? Of course, he dared not show this expression. He could not move now and could only signal Lin Ye with his eyes to save him. As long as Lin Ye was willing, he could cooperate with anything. Yes, anything. Lin Ye rubbed the jade ring on his fingertip, his eyes hardened. You. The groom. What? The groom internally wailed. Why didn't this person even give him a chance to negotiate? At least give him an opportunity. He struggled desperately, but under the confinement of the black runes, he had nowhere to escape. Unbelievably, the exorcist's efforts turned out to be a wedding dress for Lin Ye. Lin Ye grabbed the groom's stiff hand, and that jade ring symbolizing destruction was steadily placed onto the groom's thin thumb. No! The moment the ring was put on, the groom let out a shrill scream that didn't sound human at all. As his soul was swallowed, his body began to shake violently, his skin visibly fading to gray and wrinkling. In the end, he became a true skeleton. Harris looked at the rapidly decaying corpse in the coffin, shuddering greatly, with a hint of awe in his gaze toward Lin Ye. Such decisive action was even something many veteran players could not achieve. It was rare for a newcomer to have such courage. Boom! Boom boom! Suddenly, from outside the mortuary, a heavy and rhythmic sound of drums began. The sound grew clearer, accompanied by a faint wafting of swana, celebrating yet revealing an unsettling eeriness. Midnight had arrived, and the wedding was about to begin. Lin Ye quickly took out the wedding attire and put it on, then stuffed the blood infant into Harris's arms. You. Harris, for a moment, didn't know whether to be afraid of the blood infant in his hand or astonished by Lin Ye's smooth movements putting on the wedding attire. What are you doing? Getting married, can't you tell? Lin Ye replied nonchalantly, looking down at the blood infant. Protect him well, don't let the guests eat him. The blood infant nodded obediently, leaving Harris to look at him helplessly. You really want to marry the ghost bride? Aren't you afraid of being turned into a dried corpse by the ghost bride on the wedding night? How could a person dare to do this? Of course, without the groom, the ceremony can't be completed. How can we pass the level? Lin Ye spoke with righteous words, but inside, he was happily thinking that now he could be with his wife in name and reality. Harris looked at him with a sudden respect, as if carrying all the danger on his shoulders but leaving the escape opportunity for him. What was the difference? His eyes grew misty, feeling ashamed for previously doubting him, thinking he wanted him to take the bullet. The sound of drums and swana grew louder, and Lin Ye couldn't help but urge, you should hide quickly, don't come out until it's dawn. Okay. Harris nodded firmly, taking the blood infant and about to hide behind the curtain in the spirit hall again. By the way, give me back the soul-fixing nail. He extended his hand, looking as if saying, don't think you can take advantage of me. Harris stopped in his tracks. Was it an illusion? How could Lin Ye possibly be such a petty person? It must have been used for self-defense against the ghost bride. Harris shook his head, dismissing the thoughts, returned the soul-fixing nail to him, and then hid behind the curtain. Soon, Lin Ye felt an invisible force grab him, and his body was no longer under his control. The sound of drums and swana was right outside the door, making a tremendous noise, but there was no sound of people, only the clamor of the instruments. A cold wind suddenly rushed into the spirit hall, causing the white candle flames to flicker wildly, almost extinguishing. Creak! The door of the old house slowly creaked open by an invisible force. Outside the door, there was dense fog, and shadowy figures stood, filling the space. And their paper substitutes, the paper men, also squeezed in among them. The paper men carried an incredibly luxurious red bridal sedan chair, their faces deathly pale, cheeks painted with exaggerated blush, their eyes hollow, and their movements eerily synchronized. The leading paper man grinned with a stiff smile and emitted a high-pitched voice. The auspicious time has arrived, please, bride, step out of the sedan chair. Its voice suddenly stopped. The luxurious sedan chair curtain, without wind, lifted on its own, and a pale yet delicate hand gently rested on the door of the sedan. Immediately after, a figure dressed in complex and extravagant red wedding clothes slowly stepped out from the sedan. The ghost bride had appeared. She still wore the red veil, obscuring her face, but at this moment, the once suffocating madness and resentment around her had strangely dissipated by half. In its place was a century-old sorrow, and a trace of, almost ethereal, cautious expectation. She no longer needed the assistance of those paper men servants, and step by step, she walked toward Lin Ye, who stood at the threshold of the spirit hall. The surrounding sounds of drums and swana continued to blare, but they seemed to fade into a blurry background, as all the pale-faced guests froze, like true paper effigies, silently watching this scene. The ghost bride stopped in front of him, slightly lifting her head, seemingly staring at him through the veil. Lin Ye felt that invisible force controlling his body, pulling him to extend his hand towards her. Her fingertips were smooth and delicate, lightly resting on his palm, and at the moment of contact, Lin Ye seemed to hear a soft, almost relieved sigh, dissipating amidst the chaotic music. There were no bows to the heavens, no bows to the ancestors. In front of this eerie and deathly quiet spirit hall, surrounded by flying paper scraps and strange guests, they only faced each other, slightly bowing. Husband and wife bowed to each other. At the moment of bowing, Lin Ye glimpsed her delicate chin through the gap beneath the veil, and a tear quietly slid down and disappeared into her wedding dress. The ceremony is complete. The sharp voice rang out again, drawing out the tone. Ding! Congratulations, player has stripped away the groom's identity and successfully completed the wedding. Achievement unlocked, husband of the ghost bride. Husband of the ghost bride, you are the only husband in the ghost bride's life. She will have 100% possessiveness toward you, and anyone who tries to harm you will be hunted by the ghost bride. Ding! Congratulations, player has successfully tamed the ghost bride. Obtain the red-clothed ghost bride bodyguard, upgradable. Establishing a spiritual contract. Spiritual contract established successfully. If you die, the ghost bride will also die. If the ghost bride unfortunately dies, the contract will be void. Lin Ye had not yet read the prompt clearly when he felt the scenery in front of him change rapidly. In the next moment, he found himself in an extremely festive wedding room. Bright red wedding candles burned, crackling softly, illuminating the room with a warm glow. A brocade quilt embroidered with dragons and phoenixes covered the bed, and on the table were cups of bridal wine and several exquisite pastries. Everything looked like a typical wedding room for any ordinary couple. Chapter 057, Wedding Night. The ghost bride sat quietly on the wedding bed, the candlelight dancing on her elaborate wedding dress, casting a warm glow. Lin Ye's control over his body had long since returned. He took a deep breath, the faint scent of blood in the air seemingly replaced by the rich aroma of sandalwood. This is it time to consummate the marriage? His palms were a little sweaty as he stood there dumbfounded, unsure of what to do next. Husband, the ghost bride softly called, you may lift the veil now. The veil? Oh right. It's time to lift the veil, it's time to lift. He awkwardly walked to the bedside, cleared his throat, and nervously said, so I lift it now? The figure under the red veil gently moved, as if nodding. Lin Ye reached out his hand, his fingertips trembling slightly as they brushed against the soft red silk. He steadied his mind, gently grasping one corner of the veil and slowly lifting it. First revealed was a section of porcelain white chin, followed by plump cherry red lips, a straight nose, and finally a pair of clear, watery eyes filled with shyness and timidity. Lin Ye's breath hitched. He had imagined the ghost bride beneath the red veil might possess a tragic beauty from before her death, but he never expected her to be so stunningly beautiful. Her brows were naturally dark, her lips were naturally red, and her skin was whiter than snow, seeming to glow softly in the candlelight. Those captivating eyes looked as if they were filled with shattered starlight, now sparkling with a hint of shyness and uncontainable joy as they gazed tenderly at him. Husband, she softly called again, her cheeks flushing, adding to her allure. Lin Ye stared in a daze, involuntarily replying, wife, you really are so beautiful. The words slipped out, filled with genuine sincerity and a touch of foolishness. Upon hearing this, the ghost bride's blush deepened, and she slightly lowered her eyelashes. In that moment, she exuded no trace of a terrifying ghost, completely transformed into a new bride immersed in wedding joy. The atmosphere became subtly ambiguous and quiet. Lin Ye cleared his throat and glanced at the wine jug and cups on the table, quickly finding something to say, wife, should we drink the bridal wine now? The ghost bride gently nodded, Lin Ye walked to the table, poured 2 cups of wine, the liquid clear with a faint pleasant fragrance. He handed 1 cup to the ghost bride, their arms brushing closely together, allowing him to catch a whiff of her cool fragrance. Eye to eye, the candlelight flickered. Their arms intertwined as they drank the wine down in one gulp. The wine was slightly sweet, flowing warmly down his throat, not spicy at all. Cough, after finishing the drink, Lin Ye felt his face flush a little, unsure if it was the wine or something else. So is the ceremony now completely finished? The ghost bride took his empty cup, gently placing it back on the table alongside the other cup. Her movements were graceful and natural, then she raised her eyes to look at him, her eyes glimmering with evident anticipation and shyness, gently tugging at his sleeve, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Husband, it's getting late, we should rest now. Her gaze subtly drifted toward the bed covered in a bright red brocade quilt. Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat. The heartbeat suddenly quickened. Wedding night with candlelight. Is this really okay? But the atmosphere has built up to this point, to not act would be worse, right? After coming to this conclusion, Lin Ye took the cold, soft hand of the ghost bride in his own, a radiant smile blooming on his face. All right, my bride, let's rest. The red candles glow warm, a moment in spring is worth 1,000 gold. The curtain fell, the long night stretched ahead, only the occasional whispers of breaths could be heard. My bride, I cannot. My bride, I seem to not find the way. My bride, so soft, so fragrant. My bride, I feel so satisfied. And at that moment, the livestream was cut off the instant the curtain fell. This stunned not just the Dragon Kingdom's viewers, but people all around the world. Wait a minute, is Lin Ye really in a wedding night with the ghost bride? I thought he put on the wedding dress just to complete a task. How did he end up in bed? Honestly, the ghost bride is really beautiful. It's not just about beauty. The problem is, the ghost bride is Eerie. Is the system just marrying him off? Harris is still praying hard for Yiga, not knowing that he's already in the bedroom, dying of laughter. Does anyone think the ghost bride is sucking EGE's young energy? Wow, a Dragon Kingdom player bewitched by lust actually made such a mistake at a crucial moment. He's doomed. Keep your mouth clean, your player couldn't even survive the first day, what's there to be proud of? The live room gradually turned from shock at the wedding night to a battlefield of curses between countries. No matter what the outside world guessed, time ticked away second by second until dawn, when the livestream finally lit up again. Lin Ye pulled aside the curtain, sitting on the edge of the bed, his clothes loose and revealing a small piece of his firm chest, along with a few red and purple ambiguous marks. Meanwhile, the ghost bride obediently adjusted his messy collar from behind, a shy expression gracing her stunning face. What the hell? Ah, Yiga, is that a strawberry on your neck? Is it? I'm blind. I thought last night was an illusion, and now this morning I'm shown this? No way, was it really a wedding night? And he survived? He actually looks quite pampered? Upstairs, remove the word quite, it's exceptionally pampered. You could say Lin Ye, by himself, completely refreshed everyone's views and insights. The ghost bride really can be a bride. Inside the instance. The ghost bride finished helping Lin Ye with his collar and slightly raised her gaze, meeting his smiling eyes. Husband, let us wait until the sun sets before leaving. From now on, husband and I will be one, together for all eternity. All right. Lin Ye grinned, readily accepting their relationship. As long as he passed the ghost marriage ceremony, the seventh day of the instance was the easiest and most pleasant, at least for Lin Ye it was. He and the ghost bride were like a couple in love, inseparable, constantly showing affection. Until the sun set, and the game ended. Ding! Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom player Lin Ye and American player Harris for successfully clearing the instance of the ghost marriage old house. They will be teleported back to the real world in 1 minute. Dragon Kingdom player Lin Ye was the first to successfully complete the ghost marriage ceremony, thoroughly resolving the ghost bride's century-old resentment, raising the luck of the Dragon Kingdom by 10%, all citizens' physical condition slightly enhanced. A special resource vein has randomly arrived within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 058, Return. Countering Weird Events Center. The game system's notification sounded in his ear, but Lin Ye always felt this voice was somewhat gritting its teeth. How could it not grit its teeth? It took so much effort to nurture two extremely powerful instance bosses, and before they barely even opened a few rounds, one was killed by him, and the other was kidnapped. Other small bosses also fled because their restraints were broken, and this instance could not even be restarted. The bizarre game was simply full of questions. How could this human eat and take everything? It remembered Lin Ye's name. It would remember. Just wait. In the last minute before leaving the instance, Lin Ye saw the ghost bride transform into a stream of light and enter the jade bracelet on his wrist. Is this how I can take the ghost bride away? Lin Ye felt immense joy in his heart. In the distance, Harris appeared at the ancient house's door with the blood baby, who hesitated, waved at him, and then turned to run towards Zhang Wang. Affectionately hugging Zhang Wang, the blood baby opened and closed its small mouth, calling out Daddy. Zhang Wang bowed respectfully with his corpse beside him, and there were many familiar faces of Lin Ye behind Zhang Wang. In the last second before leaving the instance, Lin Ye clearly heard a distinct goodbye. The surrounding scene transformed, and Lin Ye returned to the classroom he originally entered the instance, which had now been cleared out, with high-ranking officials from the country waiting for him for a long time. Lin Ye blinked, feeling a bit lost inside, and only felt a slight calmness after touching the jade bracelet on his wrist. Lin Ye, welcome home. A middle-aged man in military uniform stepped forward first, his voice loud and excited. He tightly held Lin Ye's hand and shook it vigorously. I am Zhao Weigua, the head of the Anomaly Event Response Center. You've worked hard. We all saw your performance in the instance, truly well done. Behind him, several researchers in white coats and a few powerful clerical personnel also stepped forward, their eyes filled with amazement and praise. Lin Ye was a bit dazed by the scene and could only instinctively return the handshake. Thank you? This is what I should do. How is your physical condition? Do you need a thorough checkup immediately? The first researcher in a lab coat stepped forward to ask with concern, while signaling the medical team behind to be ready. His name was Li Genoa, a medical doctor at the response center. Lin Ye moved his limbs and felt that apart from a bit of mental fatigue, he had no discomfort, especially the warm touch from the jade bracelet on his wrist, which gave him immense reassurance. I'm fine, quite good. That's great. Zhao Weigua nodded repeatedly and then gestured to the side. This is not the place to talk, we have prepared a special accommodation for you, please follow us. A group of people surrounded Lin Ye as they left the school, ultimately arriving at a very high-tech, modern facility underground. This was the Anomaly Event Response Center built with great effort by Dragon Country. After going through strict security checks, Lin Ye was taken into a spacious and bright conference room. This place was less of a conference room and more like a strategic command center. A huge electronic screen occupied an entire wall, scrolling real-time complex data and map information. At the conference table, a few people with more profound presence sat, clearly figures from the real decision-making level. Their gazes towards Lin Ye carried scrutiny, but more than that, it was admiration and anticipation. Please sit. An elderly man in the center spoke, his voice calm but carrying authority. I am Qin Yunshan, the highest responsible person at the response center. Your performance in this instance was outstanding, bringing great contributions to Dragon Country. Lin Ye sat as instructed, nodding neither lowly nor high. You flatter me, I was just trying to survive. Old Qin slightly nodded, appreciating his humble attitude even more. Since the onset of the Anomaly games, the mechanism for selecting players has been completely random. No country in the world can master the rules. What we can do is, after players successfully return, to provide as much protection as possible. At this moment, Dr. Li Genoa operated the control panel, and the screen switched to several photos and basic information. This is all the domestic players who have experienced at least one instance and successfully returned, Dr. Li introduced, including you. There are currently 17 people.
Among them, 5 have experienced 2 instances, and only 1 has experienced 3 instances. The people in the photos varied by gender and age. Expressions varied among them. Some of them are in the base, and you will meet them later, Zhao Weiguo added. Everyone usually undergoes some adaptive training and information sharing. After all, no one knows what difficulty level the next instance will bring. The more you understand and prepare, the more hope you have for survival. Just then, there was a knock on the conference room door, which was then pushed open, and 3 people walked in. Leading the way was a tall, cold-looking woman dressed in a tidy combat outfit, her eagle-sharp eyes glinting. She had a uniquely shaped dagger strapped at her waist. She merely glanced at Lin Ye and slightly nodded in acknowledgement. Following her was a young man with thick glasses, holding a tablet. He appeared somewhat nervous, constantly adjusting his glasses. Lastly entered a rather muscular man with a buzz cut and a faint scar across his face. He was very friendly and smiled broadly at Lin Ye upon entering, revealing a set of white teeth. "You came at the right time," Zhao Weiguo greeted. "Let me introduce you, this is the player who cleared the ancient wedding house instance." The bespectacled man echoed excitedly, "I've long admired you, I'm your fan now." The muscular man looked at Lin Ye with admiration in his eyes. "Brother, you're amazing. We all watched your livestream." Lin Ye felt slightly embarrassed by this straightforward praise and rubbed his nose. Just lucky, just lucky. "I'm Ice Scorpion, with 2 instance experiences," the cold woman introduced herself succinctly. I am Chen Lin, everyone calls me Doctor, with 1 instance experience," the bespectacled man added shyly. This was indeed a formal introduction among players. Old Qin slowly spoke, pulling everyone's attention back. "Others are still clearing the bazaar in the fallen city. For now, these 3 will help you get familiar with the response center." Lin Ye nodded, learned some basic information, and then left the conference room. In the corridor, Ice Scorpion spoke concisely. "The living area is on B2, the training field is on B3, and the data library and analysis room are on B4. Your room has been assigned, follow me." The group took the dedicated elevator down. The base was much larger and more complex than Lin Ye had imagined, with alloy walls and flickering indicator lights everywhere. Occasionally, fully armed personnel or hurried researchers would pass by, casting them looks of awe. But their gazes always had a hint of teasing when they passed over Lin Ye, which left him confused and puzzled. Ahem, Lei Tao, unable to hold back, coughed softly to remind him and pointed at his neck. At first, Lin Ye was puzzled, but when he returned to his room after the tour and looked in the mirror, he suddenly noticed strawberry marks all over his neck. Lin Ye. He had been wandering around the base with those? No wonder those people's looks were so socially mortifying. He covered his face, feeling like he couldn't stay any longer. After taking a shower for a long while, he opened his phone and unexpectedly found that his account had gone viral. Suddenly, there were many more fans and comments. He flipped through them and noticed that most netizens were discussing the details of the instance. Especially that courtyard full of flowers, it actually. He recalled the sound of stepping into the flesh, shivering in disgust. But the most asked question was still about his relationship with the ghost bride. He replied under a highly upvoted comment, "She is now my wife." Not wanting to see the netizens' responses, he put down his phone and fell into a deep sleep. There were 3 days until the next instance opened. He did not return to school during these 3 days but instead learned a lot about previous instance materials and got to know some authoritative figures in online mysticism. Fill your mind full of knowledge. During this time, he received a black card, with money amounting to tens of millions. Lin Ye was very satisfied, finally no longer needing to pick up garbage. Besides the money, he also received 2 strange items. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Everyone gathered early in the conference room, waiting for the new round of player selection for the dungeon. Chapter 059, Asylum. Death Prophecy. New dungeon is opening, players are being selected. Player selection completed. Generating player list. Player list confirmed. Congratulations to Lin Ye from Dragon Country for being selected. Teleporting. All eyes in the conference room were sharply focused on Lin Ye. The ratio of selected players to ordinary people was 9-1, and it's not impossible to be selected twice in a row. However, no one expected it to happen to Lin Ye. But Lin Ye was prepared. Under the gaze of everyone in the conference room, a flash of white light appeared, and he was once again in a pure white space. Then his face appeared in the live broadcast room, immediately causing an uproar. It's Brother Ye again? I like him. A small dungeon, this time Brother Ye will definitely handle it easily. Who noticed that in the last dungeon, Brother Ye brought out a jade bracelet? After just 1 dungeon, he brought out 2 strange items? Ha! Brother Ye, you are terrifyingly strong. Teams from various countries have completed, synchronizing player teleportation. Soon, Lin Ye appeared in a cold, empty space, with blackened and withered grass underfoot and towering moss-covered walls surrounding him. Within the walls, the only building was a huge and oppressive gray-white structure.
The style was ancient, with most windows filthy and only a few intact panes of glass that seemed to have shadowy figures flitting past. Above the main door of the building, a weathered sign hung crookedly, barely discernible, reading Asylum. The entire building resembled a silent giant, crouching under the lead gray sky, emanating a heart-wrenching loneliness and unease. One after another, other players appeared on the empty ground, about 40 to 50 of them, each face etched with suspicion and fear, low murmurs wafting through the cold air, intensifying the anxious atmosphere.
Lin Ye was somewhat surprised that so many people were teaming up to challenge this dungeon.
It seemed that this dungeon was quite large. Congratulations to all players for entering the game dungeon.
Dungeon name, Asylum.
You wake up to find yourself as an intern doctor in a mysterious mental hospital, where the patients behave strangely but claim to be normal.
The medical staff here also seem to hide some secret. The longer you stay, the more you begin to doubt, are you really normal?
Clearance condition, assist all the patients you oversee through the discharge evaluation and successfully have them rehabilitated and discharged, no time limit. Soon, the heavy main door of the asylum was pushed open from the inside, and a figure slowly walked out.
It was a nurse.
She wore an overly white nurse's dress, with the calves that peeked out from under the hem unnaturally bent, her face as pale as wax, high cheekbones, and lips so red they looked almost bizarre. The nurse pushed a rusty medicine cart covered with a cloth that had an obvious bulge in the middle, her voice like that of a tape recorder. Welcome, interns, to the Rehabilitation Center.
Now, let's begin roll call.
She took out a worn record book and began calling names. Each time a name was read, a player was led into the asylum.
Lin Ye. Finally, it was his turn.
Lin Ye, with a calm expression, stepped out of the crowd and followed the nurse through the door. The moment he entered, he could distinctly feel the air ripple, and upon looking up, he saw that his floor was 15. The nurse handed him a blue work badge, which displayed his information.
Name, Dr. Lin.
In charge of floor, 15th floor.
Cognitive impairment level, A. Did this cognitive impairment level refer to the patients he was about to encounter?
Red calms, blue suppresses illusions, white makes them obedient. The nurse took out a pillbox from the cart. Distribute on time, ensure they swallow it, observe and record their behavior. The director needs an evaluation report. Afterward, she left Lin Ye a recording sheet and a set of keys, and then pushed the cart away, disappearing at the end of the corridor. Lin Ye looked down at the recording sheet in his hand, finding that he needed to record the medication situation of 10 patients twice a day, morning and evening, and assess their behavior. He didn't rush into the ward but observed his surroundings. The empty corridor was dimly lit, the walls a mottled light green, and the strong smell of disinfectant couldn't mask the deep stench of decay. Both sides of the corridor had doors to the wards tightly shut, with small observation windows, and at the end of the corridor was a black iron door, which was where the nurse had just entered. In the front hall he entered, there was a small resting area, equipped for players to sleep, but he searched around and didn't find any stairs or elevators. It seemed every player's floor existed independently, and from the windows in the front hall, he could only see a dark, oppressive sky. Having understood the basic information, it was time for the first round of checks. Lin Ye put on a blue name badge, found the key for room 1501, and opened the door that exuded a rotting smell. Inside the ward was only an iron bed. The first patient was a boy in a striped hospital gown, sitting at the edge of the bed with his back to the door, mumbling to the wall. Hearing the sound of the door, he slowly turned his head. His face was pale, with deep-set eyes, staring intently at Lin Ye, suddenly breaking into a grinning smile. The grin twisted. Lin Ye walked into the ward. The odor of decay became even stronger, but he remained unchanged, according to the questions on the recording sheet, began to inquire.
Do you still remember your name? I am the Prophet. Lin Ye glanced at the two characters Hanzhou on the recording sheet and marked an X after the first question. Have you recently seen any visions about prophecies?
Of course, this is my superpower.
Do you ask this question every day and still can't remember my answer?
A flicker of irritation crossed the first patient's eyes.
Lin Ye marked a second X and looked at the third question. Who was the last person you saw in a prophecy? Dr. Lin, it's you.
The first patient showed a broader smile, his tone suddenly very enthusiastic.
I saw it. Red, everywhere is red, wrapping around your neck, getting tighter.
You are struggling, but she won't let go.
She is crying and laughing.
Suffocating, darkness, you will eventually disappear, with her, forever.
Just like this, just like this.
The first patient leaped up, quickly walked to the center of the ward, and somehow pulled out a rusty dissecting knife, slicing open the skin all over his body, excitedly spilling the black blood that gushed out. The blood twisted and extended in the air as if it had life, splattering on the walls and floor, not falling, but writhing and spreading like a living creature, quickly turning the whole room into a suffocating, writhing dark red. Even more horrifying was that beneath his rolled flesh, there were no bones or muscles, only countless twisted, writhing black arms. They all grasped the first patient's neck, tightening harshly, the huge force causing his eyes to bulge rapidly, almost popping out of their sockets, veins in the whites of his eyes cracking into a terrifying spider web. Half of his face was smiling, while the other half was crying, his mouth constantly spewing out low whispers resembling curses. Look, Dr. Lin, just like this. You will die happily like this, forever, with her. Lin Ye. He didn't know if he would die or not. But it seemed he was about to die. Chapter 060, Mental Pollution? Hey buddy, this trick can't even scare us, yet you want to scare Brother Yi? Go home and call your dad. How to drive someone insane with just 3 sentences in a bizarre way. Fortunately, Brother Yi is only A level, those A+, S, and S+ opening kills have already gone black screen. It seems this instance is one of mental pollution, there are still too few valid messages on the record sheet. Unlimited time is very dangerous, the longer you stay, the easier it is to be polluted. Inside the instance. Lin Ye watched as patient 1 suddenly went insane, desperately rummaging through the medicine box for drugs. He was really afraid the patient would kill him. How would he complete the game task then? Red tranquilizers, blue hallucination suppressants, white ones to make the patient obey. The problem was, which medicine should patient 1 take now? The nurse didn't say anything. At a critical moment, he was lucky to trigger a prompt in time. Patient 1, Hanzhou. Cognitive disorder type, death prophecy. As a child who was never valued, his family, classmates, and teachers never cared about him, helpless emotions had been fermenting in his heart. If he became more outstanding, would everyone notice him? So he lied and claimed he could see death prophecies, but unexpectedly, those he predicted actually died one by one in the way he described. Prompt, death prophecies will not cause players substantial harm, unless you truly believe them. So, the hospital room became so terrifying because of patient 1's cognitive pollution? If that's the case, then feed him the blue pill. With the decision made, Lin Ye took out a pair of white gloves from his storage space and put them on. This was a strange object given to him by the center to handle the bizarre, it allowed him to touch the strange without being harmed. There was also a strange object, a pencil sharpener, which could harm the bizarre. Lin Ye took a deep breath and stepped into the patient room, 1 foot stepping into the writhing, sticky black blood. He felt some disgust but forced himself to calm down and walked quickly to patient 1's side. At that moment, patient 1 was being choked by countless black hands, his neck gripped tight, his face turning purple, his eyes bulging, clearly unable to swallow on his own. He can't eat like this. Lin Ye mumbled, trying to pry open those cold, slippery black hands to shove the medicine in, but he found those arms astonishingly strong and wouldn't budge at all. Seeing the surrounding black blood writhing and closing in toward the center of the room, Lin Ye's gaze involuntarily fell on patient 1's stomach. What if, try going straight to the stomach? Without hesitation. Lin Ye avoided the throat and directly used the pencil sharpener to cut open patient 1's stomach, pushing aside the continually emerging black hands, and finally managed to find his stomach. He made a small cut on the stomach, and Lin Ye succeeded in shoving the blue pill inside. After doing all this, he was already drenched in sweat. He was still holding patient 1's stomach, which was bloody and disgusting to look at. Fortunately, the effect was significant. Less than a minute after the medicine entered his stomach, the surrounding writhing black blood and tightening arms disappeared like an illusion. Patient 1's gaze cleared up, his chest slightly rising and falling, and he looked down to see a big hole in his stomach, with his stomach still pulled out by Lin Ye. He screamed in sudden pain and then rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground, fainting. Lin Ye. Hey! Hey! Lin Ye hurriedly tried to shove that slippery stomach back into the patient's abdominal cavity, but the wound was still wide open, blood gushing out. Don't die. Please don't die. He panicked, it was his first day on the job and he had already killed a patient. What a disaster. Lin Ye cursed quietly and suddenly jumped up, rushing to the front desk. In the dim light, he rummaged for sewing needles and thread, quickly returning to the patient room. Other than one nurse, the whole building only had him, a medical intern left. He had no choice but to brace himself and start stitching. The cold needle tip pierced through flesh, the thread weaving in and out of pale skin, making a faint hissing sound, causing the hairs on the back of Lin Ye's neck to stand on end. Until the last stitch was finished, Lin Ye squatted on the ground, drenched in sweat, his shirt soaked with blood, looking quite disheveled. Confirming that patient 1's breath was still there, Lin Ye couldn't help but raise a middle finger to the sky. Western horror, can you just go away? It had been taunting him all along. I really want to vomit, ugh. Patient 1 was jolted awake by a strong smell of sour water, and as he opened his eyes, he saw someone vomiting last night's dinner all over him. Patient 1. Please give me a tutorial on how to die. He rolled his eyes and was about to faint again. At the critical moment, Lin Ye quickly spoke up, don't faint yet, I'm the new intern doctor, I'm just not very skilled. Patient 1 closed his eyes again, but then couldn't hold it in anymore, jumping up and pointing at Lin Ye's nose, shouting, is your hospital sick? Every time, you have to use such stupid questions to provoke people into getting sick. This time it's even worse, you hired such a person to humiliate me. I already said I'm not sick, let me out of here. I want to be discharged.
Calm down, calm down. Lin Ye awkwardly wiped the blood off his hands and stepped back, afraid of getting splattered with the vomit. I believe you're not sick, I guarantee you'll be out soon. You believe me? Patient one's anger gradually subsided, and he suddenly leaned closer to Lin Ye, not knowing what he was thinking. The last doctor who said he believed me, 3 days ago, hung himself in the break room, his tongue stretched out long, eyes bulging, just like that, looking at me and smiling. Such childish threats had already become immune to Lin Ye. He quietly pulled away, wrinkling his nose. Then tell me, when am I dying? Patient one choked. Never had anyone asked him like that. Lin Ye's expression instantly turned intriguing. You don't really not know, do you? Who said that? Patient one's face turned red. Tonight, you will experience a death 100 times more painful than just now. Meaning I won't die doing anything during the day? Lin Ye stroked his chin. Patient 1. Lin Ye suddenly dashed to the window's edge. I was worried about how to get down without elevators or stairs. With your words, what am I even hesitating about? I'll just go through the window. Patient 1. No, you can't. This guy isn't following the rules. His eyes almost popped out. After holding it in for a long time, he finally shouted in despair, the hospital doesn't allow jumping out. You'll face a punishment more serious than death. What punishment? Lin Ye's mind stirred, turning his steps back from the window. Mentioning this, patient one's expression suddenly looked even worse. You will be taken by the head nurse for an injection. Her needle is this big. He gestured with his hand to illustrate an extremely exaggerated size, genuine fear showing on his face. Her injection will make you forget who you are. You will start to believe that those cold walls are talking to you, that the medicine cart is your best friend. You will willingly stay here and become one of us. This made Lin Ye take it a tad more seriously, reminding himself to be wary of the head nurse's spiritual pollution. And patient one's voice dropped even lower, she is everywhere. He meant to continue scaring Lin Ye, but it seemed Lin Ye was completely unfazed. He could perceive clearly that this interned doctor's level of spiritual pollution was still very low. This was equivalent to him wasting his effort just now. What a jerk. P.S. Based on everyone's feedback, I will reduce the frequency of comments appearing and focus on developing the plot. Thank you for your support. Please add to your bookshelf, urge updates, and leave reviews. Chapter 061, Patient 2. Hanzhou. Lin Ye accurately called out his name. Patient 1 was baffled by the sudden change in his attitude. He looked up in confusion. I think you're very normal. Lin Ye patted his shoulder, his expression incredibly serious. Do you want to be my assistant, help me treat other patients? Patient number 1 stood frozen in place. No one had ever invited him to be an assistant. They all said he was sick. Why? He didn't understand why Lin Ye would notice him. Clearly, from childhood to now, no one had ever cared about him. Lin Ye looked at Hanzhou's dazed expression, his tone even more sincere, because you're excellent enough. You can foresee death, you're exactly the kind of talent our hospital has been searching for. I just can't bear to see your talent wasted in this small room. But, they all say I'm mentally ill, a madman. That's jealousy. Lin Ye waved his hand dramatically, his tone firm. They're jealous of you having such a rare ability. Is that so? A trace of longing flashed in Hanzhou's eyes. After hesitating for a few seconds, he finally gritted his teeth and agreed, all right. I'll be your assistant. Success in tricking him. Lin Ye led him to the bathroom to clean the stains off, and to show how much he valued Hanzhou, he even specially went to the front desk to get materials to make him an ID badge. Name, Hanzhou. Position, medical assistant. When Hanzhou received the ID badge, his eyes were filled with novelty, and he couldn't stop playing with it for a while before finally putting it around his neck. Lin Ye patiently waited for him to get ready, then used the key to unlock the door to room 1502. The moment the door opened, an indescribable, intense stench hit them in the face. The room had no lights on. The only light came from an old, flickering TV in the corner, its screen full of static, making a sizzling noise. In the dim light, they could see a large, overweight figure sitting with its back to the door on the floor in front of the TV, shoulders heaving violently, making loud chewing and swallowing sounds. Around him, the floor and walls were covered with sticky, dark yellow stains, and some unidentifiable broken pieces. Hearing the door open, the overweight figure turned his head in an unnatural manner, his cheeks were swollen, stuffed with something, the corners of his mouth even torn open, revealing an unrecognizable paste inside. His eyes had no spark, only a pure sense of hunger, his mouth mechanically chewing. Lin Ye looked down at the record sheet, which still only had 3 questions on it. What did you eat today? Do you still not feel full today? Did you defecate today? Lin Ye was puzzled. What kind of questions were these? Before he could say anything, patient number 2 stretched out his fat hand. Medicine, give me the medicine. Lin Ye thought for a moment, then handed a red pill to Hanzhou, his eyes full of encouragement. Assistant's first lesson, feed the patient medicine. Come on. You can do it. Hanjo suddenly felt a sense of mission fall upon him. Alright. He took the pill and moved toward patient number 2, who looked at him in confusion. Isn't this the patient who lives next door? Why is he visiting his room? Hanjo glared at him. What are you looking at? I'm now. He glanced down at his ID badge. Dr. Lin's assistant. Please call me Assistant Hanjo. Patient number 2? Although he didn't know what the guy from next door was doing, it didn't stop patient number 2 from suddenly grabbing his arm and pulling him closer when he got the medicine. He was starving and didn't care about grabbing anything to eat. Patient number 2 had immense strength, and before Hanjo could react, he stumbled and fell in front of him. A large shadow loomed over him, and in the next second, his head was mercilessly crushed. The sound of crunching chewing echoed in the room. Lin Ye was very glad he had tricked an odd assistant. The opening kill of the strange game lived up to its reputation. As Hanjo's neck, bitten off, didn't gush out any blood. A thick, inky black mist surged forth, and that black mist quickly gathered, reshaping into a perfect, undamaged head in the blink of an eye. On the newly formed head, Hanjo's expression changed from confusion to an overwhelming rage. You dare to eat me? Hanjo screamed, his voice full of a furious indignation. I am Dr. Lin's assistant. The one with the ID badge. He suddenly stretched out his hands, and the originally slender arms of a young boy violently elongated and transformed, turning into countless twisted, black arms that tightly wrapped around patient number 2's fat body. Hungry? I'll make you hungry. Hanjo roared, his black arms, as if possessing life, brutally pried open the mouth of patient number 2, who was still chewing, and madly burrowed inside. Patient number 2 was stunned by this unexpected counterattack, his obese body struggling violently as he tried to bite off those tentacles, only to find them tightening more and more. For a moment, a bizarre scene of mutual devouring played out in the ward. One was constantly consuming, while the other was frantically fighting back, dark yellow stains and black shadows intertwined. Patient number 2, white. Cognitive disorder type, unable to digest food. Looking at his ever-growing body, he knew he had a disease that could not digest food. He firmly believed that inside him was a hole that could never be filled, and anything swallowed would disappear into it. This desperate hunger drove him to consume everything he could see. Tip: his hunger stems from cognitive distortion, not physiological need. Physical feeding is ineffective and will only worsen his pain and aggression. Until the tip was triggered, Lin Ye pretended to intervene, saying, all right, Assistant Hanjo, pay attention to your working method. We are here to treat the illness, not to serve the patient a feast. Let him take his medicine first and see how it works. Hanjo, now in an advantageous position, heard Lin Ye's instructions. Although he was reluctant, he still huffed and stuffed the red pill deep into patient number 2's throat, ensuring he swallowed it. The effect of the medicine took hold extremely quickly. The crazed hunger in patient number 2's eyes faded like a receding tide, replaced by a vague drowsiness. He let out a huge yawn, with tears and mucus flowing out, and then his body swayed to one side, falling thud to the floor, soon snoring loudly. Hanjo transformed back into a lean young boy, straightened his precious ID badge, and proudly walked back to Lin Ye, wearing a mission accomplished, praise me expression. Lin Ye cheerfully gave him a thumbs up. Well done, Assistant Hanjo. I'll apply for the Outstanding Employee Award for you. Instead, Hanjo felt embarrassed by the compliment, looking down at his name again before pretending not to care and shifting his gaze. Hanjo, my name is Hanjo. Lin Ye made a note on the record sheet, having gained a preliminary understanding of patient number 2's condition. In a good mood, he patted Hanjo's shoulder. Let's go, Assistant Hanjo, to the next room. Every time, Lin Ye would deliberately emphasize the name Hanjo. Although he didn't know if this would be effective, it was worth a try. Chapter 62, The Non-Existent Person. Lin Ye took a deep breath and opened the door to room 1503. In stark contrast to the oppressive chaos of the previous two wards, room 1503 looked just like an ordinary children's room. The walls were painted in soft pastel blue, the floor was covered with a cozy carpet, and there were some plush toys piled in the corner. A little girl, about 7 or 8 years old, dressed in a clean white dress, quietly sat at a small table, tightly hugging a slightly worn bunny toy. On her delicate little face, her big eyes blinked curiously, staring at the doorway. The sight of the little girl with her bunny toy almost made Lin Ye trip and close the door again. Such a classic Western horror image made Lin Ye's heart surge with unease, and this unease peaked when the little girl spoke. Hello, beautiful sister. The little girl's voice was soft and sweet, tinged with a hint of timid expectation. Lin Ye's prompt was triggered directly. Patient number 3, Laura. Cognitive disorder type, accompanying. She firmly believes that the tattered rabbit doll, Snowball, is her only real friend and claims to see accompanying beings around everyone. She insists on interacting with these entities that others cannot perceive, feeling isolated and angry due to others' neglect or denial of them. Prompt: when she tries to communicate with the accompanying beings, you must start being careful of this unseen presence. Before Lin Ye could utter a single word, Laura immediately exhibited strong aggression. In this sudden opening kill, there are still 7 more to come. Lin Ye felt a bit suffocated, reasonably suspecting that this strange game was deliberately targeting him. Otherwise, why would so many people have him draw the A-level difficulty? This is blatant targeting. Lin Ye sighed and directly handed a blue pill to Hanzhou. Assistant's second lesson: give the second patient her medicine. Okay, huh? Hanzhou took the medicine, feeling something was off. Why did it sound like he was being deceived? But Lin Ye's serious expression quickly dispelled his doubts, and he stepped forward to give the medicine to the little girl. The little girl obediently took the medicine and continued to sit quietly in place. The onset of the medicine's effect passed quickly, yet Laura showed no signs of change. She even cutely puffed up her cheeks and spoke again. Beautiful sister, why are you not talking? The rabbit doll in her arms also slightly turned its button eyes, staring blankly at the empty space beside Lin Ye. Lin Ye's face changed drastically, a chilling cold rushed up his spine from his feet. He could clearly feel the air beside him suddenly drop in temperature. A chilling sensation of being watched made the hair all over his body stand on end. Something seemed to be silently approaching his back. Hanzhou keenly noticed that Lin Ye's mental state was declining, and the level of pollution was rapidly rising. He looked down at Laura with joy. Don't kill him just yet, we must wait until tonight. Lin Ye. Could the she mentioned in Hanzhou's prophecy for patient 1 be the same thing standing behind him now? However, Laura paid him no mind, continuing to speak to herself. The beautiful sister seems very unhappy, her eyes are bleeding, she says you stole her things. The chilling presence behind him grew ever closer, and Lin Ye instinctively looked at Hanzhou, but this guy seemed to be watching the show with glee. Lin Ye's forehead began to bead with cold sweat, and the soul-binding nail had quietly appeared in his hand. Until a cool hand rested on his shoulder, Lin Ye abruptly stabbed backward, but his movement passed harmlessly through the air. The cool sensation on his shoulder suddenly intensified, fingers embedding like ice picks into his shoulder blade, a bone-chilling cold rapidly spreading, numbing his entire arm. Even more terrifying was that he felt another invisible hand slowly reaching towards his right eye, lifting a suffocating sense of pressure. All of Lin Ye's muscles tensed, clearly seeing nothing, yet he could distinctly feel an unseen presence silently watching him. Laura's whispers continued, the beautiful sister is angry. She says you took her eyes, she wants you to return her eyes. The hand reaching for Lin Ye's right eye suddenly accelerated. Lin Ye's heart raced, he could not evade. At this critical moment, the jade bracelet on Lin Ye's wrist emitted a faint warmth. A red, terrifying shadow appeared behind Lin Ye. A chilling and violent terror presence, far more frightening than that which is invisible, instantly filled the entire room. Beside her, Laura seemed genuinely terrified, her little face turned pale as she tightly hugged her rabbit doll, shrinking on the chair and daring not to move. Meanwhile, Hanzhou, who had been enjoying the spectacle, had already slumped in the corner, his body twisting and contorting with fear, his eyes filled with unprecedented horror as he gazed at that red figure. The suddenly appearing ghost bride filled Laura and Hanzhou with intense fear. They had only seen such a strong airy aura from the director before. They couldn't understand why this human could coexist with such a powerful spirit. The ghost bride's phantom had not fully manifested, yet even so, it was enough to intimidate the invisible force that attempted to harm Lin Ye. Lin Ye felt the icy grip on his shoulder and the threat to his right eye vanish. He sighed in relief and moved his recovering arm. But Laura clearly did not want to give up harvesting Lin Ye's life so easily. Her little face fell, tears welling up in her big eyes as she continued to look at the empty space beside Lin Ye. The pretty sister in the red dress next to you is also beautiful, but she is so fierce. The rabbit doll in her arms trembled slightly, its button eyes daring not to meet that red phantom's gaze. These words seemed like a switch, causing the temperature in the room to drop again, with cold killing intent following closely. Laura's tears kept falling, sobbing as she curled up. So scary, she is so scary. Hanzhou. So, what was that act she just put on? Fearing she might truly die, Lin Ye turned to soothe the ghost bride's phantom. My dear, don't be angry, children speak without thinking, children speak without thinking. Only then did the ghost bride retract her killing intent, not forgetting to shoot a warning glance at the two. Laura and Hanzhou froze in place under her gaze. Seeing that the two finally behaved, Lin Ye felt delighted. He had a red-dressed bodyguard, what was there to be afraid of? Soon, he would go to speed through the other 7 hospital rooms. It was only 3 days since they last met, and seeing the ghost bride again made him inexplicably blush. My dear, can't you appear in the real world? How come right after the wedding, he had to guard an empty room for 3 days? The ghost bride looked at him with a gaze as tender as water, softly shaking her head, offering no explanation. She had been severely injured in the last mission, recuperating and unaware of his danger, which is why she hadn't appeared. Lin Ye didn't hear the explanation and didn't ask more. Instead, he took this time to spend a little longer with her before reluctantly watching her return to the jade bracelet. This mission seemed to reject the ghost bride's presence, not allowing her to stay for long. Chapter 63, The Gradual Deepening of Mental Pollution. Dr. Lin. After the ghost bride left, Hanzhou suddenly slid to his knees, collapsing at Lin Ye's feet. I think I'm not sick at all. All those death predictions were made up by me, really, I can be discharged immediately.
If Lin Ye had said earlier that he had such a powerful eerie presence nearby, Hanzhou would have slid to his knees even faster. Laura was stunned, not expecting the number one patient to be so shameless for the sake of his life. She looked at the beautiful woman still present beside Lin Ye, crying even harder. What should I do if I can still see the pretty sister? Whoa, I also want to be healthy. I want to be discharged. Lin Ye. As expected of my wife, this intimidation power is definitely strong. Lin Ye took out a pill and fed it to Laura, and after she stopped crying, he patted her head. Don't be afraid, my wife is very gentle and won't hurt you. Laura. Mom, someone here is deceiving ghosts. What about me? What about me? Hanzhou eagerly leaned over. Little Han. Lin Ye patted his shoulder, changing the subject. I knew you weren't sick. We will go find the director for a discharge evaluation soon, and when you go out, you must turn over a new leaf and be a good person. Hanzhou. Did he really have to choose between the director and the ghost bride to die today? Lin Ye looked at his tangled expression of I don't want to be beaten to death by the director, and guessed something. It seemed that completing the task of treating 10 patients was far from enough. The threats from the nurse and the director were not to be underestimated. Alright, don't look like you're about to go to the execution ground. Lin Ye pulled him up. The discharge assessment is not urgent. Hanzhou breathed a sigh of relief at the mention of not having to face the director immediately. Dr. Lin, I will listen to whatever you say from now on. Lin Ye nodded, not saying much, but instead looked at Laura, who was still crying. Her condition seemed to be much more serious than Hanzhou's, unable to even be suppressed with medication. Already facing such a situation with the third patient, what about the others? Lin Ye rubbed his aching forehead. Staying alone on the first floor, he couldn't learn about the conditions of other players from different countries. He wondered if they were facing difficulties like his own. Dr. Lin. Hanzhou cautiously spoke, don't you feel like you're slowly becoming normal like us? Lin Ye frowned, becoming like them? Wasn't that just being mentally corrupted? He nervously checked his own body up and down. Had he reached a breaking point after just the third patient? Lin Ye had seen the previous record of the instance. Mental corruption could gradually ease with sleep, but had he already reached a point of forced rest so soon? Moreover, the task given to him by the nurse was still incomplete. Hanzhou guessed what he was worried about and proactively said, you can slide the medicine through the small hole in the door, the patient will take it voluntarily. Many doctors have done this before. At this point, there was no other choice. But in doing so, it would be impossible to observe the conditions of the remaining 7 patients, and progress would surely be severely delayed. After distributing the medicine, Lin Ye sat at the front desk, lost in thought. Hanzhou stubbornly refused to stay at the front desk and took his work badge back to the patient room. Unable to gain more effective information and unable to reach other floors, Lin Ye's expression became serious. Staying in such an environment for too long, one would go mad without needing mental corruption. What would the way out be this time? Just as Lin Ye was lost in thought, a noise came from the black iron door at the end of the corridor once again. The pale-faced nurse slowly pushed the rusty medicine cart toward him. The cart was still covered with a bulging black cloth that seemed to slightly shake as the cart moved. The nurse stopped at the front desk, her bright red lips stretched into a stiff arc. Lunchtime, yours. She took an aluminum lunchbox from the lower level of the medicine cart and placed it on the counter. Inside the lunchbox was a suspiciously colored paste, emitting an indescribable odor. Lin Ye didn't dare touch the lunchbox and instead seized the opportunity to talk to her. If my patients recover, how do I take them to see the director? Is there a way to go up and down here? Mealtime, no work talk. The nurse interrupted him stiffly, her voice like a taped recording. Eat. After finishing her sentence, she looked at Lin Ye expressionlessly, as if to confirm something. Lin Ye instinctively felt something was wrong. The food in this lunchbox must be problematic. But if he didn't eat, looking at the nurse this way, he might break some rules and attract some sort of punishment. So he picked up the lunchbox, stuffing the contents into his mouth in large bites, pretending to swallow as his esophagus moved. Seeing him eat, the nurse did not linger, decisively pushing the cart away. It wasn't until her figure completely disappeared into the depths of the corridor that Lin Ye spat out the slippery paste from his mouth. He guessed correctly. The nurse would forcibly ensure that players ate, but there were loopholes to exploit. As long as he didn't reveal obvious flaws, the nurse wouldn't do anything to them. The crisis was temporarily averted. But Lin Ye's heart had not relaxed. The nurse's forceful act of delivering meals was extremely suspicious. He couldn't help but wonder if the patients here at first, were they really patients? Could it be that the hospital had turned them into this? Did the director or the nurses have a drug that could return them completely to normal? The balance in Lin Ye's heart began to tilt towards the fact that the key to survival was within the hospital itself. However, this was not urgent for now. He could wait until the abnormalities grew more serious at night to take action. Especially the door at the end of the corridor, he must go in to investigate. After resting for a while, Lin Ye decided to visit the 4th patient. He pushed open the door to room 1504. The room was dark, the only light coming from a small, filthy window high on the wall. A huge, bloated figure was sprawled against the wall, taking up almost half the room. Even with some psychological preparation, Lin Ye's pupils suddenly contracted. Because it was already hard to call this a person. His body seemed to be awkwardly stitched together from countless swollen lumps of flesh, the skin stretched nearly transparent, and something was writhing underneath. Countless limbs, varying in thickness like tumors or abnormal growths, jutted out from various parts of his body, drooping weakly and swaying slightly. Patient number 4? Cognitive disorder type, bodily deformity. He firmly believes that his body is undergoing a terrifying and uncontrollable deformity, causing him to sink into extreme despair and self-loathing, refusing to communicate, usually appearing as motionless. Reminder, his deformity may possess some contagious nature, prolonged observation requires caution. Patient number 4 didn't even need to make any extra movements, his reminder had already been triggered. His head felt like it was about to explode. Lin Ye sensed something writhing beneath his skin, trying to break free. He urgently withdrew from the room, slamming the door shut with a bang, and leaned against the wall to breathe, the strange sensations in his body finally subsiding after a while. It was just a glance. P.S. Successfully entering the debut. During this debut, data is crucial. I ask all respected readers to add the book to their shelves, follow updates, urge updates, comment, and leave reviews. The author will adjust the update time to 8 a.m. If the data is good, the third chapter will be added in the afternoon. Sliding on my knees to thank everyone for their support. Chapter 064, Key Items. Stop, is this dungeon difficulty correct? All door kills, dying half the players in less than an hour, even our brother Ye is starting to doubt life. Fortunately, there's the ghost bride, otherwise, we'd be barbecued. The pollution level of the 4th patient is so high, what about the next 6? Enough. Brother Ye, I really feel sorry for you this time. But is it really A-level difficulty over here? It feels like it's almost the same as the S-level disaster that the unlucky guy next door faced. Before, you guys shouted for the foreign guys to come out for the Hardeen Wedding Ancient House dungeon. Look at what kind of trash your dungeon is. Compensation, we must have compensation. Almost forgot about this, TMD, bring on the compensation. Inside the dungeon. After calming down, Lin Ye didn't dare to provoke the remaining patients anymore, but honestly returned to the front desk. The progress seemed to have hit a deadlock, but Lin Ye was not anxious. He was waiting for news from the country. The benefits he brought to the Dragon Kingdom in the last dungeon were enough to support them in relaying information to him at critical moments. The dungeon had been open for quite a while now. With this level of difficulty, many players must have died, and he believed the country could pass on some useful information to him. Sure enough, a small note soon appeared in front of him. Lin Ye picked it up. There was only a short line of small text on it. The deeper the pollution, the harder it is to maintain human form. The hint was too obvious, easily attracting interference from the strange game, but for Lin Ye, this sentence was already enough. He almost instantly understood the implication behind the note. He walked briskly to room 1503 and pushed the door open. Perhaps it was due to being overly frightened by the ghost bride. At this moment, Laura was curled up in the corner of the bed with red eyes, tightly hugging her rabbit toy. Suddenly seeing Lin Ye, her body uncontrollably shrank back, and her mouth pouted as if she was about to cry again. Lin Ye raised his hand, inadvertently revealing a jade bracelet on his wrist. A silent threat. Laura's cry got stuck in her throat, her expression more terrified. I'm sorry, Dr. Lin. I will obediently take my medicine, I'm sorry. Don't be nervous. Lin Ye tried to make his tone sound friendly. I just want to take a look at your room, is that okay? Laura didn't dare to refuse him, quickly nodding, fearing that if she hesitated, she would see that red-dressed sister again. Lin Ye's gaze carefully scanned every corner of the room. If the more severe the contamination, the harder it is to maintain human form, then why did Laura, as patient number 3, have a lower degree of physical mutation than patient number 2? So he concluded that there must be something special in room 3 affecting Laura's level of contamination. The soft pink-blue walls, the soft carpet, the piled stuffed toys, everything looked overly normal. Lin Ye's gaze finally fixated on the slightly worn rabbit toy in Laura's arms, Snowball. This toy almost never left her hands. Could it be the key? Lin Ye directly spoke. Your Snowball looks really cute, can you lend it to me to take a look? Laura cautiously hugged the toy tightly, her big eyes filled with resistance. No. Snowball is my friend. I can't give it to you. I'm just going to take a quick look, I'll give it back to you soon. Lin Ye attempted to get closer. No. Laura screamed, her emotions suddenly agitated. Get away. Bad doctor. You want to take Snowball. Pretty sister. Hit him. Hit him. With her scream, the temperature in the room began to drop abnormally again. That invisible presence seemed to deepen its hostility towards him. To forcibly grab it was clearly impossible. Laura's resistance to this matter even exceeded her fear of the ghost bride. Lin Ye had no choice but to stop approaching and negotiate with her softly and firmly, even calling Hanzhou to help, and after their promises nearly wore their lips thin, Laura finally relented. Then you can only look at it here, you can't take it away, and you have to give it back to me very quickly. Deal. Lin Ye immediately agreed, carefully stepping forward to take the worn rabbit toy from Laura's hand. As soon as the toy was in his grasp, Lin Ye felt a peculiar coolness transmitting from his palm, easing the faint pain on his forehead caused by contamination. As expected. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and examined the toy closely. Soon, his fingertips found a hard object at a concealed crack on the back of the toy. Lin Ye pressed slightly with his fingertip, squeezing out a small piece of warm and smooth, black stone through the stitched gap. That coolness was indeed coming from this stone. And at the moment the stone was removed, Laura's gaze began to lose focus, her body trembling slightly, as if she was enduring great pain. Cold, so noisy, they are coming, a lot. The air around her began to twist again. The invisible pretty sister in Laura's mouth seemed to become clearer and more malicious. Lin Ye quickly stuffed the stone back inside the toy, then quickly shoved Snowball back into Laura's arms. As soon as Laura hugged Snowball, her gaze refocused, only filled with grievance and fear, tightly clutching the toy and refusing to let go. Lin Ye took a few steps back, already understanding in his heart. The key item to suppress the contamination truly exists. To heal all patients, he just needed to find more suppressors. Laura, who gave you this toy? It was Mom. Laura's small face was buried behind the rabbit's ears. The voice was muffled. Mom used to be a nurse here. After she gave this to me, she disappeared. Laura's mom was a nurse? And she disappeared? So, the medical staff at this hospital really have something that can suppress mental pollution. He immediately asked, when did your mom disappear? Did she leave anything else? Or say anything special to you? Laura tried to recall, her little brows tightly furrowed. Mom was very scared before she left. She said that if I felt uncomfortable, I should hug the Snowball tightly. And she also said, not to let the uncles in white clothes take it away. Uncles in white clothes, does she mean the director? Or other medical staff? Did your mom mention anything about the director or how to go downstairs? Lin Ye guided her, trying to dig for more clues. Laura's eyes became somewhat confused and fearful. She shook her head vigorously. I don't remember. Mom was taken away that night and never showed up again. The nurse sister said Mom was transferred to another hospital. But Laura knows that's not true. Tears started to well up in her eyes again. They are lying. Mom wouldn't leave me. She must have been taken into the room at the end by the uncle in white clothes. It seems like tonight, we must go to that room at the end. Chapter 065, Night Exploration. After calming Laura down, Lin Ye left the third ward with Hanzhou. Just as he was about to close the door, it seemed like he accidentally caught a glimpse of a white figure. When he looked again, there was nothing there. Lin Ye, feeling uneasy, tilted his head to look at Hanzhou, the beautiful sister Laura mentioned. Can you see her? Hanzhou shook his head in confusion. Lin Ye thoughtfully locked the door, sent Hanzhou back to the ward, and then returned to the front desk to patiently wait for night to fall. He followed the same trick to send the nurse away, then stuffed the aluminum lunchbox with the paste-like substance into the storage space. After delivering medicine to 10 wards, Lin Ye's headache worsened. Realizing that he needed enough rest before continuing his actions, he returned to the break room and directly lay down on the single bed in the corner. His headache was so bad, Lin Ye tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep, silently lamenting how much mental pollution was torturing him. His fingers unconsciously stroked the jade bracelet on his wrist, and Lin Ye had a thought, but fearing the people in the livestream might hear him, he lowered his voice and shyly whispered. Wife. Can you sleep with me tonight? I miss you. As soon as he finished speaking, a red figure appeared with her back to him on the single bed. Lin Ye smelled the familiar fragrance, first stunned, then happily buried his head in the back of her neck. The familiar scent from that night in the bridal chamber filled his breath, and miraculously, his headache eased a little. No one spoke, and a few minutes later, Lin Ye bravely raised his hand and wrapped it around her waist. Nianqi. Can I call you that? At this moment, he was extremely thankful that Nianqi was facing away from him, or else she would have definitely seen his blushing face. The ghost bride's figure softened, and she let out a soft nasal sound. Yes. Nianqi? MHM. Nianqi? MHM. Lin Ye, satisfied, buried his head deeper, and after some time, his headache was gone, but a strange fire rose within his body. He knew what it was and tried to use his mind to ease it, but his arm subconsciously tightened, pulling Nianqi closer. The tighter he held, the stronger the fire became, and the stronger the fire, the tighter he held, a vicious cycle. Soon, Lin Ye was gasping for breath, tortured by it. The people in the livestream who witnessed this scene all had their eyes wide open. Yee. I didn't hear anything. Why does this pure conversation and scene make my face flush? Pure?
The single dogs upstairs must be laughing. I bet little Ye is already out now. My first time with my first love was like this too, suddenly I feel so nostalgic. Am I the only one worried if we can still continue streaming? Nianqi. Lin Ye held her hand. Your hand is so small. The ghost bride shyly remained silent. Nianqi, you smell so good, and you're so soft. The ghost bride curled her fingers slightly, still blushing and not knowing what to say. Until Lin Ye's hand slipped into her clothing hem, his heavy breathing grazing her ear. Nianqi, is it okay? The live stream suddenly went black. In this situation, Brother Yi, so excited. 2 hours later, the live stream picture finally resumed. Lin Ye and the ghost bride had a blush on their faces, embracing each other, a picture of beauty and tranquility. In this small space, one could feel a hint of peace rising from deep within the heart. Lin Ye slept very contentedly this time, and when he woke up again, it was already late at night. After several hours of sleep, his spirits had returned to normal. Looking at Nianqi, who was still in light sleep in his arms, he couldn't help but lean down and leave a kiss on her forehead. Unknowingly, his feelings for Nianqi seemed to have deepened. Just as he prepared to get up, the corner of his eye inadvertently caught a glimpse of the break room door. He saw that the door, which should have been tightly closed, had somehow been pushed open a narrow crack. And behind that dark crack, a bloodshot eye, enlarged to nearly fill the white part, was peering intently into the room. That gaze was mixed with extreme greed and an inhuman coldness. Lin Ye's blood almost froze in an instant, all warmth and affection replaced by terror. He instinctively shielded Nianqi behind him, but his cool hand was wrapped in a warm grip. Husband. The ghost bride's voice rang in Lin Ye's ear. Let her in, I shall swallow her. The ghost bride had long recognized that the person outside was the woman in room 3 who was trying to harm her husband. However, she had just broken through the instance's restrictions and hadn't acted recklessly. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, she wouldn't hold back. Upon hearing Nianqi's reassuring words, Lin Ye's tense nerves relaxed slightly. After a moment's thought, he realized the identity of the person outside. He recalled Hanzhou's death prophecy as fear took over his mind. Creak, the crack in the door was fully pushed open. Blood poured into the small break room. Countless pitch-black arms appeared out of nowhere, reaching for Lin Ye's neck. Everything unfolded just as Hanzhou had predicted, orderly and methodical. Unfortunately, the entity Rao mentioned could do no harm to Lin Ye. The moment she fully stepped into the break room, her fate would be death. Lin Ye saw a satisfied Nianqi return to the jade bracelet, picked up the key, and entered room 1. Hanzhou's expression was quite amusing, shifting from pale to green, finally struggling to accept the fact that he was still alive. With the ghost bride present, how could his death prophecy possibly take effect? If it couldn't take effect, was it still a prophecy? For the first time, he wavered in his beliefs. Lin Ye didn't care about what Hanzhou was thinking. Anyway, he was too afraid to go to the end room alone and needed to find a helper. I suddenly remembered that tomorrow's medicine will run out. You should accompany me to get some. Hanzhou, looking bewildered, was pulled by him to the black iron door at the end of the corridor. The unlocked iron door, pushing it open, Lin Ye didn't even need a second to hesitate. By the time Hanzhou realized what was happening, Lin Ye had already entered the room, and fear crept in slowly. Why are we here? Hanzhou's voice trembled uncontrollably, almost collapsing to the ground. The room behind the door was not the terrifying lair of the director he had imagined. Instead, it looked like a abandoned nurse's station and storage room. The room was filled with dusty medical equipment and scattered filing cabinets. The air was thick with a mix of dust and disinfectant. The most eye-catching thing was a medication cart parked in the center of the room, but there was no sign of the nurse. The medicine, it can't be here. Dr. Lin, let's get out of here. Hanzhou tightly gripped Lin Ye's arm, his teeth chattering, wanting nothing more than to escape immediately. But Lin Ye didn't pay him any mind. His gaze was drawn to a file rack beside the medication cart. There was a label that read, Personnel File, Resigned. His heart stirred, and he quickly stepped forward to search through it, soon finding what he was looking for, a file belonging to Laura's mother. Lin Ye flipped through the pages quickly. The records were quite ordinary, until he reached the notes section on the last page, where there was a scrawled line, written as if in haste. Secretly kept, the director ordered recovery. She refused to cooperate, was brought into the observation room on the evening of X month X day, missing. Laura's mother had really gone missing. But he didn't know where this observation room was. Chapter 066, Player Gathering. Aside from this small room, there were no other clues. As for where the nurse had gone, and how to get to another floor, there was no way to investigate, and the situation fell into another deadlock. Lin Ye's gaze unintentionally shifted back to the medication cart. The medicine had been taken out from under the black cloth during the day. Did the nurse intentionally leave it here, indicating some kind of clue? Lin Ye's mind raced, and as his fingertips brushed against the heavy, greasy black cloth, he cautiously peeled back a corner. Upon seeing what lay beneath the black cloth, his scalp went numb, and a chill ran through his heart. Because under the black cloth was not medicine at all, but a person.
A person forced into an unimaginably horrifying and grotesque position that no human could ever achieve, stuffed into the tight space of the medication cart. Their body was twisted to an extreme, almost bending backward at nearly 180 degrees, with their upper body and head brutally forced behind them, exposing a face distorted with extreme agony. Their blood-red eyes stared up at Lin Ye, locking gazes in a horrid, unexpected moment. Lin Ye felt like his scalp was about to explode. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have screamed. This sudden fright was truly terrifying, the one good thing being that this thing posed no threat to him. Just as Lin Ye was about to cover the black cloth back up and step back, the person on the cart suddenly opened their bluish lips mechanically, and a red pill rolled out from between them. Lin Ye froze. So this was how the nurse dispensed medicine each time? Were these bizarre things continuously producing different medications? Hanzhou watched the scene unfold, feeling his stomach churn for an unknown reason. At that moment, he couldn't help but amuse himself with the thought, at least the medicine was coming out of the mouth, not from the other end. Let's go, let's look somewhere else, Lin Ye said, covering the black cloth back up, and they walked out of the iron door, one after the other. Just as they stepped out of the iron door, a pale arm reached out from beneath the black cloth, slowly pointing in a certain direction in the corner. In the corridor, the temperature was absurdly low, and the floor felt soft and saggy beneath their feet, as if something had gone wrong. Seeing this, Lin Ye felt a sense of relief. Changes indicated clues, and it was better than being stuck in place. Lin Ye led Hanzhou deeper down the corridor, arriving at the door of room 1. In his peripheral vision, he caught a glance at the opposite door number, 1511. Ha! 1511. Lin Ye looked up at the door number across the way. The 4 digits 1511 were clearly visible on the door of the opposite room. To make sure he wasn't mistaken, Lin Ye carefully counted all the rooms to confirm there was indeed one extra. It turned out, an 11th room that shouldn't exist had appeared. What could be inside? Lin Ye did not hesitate at such a noticeable change. He would never give up on exploration. So he stopped Hanzhou, who was about to return to the ward. Wait a moment, let's go in and take a look. Hanzhou looked at him, unable to express his feelings. Was Dr. Lin made of iron? Not only was he fearless, but he also wanted to get closer. The hospital becomes very strange at night. He lowered his voice to dissuade. The doctors and nurses here are all not normal people. It's safest to stay in the ward. You are right. Lin Ye adjusted his badge on his chest. But we are doctors now. Hanzhou, it seems that makes some sense. Lin Ye pushed open the door, and the two of them carefully looked inside through the crack, using the light from the corridor to see that there was only a slide inside. Strangely, the exit of this slide was pointed toward the ceiling, contrary to normal. Lin Ye's prompt showed no response, which proved that the danger of this slide was below that for patients. They could explore with peace of mind. However, looking at the bottomless slide that led into the unknown darkness, Lin Ye still sincerely suggested, how about you go first? Hanzhou? Why did it feel like Dr. Lin brought him along just to scout the way? Nevertheless, he ultimately did not refuse and voluntarily let go. Sliding down into the darkness, his figure instantly swallowed up. Lin Ye followed closely behind. The moment they slid into the tunnel, a strong sense of weightlessness hit him. The surrounding wasn't the cold touch of metal, but rather became soft, elastic, and even felt a bit warm with a wriggling sensation, as if sliding through some kind of creature's esophagus. Time passed, and Lin Ye felt something solid under him, and then he fell onto a slightly soft plastic floor. He quickly flipped over and got up, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. He found that this was actually a children's playground, and where he had just slid out was clearly the brightly colored mouth of a cartoon whale slide. Lin Ye looked around, and in the pitch-black surroundings, there was no sign of Hanzhou. A confused expression appeared on his face. What was he doing here? There were sounds of oo-at-at and a few restrained gasps coming from the shadows. Who? Lin Ye's body tensed instantly, cautiously looking towards the shadows where the sounds came from. Soon, 4 figures cautiously emerged from behind a huge, faded cartoon castle model. 2 men and 2 women. At the forefront was a woman with big waves of blonde hair, who first revealed a friendly smile. I am Emily, a player from Gallia. You may have seen my previous livestream. She looked about 27 or 28, wearing dirty work clothes that couldn't hide her good figure. Her gaze was sharp and alert, and in her friendly demeanor, there was an imperceptible examination. Following her, the 3 behind her also stepped forward one after another. There was a tall, strong man with a cold expression who simply said, Morgan, from Bear Nation. A slender, pale man with glasses spoke in a bit of a rush, Jean Juwenhao, from Pickle Nation. Finally, a girl who looked young, with brown curly hair and freckles on her face, said, I am Ali, from Italy. As for Lin Ye, there was no need for an introduction. As a rising star who had shone in the Dark Wedding Ancient Mansion instance, there were very few people in the world who didn't know him. Lin Ye quickly scanned them and understood in his heart. This playground should be a special gathering point, capable of gathering players from different floors together, almost making him think that this instance was meant to be tackled alone. You seem to arrive a bit late. We got to this playground in the first half of the night. Emily continued to speak friendly, voluntarily sharing information. Ali trembled in fear and added, in the first half of the night, there were 10 of us, now there are only 4 left. Seeing that the few people had no ill will towards him, Lin Ye wanted to ask more, just at that moment. Ding dong. The harsh, cheerful broadcast sound made one's scalp tingle. Without warning, the entire amusement park echoed. The 9th round of hide and seek is about to start. Please all visitors find a hiding place immediately. Countdown, 10, 9, 8. That thing is coming again, hide quickly. Jin Juanhao urged with a sharp voice, rushing to hide behind a cartoon dinosaur sculpture that was hollow inside. The other 3 followed closely, and with no place to go, Lin Ye squeezed in as well. In the narrow space, the 5 of them even dared not to breathe. Through the hole in the sculpture's eye, Lin Ye saw a huge shadow completely made up of dense darkness spreading over like a silent tide. It was malevolently watching the entire amusement park. Lin Ye's pupils constricted. What was that thing? P.S. Here's an extra update. Thanks to everyone for following, urging for updates, rewarding, commenting, adding to bookshelves, and gifts. The author's drive is full, thank you. Chapter 067, The Clown House. Nightmare Monster. A fantasy creature that parasitizes the human spiritual world, mostly taking the form of the host's nightmares, feeding on fear. Tip, it can only be lured by fear. To kill it one just needs to eliminate the host's fear. The host's fear? But the problem is, which patient's nightmare is this amusement park? Lin Ye felt his mind was a bit chaotic. Could the extra room lead to the patient's nightmare? Is this also one of the ways to heal the patient? As long as they successfully overcome the nightmares of 10 patients, they could be evaluated and smoothly discharged? Is this the way out? This side quest is a pure death trap? An instance even more disgusting than a battle royale has finally appeared. 3, 2, 1, the game starts. The moment the broadcast stopped, the movement of that black shadow clearly quickened. No footsteps, no breathing, only a suffocating psychological pressure, seeping into everyone's bones like ice water. The monster seemed to be sniffing, black tentacles probing into the slide, burrowing into the base of the carousel, sweeping through the ball pit. Suddenly, the monster lunged towards a huge plastic mushroom house full of holes not far away. After finding nothing, the monster seemed a bit angry. It quickened its pace, sliding quickly toward a teeter-totter pony near the cartoon dinosaur sculpture where Lin Ye and the others were hiding. The Italian player Ali tightly covered his mouth, his body trembling like a leaf in the wind. Beside him, Jin Juanhao's face turned as white as paper, his eyes behind the glasses filled with despair. Emily and Morgan also tensed their bodies. Silent fear was spreading. If this continued, it was just a matter of time before the monster found them. Lin Ye suppressed the fear in his heart, stepping out before the tentacles reached them, swaggering before the monster. The 4 people's eyes widened, as expected from a brutal player from the previous instance. Is this too hardcore? Lin Ye glanced at the others and explained, as long as there is no fear, this monster won't hurt us. He even demonstrated it personally, and the others couldn't help but believe. But they all understood the reasoning, yet in the face of such extreme terror, reasoning was like a candle flickering in a storm. Jin Juanhao's psychological defense line collapsed first. He suddenly pushed Morgan in front of him and screamed, I don't want to die. He recklessly burst out of their hiding place, crazily running toward the slide exit he remembered. Fool! Emily cursed quietly. But it was too late. Jin Juanhao's fear shone like the brightest lighthouse, guiding the monster's direction. The black tentacles shot out at lightning speed, pouncing on Jin Juanhao, wrapping around his body and dragging him deep into the amusement park. Where is the monster taking him? Lin Ye turned his head and asked. The 3 shook their heads blankly. Every time in hide and seek, the monster would end early if it caught someone. We were afraid and no one approached. Lin Ye didn't listen to the end and turned to chase after the shadow of the monster. The 3 remaining people looked at each other, hesitating, but ultimately chose not to follow. Lin Ye had no time to worry about others, his entire focus locked onto the monster ahead. The monster moved incredibly fast, weaving between the twisted amusement rides. Soon, it dragged Jin Juanhao to a dark corner. There stood a shabby, peeling clown house, the clown's giant grin stretching ear to ear, looking especially sinister in the dim light. Lin Ye quietly approached, carefully peering inside. What he saw made his stomach churn. In the center of the clown house stood a black iron pot, steaming heavily. Beneath the pot burned eerie green flames, and the thick soup inside bubbled continuously, with ghastly white bones and torn clothing fragments bobbing up and down. Around the pot, numerous human skeletons were scattered, some still fresh with traces of blood, while others had decayed and turned black, piled high like a mountain. On the nearby blood-soaked table lay the bodies of players that had just recently died. The monster stuffed the terrified Jin Juanhao into a cage suspended in midair, casually grabbed the player's corpse, tore it apart, and threw it into the soup, leisurely stirring it with black tentacles. The interior of the clown house resembled a scene from a human slaughterhouse. Damn! The intense, indescribable smell of strange meat mixed with a burnt odor made Lin Ye's head spin. He really didn't understand why the monsters in this bizarre game had such peculiar tastes. If he played a few more dungeons, Lin Ye could even write a book titled 108 Ways to Cook Humans. Lin Ye hid in a corner, patiently waiting for the next game to begin, only moving into the house after the monster left. Jin Juanhao saw him and cried out as if he had seen a savior, sobbing frantically from the cage, "Dragon Kingdom player, help me! Help me! We are all players, please, help me!" Lin Ye ignored him, having already said that not being afraid could help avoid the monster. If he didn't listen, it wasn't his fault. He focused on searching the surrounding clutter, hoping to find useful clues in the monster's lair. Lin Ye thought long and hard, deciding that hitting the monster's nest directly was more efficient. "Lin Ye! Lin Ye! Can you hear me?" Seeing Lin Ye completely disregard him, Jin Juanhao was drowned in fear and despair. "Are you even human, leaving me to die? We are the same kind. Do you really want to watch me get cooked by that monster?" Lin Ye shot him a cold glare. "I reminded everyone not to be afraid. How can I not be afraid?" Jin Juanhao broke down, shaking the cage wildly. "That's a monster that eats people. Are you not human? Don't you fear it? Stop pretending. Get me out. Hurry. Otherwise, I'll haunt you even in death." Oh, fresh moral coercion. Lin Ye wasn't angry, just spoke into the void. Family members in front of the screen, please say a few more words to Xiaoxiba. The Dragon Kingdom viewers in the stream responded, happily flocking to the official account of the Pickled Cabbage Nation. Lin Ye continued to search for clues, soon finding several sheets of chaotic doodles. "Lin Ye. Please. I was wrong. I truly was wrong." Seeing that toughness didn't work, Jin Juanhao started to sob and plead again. "If you save me, I'll give you all my items. All of them. We Pickled Cabbage Nation players are the most trustworthy, please. I don't want to be cooked." Lin Ye still ignored his words, analyzing the content of the doodles. The earlier drawings seemed to depict a series of murder prophecies and plans for killing. Various cruel and bloody methods of killing were displayed in a way that sent chills down the spine. Seeing this, Lin Ye understood clearly. This nightmare belongs to Hanzhou. The following drawings are even more chaotic, and I can barely make out words like "no," "go die," "stop it," and so on. The last drawing clearly shows a murder scene in the clown room. In the picture, there stands a small person in the clown room, their body cut into countless pieces by disordered lines, with "go die" densely written beside it. It seems to tell the world's most vicious curse. Chapter 068 False Prophecy. Lin Ye understood that he must quickly find Hanzhou, stuffing the drawings into his pocket, turning to leave the clown room. "Where are you going? Don't leave. Lin Ye. Come back. You cold-blooded bastard, Jin Juanhao. You beast that won't save the dying. Players from Long Country are all cowards." Jin Juanhao saw Lin Ye about to leave, his last hope shattered, completely going mad, cursing with every vicious word he could think of. Lin Ye ignored him, not wanting to waste his breath on a dead man, only showing him a gloomy smile. "You better pray for a quick death. Don't fall into my hands." After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Jin Juanhao's reaction and walked straight out. Ding! Side quest triggered, Death Prophecy. An overlooked child wants to gain attention through Death Prophecy. Can you feel his struggle and kindness from his drawings? Tip: eliminate his fear and let him experience the feeling of being valued. Reward: it is actually an unknown reward. Lin Ye was somewhat surprised. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. While surprised, he also breathed a sigh of relief. He finally triggered the quest, and this progress was much slower than the last dungeon. Lin Ye looked down at the jade bracelet on his wrist. Only with the comparison did he realize how much leniency Yin Shi had given him in the first dungeon. Lin Ye felt a bit awkward, not knowing how his intelligence had managed to be selected by the Golden Finger and the Crossing. Didn't they evaluate people before picking them? He still had some self-awareness. His intelligence was at most above average. It couldn't be more than that. But since he was here, he decided to accept it. After all, being married to Yin Shi, he was still quite willing. Lin Ye shook his head and stopped thinking, instead focusing on finding Hanzhou. Fortunately, the children's playground wasn't very large, and he soon found Hanzhou curled up and trembling in a corner filled with clutter. He still wore the name tag Lin Ye made for him. Calling it a name tag was really just a piece of cardboard with a string passing through it, on which words were written. As soon as Lin Ye crouched down in front of him, Hanzhou suddenly trembled, hugging himself in fear. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He didn't mean to kill anyone, he's sorry. Hanzhou, it's me." Lin Ye's voice was low but carried an undeniable, reassuring strength. "Do you remember who I am?" "You are, who? Hanzhou looked up, his gaze sweeping over the name tag on Lin Ye's chest, a glimmer of clarity passing through his hollow eyes. "Yes, you are the doctor. Dr. Lin. His thinking seemed a bit chaotic, but he still recognized Lin Ye's identity. Lin Ye recalled the questions from the record. Do you remember your name? I am first. His eyes were even more confused. His subconscious told him he was not a prophet, and his death prophecy seemed to be broken. Then who is he? Who am I? Lin Ye reached out to straighten Hanzhou's name tag. This action was like a weak lightning bolt, cleaving through the chaotic fog in his mind. Hanzhou, my name is Hanzhou. Hanzhou grabbed Lin Ye's sleeve, as if grasping the last straw. I am your assistant. I successfully learned how to feed medication to patients today. He was no longer the little pitiful one ignored in the corner. He was the assistant hired by Dr. Lin, who valued him greatly and had been teaching him how to be a qualified assistant. Yes. Hanzhou assistant. Lin Ye firmly agreed. Just as hope rekindled in Hanzhou's eyes, a sudden roar echoed from a distance. Hanzhou's gaze gradually became resolute. He no longer chose to escape but actively walked toward the clown house. Lin Ye followed closely behind him, and the two quickly approached the clown house. A massive shadow had long been waiting, and upon seeing Hanzhou, the black tentacles waved excitedly. You finally chose to appear. Ha 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 ha. The shadow let out a wild laugh, and the huge figure gradually solidified into a shape. That figure wore the same blue and white patient uniform as Hanzhou, and its body outline was indistinguishable. But it was surrounded by a sinister black mist, its face twisted with an expression of extreme madness and cruelty. The nightmare in Hanzhou's heart turned out to be himself. Let me see what your last death prophecy is. What is it? The monster expanded the black mist, and the Hanzhou facing it did not flinch or dodge, even showing a hint of sympathy. But the monster didn't have time to think about what that meant. The death prophecy appeared in its mind, and it seemed to smell something delicious. The black mist surged wildly towards Lin Ye. Lin Ye. It's him again? Unfortunately, the monster's wish was destined to be unfulfilled. A red light flashed, striking it so hard it questioned its life. Just now, what was that? Even Lin Ye looked down in confusion. Clearly, the jade bracelet did not react. Where did that red light come from just now? Hanzhou's lips curled into a mocking arc. You can't kill him. Things that failed in the real world would be even more impossible to succeed in this deep dream derived from reality. The monster's expression was extremely ugly. Why? Have I not treated you well enough? I have fulfilled all your wishes. Why do you keep rejecting me? My wishes? Hanzhou laughed even more sarcastically. Did you fulfill my wishes or your own selfish desires? You are nothing but a true monster. You only know how to kill. Slaughtering innocent people. The monster's voice became sharp. Without me, you would have long been forgotten in the corner. Without me, who would care about a silent and awkward freak? I gave you power. I made them see you. Even if it was through fear. That's not what I wanted at all. Hanzhou, emotionally agitated, confronted it. That only satisfied your ridiculous thirst for killing. With every prophecy that comes true, I can feel a part of me dying. That is the price. The monster roared. If you want to be valued, if you don't want to be ignored, you must pay the price. In the end, it's still because you are too weak. If you could become strong enough to win attention on your own, how could I ever come into existence? These words struck Hanzhou's heart like a sharp knife, leaving his face pale and his body swaying slightly. Throughout his life, his existence was always easily overshadowed by brighter people and things. His parents' gaze, his teacher's attention, even his peers' occasional glances were stingy, unwilling to stay on him for even a second. That feeling of being completely ignored filled every crack in his life like fine sand, suffocating him. Under immense psychological pressure, he finally snapped and fabricated the ability to possess death prophecies. When those who once overlooked him all focused their attention on him at once, an uncontrollable pleasure erupted from within him. He became addicted to this distorted attention, unable to stop like a drug addict. But this false pleasure was always fleeting, soon replaced by an overwhelming sense of panic. What if they find out all of this is a lie? What should he do? Chapter 069, Mysterious Reward, Update. Every brief moment of attention after a prophecy came with a deeper, heavier fear of being exposed. He felt like a person standing on the edge of a cliff, walking on stilts. Teetering on the edge, the smallest misstep means a plunge into an endless abyss. The beginning of a lie means countless lies must follow to support it. This itself is an endless torment. The turning point occurred with the birth of the first unexpected event. His deskmate died just from a sudden sprain, rolling down the stairs. At first, he was smug, thinking such coincidences were heaven's favor, saving him. Next came the second, the third. His fanciful prophecies began to come true in various ways, both direct and twisted, but all shockingly real. Finally, he began to feel something was wrong. Those crime scenes seemed to have his presence. Something within him appeared to be hiding a force that made his lies become reality. As the death toll rose, he clearly felt that it had emerged. It was calm, cruel, possessing all the power he lacked. It laughed at his weakness deep within his consciousness, enjoying and actively creating deeper fears. It took over those uncontrollable predictions and even intensified them. He finally broke down, realizing that there was no such thing as a death prophecy. Those people were killed by him. They were killed by that indescribable monster inside him. Every fleeing life reminded him that he had become a heartless monster. A massive guilt like cold seawater completely drowned him, dragging him into an endless abyss of regret and self-loathing, suffering from ceaseless torment day and night. Until finally, he could no longer endure this hellish torture. He looked at the shadowy figure in the mirror and held his decision. I will kill you. Kill you. He crafted his death prophecy in the most tragic way. The clown house was the grave he chose for himself. He ended this nightmare, which started with him but had long been out of control, through self-destruction. That was the only atonement he could think of. The cost, Hanjo pulled away from the memories, his gaze shifting from pain to a cold clarity. You are right. He raised his head, staring straight at the monster. It's time for me to pay for my mistakes and completely kill you. The monster seemed to have heard the biggest joke, letting out a harsh laugh. Kill me? With you? You coward who dares not face them. Without me, you are nothing. You will just turn back into that invisible man. Maybe. Hanjo's expression was unusually calm. This calm made the monster uneasy. I admit my weakness, admit my lowliness and greed, even admit the mistakes I've made. But, so what? He stepped forward, ignoring the black tendrils that twisted in excitement at his approach, opening his arms. I fully accept this version of myself. The monster felt the foundation of its existence crumbling wildly. The huge shadow rapidly shrank and faded. It finally realized the seriousness of the problem. The black mist frantically lunged at Hanjo, trying to stop him. You're crazy. Stop. Stop. You monster. Hanjo rubbed the simple badge on his chest. The death prophecy had long been shattered, and he was no longer an ignored existence. Because there was a doctor who invited him to be his assistant. Hanjo's eyes became more determined, completely unconcerned by the black mist rushing at him, saying each word clearly, go die. No. No. The monster screamed in terror but could not change the outcome, finally dissipating like smoke blown away by the wind, completely disappearing into the air. Dr. Lin. Hanjo turned to him and smiled. My name is Hanjo. I never had any ability to foresee or see anyone's death. 3 sentences answered Dr. Lin's 3 questions from the day. The last remnants of the clown house utterly collapsed, restoring to the cold, familiar walls of the hospital corridor. The surviving players didn't know what had happened, but they all felt grateful to be alive. Congratulations, player, for completing the side quest, Death Prophecy. Reward unlocked, Dean's Discharge Assessment. You have successfully treated patient number 1, and you will gain an opportunity to enter the Dean's office, assisting your patient with the evaluation, allowing him to discharge successfully. Hidden reward, Purified Soul, Special Status. Status description, your soul has undergone complete purification, becoming fractured yet pure. In this state, you will be absolutely immune to all external spiritual pollution, but your emotional perception ability will decrease significantly, and you will randomly lose some memories and emotions permanently. My gosh. These 2 rewards made Lin Ye's eyes widen. Entering the Dean's office. Absolute immunity to spiritual pollution. Lin Ye could barely hold back a grin. It was golden, this was it. Excited, he showered Hanjo with a flurry of compliments. Hanjo looked at him strangely. Dr. Lin was actually being sincere, so rare. Lin Ye smiled. Is your body okay? Hanjo shook his head. That's great. Lin Ye clapped his hands. We'll do your discharge assessment tomorrow, and once you recover, you can leave this terrible place. Hanjo. Wasn't he supposed to be the assistant, so does he not need him anymore? What a jerk. Don't think too much, Lin Ye cheerfully patted his shoulder. I'm waiting for you to recover and apply to be a formal doctor to work with me. Our chemistry is absolutely perfect. That's more like it. Hanjo felt good as he turned back to the ward, looking out at the night, anticipating his new life. How long had it been since he left here? He couldn't remember, it seemed like so long. Lin Ye returned to the break room, unable to help but sigh at this stroke of luck. Initially, there were no clues, yet the next day he would have access to the Dean. The livestream audience from Dragon Country was equally excited. This speed, it has to be Bro Yi. Once we get the stone to suppress the patient's pollution, we can meet the patients in the later wards. Damn, there are still 9 patients, just thinking about it gives me a headache. Honestly, being on the same team as Bro Yi is great, it really helped those other players. It makes me furious that idiot Pickle Country player didn't die, he really walked into dog poop. I can't take it anymore, I have to go visit the Pickle Country officials. Wait for me upstairs, let's go together. Inside the dungeon. Lin Ye was still unaware of the news that the Pickle Country player was alive. He rubbed the jade bracelet on his wrist and fell into a deep sleep once more. Nianxi, thank you. The jade bracelet quietly emitted a warm feeling, nurturing Lin Ye's tired body. P.S. Here's the extra chapter directly. Thanks everyone for the continued support, urging updates, gifts, comments, and putting it on the bookshelf. Your encouragement motivates the author greatly. Thank you so much. Chapter 070, Assessment Failed. After dawn, Lin Ye once again feigned illness to trick the nurse. While distributing medication to patients, Lin Ye entered Laura's ward. She tilted her head, curiously staring at him. Suddenly, Laura broke into a big smile. Pretty sister, good morning. Lin Ye's movements paused imperceptibly. Pretty sister, wasn't she taken by Nianxi last night? How is she still here? Does it mean that as long as she believes she can see it, this companion will always exist? Lin Ye's mouth twitched. Isn't this just purely mechanisms at play? Isn't this unfair? Isn't this purely being a rogue? Fortunately, Laura just greeted him and didn't make any other dangerous remarks. She must have been scared by the ghost bride, afraid to attack Lin Ye again. Laura, Lin Ye squatted down, meeting the little girl's gaze. Did the pretty sister always follow me? Laura nodded, cautiously glancing at the jade bracelet sheltering the ghost bride before cautiously saying, You took her eyes, she wants them back. I didn't take her eyes, can you explain to her not to follow me anymore? Laura shook her head quickly. The gaze towards Lin Ye grew more wary. Clearly you took away the beautiful sister's eyes. Fine, that doesn't make sense anymore. Lin Ye watched her finish her medicine, no longer attempting to communicate, and left room 3 to deliver medicine to other patients. Passing by room 7, he heard an extremely weak and intermittent voice from inside. Don't go. Danger, don't. The voice was unclear, mixed with painful gasps, making it impossible to discern the exact content, only barely catching a few syllables. Lin Ye pressed his ear against the room door, trying to listen more clearly, but the voice suddenly disappeared, falling into silence as if it had just been his illusion. Don't go? Don't go where? Danger, was it saying danger? Was it warning him not to enter the principal's office? Or somewhere else? The patient in room 7 seemed to be reminding me. Lin Ye felt puzzled. Nothing in this hospital could be easily trusted. For players, both patients and doctors were dangerous beings. But anyway, this made him more vigilant about the principal's office he was about to enter. After distributing all the patient's medicine, Lin Ye returned to room 1. As soon as he stepped into the room, Lin Ye keenly noticed something extra in the ward. He saw that a door had quietly appeared where there used to be a blank wall. It clearly had 5 large words written on it. Principal's office. It had just appeared there abruptly, as if it had always been there, only that he had never been allowed to see it before. So the door to the principal's office was right in the patient's ward. Hanzhou seemed to be used to the suddenly appearing principal's office. He changed into a clean patient gown, and his hair was well-groomed, looking quite spirited. Are you ready? Lin Ye confirmed. Hanzhou nodded, a hint of hopeful light appearing deep in his eyes. Let's go. After all, it wasn't the first time, there was nothing to be afraid of. Lin Ye steeled himself, reached for the door handle, and just as he was about to push it open, he couldn't help but turn his head. How about, you come? Hanzhou. Haven't we had enough fun? Though he grumbled, he still stepped forward, pressed against the door, and gently pushed. The door opened silently inward. A difficult-to-describe smell, a mix of disinfectant and old paper, wafted towards him. Behind the door was a space seemingly shrouded in grey mist, with the outline of a huge desk faintly visible. The desk was unusually tidy, holding only a silver bell, a stack of blank forms, and a pen that looked very expensive. Behind the desk was a high-backed swivel chair, its back facing the door, obscuring the view of who was sitting there. Sit. The high-backed chair slowly turned around. Sitting in the chair was a figure wearing a crisp white coat. His face bore a smooth ceramic mask with no facial features. The eye holes were 2 deep black voids, silently watching the 2 who entered. Is this the principal? Lin Ye felt an invisible pressure descend upon him, and his mental values slowly dropped without him realizing. Hanzhou obediently sat in the chair in front of the desk while Lin Ye stood behind him. Patient number 1, Hanzhou. The principal's voice came through the mask as Lin Ye wisely handed over his recorded observation sheet. The principal lowered his head and quickly skimmed through the form. Then, the discharge evaluation officially begins. The principal picked up the silver bell on the desk and gently shook it. Ding! The crisp sound of the bell echoed in the large office. As the bell sound fell, the bookshelf on one side of the office suddenly slid open silently, revealing a pitch-black entrance behind it. A chillier wind, carrying an ominous aura, blew out from within, colder than inside the office. Evaluation Stage 1, Memory Echoes. The principal's voice remained utterly flat. Please enter the rewind corridor and face the source of your illness. I will grade you based on your performance. Lin Ye looked at the dark entrance and suddenly thought that the director must be insane. Always stimulating the patients, afraid they won't go crazy, right? Is there such a way to cure disease? Hanzhou stood up from the chair, his fingertips trembling slightly, but he quickly clenched them into a fist, his gaze gradually becoming firm. Step by step, he walked toward the entrance, his figure slowly swallowed by the thick darkness. Lin Ye looked at the director, trying to read some useful information from that smooth mask, but there was nothing. Now, he couldn't do anything, just wait. Bang! A dull sound, as if something heavy crashed into the wooden planks, suddenly came from behind the bookshelf. Lin Ye shivered, instantly tensing up. Next came the second sound. The third sound. Each one more violent than the last, as if something inside was smashing against the bookshelf, trying to break through the wall. Something was clearly wrong inside. The director remained motionless, as if he hadn't heard anything. Until the fourth sound rang out, the director placed the silver bell back in its place. What does the director mean by this? Just when Lin Ye's unease reached its peak, the director's ceramic mask finally turned towards him. Dr. Lin, your patient evaluation result is unable to discharge. Failed? Lin Ye's heart sank suddenly, his first reaction was to refute. How could this be possible? He had completed his mission, all right? That was certified by the Golden Finger. The director was just trying to scare him? According to the rules, those who fail the evaluation will remain permanently in the rewind corridor. Please return. Chapter 071, Patient Number 7. His symptoms clearly have already. Lin Ye tried to argue rationally. The director interrupted him, his voice laced with undeniable authority. Please return, Dr. Lin. The last three words, emphasized, carried a silent threat. Two bottomless black holes on the mask suddenly locked onto Lin Ye. No longer the vague gaze from before, but something more concrete and sharp, as if two invisible ice picks instantly pierced Lin Ye's eyes and brutally stabbed deep into his brain along the visual nerves. Lin Ye's body suddenly stiffened, all the unfinished words instantly choked in his throat. He felt the air around him become thick as glue, crazily squeezing him, making it extremely hard to even lift a finger. Even more terrifying was that his body began to move uncontrollably. His legs felt as if they were being pulled by invisible threads, stiffly and with pauses, turning backward. His brain was screaming madly, wanting to resist, wanting to stay, but his limbs completely refused to listen. You. Lin Ye exerted all his strength, only managing to squeeze out this one word between his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, cold sweat soaking his back. The director did not speak again, the high-back chair slowly turned back. The door was pulled open by Lin Ye's right hand. Bang! The heavy wooden door was suddenly slammed shut behind him, completely severing his connection with the director's office. The terrifying pressure that had been placed on him suddenly vanished. Lin Ye's legs softened, almost kneeling on the ground, he quickly reached out to support himself against the wall next to him to barely stand firm. His heart raced wildly in his chest, almost bursting from his throat, his temples throbbed painfully, a consequence of excessive mental strain and forced suppression. Lin Ye gasped for breath, unconsciously looking back. Where was the door to the director's office? Only the familiar, empty white wall of patient room 1 remained, as if the terrifying oppressive feeling he had just experienced was only a vivid nightmare. But the rapid breathing, weak legs, and still buzzing brain clearly told Lin Ye that was not a dream. That director possessed an absolute power he could not contend with. Not only that, even Hanzhou had been left inside. Assessment failed, permanently left. Failed? Just like that, failed? Why? Hanzhou's symptoms had clearly disappeared. What went wrong? Lin Ye's mind was a chaotic mess, a mix of anger, helplessness, and overwhelming confusion gripped him tightly. Damn it! Lin Ye muttered under his breath. Questions bubbled in his mind like boiling water, popping open without any useful answers. Frustration and anger washed over him like cold tides repeatedly, but finally, a sliver of cold rationality surfaced with difficulty. Lin Ye questioned himself, what were the criteria for the director's discharge evaluation? Why did he unconsciously assume that recovering to normal meant passing the director's discharge evaluation? Clearly, no concrete clues had appeared, yet he accepted this thinking without question. Lin Ye had to admit, he was too hasty. Blinded by the reward for completing the side task and entering the director's office, he thought he had obtained the key to success. Only to cluelessly deliver a fatal blow to the director. What a defense against the unexpected, stupidity. But it wasn't the time to wallow in self-blame. Hanzhou was still trapped inside. He had to find a way to rescue Hanzhou first, he couldn't let him die in there. After realizing this, Lin Ye's eyes regained their determination. There must be a crucial clue in this building that he had overlooked. Information, he needed to gather more useful information. Lin Ye recalled the warning sound that came from Ward 7 in the morning. The patients inside must know something. The 7th patient was willing to remind him in that way, which surely meant they wanted to tell him something. Lin Ye felt he should go meet the 7th patient. Although it was extremely risky to bypass the order and confront the 7th patient directly, he would have to face these 10 patients sooner or later, whether he stretched out his head or tucked it in, it was all the same. There was no backing down. It was just some mental pollution. He had a special state that purified his soul and wouldn't suffer any fatal situations. Lin Ye found the key to room 1507 and opened the door. In the dim light, Lin Ye struggled to see the internal structure of the 7th ward. The place where the bed should have been was instead occupied by a bizarre device made of countless transparent tubes and glass containers tangled together. These tubes varied in thickness, flowing with different colored murky liquids, slowly writhing and cycling like some strange ecosystem, making extremely faint gurgling sounds. In the glass containers were soaked some unidentifiable tissue masses and a being that was hard to call a human. Her head was abnormally swollen, completely covered by an oxygen mask connected to several tubes, making her face unrecognizable. Her limbs twisted at extremely unnatural angles, and the surfaces of her body, especially the exposed neck and wrists, actually sprouted some white filamentous substances resembling fungal mycelium. These mycelia-like substances floated gently in the water, as if they had life, striding to reach out towards the surface around them. Such a scene reminded Lin Ye of numerous horror movies about body modification, human centipede, human seal. The 7th patient's mutation surpassed the first 4, reaching a shocking degree of distorted life. Lin Ye couldn't help but begin to suspect, wouldn't the 10th patient's level of mutation be some unspeakable Lovecraftian monster? Is this the mental pollution of this bizarre world? Different from the classic Eerie images based on grievances and folklore in the first scenario, this one was entirely another extreme. Could this even be called human? This was completely a grand and cruel execution aimed at the player's SAN value. Patient 7? Cognitive disorder type? Hint, her desire to talk seems very strong. Lin Ye stood at the door, his face pale, fear and nausea swirling in his chest, emotions mixed and tumbling. He swore, after he went out, he would never watch any Western-style horror movie again. The audience from Long Country watching the live broadcast all felt sorry for Lin Ye. Just watching this scene through the screen was already hard to bear. And as a player, having to stay in this environment in person, not going crazy was already very impressive. Please, Eerie game, be human. New Catalyst. Coming, just right, source, activation. Join the cycle, become nourishment. Let us merge as one, give birth to perfection. Patient number 7 still made unclear sounds, and Lin Ye could not fully understand what she was saying. Lin Ye looked around, trying to find something useful. P.S. I beg all the great viewers, please click on the book review. 5 stars are never too many, 4 stars are never too few. Help me fulfill the dream of opening my ratings early. I thank you so much.